What is up, everybody? Welcome to day 2 of the TastelessTV StormGate Showdown. I am joined with our Tosis. I'm so happy you're in Korea. How you doing, man?
Dude, I'm just in a great mood. This is a very fun day yesterday. It's great to be back in Korea and just be like experiencing a new RTS that we've been waiting for years.
Yeah, it's been fun. Kind of exploring the game, seeing how each of the factions function. The cheeses, the macro games, what units are good, and when they work and when they don't work. And so we're going to be continuing on here. Nobody's been eliminated yet.
Yeah, that's right. We are going to start off eliminating someone, of course, which should be fun. Could be our last full-on Infernal player. We don't know about that. Definitely Celestials have been doing a bit better, but I think that everyone, had a good sleep and put a lot of thought into how they're going to play today, and I think that we could have some interesting results today.
I think so. It's sad to see one of these players go down. We're going to start today with Elazer versus Migi. Migi, by the way, playing surprisingly well. This is a guy, everybody here, the players, the casters, we didn't know a lot about this guy.
Yeah.
But he actually leans heavily, I think more than pretty much all the rest of the players, towards macro, towards development, towards creeping.
Yeah.
The question is going to be, how is he going to fare here versus Elazer, who also, by the way, I think has really been more on the macro side here, too. Definitely
For sure.
kind of expanding, growing, dominating, attacking. Where the rest of our players mostly have been kind of aggressive, maybe cheesy, rushing, stuff like that.
Yeah, that is certainly true. I actually was talking to Elazer a lot this weekend. Always like talking to that guy. He's really smart. And he actually came in this morning and said he has some ideas about how to play Infernal against Celestial. Everyone is kind of on the same page right now at this event that Infernal has a very hard time against Celestial. Some of the attacks that Celestial can do and everything can be pretty hard. We did see Theory knock Miggy down, but Theory seems to be like one of the maybe top 2 players at this event. So that might just be like a skill thing only. But yeah, we'll see what he's going to be able to do. Now he comes in here. There is a Prism, which we haven't seen a Prism being the opener every single time. And look at this. Very aggressive with a meat farm here down at the other array.
Yeah. So we've seen this kind of counter rush technique here in all the matchups, basically, because Celestial seems to be a race that lends itself to aggro play early on. The idea is basically you create some counter aggression here instead of being full-on defending and just absorbing the attack. So let's see how this pans out.
Now look at this. Brings a couple of Fiends in and is fighting against this Morph Core. Don't forget that Meat Farm is going up down at Miggy's expansion. So the Felhogs are going to come out and be a little bit annoying. It doesn't look like they really want to attack that.
What is happening? It's not attacking. Oh, my God. It's just sitting there.
Yeah, this could be frustrating for Elazer. I'm not sure what's going on
now
there.
It's been triggered here. If it goes back, let's see. Does it attack? No!
Oh, my God.
Well, oh, my God. Do Felhogs attack buildings normally?
They might have taken it off. At one point, I'm pretty sure they did. But
wait, is it attacking now?
Yeah,
okay.
They're finally attacking now. You can't issue them any commands, so they kind of do their own thing. Yeah, okay, so it looks like they have to be very close to be aggroed onto a building. This could be very frustrating. And you know what? Maybe this is a situation where you have to look at – I don't know yet, the spawn location of the Felhogs as they come out, but maybe this is something where, you need to build the meat farm in a different area to get them closer as they spawn, that type of thing.
Well, it's doing its job now. It's attacking in here, and so this is causing, effectively the strategy. It looks like it could work out. Well, maybe not, actually.
Yeah.
So we have some counterplay coming down here. They're going to come in and deny that. And it looks like, in this case, the expansion will probably survive.
Yeah, I think the base is definitely going to go up. But was this worth it? He got a decent amount of damage down onto there. Elazer is now expanding himself. His shrine is going to finish up. And, in fact, going into a conclave as well. He's got a good amount of imps right now. And, I think that was definitely a novel approach. It's not something that we've really seen in this tournament yet.
Yeah, it's a good idea. But for now, it means it's going to be a quicker expansion functioning for Migi. Elazer does have his base set up here. Looks like he's got 3 imps on this right now. And there's going to be some more Fiends sent out. So Elazer is in a position where I think this game overall is going to normalize. We're basically into a creeping phase here. We've got some Fiends moving up. It looks like he is going to deny this third as well.
Wow. Yeah, look at this. Doing a very good job thus far and putting so much damage down onto that. That is going to get killed off. It looks like he is clearing this one creep camp, going to get that vision camp up.
Oh, my God.
Dude, he's already got a lot of damage on there. I think he can actually just finish that off.
All right,
he's got to get that off there.
A little bit of closure here.
Oh, wait. He gets it. I can't believe he got it just as lifted.
It literally, it was taking off and then got destroyed.
Well, that was player error right there for sure.
100%. He could have lifted that earlier.
Yeah.
Did you know that could lift off, by the way, before this event? I learned, like, my final game of my stream before we came and did this.
Yeah.
My chat explained that I could lift that off.
Yeah, no, it's funny as the new game comes out, especially since we didn't really have – there were so many changes in between the last time it was playable and now this early access. But, yeah, there's definitely been a lot of things that I have learned at this event. This is the fun thing about – like, these are experiences that we'll never have again for StormGate.
100%.
You know?
I remember when I was a kid and I made a bunker, and I'm like, it doesn't attack, and I'm like, oh, I put the Marines inside.
Yeah,
you know, this moment, you're like, oh, okay, you're seeing how the little pieces work together.
Yeah.
So, in this game, I mean, Migi's been kneecapped pretty badly. He's lost 2 expansions.
Yeah.
I mean, we would be in a totally different universe had he managed to keep 3 bases up and running. So he's going to be playing a little bit of catch-up here. He does have some crees, so his tech wasn't stifled. He is able to creep. It looks like he could have a harass opportunity. And by the way, out of everybody in this tournament, I think Migi's probably had the best mid-game harass with these crees.
Oh, yeah.
Would you agree?
He has done a very good job with it. I can't deny too much. Like his Kree roll-ins have disrupted his opponent's economies like very, very regularly. So definitely can't see anything too negative about that assessment. Now, he is running around with these 4 Kree. Looks like he wants to dive in and try to deal some damage to these imps. But a laser is super fast on reacting.
Yeah.
Like, don't forget, this guy has been one of the top non-Korean StarCraft 2 pros for many, many, many years. So, like, you think you're going to get in there and he's... Like, for instance, I would imagine he would have lifted off, right? He wouldn't have lost that one, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he's solid, man. I mean, in some ways, a laser is, I think, maybe the most, I guess, parting 2 seasoned pro gamer. Actually, even in, like, kind of the modern era of StarCraft 2, a laser's always been very viable, very scary. He can kind of take a game off of anybody. So, I mean, he's a real threat to this tournament. I know we're in the losers bracket, but don't count him out. Yeah,
actually, pre-Rainer, he was probably number 2 Zerg outside of Korea for a long time, right?
Yeah,
like,
I think
before
so.
Rainer really rose up. So, yeah, definitely one of the more experienced pros here. Now, he is harassing a little bit here with these Fiends. I think his Fiend usage has been really, really good this game so far.
He does seem to just break the Brute right away and turn it into Fiends often.
I like it.
To send it out, yeah.
It's just so much faster. Honestly, Tasteless, the Brute, like I remember when the very first time we were using the Brute, it felt like OP, but it feels like really weak, kind of. Like it feels like the main function is that it turns into Fiends when it dies.
Yeah, it's kind of like a big meat shield, right?
Yeah,
and
exactly.
it's like, well, you have this HP that this can soak up.
It's just kind of slow. It's like hard to hit anything with it, you know?
Yeah, there was also a world where we had, Fiends that died if they weren't on Shroud as well.
Yeah.
So we got a huge attack coming up here. I don't know that Migi can survive this, and I think this is all a consequence of losing 2 bases after double expanding.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a laser has played a beautiful game here. He definitely did come in with something very different to try today. And Migi is not that aggressive as a Celestial player, right? He's more harassment-oriented, more economy-oriented. And GG is called.
There it is.
Yeah, that was a great win from a laser. He definitely did his homework last night.
Yeah, solid game there. A laser, I mean, really kind of winning that in the first couple minutes, and then the game pans out. You can look at an attack like that and go, well, how do you stop that many Brutes and Gaunts? But the reality is, if you lose your expansions, you're never going to win the game. Yeah. As far as, mathing out a big army.
Dude, he's got a cool little half keyboard there. Did you see that?
What do you think of those?
I mean, I'm a Brood War player, so I wouldn't use it, but
yeah,
we have to use all 10 of the hotkeys across the top.
This is a thing now, is people with just like one half of the keyboard, and I guess it means your mouse and your left hand are closer together.
Yes, that's actually something I've talked about a long time where, for instance, whenever I see someone that plays with a keyboard with a number pad, I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah, we both don't.
No, I'm comfortable. It's like you actually don't even know if you're comfortable because you're just used to doing this.
Yeah,
you want to have the
keyboard
as small
like
as possible.
Your arms out like this, it feels weird. So I don't have a numpad on my keyboard, but then, the idea of getting rid of another half and...
Yeah, I use a 75%. which is like has the F keys but doesn't have the number pad, and it pushes the arrow keys over, so it's like really short, and it's just so much more comfortable. And like obviously, this is the next evolution for modern RTS games.
But then, I mean, do you hotkey over 5 and 6 when you play? Because that's what I look at that and I think I don't have enough. I guess you could.
It's because we play too much Brood War because we can't move 1 through 0.
Yeah,
like those can't be moved in Brood War.
Just
so like
making cave paintings for too long.
Yes,
we're
we grew up with cave paintings and we still love to paint on cave walls.
People are showing us light bulbs and I'm like, fire bad.
Have to be careful about that.
We're going to be going into game 2 in a second here, guys. So a laser up 1-0 right now. Pretty basic game, to be honest. A game where, you get in, you deny the expansions, and the rest is pans out as it would be. Oh, we're on Jagged Maw.
Oh, well.
We're going to have a rush.
Yeah, and already those morph cores are on the way right now. And, like, oh, okay, so because we went here, a laser switched over as well, and he's making a secondary arc ship.
All right, get ready. We're going to have the arc ship high five coming in here.
Yeah.
Get ready.
Yeah.
Oh.
Dude. Oh, he got the extra shot with the morph core. Watch out, guys.
It's all a game.
Look at this body blocking with his arc ship.
I guess you can body block with that, yeah.
Yeah. The air collision is funny in this game. It's like really different from some other RTSs. So the second arc ship is coming up, and he has that morph core. He's kind of pushing everything back there, and it seems like a laser's made maybe a little bit of a mistake. He runs one morph core pass, so it takes like 5-6 shots, which is a problem. I think it's smart here for him to block a little bit with these two and try to produce extra. But yeah, very much about getting these morph core numbers up.
We're being joined now by Ziggy. Excuse me.
You did it again! Why do I call you Ziggy sometimes?
You guys are the same people to me.
Oh,
Gemini and Sturgeon.
No.
In my head, I was like, I'm not going to do that. But I still did
hate
it.
dude. Oh my god.
We got this
everybody.
rush going on, guys. What do you think?
Yeah, this is pretty sick. Double Celestial is pretty sick here. I mean, Jagged Maw. we saw
It's
this
the best
yesterday
map,
as well.
right?
Yeah.
It makes the best games. It's cool to see a laser playing 2 races.
Well, I don't think there's really any counter on this map.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the double arc ship one as well. Morph core is just like chasing each other on the top.
We got a high-speed morph core chase going on.
Oh
here.
my god, this is peak Stormgate that we're watching right now.
Dude.
This is awesome.
So I think is a laser winning this?
No, I think Miggy is
Miggy's
slightly
gonna come out
ahead.
top?
I think he's slightly ahead,
But
maybe.
did
going
Miggy go for
down.
2 arc ships?
I only see 1 right now.
Yeah, I think
Oh.
I think a laser should be able to.
Yeah,
eventually
well, he'll
win.
just make more then.
Yeah.
If he actually did not make a second one.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Why
present
wouldn't
there?
you make the second one? I'm a little bit confused.
I think he just doesn't know.
Yeah, he doesn't know.
He just
2 is
doesn't
more
know
than
the
1.
6
It's
strat.
twice as many.
Yeah, no.
I guess he should have watched the games yesterday. Theory showed us the way.
Yeah, man. And there it
GG.
is.
GG.
That was awesome.
Okay. So that's God, that was what is that, like 2 minutes?
Dude, I want to take Jagged Maw, like download the file, print it to a CD, put it in a coffin, and launch it into the sun. Like, here's the thing. People are looking at this and saying, oh, man, Celestial versus Celestial, the Jagged Maw is not a good map for that. Well, you're right. But actually, like, when Jagged Maw first was coming out, when the game was first streamable, like in a previous beta, it was just as bad with Infernals. It was just as bad. It was like,
I mean,
just
no.
It is a terrible map.
I think it's worse now with Celestial. It can't be worse.
Yeah, but here's the thing,
Yeah.
right? So if you're playing like on this in a tournament,
Yeah.
I think it's harder to switch like from Vanguard to Infernal and do the creep pattern correctly than it is to switch to Celestial and just make a second arc ship.
Yeah.
I could figure that one out.
We're in the 2 arc ship meta right now.
Yeah.
I think every game we have on that map is going to look like that, honestly.
No, yeah. I mean, because like you said, like the it's relatively simple to switch over, even if you're not a Celestial main, to then
All the non-Celestial mains have one Celestial versus Celestial on that map.
Yeah, yeah.
That's a
Funny.
stat from the tournament for you guys.
yeah. That's like what 2? It's like 2 games that's happened, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So
yeah.
it's. I think it's also just because like they're the pro gamers kind of talk to each other about those strats or whatever. I think Miggy is just someone that is we're not as the pro gamers don't know him as well maybe, so maybe he was kind of didn't get the key in on
Yeah.
the strategy, but
That makes sense.
Yeah, Miggy's been our dark horse player. He might be
Yeah.
the first eliminated, by the way. A laser up 2-0 now. We're going to go on to my one of my favorite maps, actually, here for this. I think a lot more balanced, a lot more kind of macro, interesting games overall. And we're going to get a rush here from Miggy.
Okay, well, the Morph Core Rush coming across. We'll see what the strat is. So you see that he's sending his 2 units across right now, using the Hexen, of course, going in one direction, and then it looks like maybe he'll use like the meat farm again. Maybe he'll make a Shroud Stone with that Imp. Not entirely sure, but yeah, just mass Morph Cores coming in. This is going to be tough.
Already 3 out here with 2 more queued, so he's going to have probably 4 or 5 by the time he gets to the base. We saw Theory almost try something like this yesterday, making a Shroud Stone behind the mineral line. If he makes a meat farm here, I mean, there's going to be nothing to deal with it, right?
I don't think he's sending an imp across, is he?
Did he not send an imp?
No, that was the
Yeah, he did send an Imp.
I
It
thought
went
he
the
sent
other
an
way.
imp
Oh,
across
did
the
he?
map.
He sent an Imp.
So eventually.
Oh, yes, he
Oh, yeah.
Oh, is he just going to
Oh.
expand to another location, or?
Oh, I think he maybe expected there to.
He expected there to be an
Yeah,
array
did he
there.
expect there to be an array? Maybe.
Yeah, I think he wanted
I think
to
he doesn't.
preempt.
I think he doesn't realize that it's like fully all in with this Morph Core Rush. Like not even another collection array going to another base.
Yeah, he basically wanted to set up a counter rush that he can't even do right now. So we're going
Yeah.
to get, I guess, a kind of StarCraft 2-esque cannon rush
Yeah,
to start this off. It is going to be...
He's making Shroud Stones. If he gets both those Shroud Stones up, then it becomes...
The Shroud Stone has longer range than the... What is the cannon thing called?
Link
Where
node.
Link
Oh, the
node,
Link
thank
node?
you. Yeah.
And then that's-
Does it
becomes
have
a
longer
spark
range than
node.
the Link node?
I don't know.
I don't know. I'm not sure about that.
I don't
direction.
know. Yeah, I'm not sure. But obviously, the overcharge it doesn't work against the Shroud Stones. So, like, the Shroud Stones
Right.
are going to make a very safe area.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, he has to morph them into spark nodes to actually attack without the top bar adding onto them. So that at least will give him some time to get the Shroud Stones up. And then the rest of the Morph Cores, like, you know, they can't really fully engage into the Shroud Stones just because they will definitely lose in that scenario as well. So now they just have to use the pulse on the first one back there to be able to kill off any of these brutes trying to come up here to save the forward one.
Dude, this is excellently done. This is excellent. He's got 3 Shroud Stones. Like, he's taken some damage on the Iron Vault and everything, but that doesn't really matter all that much.
I mean, that damage is negligible. Yeah. I mean, I don't think it really matters. Just make another one somewhere else. I think this just comes down to, like, you make a wall of defenses, and then, you know, Miggy doesn't have any way to play this out. He's, you know, overextended.
I really like this Luminite-only defense. We saw yesterday some people tried to defend this push with Gorns mining Ethereum. But as you can see, he might actually be able to cut off the Ethereum mining here if he can kill that one tower on the bottom. But it's going to be impossible to get to the Luminite mine, right? So you're always going to be able to make some more towers and stuff at least. So pretty cool approach here from Laser.
I think it's a pretty good point. Yeah. No Ethereum needed because the Ethereum patch is to the right, right? So you could, like, cut that out of the picture, but yeah, pure Luminite defense is going to win.
Yeah, at this point, I think it just comes down to can he actually make enough Argents to power down, you know, these Shroud Stones. And if you have this many Imps mining this whole time, like, look at this. Okay, he is going for some Conclave, so he is going to go for some range units here as well. But, like, it feels like he's added just enough Shroud Stones just at the right times that he's just not going to be broken. You know?
The other thing, though, is that the vault did die, so he can't actually make any brutes anymore, so he hasn't been able to make any other units. He's going into the vault and the Conclave at the same time, but this is a lot of time now for Miggy to start to get more Argents out, and it's going to be a little bit awkward now because this is like he was doing really good to stop the forward progression of this rush, but now that Miggy has enough Argents out and we have got all this time with 0 unit production coming out of a Laser, is the Argent numbers about to be able to overwhelm the lack of units out of the Laser?
I don't think so. I don't think his
yeah.
economy is that good. It doesn't seem like he's able to make that many Argents. And, like, you know, the Shroud Stones are doing their job. He's tanking a whole hell of a lot there.
I mean, I think
with the brutes. So, like, this looks pretty held to me.
With Miggy here, I mean, I guess the only way he could win this is if he got a siege weapon, right? I mean, that's the only way to extend a push like this with, you know, buildings, basically.
Does Miggy have any prisms at home, or is
Yeah,
it
he
just
has
the
one
array?
prism.
Just the one. So a Laser actually has more mining right now, right? He has, he has 10 out of 12, which is basically almost a full base. So he's mining a little bit more, as well as that Therium. I think the problem was he couldn't make any Shroud Stones for a while because he lost his Vault, right? But like as he has that back and he's able to make more Shroud Stones and units, he's going to be able to hold, I think.
Yeah, he needs just enough to. Okay, excellent.
Yeah,
excellent.
that's
Top bar there.
top bar.
And look at that, he gets an Argent kill. But he needs just enough to punish Argent move-ins, because I think you can't get up to the siege. That would be super helpful, but you can't get up there. So it really comes down to getting enough Argents to walk forward and, you know, maybe 2 volley or 3 volley of Shroud Stone. And as long as you keep him off that, you're going to be fine.
I was wondering if, before this last Shroud Stone finished, if there was a way he could have ran around and gotten behind the Luminite, gotten underneath that, but I guess that time's passed, huh?
I mean, we didn't notice, but a laser was teching up into the next shrine there. That's why he was able to suddenly do the top bar Shroud Stone ability. And that's actually a super sick play.
Yeah.
And we actually even have a Hellborn now as well. Since we did go for the tier 2.
I did not see that coming at all.
The fact that he went for the tier 2, we didn't know. He didn't use any of his resources because the 2 buildings were being made. But then that still allows him to actually tech up to tier 2 here. And then you get the instant Shroud Stone and now Hellborns. This is a great response.
He's so good.
Dude, this is really exciting that a laser went from being depressed about the matchup yesterday. He comes in this morning, tells me that he has something figured out, and that he thinks he can beat Parting. And look at this. Like, this is a very good hold. Miggy has played well at this tournament. Obviously, he's about to be eliminated, but, like, this is exciting. Like, we are watching the development of the metagame. You know, the funny thing is we're, what, like 4 days in? And I guarantee you everyone's like, it's Imba, like, you can't beat it. And, like, here's a laser using his brain, and he's like, I can beat it. Here it is.
I mean, this is the nail in the coffin here. He's going to drive this back. After that, a laser can expand. He can move out. And, you know, the problem when you do rushes like this is that your infrastructure is invested in the push, right? So when the push is denied, the counterattack kind of happens immediately. You're going to lose all this stuff. And I think we're going to see Miggy tap out.
So if it takes Goku an entire episode of Dragon Ball Z to channel the Spirit Bomb, is that more or less of how long it takes for the Hellborns to charge up?
Yeah, look at that.
It is pretty annoying that when you do the charge up and
3, 4, yeah.
It's crazy.
4 seconds.
It's a long time, man. It's very frustrating. It's like, have you ever tried to kite with these things?
Yeah, look at the way they're like.
Yeah, the wind-up is insane. Yeah.
Oh, I know even a Weaver
Oh,
here.
dude!
Jesus.
He's styling.
Oh my God.
Weaver with its back turned to the rush.
He's showing the buildings his butt.
Disrespect.
He's mooning the buildings. Yeah. Sunglasses on as the building explodes behind him.
We couldn't see from that angle, but he lifted his little Weaver tail up.
Jesus, man.
I don't know. Maybe that's a cloak or a thorn or something. I don't know, man.
So, I mean, he's actually going to close it on this now. Okay, so he's going to push in here now. And, I mean, to be honest, I'm kind of surprised Miggy's still in the game. I mean, I don't know if there is any way to recover from this. He's going to be on the run. There it is. GG. Closing that out with a 3-0.
You know that, like, what is it? The Fantastic Four? You know the guy, like, made out of rocks? Like, anytime there's a movie, like, a car hits him and it just flips over him?
Yeah.
That was a laser right there.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great response overall. I mean, that was because me and Sturgeon were talking about this as well, like while you guys were just alone. But is that the response that Laser has cooked up for Parting? Like, would he be using it now instead of saving it? Is the question.
I think so. Yeah, because even if you cook it up, you got to prep it, right? Like,
sure.
you gotta get some practice in with it for sure. And I mean, he probably, after doing that he probably has 2 or 3 fixes in his mind to make it even better. That's like normal, right?
Yeah. I mean, a laser looking good. I do want to have not just Celestials as we close out this tournament. It would be nice to have a little bit more of a dynamic layout. I think if anybody's going to do it with Infernals, it's going to be a laser. We're going to have an interview with him. I don't think he's here yet, but yeah, very cool to see him adapt. And this is what's so fun when an RTS game is new, is seeing people figure stuff out in real time.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that just yesterday, like Artos was saying, just yesterday, a laser felt like he was hopeless against these rushes, and now he comes out with that strategy to deflect it so perfectly. It seems like it's really cool how quickly the changes can come out.
And not just the rush build. He figured out something for the macro games too,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Making those meat farms on both bases.
Yeah.
To really slow down the Celestial. You know, the Celestials like to do that Kree aggression and all that before the Infernal can really macro up. But those meat farms was able to slow him down a lot and kind of get a laser ahead in that way as well. So he's got builds prepared for multiple scenarios here. He's really must have done a lot of work last night and shown some great stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy when you think that meat farm, the Fellhog didn't attack
Yeah.
initially.
Yeah,
like, that
yeah,
was
yeah.
like, oh man, like the idea.
If those had immediately started attacking, maybe he kills that right away.
Maybe, yeah.
I think so. It also kind of opens up this whole world where like maybe that might be really too difficult to deal with.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's the first time we see it, so it's novel. But I mean, I look at that and I'm like, I would steal that. I would try that in my game.
Absolutely.
And I mean, no doubt, you know, when the developers seeing the Fellhog didn't immediately attack, they're going to fix that. Right, if that's going to be defaulting onto buildings.
Is it like is it random where the Fellhogs spawn around the?
I think it's
around
bottom left every time, but I'm not
I
sure. Here,
don't
laser,
know.
come
I
sit.
don't know.
All right,
A
guys.
laser will know.
There he is,
There
the
he
hero
is.
of Infernal.
All right, we've got a laser here. First question I've got for you. You had that Fellhog spawn next to the collection array. What is it called again? That building?
Collection array, yeah.
Okay, I thought I was making up a name for it. And the Fellhog didn't attack. What were you thinking? What were you feeling?
I mean, I was like, okay, next game I'm gonna put
Oh, I think is this thing on? Oh, sorry, you got to hold it closer to your mouth.
Yeah, I thought just next game I'm gonna put it on the top, not on the left.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's all I thought. I didn't think like, oh, it's a mistake or something. I was just like, yeah, next time I'm gonna do something else. Because
So you were a little bit worried coming into this. Maybe Celestial was too hard to deal with. You had some ideas of maybe how to beat them, how to approach the matchup. Do you feel more confident now going forward?
yeah, I'm a bit more definitely more confident. Yeah, and I also know how to play Jagged more.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a funny thing. Infernal players have a 100% win rate with Celestial versus Celestial on Jagged Maw.
Yeah, because it's like it's like the Protoss players in StarCraft, you know, the Celestials. So it's like all noobs play that race, so we just need to switch and.
You just switch it up, and there you go. We've seen it countless times.
Any more questions, guys?
You said that you had some stuff cooked up against Parting specifically. If you played, you said you played against him, you'd be able to beat him pretty good this time. Is there anything else that you've got cooked up that we didn't see yet?
Oh yeah, this was bad. This was my worst build order. So
Oh.
I didn't want to. I just didn't want to show much, you know.
Oh,
See, there you go.
Wow.
I kind of have a follow-up for that. You played like a Luminite-only defense to the Morph Core Rush. Do you think that's the best way to hold that? Like not going for gaunts, just going for towers and that kind of approach?
Well, yeah,
I mean, you got Therium eventually,
I
but-
mean, you have to defend it with towers because otherwise they build a building in your base and overcharge, so all your units die. And
So-
the only thing that it doesn't shoot towers. You know, so
Yeah.
you need. There's no other way, right? Like
Right,
you
so
need-
gaunts just don't work.
It's like trial and error type of thing.
Yeah.
It's like you just know everything else cannot work, so it must be this.
Do you have anything you want to say to the people watching at home before we let you go?
No, thank you for watching and cheering for me. And yeah, I'm gonna try to show good games and play Infernal as much as I can.
Well, we're rooting for you, man. We want to have some Infernals get deep in this tournament. So best luck to you. Guys, we're going to go to a short break. Before we go, check. Oh, yeah. All right. So I'm sorry, guys. We're not going to break. Miggy, come on over here, man.
Oh, yeah.
I think this couch has got room. Here, come over here. Miggy,
Squeeze in.
thank you so much for being part of our tournament. How do you feel after that series? What are your thoughts? I think you got to hold this mic up.
Yeah, I think it's a great journey. I met a lot of friends here. Yeah, I think the game is great. Yeah,
That's
definitely had fun play.
excellent. When you were playing in our event, you seemed to really focus on like macroing. You didn't rush a whole lot.
Yeah,
What was your practice like coming into this?
because I want to show the viewers how the games look like in the late game. So I really played a lot of micro. And I think the micro game is really my style. Yeah.
Excellent. You guys have any?
Yeah. Actually, so you're from China, right?
Yeah.
And China has a very rich history of RTS players, whether
Yeah.
it's StarCraft 1, of course, Warcraft 3, StarCraft 2
yeah.
has a lot of great players. What's the overall feeling in China about StormGate? Are people excited to give it a try?
Yeah. I think the people really likes the campaign and co-op.
Yeah.
They really want a new RTS game. They really want new campaigns. Yeah.
Cool.
They really like it, I think.
Cool,
Yeah.
cool.
Do you have anything you want to say to our viewers at home in English as well as Chinese?
I can use Chinese.
Yes, yes,
sure. 非常感谢，然后现在在看直播的，然后在中国的观众嘛，然后这次然后也碰到了很多很优秀的选手，然后也是一次非常很好的一个经历吧，然后非常感谢。然后I will say something in English. I think it's a great game. I'm really looking forward to the official wording. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for being part of our event. Guys, we're going to go to a break. I'm going to plug my merch here. Go to TastelessReds.com. We're going to go on to our second losers match in just a little bit. Oh, we got it on camera. We'll see you soon, guys. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everybody. We're going to be changing it up a little bit here. We're going to go into a co-op replay. We played just, I guess, when we wrapped up the show last night.
Yep.
StormGate is not just competitive 1v1 multiplayer. One of the big obstacles with RTS games in general is that they're hard to learn. You know, it's kind of like you got to memorize the periodic table of elements or something, and then figure out how everything interacts with each other. And then you're doing it against somebody in real time. And, you know, games can be long, and the build-up is a lot, and that can be stressful. It can generate anxiety. And so in StormGate, they have modes that are not just like hardcore 1v1.
Yep. I mean, the co-op is one of the ones that we're going to be about showing you guys, but then also campaign, they have those as well.
Yeah.
But the co-op for StormGate's pretty interesting the way that it works. It's the 3-person co-op versus the computer AIs, where there's a setup scenario basically on different maps where then 3 of you and 2 other allies are playing to complete the scenario, essentially, to play against, you know, the AI and not playing against other humans. You're working together to do it.
Yeah, this is kind of the, if you have a bunch of friends that you want to jump into Stormgate and kind of enjoy it together, this is the mode that you're going to link up and kind of have a lot of fun with your friends playing. And you got to work together. You need good teamwork, comms. They have a good ping system in the game. I was not the best teammate yesterday, but we're all learning here, so it's cool. But it is great that there's a bunch of different ways you can enjoy the game.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. And if you're somebody who like is watching this and you're like, this looks pretty cool, I would love to try this out. I think the best way to get into it is to play with friends, to learn together, and kind of figure out, okay, how does each unit operate? How does this feel? When you expand, okay, I got this many more resources coming in, and kind of get the I don't know, just an overall feel for the game. So I think it's very helpful.
Yeah, it's also cool because the co-op commander that you have also has different units from multiplayer.
Right.
So you have some like nice little variety in terms of what the units are, and they have some slightly different abilities. They have some different, some of the top bar abilities are also different compared to the actual factions that you use in multiplayer. So it's cool that you get a little bit of variety to try out some new units that you wouldn't normally play with.
So we're ready to start the replay, guys. You can load it up. We're going to take a look at the game that we played yesterday. It's funny, you know, MOBAs, as an example, are actually so much bigger in general, and as far as popularity goes, than RTS games. But MOBAs actually came from RTS games.
Yeah.
It was actually in
Yeah.
Warcraft 3.
Warcraft
Dota
3, yeah.
was a mod. That game became bigger.
RTS is just the end-all, the creative god.
Well, you know, when you think about it,
esports.
it's like you've got this kind of sandbox environment, right? And you just have a bunch of pieces on the board, and, you know, the RTS, as we know, we think of like StarCraft or Warcraft 3 or StormGate now, but yeah, I mean, MOBAs and having a hero, nice.
That was sick, dude. Look at him go.
Watching
It
Sturgeon
works.
figure the abilities out here.
Oh, he literally didn't even have Bob's. That because you're doing the tutorial.
I got to explain.
Yeah,
I was doing the tutorial at this moment, so it might look like I'm a bit, you know, a bit wild out there, but I was following the tutorial, and you kind of go through your hero's abilities. It teaches you how to make workers, how to rally them to the mine, and how to start producing stuff. So I was currently doing the tutorial while these guys are playing the real game. And back to MOBAs, I think it's a really good way for MOBA players to kind of get into Stormgate is to try this mode where you do have heroes who have a bunch of abilities, kind of like a MOBA champion or hero,
Yeah.
right? And it's kind of like a way for you to segment into Stormgate with something that you're familiar with.
Yeah, you know, I think when it came to MOBAs, this is the ultimate objective, by the way. We're all going to have to eventually push in here. But yeah, I think with MOBAs, it got people comfortable with just controlling one unit. And I remember being in like 7th grade and somebody showed me how to kite. And I was like, wait a minute.
You done that in 7th grade?
Yeah, I was in 7th grade when StarCraft came out. Yeah, but
Yeah, that's crazy.
I remember just watching somebody.
I didn't say it.
That was back before they had color TVs. But, yeah, but I remember somebody showing me this, and I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. You don't have to be hit. You can just run away with a Dragoon from a Zealot. But then when MOBAs came out, I think that's when everybody got to appreciate that kind of interfacing, right? Where you've got a unit on the board, and it's got abilities, and you can control it, and you can actually get way more damage than if you were to just kind of set it and forget it, right?
Yeah.
And so I think this mode is very friendly for people that want to get used to the interface. Because once you get comfortable with the interface of controlling a unit and then using keyboard commands to kind of delegate tasks like produce this or upgrade this, the game gets to be really enjoyable.
Yeah. And you can see here I finished the tutorial, so I am beginning to make things.
It's kind of good that you accidentally did that, so that way we actually knew that's how that worked as well. So now, you know, if you're like 100% new to RTS and whatnot, you want to play the co-op, there you go. You can do the tutorial at the beginning of the co-op as well.
Not everyone is a hardcore player like you, Gemini.
Yeah, I know,
just
man.
close the tutorial without reading.
Not everybody knew how to kite before the game was out, Gemini.
I actually know that I was actually so bad because the first like RTSs that I played was Brood War and like Warcraft 2 or whatever.
Yeah.
And I was like 7 or 8 years old when that was like I was like playing that like as my brother had it or whatever, and I couldn't even beat the first campaign missions, bro. Like I was so bad. I remember my brother like taught me like how to control group something, and I was like, oh my god.
Yeah.
What you just did is insane. Like
well, I don't even think they ever said that in the game. Like you can bind things to control groups. I'm like, wait, what? There's like, is this a cheat code? Are you allowed to use this?
It's kind of funny too, because like my brother taught me like how to play or whatever, but then I kind of accidentally taught him some stuff later. Whereas like, because like when I would play Brood War, I would like spam click things to like move it, like to get things to move. And I was like, you know, this I don't know, this doesn't really. But my brother would be like, no, this doesn't feel. Well, why are you spam clicking? It doesn't, you know, it doesn't make them move faster. And I was like, I don't know, it just feels better.
Yeah.
And then years later, when I'm like, you know, playing StarCraft 2, I hear your brother Day9 say that actually spam clicking does make them move better and more efficient. And I was like, I knew it. I told you.
Yeah. One of the things about this map, because it's kind of MOBA-esque, right? You've got these different, I guess, 5 different locations on the map you got to clear out. But instead of just having nothing but neutral creeps or minions that they're pushing you with, you've got these expansions so you can kind of push out and then dominate that part of the map.
Right, so what you see in front of you here is there's multiple lanes, as Tasteless said, and units will actually spawn and move down these lanes, and you see these skulls on the mini-map there, and they will go to your base and attack you. And you have multiple lanes that you need to cover, so as a team you have to kind of delegate, like, okay, I'm going to cover this lane, or this particular group of units coming at us is strong, we need to defend this together. And you have the main objective, which is to kill the big bad base up here. But you also have secondary objectives, one of which is to take an expansion. So that's what we saw all of us doing here. Mine's a little bit later because I did the tutorial. But yeah, these guys already took their expansions, which is one of the secondary objectives, I believe. And then we're going to kind of work together to fend off the creeps and mobs that are coming at us down these attack paths. And then eventually we'll work towards the bigger objective.
Yeah. And we should state that there are various difficulty settings for this, right?
Yes.
So,
and also different maps with different scenarios.
Yes,
as well.
yes. So, I mean, it depends on what you know, your ability levels, but you can start out and kind of dip your feet in the water, so to speak. Or if you're hardcore, you can really go for it. And you know, I was streaming a lot of StarCraft 1 multiplayer on this channel, but last couple of months I did this deep dive into the Warcraft 2 campaign and the Warcraft 3 campaign I just wrapped up before this this beta dropped. And I gotta say, man, it is kind of nice playing like hardcore, not multiplayer stuff. The challenges, the stories that can be told in it. And it's really cool that they have this co-op mode in the game because this is like kind of a mix of both, right? You can get to these really challenging difficulties, trying to overcome all these obstacles and beat, you know, these bosses or these different maps or use different heroes or champions. Yeah, and it's a lot of fun, even coming from a background where, like, you know, I was basically going to tournaments and laddering most of my life.
Definitely, and you can see here on the mini-map these white arrows. This tells you where the enemy mobs are moving. So you can actually see the path that they're going to take, and then you can see we all move down here together to intercept it and defend it. And then once we clean this up, we can take some of the camps here, get some resources and stuff. We have 3 heroes. I think you guys were using the same hero, right? Or Alana?
Yeah. We were going to have one of each faction, and then we messed up and the same one by accident. So yeah, we were initially going to have an Infernal as well. But
yeah, but the point is there's a bunch of different heroes as well, right?
Yeah.
I think there's currently, how many in the game?
5 or 6.
5 or 6. There's a bunch to try out. They all have different abilities, and they can like synergize in different ways with each other. So it's cool to just try out some different stuff here.
So you can see here we're pushing into the bottom right, and this basically shuts down a lane they can push through.
Yeah.
But one of the things that's nice is, like, there are parts of this that clearly mirror what you would have in 1v1 multiplayer, right? Like, this is the base infrastructure of a Vanguard here.
Yeah.
And so by wiping this out, you're destroying all the buildings that would be pushing into your lane. And I don't know, it's kind of nice how they tie everything together, right? So this is a different game mode, but it's not a different game entirely.
I like. We didn't play on the hardest setting as well this game. So like the couple attack wave here, you can see it's just like a Lancer and EXO, which is kind of funny.
Hey, that's about how big my army is.
Yeah, no, dude. I remember Taste was like, guys, someone's attacking our base right now. I was like, yeah, dude, don't worry, it's fine. I got it. It's 2 units, you're fine.
Yeah, we didn't know what difficulty level to start on. We probably could have made this harder for ourselves here.
Yeah.
But I don't know, it's nice you can kind of graduate up and continue to challenge yourself and get comfortable with the game.
Yeah, for sure. I was also at one point accidentally stealing all of the expansions in the middle here because we were not communicating this properly.
Show chat because what we actually had was Gemini stealing my bases, dude.
Yeah, no, I stole.
That's right.
I stole your base because like I thought you said you were expanding somewhere else. So I was like, okay, I'll just.
That was supposed to be my base actually. I got up there and I'm like, he's gonna double expand this tryhard. Like we can't share the map.
Because I had all the morph cores and I'm. You'll actually see as well. I have just like a random morph core in the left side of the map underneath the left base or whatever, and also in a collection array because I thought there was a base over here. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna go over here. And then I didn't find one. I was like, okay, I'm just gonna leave this for later.
This was me testing if I can steal your minerals.
You can, right?
Oh, really?
And I can.
Oh, you can?
Yeah.
Oh my God, you're right. You little scumbag.
I got you back.
I didn't even.
But it's like he has to
notice.
wait. I guess there's a part where the prism's mining. And
yeah,
on top of that,
that's interesting.
Together, mining together.
Oh my God, those are my Illuminati, little spirits. Can't believe you.
All right, yeah, we push up into the next phase here. There's a heli carrier and not much else after we dealt with everything. We're gonna take out this base, this big. Oh, you got
that's
the
me.
scythes?
That's me. Yeah, I got a bunch of scythes to kill this off. This is where our Josh, our producer, was yelling at me, saying like, "Oh God, those things don't kill anything. What are you doing, you little?" I was like, "Oh, watch. Let me actually target it here," and then it actually dies pretty quickly. So, yeah, if you can get enough units out, I think the attack waves are, you can deal with them pretty decently as well. I mean, again, we're playing on one of the lower difficulties, so you can make it really challenging if you want to. There's like things as well called mutator settings, which like totally change how the game works, and like you have to totally just like. It warps how your brain thinks about the game and stuff like that. So it basically makes the AI cheat in some ways as well. So it makes it really difficult if you want to go super hard.
We should remind everybody, this is early access right now. This is going to be available to everybody on August 13th. So just around the corner. Again, a lot of different modes. You've got campaign, you've got co-op, you've got 2v2, you've got hardcore 1v1 as well, obviously.
Yep.
I'm just kind of looking like, where is my army?
You got 92 supply, man. You're slacking.
Where is it?
You're on the bottom. Your heroes.
I want to point out, I didn't mine any Therium in this game. If you look at the income
you're doing a parting cosplay.
Yeah, no, I casted enough this tournament. I know that you don't need that resource. Actually,
overrated.
Yeah, you are just massing.
No, I literally didn't mine any Therium. Yeah.
Nice, dude. And we got all the the air units. We're massing sites and what's the Vanguard air unit?
Hornets, right?
Yeah,
Hornets.
Yeah. I did eventually make heli carriers, but I had to get to tier 3 for those.
I was also trying to get the Archangels as well, and then I was trying to get them out. They take a long time to build, man.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of crazy. I didn't realize. You also see I made the wrong building. Those two on the bottom. Those are the upgrade buildings for the Archangels. I made 2 of those first.
You can get every
double
upgrade
upgrades.
now.
Yeah, no, but there's only one upgrade for the Archangels as well, so it wasn't even useful to have 2 of them anyways. So then I had to make those again. So yeah, I didn't quite realize. I haven't played enough of the late game of Celestials yet. I forgot which buildings or what.
And you can see us pushing here in the top now. We've put out most of the bases. I'm spinning to winning with blockade at the front there. What does your hero do actually?
It's got like a couple of they're kind of similar heroes because yours is like a paladin, like healer kind of guy, right?
Yeah.
But then mine is also kind of similar, where one of the abilities I think like steals health and then distributes it around to your allies, I think. And then the other one is like a small AoE that silences and confuses the enemy that you target.
Oh.
And
so yours is kind of a caster, mage,
Yeah,
type long
yeah,
range
yeah.
thing.
And
My
I'll be
guy's
honest-
a tank
Yeah.
jumping in there. So you have these kind of different roles, right?
Yes, yeah.
That each hero can play.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So some of the other ones are more attack focused. Like I know Amara, I think is the one with like the double pistols or whatever. She's like a more aggressive one. So there you go, Steve. You're just running in there, circling and going all crazy, man. Jeez.
Dude, that's the creep that we saw in that game yesterday.
Yeah, that's
dude.
the creep
Yeah,
slayer. The butt dropping on creeps. Koopa stomping on all those creeps in that other game. So this is basically where we close it out. I guess, you know, in retrospect, we could have done a higher difficulty setting here, but we push in, we crush through, and I kind of like this mode as sort of a different take on what is a bit of a MOBA-esque feel, but giving you a little bit more control, giving you access to the rewarding feeling of not just having, you know, one unit you're controlling or a couple, but a whole army.
Definitely. You see mine and Gemini's tier 3
Slam it.
units come in
Oh.
literally as we kill the main base.
I got the killing blow, man. I came in just
Yeah.
the right time.
They're going to go up again
Clutch.
and drop down, or not, or they're going to leave the game. GG!
I'm kind of sad that it didn't save the text chat when I was flaming.
I'm
Steve
not,
started
because
in
I
there.
got abused in this game. There's some toxic players out here. But no, it's all just banter. But yeah, it's fun to play together. Something you can just, if you want to play a few games with your mates, your friends, this is a good mode to have fun and try out some different heroes. Or if you're a hardcore PvE player, this also fits that role. Dude, I tried the brutal, I think it's the brutal difficulty in the last build. I got wrecked.
Really?
I literally got wrecked. The creeps are so difficult to deal with. You
It's
have to like
actually
have
pretty
a
hard.
plan. Yeah, no, it's like it's really hard.
Yeah.
So, but it goes from all the way from like cakewalk to that brutal difficulty setting, basically. So I think there's something for everyone if you enjoy PvE.
Yeah, I mean, especially because the lower levels also are pretty easy as well for people that, again, are just totally new to anything RTS. Like, I was playing with my brothers as well, who they did introduce me to StarCraft when I was a child, but they were not, like, you know, weren't hardcore RTS gamers or anything like that. So I was able to play with my brothers, and even some of the lower difficulties, they were, you know, still totally fine, felt like they were doing something and having a fun time, so.
So that mode's going to be out. Well, the whole game's you're going to have access to on August 13th. So we know that RTS games can be intimidating, stressful. You know, ladder anxiety is a thing. Trying to queue up 1v1 after you've tried to memorize the tech tree, you're trying to scout them, you're trying to harass them, you're trying to expand, you're trying to not mess up your build order and kind of juggle all that. It's like dribbling a bunch of basketballs.
Yep.
This is a mode where you can kind of ease into the game.
Yes.
And you can do it with your friends. Instead of it being a lonely journey where you got to practice against the computer, which you can in the game as well. You can also do the campaign and enjoy a story to learn the game. You can also learn it together and pick it up, and you can stick with that. You can go into hardcore 1v1. I mean, this is what's great about RTS games is there's so many different modes you can play.
Yes.
There's no one way to enjoy the game.
Yeah. It's definitely fun just to be able to pick your own adventure
Yeah.
for a lot of it.
Yeah, and eventually there will be that 3 versus 3 mode down the line as
Yes.
well, right?
Yeah,
More to come.
So a lot of exciting stuff in store, you know, in the future. This is what we have right now. This game is not completely out, but already has a ton of different ways to play, alone or with a friend. Even if you're a hardcore 1v1 guy, like sometimes it's nice to take a break from kind of looking into the abyss.
For your mental health, yeah.
that is the ladder. and
Instead of
just
screaming
Suck
into your
yourself
pillow.
out of the void.
seriously, and just, you know, take a break and play some fun games with friends or family or whatever.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, after the 15th ladder loss in a row, you sometimes maybe good to take a mental health break and beat up some AIs there.
100%. Guys, we're going to be cutting to a break. If you want to support us, you can buy our merch here, not just this shirt, but we got mugs, we got hoodies, we got a ton of designs. Go to TastelessThreads.com and check that out. We're going to be going to that break now, and when we come back, we'll be continuing on here with Nightmare versus Kiwian. We'll see you in a minute.
Taking the time to sit down and connect with me. We're making this recording as early access is dropping here, so crazy, exciting times. I know you've worked on several different modes inside the game, but right now your focus is on co-op mode. So can you give us a brief introduction about yourself and this mode that you've been unpacking.
Of course. Thank you for taking the time to do this. My name is Brett. I'm the assistant game director here at Frost Giant and leading the co-op spearhead for the co-op side of things on StormGate. We're excited to show it to you. Today's a big day, so a lot of nerves running around, but good, anxious nerves.
I bet. So, RTS games are sort of infamous for being very difficult to get into. And for a lot of the people, and this includes myself, growing up, playing RTS games, a lot of it was kind of this lonely journey of playing against strangers online and then having to go back and try to figure out, okay, what did I do wrong back there? How can I fix this? And so I think a co-op mode is really important because it tears down that isolation and allows people to kind of experience the game together, and not necessarily in just like a PvP thing, but in a PvP, PvE experience, which I think is essential. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Absolutely. So I grew up as well playing StarCraft, StarCraft 2, Warcraft, and then I got into MOBAs pretty heavily. So I went from that ladder anxiety solo experience into more of I need to play with the team and work together with that. And so I think using that experience that I've had from that journey to start, what does it that look like in an RTS, right? And so we built the 3VE mode, but it's just the beginning. I think we've got a handful of maps out there. We're excited for people to come together and actually work together and not have to worry about if I win or lose, it's against somebody else, and so I feel bad about who I am. It's more of a challenge of like, how do we as a team continue to grow as a team and be better and better? We've tried to make the cooperative mode layered in difficulty, so you can come in and just start pretty easily, right? You're probably not going to lose the game. You're going to figure out the mechanics. You're going to laugh at each other about doing silly build orders and stuff like that. But as you get better and better at the game, you can go up and up in difficulty to the point where we have annihilation difficulties now that'll be hitting in early access, which I think are probably going to be very, very difficult for a lot of people to work with. But that's kind of the excitement for us, is like, how far can we push the co-op mode for challenge for people that want that challenge too. So I think we're creating a really good experience for people to come in and just have fun, but also a really good experience for hardcore RTS players to come in that want to challenge. And once we get the leaderboards up, like to work with each other to try to play against other teams that are trying to do the same thing. So I think we're trying to bring in a mix of both.
Yeah, I think that's really important because in any mode, even in a 1v1 multiplayer mode, there can be kind of the casual fun, I'm going to mess around and mode. But then even in PvE, yeah, you can make it super hardcore, right? It's not just about onboarding new players or people that might have ladder anxiety. It's about people that want to be challenged, maybe with their friends as well. Did you encounter any kind of unique challenges or obstacles in trying to get this set up? I feel like a lot of RTS has been, we've had campaigns and we've had obviously competitive 1v1 multiplayer, but I think the co-op is still, I think, fairly new as a concept in a lot of RTS games.
Yeah, I think the biggest challenge that we're having is we need a lot of time to soak this mode. We need to see what actually is fun for players and how are they engaging with the content that we're giving out, and how can we make it better? Because I don't know a lot of games that are doing this, and I haven't played a lot of games that are doing the 3VE completely like this. So we're working on trying to figure out how do we continue pushing the mode's boundaries and making it more fun for players and not worried about just balance, which is, I come from working on Heroes of the Storm, the 5v5 MOBA, and so everything had to be balanced. But now I have a chance to work on a mode that I can just go crazy and let the players have insane powers and just have fun with it. And so the challenge is like, how do I take those handcuffs that I've had on in the past in my design experience and then just remove them and say, how do you make this fun for everyone else?
Sorry, give me his cats.
Like how he's doing that earlier too.
He's trying to push his way into the shot here. So you said that you were working on co-op, but you were in a lot of other different parts of the development of the game. Can you tell us a little bit about that and how you bounced around and what that experience is like?
Sure. So we're a small team, or a smaller team. And so regardless of my title as the assistant game director, I still had to put on my everyday pants and do creative work as well. So I was the main designer for the Infernals, the Infernal Host faction. So If you're playing them and like them, I'm your guy that you can celebrate. And if you play them and hate them, I had nothing to do with them. So, but yeah, so I was doing a lot of creative work on the hours that I was not in meetings, whether it was 1v1, whether it was co-op, working on mutators. There's a whole bunch of stuff that people haven't seen yet that is still in the works. And so I was kind of, I was Tim Campbell's right-hand man. Like, where do we need Brett right now, and where can he help the most? And so that's kind of where I was placed.
You don't have to give away too much here. I don't know, what's top secret and what you're able to talk about, but what are the future plans for co-op? Do you guys have other stuff in the works?
We have tons of stuff. I'm not sure how much I can say, but since we can post-edit this, I will I will go out there and just say that we have many other heroes that are currently being worked on. We have, we're hoping to do some procedural generated content for the max and the actual levels. So players will be able to use some of the mechanics that we're currently bringing to them, but have a new experience every time they get into a game without us having to go in and make a whole new map. So the map will kind of move itself around and do what we've seen it in ARPGs all the time. A lot of the maps and stuff are created automatically or through AI. So we're looking at how do we do that? How do we do that with this mode? Because it makes the game so much more replayable without us having to go in and design constantly, which takes a lot of firepower from us. And we can use that to do something else or make brand new content that we can actually use the procedural generation with.
Well, listen, as a diehard fan of RTS, I can tell you that in my own experience, it's the amount of different ways you can enjoy an RTS, which I think is going to make StormGate a success. I'm really happy that we have people like you that are working on these modes that maybe even for this tournament that we're going to be doing here, this isn't the default that people think of when they think of RTS. They might be thinking hardcore 1v1, but the only way that you're going to be able to get your friends to play these kind of games and get into it is to have modes that, you can enjoy the game in a different ways. So I really appreciate the work that you're putting in here for StormGate. I'm super excited to try the co-op. We do have some plans to debut some of that here for the show that we're doing in Seoul. So just thanks so much for taking the time to talk to me. I really appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you again. It's a big day. Go StormGate. Go Frost Chewy.
Hell yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to be going back into the tournament here for the TastelessTV StormGate Showdown. We just saw Elazer eliminate Migi. Now it's going to be Kiwian versus Nightmare.
The first Vanguard versus Vanguard series. It's pretty sick. Surgeon over here, being in the Vanguard players, very excited to finally cast his own faction.
Yeah, dude, I've been watching these buildings flying around, not knowing what's going on for the last day and a half, so yeah, this is going to be good for me. I'm really curious how the meta's changed in the Vanguard mirror. The big change that we want to talk about is the promote ability has been nerfed considerably. It changed from 15 energy to 5, and that was like what all the strategies were based around. You would like instantly go tier 2, promote Vulcans or promote Hedgehogs, and that was the matchup. But now that's much worse, so I'm kind of curious how the matchup's going to look after that change.
Yeah, I do think Kiwian is the clear favorite here. I mean, Kiwian has been, since like day one of Stormgate, he's been grinding. He seems to have a very deep understanding of how to react. I actually feel like he's almost better at this than maybe anybody, with the exception of partying. Like, if you do something weird in the game, Kiwian already has like a flow chart, like a decision tree chart that he's going to follow and counter it. So I think he's a great player to learn from.
I definitely agree. I like his style overall. The one thing is, I hear you guys getting excited about Vanguard versus Vanguard. I am too. Like, I wanted to come and sit and watch,
VVV,
but
yeah.
I do feel like there is a non-zero chance that someone goes Celestial here.
If Jagged Maul is one of the maps, then yeah, I think you're right.
Let's pull the brackets up on screen here just so everybody can see where we're at. We've only had one player eliminated. It was actually a pretty good series with Migi versus Elazer. It's too bad we didn't get more games out of it, but I think Elazer is looking really strong here. It's going to be Clem versus Elazer in the quarterfinals. Theory is awaiting the victor of Kiwian versus Nightmare. And then in the upper bracket finals, I got to say, Probe's been killing it. We really didn't know if Probe was going to be eliminated right away or not. Probe is like tearing through this tournament. He took down Clem 3-1. In some ways, I think Clem is the most, as far as modern era goes. You know, RTS has been around for about 30 years. If we talk about the last couple years, Clem has been the most dominant RTS player that we have here at the tournament. But Probe took him out 3-1.
Yeah, Probe's one of those guys who kind of excels in an early games meta, where it's all about like figuring out stuff quickly, right?
Yeah.
Like figuring out the best responses, theory crafting strategies, like generally. And he's really showed some awesome strategies that were different to the other Celestials in this bracket so far. And he's, yeah, like I say, taking out Clem is a huge result.
Yeah, it's crazy. So Clem's going to be taking Elazer on. But then we've got Probe partying here in the finals. And I think partying probably the favorite there, but maybe not.
Yeah, you might be. But Probe is playing like a completely different way. Like, he mined Therium against Clem, which I thought was outrageous. But he was able to win that as well. So, I don't know. He might have things that partying's not ready for, right? Like, these guys are all theory crafting all night. Like, we saw the difference in Elazer's play. And, you know, Probe has seen, he understands what's going on in the current meta right here today in Celestial versus Celestial. So, I think he's a smart guy, and he can maybe figure something out. Like, I'm not giving that overwhelmingly to partying.
Yeah, I mean, especially because it is Celestial versus Celestial, and Theory coming into Celestial as well in the previous round and actually making it look like partying was going to lose the series.
Yeah.
But then, you know, Probe is kind of also this player that is just like kind of thinking a lot about the game, like you're saying. So I feel like he could do a pretty good job of maybe upsetting partying there.
Yeah, this is a big part, I think, of why people love when a new RTS comes out, because as RTS like lifespans get longer, it goes more towards real time and away from strategy, because everything gets boiled down and you know what you're going to do, and it becomes about doing things quickly. Whereas early on in the game, and we've already seen it here, and this is why this tournament's exciting, it's almost completely strategy.
Yep.
It doesn't matter if you're good at micro or macro that much right now. It is more about, does your opponent have a strategy that you can beat, or do you have a counter strategy? And that's what I feel like when you see newbies talk about RTS games, it's like when they're looking, like if someone, how do I beat Mass Carrier? And it's like, well, I mean, you don't let them get there, which is a real-time answer, but what they want is a strategy answer, right? So, like, this is the perfect time right now for the new players where it's like, wow, this is all strategy here.
Yeah, I guess it's a lot more ideas. Like, if someone's going to come into a new RTS game, it's not – I mean, some of it's about grinding on ladder and, like, playing a lot of games, but a lot of it's just, like, breaking down the units and trying to get ideas and concepts that you can implement in a game here. And speaking of games, we're in this one now. It's going to be Nightmare here in the bottom left as Vanguard, and it says top on our overlay, but this is Kiwian here in the top right, and this is going to be our first Vanguard versus Vanguard matchup, right?
Yep.
So, yeah, you know, Vanguard was the first faction put in the game. I think it's very obvious it's a Terran-esque race, although it does function in ways different from Terran. Sturgeon, you're kind of the Vanguard expert here out of all of us. What is your take on the matchup, and what should we look for?
Well, like I said, this matchup used to be all about rushing to hedgehogs and promoting them, because promote only costs 5 energy. Now it costs 15, so I don't think that strategy is going to be as good. You know, and also the time to go to tier 2 has increased from 15 seconds to 60, which makes getting that promote ability, it's going to take a lot longer to do that. So I'm kind of looking at this as well. We see Nightmare here going for the fast expand, overcharging those bobs to make his natural base, and Top is going to respond in the same way. Given that we have fast expands here, I'm expecting them both to go into Exos after this, because Exos in this current build are pretty strong. Probably one of the best Vanguard units right now, especially with their if you ever get to that tier 3 upgrade where they can evade death once every 2 minutes, they can avoid a fatal shot every 2 minutes, they become incredibly strong. So I would expect both players to go into Exos here, but we'll see what they end up going for.
Is it ever any of the, because in some of the previous builds, it was a lot of mass dog versus dog openers.
So the problem with that now is the dog upgrade against light units is on tier 3.
Right, okay.
So the plus, I think it's plus 16 to light units. You have to get to tier 3 to get that upgrade now. So the mass dog meta is kind of dead.
I see.
Yeah,
okay,
that's a good thing. That mass dog meta was terrible. I hated that. It was like, I refused to do anything that's on meta early on because I'm like, no. And so I'm sitting here making, you know, one base, putting my lancers into fucking towers and like trying to, and the dogs are diving in, killing my bobs while getting hit by razor blades. What? No, thank you.
Dude,
good patch.
Dude, my favorite strategy of that era though was the dog hornet build.
Dude, oh my god,
oh my, it was
that.
so fun.
Oh.
Because puppies and planes. Yes, exactly. Puppies and planes was so fun, dude. The fact that you just go in with a bunch of dogs and then you go in with hornets, right? And then you're like baiting them into going hedgehogs for anti-air defense, and then you just swarm them with a bunch of upgraded dogs. It is the greatest feeling.
I have a great story about when that meta was starting to pop up, right? So first I had a very frustrating game where someone used the habitat shield on a tower, and I couldn't kill the tower, so I'm like, damn it. And then I lost to the, I'm like, oh my god, because then the shield was on a hornet.
Oh yeah.
And then I tried to do that, and my habitat wouldn't make the shield on the hornet. I was so angry.
Although, hang on a minute. I thought the dog meta was dead, but we actually see both players making dogs.
Uh-oh.
That upgrade is tier 3 now, right? The bonus to light damage? You still have the slow upgrade on tier 2, I thought. We're going to have to see here if they do end up going for that or not. I thought like Bio would be good against this, like kind of Exos or Lancers. Oh, so he's
if you can't catch it, right?
Beryllium Claws. Oh no, it's still on tier 2. Oh, okay, never mind. Dog meta's back.
Sturgeon, how dare you not know the exact point of these upgrades?
How embarrassing.
This game has been out for 3 days.
Oh, I thought they pushed that back. Or maybe I got the name of it wrong. But okay, so the upgrade is still on tier 2. So, yeah, dog meta is alive and kicking.
Oh, thank God.
Artosis is fuming right now.
Oh,
I hated that.
Oh, the dogs. Yeah, I mean, I don't know when we're going to see a pullback here from the dogs being made, but it's like 3 racks is over here at Nightmare's base.
Oh, so this is still a thing?
My God,
we have this in like certain matchups, like Terran versus Terran in StarCraft 1, where you both have to just keep making vultures. And it's like, well, you know.
Protoss versus Protoss, Phoenix.
Do you see,
yeah.
You see how many dogs they have right now?
It's a lot of dogs, man.
Dude,
it's kind of like a dog ant farm over here. They look through the buildings here.
Bob Barker is rolling in his grave right now.
Okay, one dog got pinned there at the tree, so that got taken out.
Yeah, and both of them actually promoting their dogs as well, which gives them the... I think it gives, what is it, 20% health, 10% damage or something now, as well as the vision. Yeah, but we see Nightmare clearing up these dogs, top rallying in more, but Nightmare's starting to take an advantage here in the numbers.
It's 8 workers now. I guess he just sent more, but it was 8 workers on that Luminite patch. What is it over here? So, what, he got maybe 4 total?
Dude, it's so funny just watching them run across the map. It's just like this train of dogs.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Literally.
Look at
it's
them
an
go.
arrow of dogs.
So many dogs.
Oh, my God.
What? It's a pack, right? Like a big group of dogs.
Yeah.
No, it's a murder of dogs.
A murder of dogs.
A gaggle of dogs.
It's a gaggle of dogs. We're on.
It's a business of dogs, guys.
Yeah, Nightmare just has more dogs.
Well, this is what we call the dog concave, which is stronger than the dog convex.
I love that reference. That's my favorite tastelessisms, the concave versus
That's going on my
convex.
soundboard right there. You ever guys ever replace me and I'm gone.
All right. Get your dogs ready. Dog City.
Okay, he takes out a building here. I don't know if he's going to get much more done than that, though.
Yeah, top force to use the overcharge on the bobs there, so he will be able to send these other dogs away. Like, kill the habitat. The habitat is light, so the dogs do extra damage to it. But I think now as top, like, I'm not sure what you do, because once you're down in dogs, like, it's tough to transition to anything else that can stop the dogs. You give up all map control.
But he has 4 barracks dogs, or 5 barracks dogs? He's on 5 barracks dogs?
That's a lot of dogs.
That's more than 4 barracks dogs, man.
5 racks dogs, dude. Wow.
Yeah, we see Nightmare going into Lancers here, which are obviously much better in the straight-up fight. The issue is when you get like backstabbed by a pack of dogs and your Lancers don't have the mobility to keep up, right? I'm also curious, what creeps are light nowadays? Because the dogs shred any creeps that are light, right? But if they're not light, then they take much longer to kill them.
I want to see how many dogs it takes to kill the Skull Squisher. It would just be the greatest massacre of all time. It's like 400 supply of dogs to take out that camp.
Well, he's going to be heading down now. Kiwian is moving out after clearing that creep camp out. I think he's got the edge here. I mean, supplies are even, but I think he has a little bit more when it comes to the dogs. So he's going to capture this watchtower as well.
Yeah, Nightmare does have that 3rd base now up and running. The issue is he's trying to transition out of dogs, and sometimes when you transition, you can get caught by the guy who just continues to make dogs, right? And if he can take a good fight, this could end up swinging in his favor.
That is wild to me. Okay, see, he's made that building that I like to make there against the dogs, the little razor blade shooter.
Yeah.
So you're not going to be able to do too much like that. Now, dogs, as far as I know, there's no upgrade for them to shoot up yet, right?
Correct.
Yeah, they can't.
We should make
can't
that.
just jump up and like attach to the Hornet on the
Dude,
sky.
imagine that. It's like the Leica upgrade. It's like that dog that went to outer space. They go up, but they do not come down, guys. So sorry about that.
Get the airbud upgrade or whatever.
The airbud upgrade.
There's no rule saying that dogs can't play in the NBA, Tasteless.
we checked the rule book. That nothing says that dogs can't do air damage. So.
Yeah.
All right, there's the razor blade shooter trying to do what it can using its disposable razor blades.
We were saying earlier, like, the Lancers beat the dogs, but the dogs have speed.
Right. And we see Top taking his 3rd base now as well. But it's going up much later than Nightmares did, which has been up and running for a good amount of time. He's even got that scrapyard there, which is where all the new Vanguard upgrades are, such as the top bar ability one, the improved Bob overcharge one as well. So I'm not sure if he'll go for any of those. We do see some Hornets out as well. Puppies and planes, dude.
The big PP build, man.
And yeah, as you guys said, puppies do not shoot up. So
I once had a dog that ate bees, but I don't know if that counts as air damage.
Dude, that's so funny. Top's going to go into Exos here because that's basically all he can make that shoots up right out of the barracks. He does have the Biolab already because he got the dog upgrade. So that's kind of the natural transition. But I think Nightmare's gaining control in this game one, I would say. He's got the map. He doesn't have the map control with dogs anymore, but he's going to be able to harass Top at all his different bases. And Top's going to have to set up a defense very precisely with like exo turrets and stuff. Because as the Hornet numbers grow, you will start to lose units.
I thought he was going to stay outside here with the dogs and then just try to hit the command post with the Exos, but he's going to back up.
I don't think the dogs are going to scale that well. Like, maybe he can surround a little bit. Maybe if he sees his opponent microing heavily here, he can make all the dogs do their vision thing at once and try to blind him. But other than that, there's not... It doesn't feel like they're going to be that useful moving forward. I feel like I'd want to try to trade them off.
Dude, so we were thinking, like, you were like, oh, the plus light damage is the third tier upgrade for the dogs. What I just remembered, it's a new upgrade which does let them pounce. They actually do jump at the units and attack them again. So I was wondering, like, if there's like...
What was that, like it just speeds them up? Or
I'm not sure. I haven't actually seen it in game yet either, but like I remember saying it reads that they pounce at these units or whatever. So I was thinking, like, can they get like the next upgrade to make them scale a little bit better? So I'm wondering if he's going to
that's the tier 3?
Yeah, it's the next upgrade.
Gosh, that's the reverse of my dog, man. Trying to teach her not to pounce is a tier 3 upgrade.
The Exos are going to come down here. Gets a defensive shield there on that. And now it's going to be actually Nightmare pursuing Kiwi in here. Now, the Exos are not fast. They get a speed buff if they shoot, so it's like you have to kite away. You can't just right-click out. But, yeah, it seems like Kiwian's just going to be able to back off here.
Right, and I don't think these Hornets got the damage that Nightmare was looking for. Like, we didn't see a big number of Bobs go down or anything, and I think Top's actually going into the stronger late-game composition with this big Exo ball.
Yeah, he's actually recovered really well.
Yeah, sick defense. His third was later, but he's caught right back up here in the supply. He's actually ahead in supply somehow. And Lancers and dogs, chasing dogs and Exos is going to be kind of tough, I think, in big numbers.
Nightmare is going to come up to this expansion. There's not that much to defend here. Oh, big
the
surround
Exos.
over here with the dogs on the Exos.
That is actually huge, but then the other dogs coming in from top will be able to save them for now, but then his natural is getting completely ransacked by all these Lancers here. Going to be forced to react to this as well, and then the dogs from Nightmare are going to go back over to that third base as well on the minimap here, but there is an Exo turret available here, but that's going to get taken out pretty quickly, which means that these Bobs are also now under threat, as the Lancers in the natural did get dealt with.
Oh, and he has no Bob overcharge available, so they can't get that armor bonus, and they will get absolutely shredded by these dogs, the extra damage here. Meanwhile, Nightmare's swinging. He's got a pack of dogs running around there somewhere.
Dude.
I think he has the next upgrade for them. I saw them. They get.
Yeah,
like
they looked like they were
whatever.
doing something new.
They
yeah, see that?
Oh, that's, I guess, is that their jump?
I think that it looks to me like it functions maybe similar to Zealot Charge.
Yeah. That's crazy. They go so fast.
Yeah, he's clearing out this expansion over here. These Bobs are going to be taking a lot of damage. Big repair over here. I mean, right now, you know, Nightmare, he's starting to bleed off a little bit here, supply-wise. It seems like Kiwian is going to stabilize.
Yeah, he did some damage here, but as long as Top stabilizes on 3 base, Exo Medtech is like a much superior comp eventually.
Yeah.
Especially if you ever get to like Nanoswarm and you Nanoswarm the dogs and stuff, it becomes really insane.
Oh yeah, because they're mechanical.
Yeah,
dogs.
They can be Nanoswarmed.
Oh my god,
they're robot dogs.
What I really want to see is that new Tier 3 unit come out and like use bombing runs against dogs. I'm like, well, that's overkill.
Did the RSPCA is going to phone up?
Peter's got to have a word with you guys.
Okay, he has to overcharge there to save, but he's attacking in 2 bases at once. You can't overcharge 2 bases at the same time. There is a cooldown on that, so he's only able to save 1 of these mineral lines, and going to take some damage over here at the 3rd. All the Bobs evacuated now. Nightmare's getting some good damage done with these dogs, to be fair.
Yeah, he's doing really good. We didn't see any harassment really happening with the Hornets transition, which I feel like he only honestly made like 1 or 2 of them. But now he's getting such more extra damage with the dogs. However, he's going to get caught in the middle here as his Exos don't have the rest of the units there to help them.
That army looks too good. I don't think he has anything to hold on against this army of Top. Like, this is... It's just so many Exos right now against so few.
Yeah, in a straight-up fight, the Nightmare's army basically has no chance, which is why he's been backstabbing so much, trying to get this worker damage. Top kiting like a machine here, gonna get so much DPS out of these Exos. Even the Nano Swarms coming down on the dogs like we talked about is just insane AoE DPS. And Nightmare's losing a lot of units here.
Yeah, I thought Nightmare was going to take that for a second when the dogs came down from the top, but there wasn't like enough mass for them to kind of stay there and force them down.
Yeah.
The push is going to come in here from Kiwian, and I think, does he just barely not have enough?
But the focus fire from Nightmare is actually so good, and Kiwian I don't think is actually doing any focus fire on these Exos, and that's going to be that. A GG.
Wow. He ends up taking it. That was a good back and forth game.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah, it was the focus fire there.
It's
the difference between. So if you don't know, if you're new to RTS, you would A-click behind the army or sometimes in front, depending on the setup. And then each unit will just default onto another unit. But if you're going to A-click onto a unit or right-click, then you can focus fire him down. And so that'll snowball the fight.
Yeah, that game was kind of insane, honestly. Like, Top definitely had the better late-game comp, but Nightmare just got so much done with those dogs. He kept attacking that third base. Even at the end there were no workers mining there. So Tom's composition was better, but he just couldn't get enough out, right?
It reminded me of some of his, like some StarCraft 2 type of micro. Like I saw the dogs move in and go on hold position, which we will be calling stay when dogs do it. And, you know, just there's like turrets in there to stop it, but he's killing off the bobs at that point.
What's the command?
I'm sorry, I can't just move on from
when they
that.
attack?
That's genius.
What's the attack command for them then?
I don't know. What do you use for a dog? It's like,
Sick.
Get him.
Sick him.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's sicking the dogs on. That actually sounds good.
Oh,
yeah.
it works.
All using stay position.
We're going to be going into map 2 in a second here. Nightmare.
Fetch.
If Nightmare beats Kiwian here, I would say that's a pretty
Fetch, that's when they clean up camps.
If Nightmare beats Kiwian here, that's a pretty big upset.
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah.
Kiwian,
I actually think Kiwian's one of the strongest players. Like, I really, I think his play is fantastic. I love
every
watching
game
him.
I see him, I learn something.
Yeah,
every
absolutely.
time.
I mean, he's also someone that is just generally really smart with what he comes up with. Like a couple patches ago as well, when it felt like there was no way as Vanguard to beat Infernals, and then he comes out with that super fast Lancer all in or whatever.
I remember that.
Speed Lancer all in. And he was like, he's like the only one doing it and doing it so well. So
yeah, that was actually a very cool build. I like that one a lot. But actually, just to mention, right, like he was the one taking a lot of damage at the very early game, and Nightmare got such a tempo advantage with the dogs and kept that tempo advantage going.
Well, he also the Nightmare though then like overextended I think into the natural after the first big dog attack, and then it ended up being kind of even, and then but then eventually Nightmare did kind of get it back a little bit. So.
Yeah, definitely. I think it was really interesting as well that they were expanding and then going into dogs in the first game. We used to see them just go straight into dogs on one base.
Yeah.
And then, like, you were lucky if you could get a natural up against mass dogs.
Yeah.
But the first game is different. They both expanded. Here we see, we're going to see hedgehogs coming out here for top. So this is what I was curious about. Like, how does the dog fare up now against the hedgehog? Because the hedgehog with promote used to be really good against the dogs.
Well, if we look at the animal kingdom, like literally the spines are meant to stop dogs from biting them. So,
but aren't hedgehogs like going extinct or something?
are they?
I don't
Endangered?
think so. Are they endangered?
Well,
yet?
Dude, they're like a
not
pet.
for Celestial or not.
Oh my god. We also saw Top. He refunded the barracks as well. It's one of the cute little things you can do as Vanguard in these early build optimizations to make it so it's super good. Is that you can get the barracks money back for free, and then you get a little bit of extra money to go fully on into the early hedgehog opener. So just makes you able to get everything just a wee bit faster. And this hedgehog is going to be out pretty early.
Yeah, definitely. Hopes you get all the money back.
Yeah.
Not like in StarCraft 2, you actually get 100% of the resources back. So you get that 150 minerals back, and you're able to get your expansion up just that bit quicker. You do have to remake the barracks at some point if you want to make additional structures.
And that's lost money too. So
Right. But like, I think it kind of works out. Like, some people are for it, some are against it. I don't know. We see the hedgehog poking in here, trying to get some damage on these dogs. Good defense so far, though, by Nightmare.
I think it's going to really start to ramp up once you get like 2 to 3 hedgehogs. The first one doesn't normally really do much, I feel like. It's like they're usually going to have enough to deal with it. But once you get a couple of them out, then it starts to snowball.
Yeah, the first one feels like a Reaper or something.
Yeah.
And then, it actually starts to deal some damage.
Yeah, the problem here, though, is that like you said, once they get into big numbers, the hedgehogs can kite for a very long time. And eventually you have to, like, split your dogs into 2 packs, right? One to either flank or to counterattack or something, because if you just try and fight straight up, the hedgehogs will kite the dogs forever. We do see Top throwing down that Natra now, much later than Nightmares, but, that's the trade-off when you go for these early hogs.
Yeah, and you can see, I mean, the dogs really can't compete with the hedgehogs.
Did you say early hogs?
He did.
Early hogs.
It's hogs versus dogs, boys.
Dogs and hogs. Early hogs. You got early hogs, you got late hogs.
I'm all hogged up, bro.
Yeah, the dogs really can't compete with the hedgehogs at all.
Sorry.
Gemini likes that one.
Yeah. That's
Way
a funny
too
one.
much.
Gemini
laughing at that is
so
funnier
funny.
than the actual joke.
It's because it rhymes.
Yeah.
So fun. I'm sorry. Oh, my God.
Okay, we finally see an Exo come out here. This Exo turret is going to be very difficult to break with just hedgehogs. But he looks like he thought about running past it here, but it's very risky to do. So we see Top now going into his own barracks. Like you said, you do have to remake that barracks if you salvaged it, because otherwise you can't make any more barracks or any more mech bays or anything, right? So he remakes that now, and then we'll see what he's going to follow up with here in the mid-game.
Yeah, the hedgehogs are getting up to a good number here. He's gonna have to be really careful about getting that burst down. Like if you lose this turret, this is gonna landslide quickly.
Does the hedgehog have enough range if you went above the command post at the
Yeah.
second base? Can you hit it, or is the Exo tower
Oh, probably not
gonna
the
reach it?
maybe not the CC, but the building above it definitely looks like it could be hit.
Look at that.
Yeah, the range of those turrets is actually pretty long.
Yeah.
It's hard to actually kind of poke against those things.
It's a little bit of harassment there. Not really finding too much luck with the dogs this game.
This is kind of interesting. Kiwi now is going back into barracks play, it seems like. He salvaged the refunded the mech bay, and he's made another barracks.
Okay.
Wow, interesting.
I haven't seen. Yeah, now he's making
right.
the bio lab and another barracks. So he's going to switch now back into bio.
So they're both going to probably go Exo from here, I would imagine.
Surely.
But it feels like I feel like he hasn't done enough with the hogs to to justify the cost. You know.
I actually really like if he'd have followed up with dogs, which do extra damage to the Exos. I feel like that would have been a very nice follow-up. It kind of that's an old build as well that used to be quite meta. Opening hedgehogs and then going into dogs later once they get Exos, because you have that bonus damage against them. But like you said, he salvaged it. He's going to go into Exos himself here, just, I guess, feeling that that's the stronger comp as the game goes on.
Yeah, still roaming about. Like they still have some use, but it really doesn't feel like they've actually done very much. It's like everything's been parried very well by Nightmare here.
Yeah. Already going up to that central command as well, so I'm kind of curious. I think Nightmare's plan looks pretty set. Like he's gonna make Exos for the next couple minutes here, as Top has the map control with the hedgehogs. But eventually, once he gets a big ball, he'll be either safe enough to either move out on the map or take a third base.
I think Kiwian is doing the dog thing, like you were saying.
Is he?
Had
is he going dogs?
He had
Is he
like
going
4
dogs?
in the natural, I'm pretty sure. If we can take a
Oh,
he's getting
right.
the dogs
Okay.
in. Yeah.
Sick.
That makes sense because they synergize really well with the hedgehog.
okay.
Because they're so
Yeah.
fast as
That's
well,
cool.
so you can
Well,
keep up with both of them.
Yeah.
It's
If
just
they
one
make
big ball that can go really fast.
Yeah.
Right.
Speed, man.
They're the exact same speed, or?
They look like they go pretty
Yeah.
pretty similarly in speed at least. Yeah, look at that. They're like all
Can we
sitting
call,
together.
you said this is older meta, right, Sturgeon? So can we
Yeah.
call it? Can we call this the Vanguard versus Vanguard OG strat?
Sure, yeah, why not?
Hogs
Yeah.
and dogs, OG. Come on, guys! Oh my God, Tasteless, if you're not going to laugh at my jokes, I don't need you here.
Yeah, this is definitely a build that's kind of been popular throughout a few phases of the beta. And
it's Rhaegar. Oh, sorry.
eventually, the bio player, the Exo player, does get medtechs out though, which again the Nanoswarm is good against both the hogs and the dogs, as they're both mechanical. So you look to get some damage done at some point here as Top, but usually when the Exo player takes their third base.
I just love that we have puppies and planes, and now we've got hogs and
dogs.
The fact that he's going for both of them as well now is great.
I was thinking about how bad of a life is it to be a creep, where you like get attacked and you can only go so far to then go try to defend yourself. No, I give up. They're retreating. It's fine. Oh, well, they did it again. All right, they're retreating this time.
Yeah, they're just trying to defend their little area.
They just want to keep their tower.
Yeah, man, they love their little tower.
I don't think the creeps did anything wrong in this game.
No, yeah. I agree. The creeps
they
are
existed.
Really,
yeah. It doesn't. I mean, I haven't played the single player yet, but I was going to say if this is Earth, like those are not Earth creatures. So yeah, they did something wrong. Do not come to my planet and think that I can't take that land from you.
I mean, this game is sized up to be kind of a crazy macro game. We got a lot more Exos and Lancers here. Still a decent amount of dogs here for Kiwian, who's staying back. Is there some kind of an endgame tech, Sturgeon, that you want to go for? Like, do you want to go to Tier 3? Because in some matchups, like, you actually want to lock into, like, a certain unit comp and write it out.
As which player here? Because Nightmare would love to for this game to, like, last a long time, whereas Top on and Hog Dog, like, has to kind of get something done or hit some kind of time in or get some economic damage, because eventually the med techs just outscale everything. And we do see him starting to add in these Exos now, because you can't stay on Hog Dog kind of forever. But I think he got a lot done with it. Like, he had map control for a very long time. He crept a lot. We see him controlling quite a few of these camps. But the big Exo med tech push here is going to hit pretty hard, I think.
So my question is, because obviously the Hog Dog does fall off a little bit later. Was Kiwian supposed to try and find some sort of timing to jump on the Exo before they can get into big mass net right now? Because it seemed like he didn't do that much with them. Like, he had some map control, but then he didn't, and then he just is going into Exos now.
Right, he did get the third base pretty quick though, right? And we see this big timing hidden here as Nightmare pushes in. So many Exos, and it's kind of an awkward fight here for Top, stuck behind his own buildings.
This setup is a nightmare.
Dude, that one nanostorm on the right side got so much damage.
Literally, the building he needs to protect is in the way. He can't get through here. He can't save his base till he loses his base, basically. So he's like, he's heading through the side here.
The nanoswarms on those dogs are just brutal.
But, I mean, there's still so many Exos here from Kiwian, and then the Hedgehog's also coming in with extra damage. Actually totally wipes the fight, and he's going to take a commanding lead in this, also having a third base still up.
Dude, I'm surprised. That looked like it was going to go the other way to me.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that command center didn't die. It had clutch repair on it at the end there.
Yeah, the repair was sick.
Yeah, it looked like there was no way to save that, but a really nice defense here by Top, and he used the Hog Dog to get that third base up nice and quick, so yeah, he's looking really good in this game right now.
Yeah, I mean, if this game ends with a Kiwian win, we got to go back to that moment, basically. He's up here on the high ground. This is going to be a little bit hard to attack down that double ramp. I don't know if you can comfortably get in there or not. I feel like it's a little bit too much of a bottleneck.
Yeah, into that Exo turret would be really tough, right? Especially if he makes a rampant with that the habitat, the shield upgrade. It'd be very difficult to attack into.
Yeah, I do like that Nightmare's going for that, because he knows that he's behind on the economy there, and he did kind of just lose that fight too. He needs to take some sort of risk. So this base is pretty far out and kind of in a weird spot, but it has the double Illuminite mine. So if he can take advantage of this could be a nice way for him to get back into the game.
Yeah, definitely. We see Top just moving around here. Going to take some more creep camps. They've all refreshed now. They're all back up. So you want to take those again. Get that vision buff. The vision buff is now global. So you get a little bit of extra vision on all your units, as well as just the circular vision at the camp itself. And I don't know. I think we're going to see the players take camps and macro up a bit more here as we kind of get into the mid-late game. We might see... Do we have the Tier 3 X upgrade coming online for anyone? Because that upgrade is huge, where you survive. You dodge one fatal shot every 2 minutes. That's actually insane. We see the tanks coming out now, paired with the evacs. Nice. That is an Exo shredder.
Yeah.
Dude, those are so fun to watch.
No, Mass Atlas is pretty insane against Exos.
Yeah. They did nerf it a little bit. It takes a little bit longer to fire now, the Atlas, but it's still pretty good, I think. The only real danger is if you get your evac nano-swarmed or something, right? Or if they have Hornets themselves to shoot out of the sky. But it's going to be really tough to deal with here for Nightmare, I think. Especially the base he took, the double Luminite mine, it's down in that valley. If you put some tanks on the top of that valley, like on the cliffs, it's going to be really tough to get up there and actually hit them.
Oh my god, dude, that would look so... Yeah, I mean, that's like all of Nightmare's economy as well in those two huge Luminite mines. If he can get those tank shots on that, would be so sick.
Yeah, and if he can set up over there, I don't think there's any way to deny it. Like, once you get that position, you're not going to be able to shut that down.
And it looks like that's what he's going to go for. Breaking down the trees here. Okay.
Oh, there it is.
Ooh.
Oh, come on, hit it in the middle.
Gives the juices.
Come on, please, get the good shot. No, there's nothing there. Come on, give me the satisfying moment.
Shot in here.
Oh, the dog flank.
Oh, the dog flank. Dude, that's a lot of dogs coming in on those flanks.
Yeah, I mean, let's see how this next Atlas shot does. Oh, he shoots it down. He takes it out. Another one in the back, though.
Is it the shield there as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, amazing engagement by Nightmare, making the best of what he had, but he's actually going to clear out all these Exos, which is really good, using that Bob overcharge. The tanks are still a big problem, though. Like, you can get a lot of value over time with them. But amazing hold here by Nightmare. I didn't think he'd be able to hold that, honestly.
I mean, did he hold it, though, is the question, because these tanks are so... Oh, nice snipe! On the evac, does get one with the tank inside, but there is still one more tank on the back end here, and he kind of had to suicide all his Exos to get onto it as well.
But he can't pick it up.
Yeah.
It's stuck there, so it's going to get picked off.
God, the dogs are so weak for a stab. Look how long it takes to kill it.
It just gave up.
That was painful to see.
I mean, there has to be some accuracy, right? Like, dogs cannot be...
They can't bite their way through a tank.
How many dogs would it take to eat one tank right now?
How many dogs would it take to get the center of an Atlas?
Yeah.
I mean, that was still a great hold, like, overall. Like, he did eventually hold it, like you're saying. The supplies evened up a little bit there, but it's still pretty favored for Kiwian right now, I would say, because he had to suicide a lot of Bobs. Look, there's, like, barely any left in there right here. He had to pull them to actually defend that initially as well, so still not great for Nightmare, but that was probably the best fight he could have hoped for.
Definitely, and he's actually going back into, like, mass dog here. Does it look like he's kind of given up on the Exo Wars, or is he making something else?
Who?
Is he just going to...
Sorry, who?
Nightmare, sorry.
Oh.
Nightmare's gone back into making dogs.
Yeah.
And he's actually going for the Pounce upgrade, the Tier 3 dog upgrade. So we're going to see this for the first time here.
That was last game, too. That was like that speed boost.
Oh, the speed boost. Oh, yeah.
It's not really a Pounce, I guess. It's more like it's like what Dan said, like it's an Artos or like a Zealot charge. Sorry.
An Artosis charge.
Seems that way. We'll call it dog legs, but it has to cost twice as much.
Wow, they're actually really fast with that.
Yeah.
We got Vulcans, too, now as well, coming out of Kiwian. I love the Vulcan, by the way. That was like one of the most satisfying units to use, I think.
Did I remember there was
going
like
through
2 months? All you did was make Vulcans.
Dude, they're so fun. Like, you just sit there, you just watch them shred, then you do that little jump jet thing forward, and you get even closer, and everything just melts. Oh, it's so satisfying.
Yeah, and they have that sick upgrade now, the Vulcans, where if you use the dash,
Yeah.
their gun is fully charged.
Yeah.
You know, you has to wind up before, but now it's fully charged after dash if you get that upgrade. I don't know if we have that online yet, but that's something that will be really good against the dogs here. Those Vulcans generally just shred dogs, honestly, if you can get a straight-up fight.
It's kind of interesting as well. I mean, Nightmare getting the extra dog upgrade, and after doing so, he's actually, yet again, trying to do this crazy harass everywhere, and he's doing a pretty decent job of it. I feel like he's still, like, kind of making this a game a little bit, but I feel like once the actual engagement happens, it's going to be so difficult to get a favorable fight against tanks or Atlases and Vulcans now.
Yeah, last time he had Exos to help out with this defense. This time he does not, right? So, like, well, not many anyway. So you're going to have to run up into a choke against 2 Vulcans with mass dogs. He has to get a flank. Or, like, there's just no way, right?
This very narrow area is where the Vulcans are going to thrive. I mean, the damage spread is going to be brutal. And I think that Nightmare only has one angle here. I don't see anything on the mini-map where he's going to wrap around.
I don't see a flank coming this time.
This position's going to melt.
He does get a nice nano swarm onto those Vulcans, which will take a lot of their health down over time eventually. But, I mean, he loses the base here, right?
Yeah.
We're actually going to snipe the Atlas and the other Vulcan here. So the Exos now coming in, doing a pretty decent job with the Medtechs healing them also. I feel like we could have maybe jumped up to... Oh, is that the shield that he's got?
Yeah,
oh, he does
he's got the shield
on
there.
Okay, never mind. Yeah, if that shield wasn't there, I think he actually could break up that a little bit.
Those shields are actually wild. Like how much those swing battles in this.
It is pretty crazy. And they used to be stronger, too. It used to be 100% damage. Now I think it's, what, 90?
Yeah. Yeah, it's really sick. Losing that base is tough, though, and he's got a Hornet harassing the new base that Nightmare's trying to make. So Nightmare's done a really good job kind of holding on this game, and he's like tech switched a few times, which has been really cool. Like from Exos into Dogs, now back into Exos. He's really kind of playing a confusing style here. But eventually, like Tank, Medtech, Vulcan, or Exo can deal with pretty much everything in the game, right?
Yeah, so far it does seem that way.
Yeah, in the mirror at least.
Yeah, I do feel like, though, I guess part of this depends on, like, positioning and map and all that, but obviously, like, as you start to grow in, like, for instance, if you get, like, too many Atlases, then suddenly the Exos kind of fall off, but, like, if the Exos fall off, Hornets become strong, and, you know, there's always that kind of, like, little rock, paper, scissors as far as numbers goes that has to be taken into consideration. One thing that doesn't go out of style, though, are these dogs running around me.
The dog packs, man, they're so good.
I love seeing it. This is how I'm going to get my 7-year-old daughter to play this game. Like, it's like Paw Patrol.
You tell the dog to stay, you tell it to fetch.
Yeah, it'll do whatever you want. It'll kill all the workers. I'm like, don't worry. They're robots. They don't have souls.
I guess we got another push coming here from Kiwi. Oh, my God, the Atlas was in that, right? Yeah, so takes that out. This may be the final attack here. I mean, if he can just kind of cut this position off, there's really not a whole lot that like Kiwian has to do from here, right?
I mean, there's not even a base here, right?
No, he's got so much more at this point. It feels like the Vulcans are actually doing a pretty good job being sprinkled in here as well.
Is Kiwian like missing half his army?
I'm so
like,
confused.
He's got so
he
much
has to have more
supply.
stuff somewhere.
It's
133 to 70 supply, so
Might be more workers in there too, but
yeah. Anyways, this is kind of a slow fight here, but eventually Kiwian should be able to just kind of push through now that he's getting his reinforcing Vulcans and then an evac in there as well. Unfortunately, nothing to really shuttle around, but he should be able to break this position, kill off this turret, and should be finding the end of the game here as he's finally able to amass enough of a force to break down here, doing some juggle micro with his Vulcan with like no HP. He's pretty sick. Styling on his opponent who's got 2 attacking units. So sick. Oh, we only lost it. All right, never mind.
Yeah. So sick, not good anymore. No. GG. That's going to tie it up, man. 1-1. Great game.
yeah, no, this one was very good. I like the difference, like trying to open up with those hedgehogs getting something done. Honestly, it didn't feel like they did all that much. It didn't feel like it quite paid off, but still very well played.
I think like what Sturgeon said earlier is it did allow him to get that faster third base, which did help him out a lot. And then the fact that he was kind of, I don't know if it was on purpose, but kind of like bait Nightmare into it to all-inning onto it to try and kill it, and then he gets the huge swinging fight, which is when Top really started to grasp the game and just kind of go along with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like we're watching the Vanguard mirror like meta kind of evolve in front of our eyes, right? Like we're seeing these dog tags, dogs into Exos, back into dogs, mixing in Hornets there. Is that worth it? I'm not really sure. We're seeing them do some damage.
The Hornets did not feel super impactful in these games.
I feel like you got to get Hornets like really early. Like they have their moment in the game, but they're not something you're trying to accumulate and build into.
Yeah, they feel like very early when you might abuse a lack of Exos, or like maybe very late when the economy's huge and the unit comps have switched a little bit, or you're wider on the map, so the flying ability helps.
I feel like in my experience, when I encounter Hornets, it's either like it's nothing, or I'm like, oh, I need to sort this out, and then it's not going to be an issue anymore.
I feel like the dogs even are doing a better job of harassing, though, than the Hornets are. Because like the Hornet damage to ground units isn't super good, I feel like. It's kind of like a Wraith and Brood War in that regard.
Yeah.
But not to the full that huge extent.
Wraith is still a little bit better, probably, but yeah.
But the dogs.
You think the Wraith is better than something?
Yeah, I can cloak. Yeah, you can kill other Wraiths.
Very true, very true.
Okay, so this time it looks like we have Nightmare going for the barracks first. Last time he expanded, right? We went CC first. And we have Top mining that gas right off the bat. So the builds are looking a little bit different here. We'll have to see what the players are going to go into. Top's saving up his Luminite, so he is going to be taking that CC first. I know he likes to get a little bit of Therium before, like putting 8 on Luminite and then putting the rest on Therium, which is kind of interesting, instead of going up to as many as he can on Luminite. I don't know the math on that, but
dude, if there's one thing I don't understand about this game yet is just how the economy like functions. It's like I feel like I'm so lost trying to deal with like how much Ethereum.
Oh,
I
I have
mining
some
and
kind of
everything.
adult learning disability with Ethereum. Like I never have the right amount. Sometimes I look down and I'm like 2,000.
Yeah. No, it is hard to balance Ethereum. It's a very different resource than anything. If you're like a lot of us are StarCraft players, and it's just not. It's not like any of our resources.
It's not investing in gas.
I'm so used to just being able to put 3 on the geyser, and that's all I have to do.
Yeah, I was actually shocked because I was doing like reasonably well on the ladder and whatnot, and like I'm doing my Ethereum. I'm like I have these ideas about how many to put on. Then I'm watching pros play at the very top when I was like casting that ECG tournament, and suddenly there's 12 of them on. I'm like, what? What? Like, what? You can do this? Is this okay?
No,
oh my God.
It never feels worth it.
Yeah.
This CC got delayed so much. He was up to 600 Luminite before he could put it down. And the Bobs have had to come off construction like a few times here. This is really good pressure for these dogs by Nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, he went back to that kind of one-base dog opener like that we used to do way back when, right? So, like, it's getting actually some pretty decent some damage done against the fast CP opener. I think it's a good play out of Nightmare because now he's got his done before Kiwian's even got his finished up.
Wait, does Top have a barracks yet?
I don't think so.
No,
there it
that's his
is.
first
So wait, he
like
went barracks
when he sent
first,
the extra,
and like it finished at a similar time to the CC first guy. That's how good the harass was. Wow.
That's crazy, isn't it?
Oh, okay, there we go.
Agreed.
So I think Nightmare's in a very good position this game.
Yeah.
He has the dog advantage already. His CC is at a similar time. If he go like this map's really good for dogs because if you bounce between the natural and the main and like make them use overcharge at one of the bases, it's really hard to defend the other one afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many avenues to go between the two bases as well on this map.
Yeah, definitely. Is he going for the dog upgrade? We don't have a biolab, right?
I don't think so.
This feels like a very good map to go ahead and do that on.
Yeah.
Like I saw the sentry post put up, but even though that has an attack animation, it doesn't do any damage.
Yeah, it doesn't.
That's been my findings.
It doesn't feel like it. I agree. No,
they did buff it a little bit this build, right?
Did they?
A little bit, yeah. I think it went up like 4 or 5 damage.
Oh, okay. That's actually good because it felt silly before.
It was a tickle.
It felt like an
right?
empty bunker.
Yeah.
I'm really curious what Nightmare's going to go into here because he has such a good early game. Okay, we do see the biolab going down as well as tier 2, so it looks like it's going to be dogs here, right?
Yep.
Or it could be Exos. It could be Exos.
I guess. But I feel like just because of the map, it's so good for the dog play. Like, I feel like he has to go for that some more, right? Like, I feel like that's a really good idea here.
Yeah, I mean, he already made the 3 dogs, so that does make kind of sense to lean into continuing the dog production.
And he just did so well with it in general in the other 2 games, too. I think.
Yeah.
I think when he has his giant gaggle of dogs going around, I think it's really good for him.
Be quiet, Tasteless. Tasteless, I'm sorry. I had your mic shut off. But, yeah, so, like,
I'm back.
If they both start massing up dogs, right, like, I wonder if there's a...
Artosis, I'm back.
All right. Sorry. Guys, you just ignore him so he thinks his mic is still off.
My mic was off. Hi, everybody, I'm back.
Muted.
So, if you're going mass dogs like both sides here, it feels like, what were you saying before, Tasteless? Like some of these other RTS games, like Vulture vs. Vulture, where you just keep going. Like
it's like this. It's like this arms race. You can't stop now.
Like go 5 or 6 barracks dogs, just like pure.
The only time you stop is when there's not enough surface area for them to effectively do damage.
Just dog
Luckily,
wars.
this map has trees. Thank God.
Yeah, I think you can support like 3 barracks production off 1 base, so maybe like of dogs. So maybe going up to 6 racks would be the max you can produce.
Well,
for
they
2
have
bases.
the double luminate mines, right?
Eventually, yeah.
So that would be 9 racks.
Well, yeah. Once you, they actually
K9
already have
racks. Anybody?
Oh, yeah, you don't even.
Hey
need
guys,
the
who let the
turf for a
dogs
while.
out? Am I doing it right?
Oh my gosh. Now, if we were to bet on who was going to win this, would that be morally wrong?
Okay, he actually has the upgrade now, coming in here and shredding some of these bobs. Top's dog number is not too shabby though, considering how bad the early game was. But he's got to be careful not to lose too many workers here. He's going to fall further behind. He does not have the upgrade yet.
So yeah, these dogs are going to pull back here for
The
Nightmare.
upgrade's just finishing now, so now he might actually be able to take a fight if he has a good defensive position. And he's going to do that. He's getting the surround.
Yeah, he gets the habitat, but
That's a weird decision to just all in on the habitat
Yeah.
there. I mean, he did do a couple of upgrades there to get some extra damage done, but I mean, getting totally surrounded like that just
top
feels
is
so
supply
weird.
blocked, right? So like
He's
maybe
not.
there's.
Oh yes, he is. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah, heavily.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
I hope
I read
he
it. I
is.
read it the opposite way. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that looks really bad, but then it's like, oh wait, he actually can't make dogs for a minute here. Vanguard can make habitats really quickly though with the power
Yeah,
build,
yeah.
and also upgrading the habitat into the solar panel one, which gives supply. So top, well, he's actually still supplied. Okay, finally goes up to 60 available supply. But Nightmare gonna be on the back foot for a minute, as he did lose a ton of dogs in that attack. Has to remake them.
Man, the dog harassment is just completely relentless.
Yeah, I guess there's not a lot you can do, especially for these workers that are going to be out at the Ethereum patches and stuff like that.
And it's so hard to take a third here because then you have to defend 3 locations with less dogs than your opponent.
I wonder at what point you can just like hard counter the dogs with something like Lancer plus Sentry Post, right?
I wonder if a lot of it comes down to SimCity.
He's got the speed buff
If
from
you
the
have the
top.
base, if you get the right building set up, then the game can't develop like this. But if you're kind of on a kind of I don't know, naked position, that you just get abused.
Well, that's the real answer to melee units, is buildings.
Yeah.
Critical mass and buildings. Those are the 2 things you got to look at.
Then the issue with going into Lancers here is the dog player just takes bases. And like, how do you move out across the map against mass dogs, right? Because you still have a ton of dogs yourself, and they'll die and you'll get backstabbed. Like, so once you have the dog lead, you can also get the eco lead through that.
I have a question. If the towers now give a moderate speed boost in general, do they stack? Are those dogs going even faster now that he has both speed camps?
They look really fast.
They look
I'm
like
not gonna lie.
they're chugging,
flying.
Jesus Christ! Jeez, those things are flying.
These are greyhounds now.
He doesn't even have the tier 3 upgrade yet. Imagine both speed camps with the tier 3 upgrade going too.
Oh my God.
Do the
Holy
speed camps
God.
actually stack?
That's what I mean. It looked like they started going even a little bit faster.
They're going to take off. It's like Back to the Future. They disappear.
We switch over to the bracket and we notice that actually now Nightmare won the previous round because his dogs got into the game. Like, we go back and watch ourselves casting a game we don't remember.
Yeah,
I take out a photo of us and we're disappearing. I'm like, what? Stormgate, Frostgiant, what have you done? You're not supposed to play with time. Jean-Claude Van Damme is looking for Tim Morton right now.
Matter can't touch the same matter. We know that. Oh my God, it is crazy they give 2 Luminite spots to you that quick.
Yeah,
but it makes for a completely different game.
It makes it cool with how many dogs there are, man.
Yeah, dude. At first, we were kind of laughing about how the dog meta's kind of stupid, but this is actually kind of the most.
Well,
fun
this is
I've
entertaining. If I was playing this, I'd be very angry right
Yeah,
now.
yeah,
but
God, he's going for bipeds. Hold on.
That is funny. You know, I would be, if I was a Lancer, I'd be like, I have armor and a scythe. Like, this, I will kill every dog
I
there.
kill countless dogs.
This is not an issue for me.
It's like those questions about, like, how would you be able to defeat, like, 50 babies attacking at the same time? It's like, yes, I could.
100%.
And
that
Lance still
Lancer
sitting around in
Defeat
the
as many
barracks.
babies as you want, yes. So he's going to back up. Yeah, I mean, where would you expand to next in this kind of mass dog game? Or would it be worth it to even hide a base?
Yeah.
I think hiding the base
Imagine
might be
if
a
you
good
just,
play.
like, sent something to the bottom right.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you're never going to find that, right? Not right now. Like, in a year or something when the pros get better, you're going to be able to split things off. But right now, your entire brain is trying to calculate dog arcs.
What a sentence.
Yeah.
Calculating
It's the
dog
first time
arcs.
it's ever been said.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the top mixing a few Lancers here. It just kind of guarantees that he'll win any straight up fights. And he did have that base kind of nice and quickly, so... But I don't know, Nightmare's just still making dogs, and Top's trying to transition to Exos and Lancers, right? Like, eventually. It's tough to do it, but there's going to be a window here that's very scary for Top as these dogs run around looking for any units out of position that you can pick off. And oh my God, is that the pounce?
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
wow. You see them just light up there and get all that extra speed. And Nightmare jumping on this army.
Oh, wait,
That's
stay.
crazy.
Go.
Stay.
Attack.
Fetch, kill.
Yes.
Sick 'em, boys.
Nightmare's the real alpha here.
Yeah, I think Nightmare's found a good timing while Top was trying to transition into, well, Hornets and Exos and stuff. But
the Hornet is helping to clean this up a little bit with those Lancers.
Yeah.
though.
Yeah, I mean, he can't
actually
kill
that
it.
looked really one-sided for Nightmare.
This is really weird. Does this remind you at all of like a TVT where like the Terran gets one Wraith and it's just
Yes.
like tanks and vultures, and you're like, oh, okay, this is going to take a long time to lose this, but I will lose this.
Well, the dogs are going to try to get into the... I like the defensive turret there as
Yeah.
well to be able to deny them from getting into the bob line there. But, I mean, with a couple of Lancers and the Hornets, it's getting really difficult to fully bust in here as Nightmare.
yeah, it's weird. Like, Nightmare's doing so much on the ground here, killing all these dogs and stuff, but he doesn't have a way to deal with that Hornet, so he will eventually get pushed back, right? And if Top can kind of stabilize on what might be better tech here, he could be in a good position. He's forced to go Exos because Top can keep making Hornets, right? Like, you're going to need some Exos to defend your workers at some point.
But then the dogs.
And around we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to see him get the speed buffs again. I want to see him the speed buffs with the tier 3 upgrade. I want to see how fast they go.
How much energy does the shield cost for Vanguard?
Well, that one's
That
from the
shield?
Rampart, right?
Yeah, one is the depot one, or
Oh,
the habitat
okay,
one,
okay.
and one is the unit one.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that Rampart one doesn't use the top bar energy, right? It's just
It
on
uses the
Yeah,
energy
yeah.
on the habitat.
Yeah.
But the top bar one, do we know how much energy that is?
It's not much.
It's cheap, right?
Yeah, it's not. You can usually just throw it out anytime you have the cooldown, I think. Yeah. I mean, this is going to get really awkward now for Nightmare. He's not able to actually deal with these Hornets very well until he gets these Exos out. So he's actually been able to, or Kiwi, that is able to kind of even this up a little bit, even when it looked like he was about to just kind of die to that huge dog push.
Yeah, his supply's pretty good. Getting another expansion up now here.
Yeah, these games are so interesting. They look like either player could die at any moment.
I tell you what,
There's so much swinging, too.
This is
on a
much
knife's
more
edge.
fun than the older dog meta. The
Yeah,
older dog
yeah,
meta
yeah,
was
yeah.
actually very annoying and like too aggressive and too much damage too quickly, but like this has actually had some cool back and forth.
Right. The old meta was like one base, right? This
Yeah,
is like,
yeah,
oh,
yeah,
you guys
yeah.
get to 4 bases and
Yeah.
you actually make a bunch of
There's
different
actual
units to counter each other.
counterattacks. Yeah,
Right.
yeah, damage on both sides, tactics being used.
This is kind of the other cool thing about how Stormgate doesn't have upgrades, like unit upgrades or
Yeah,
whatever.
you don't get like 1, 1, 2, 2, 3,
So like
3.
you don't get forced into having like one type of unit, whereas
Right.
like like for Terran, it's like you get forced into bio because you spend so much time on the upgrades. Same with mech.
Yeah,
so you can
yeah.
just kind of keep going back and
Yeah.
forth, and it's leading to this pretty interesting dynamic mid game and late
That's-
game for VVV.
Yeah, I think that's the best argument for the no like attack upgrades and stuff.
Yeah.
Although it would be cool +1 dog attack being called Dew Claws.
You're just throwing these out. It's endless. with
I have
you.
dogs, man. I have. I can talk about dogs all day. No problem. I have
Well,
daily experience of this.
I can dog all day.
Yeah.
And we might just be doing that as this game continues here. Like neither player either to break the other. Nightmare does have the slightly bigger army here with many more Exos as he pushes in, trying to whittle down these dog numbers of Top. Doing a pretty good job so far. And this is really awkward to get through this choke for Top again. Like, how do you walk through this choke?
I don't think you can really get through here, man. The angle
Yeah.
is so crappy, especially for the dogs. You can see he's going to keep him back. Well, not now. He's going to try to dive in.
He waited for the moment. Here
Yeah.
we go. You're going to pop that habitat maybe? No. Actually going after the turret for a second, but does back up.
Yeah, you got to be careful. You don't want to take too many shots from that Exo turret because they do a lot of damage.
He doesn't have to attack in there
Yeah,
either. He could just keep
no.
taking the base and like.
Oh
keep
my
the
God.
Oh my!
Reinforcements are here, boys.
A wave
Holy
of dogs. Oh my
crap.
God!
This
Just diving in.
guy's got a puppy mill at home.
The shelter was open, man.
Dude, oh my gosh.
Yeah, and this is like the problem when you start making dogs, right? Or when you don't have as many as your opponent. They can swing from base to base, and it's tough to defend like multiple locations at once against the bigger dog numbers. But
Oh, kill that, please! I want closure.
All right, the dogs are getting on top of all these exos, and now that the rest of the things from Kiwian have kind of just gotten shaved off here, he's got really no way to buffer for these exos.
Are you supposed to like try to rush up to Nanoswarm in this type of situation?
I think
like
so.
I wonder, because it feels like when the Nanoswarms go down, the pups like definitely are on a clock.
Yeah.
It definitely beats the dogs, but if they mass exos, then the medtechs don't do so well against them, right? Like dog medtech is going to lose to dog exo, I think. So like you need a certain amount of exos before you can transition into the medtechs, I feel like.
You just got to have the bobs around as well.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, did he have a base up here? Or are they trying to make a base? Either way, he's able to pick off those bobs and top pushing down here. He's heavily down in supply. He's looking to take out this base, or he's going to start to fall behind here. Promoting a few of these exos, zooming in. Nightmare's pretty out of position, so this base could go down here, but can Top get the army out is the question. Nightmare's army is huge, and it is coming.
Oh my god, dude, he's going to get a full surround here as well. Here come the dogs charging in.
Pounce.
Pouncing on these units and then running away and then going back again, making it very very anticlimactic, but that's okay. I mean, he's up almost 100 supply here. I mean, this is surely all that Kiwi actually got on the map.
This is very
This
cool.
kiting's insane.
Like, we're making a lot of jokes and stuff, but like this is cool. I actually really like the unit switches that we're watching. I like
so
the masses of dogs trying to like block movement and stuff, and like the kiting back. There's something about this that is just like these types of armies I find very fun moving around. You know what I mean? Like very fast, lots of damage output, but not absurd where everything dies in 1 second. I like this a lot.
These have been, I think, the most interesting like engages and just in general games that I've actually seen in StormGate yet.
Yeah, this has been a really interesting game.
It's so weird to go from buildings flying at each other to like to all these dogs running around the map.
Yeah.
It's definitely a change of pace here, but Nightmare is going to push in to the natural up top, overwhelming numbers now. He's killing everything. Top desperately trying to counterattack, but it's going to have to GG out.
Wow. All right, 2-1 here.
Great game, honestly.
Yeah.
Sick game.
All these games have been so cool.
These are very, very fun.
And they have totally different openers as well each time.
Yeah, I like the different ways that they're going into it, right? Like the fact that the One Barracks dogs got the expansion up around the same time as the command post first.
Yeah.
That was wild.
Like that's very cool. You look at something like that, it's like, oh, like I guess you're supposed to do that. But then if you're both doing that, oh wait, do we instantly go to the bottom and go back to the one base top meta then? Oh, that could be a problem.
Yeah.
But I think one base hog would be good against one base dog, right?
Well, you have to hedge your bets on that one.
Yeah.
Oh, we haven't seen that yet.
Yeah. We really haven't had much one basing, yeah.
I missed that one.
Hedge your bets. Hedge.
Whoa.
No, he said that. Don't
guys, words.
That was him.
Words.
I'm not taking that one. I saw him.
I don't know if we could replicate that last game because of the double Luminite base. Like
True.
right out
That
there.
did make it cool.
That kind of,
yeah.
It's like you get so much Luminite, you have to just like dump it into dogs.
You know what I find really funny is that the habitats die just so quickly to the dogs.
Yeah.
Because like my brain is like jumping through these things where I'm like, okay, how do you do this? Like maybe you need more walls and stuff like that. And then it's like, yeah, but then they kill that wall in 2 seconds because it's habitats.
Here's the thing: the dogs can tear down the walls too. Yeah. It's like when the Raptors learn to open doors. Now, if you cheese with dogs, do we call that corn dog? How do we do this?
Oh.
You know?
All right, it's Jagged Moor here. And Top taking his gas, as he always likes to do. It's kind of tough to tell what build he's going for, because he even takes that gas when he does a fast CC sometimes.
Yeah, what is the purpose of that? Why?
I think it's like a mining efficiency thing. Like, I think some people think after 8 workers it drops off.
Isn't it after 10? It's 10.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
10 and 2 is the thing.
Right.
But apparently, Probe said yesterday that's apparently just wrong.
Right. I don't think it's really figured out, honestly. Like, and also getting the gas now is nice because I don't know. Like, you need a little bit of gas later, right, to get that first upgrade or whatever.
Yeah.
So using the bobs, which would be inefficient miners, might be a way to do that. I don't know. I just put all my guys on Luminite to start. Like, I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, that just kind of makes sense. Like, why would you mine when you're trying to make the fastest CP possible?
Right. Okay, he does overcharge here. Going to take this fast CC. Goes down much quicker than Tops did last game.
So I guess the timing is very similar. The only difference, I mean, Kiwian's was slightly later because he, I think, pulled the bobs a little bit later.
I guess we got to see when they finish, right? Because this dog could slow this down if you get him to pull off.
Yeah, the overcharged bobs can kind of hit that, though, and send it away, but you can slow it down a little bit. I'm curious what the follow-ups are going to be here. Will we see them both go into dogs like we did in Game 1? They both did a fast CC into dogs, right? Or is someone going to mix it up? It is close air, right? Very close by air on this map. So I don't know if that leads into some different strategic kind of possibilities, or if it's just going to be mass dogs, you know? On this map, I will say it's pretty hard to attack both bases with the dogs, unlike the last map.
Yeah.
True.
It's a very different layout.
This map also does have a double Luminite mine as well, though, in the middle. It's kind of hard to get to that, but so I don't think it's going to really make a huge effect in the early dog stuff. But if it's later game, I mean, we've been seeing them switch back into the dogs in later game, too, so that could actually still come into play.
It's kind of high risk, high reward going for that double mine, right? Because it is very close to your opponent. But if you get it, like, you are rich.
But you can also just wall it off pretty easily, I feel like. Right? And there's no way for, unless someone's going Atlases, you can't actually break that middle area to get to that easier either. So you kind of can just wall off that like high ground area, I feel like, and still be able to take it fairly easily.
How much does that barrack slow you down? Well, we'll point it out later. It's next to Ethereum. That's less efficient, right? To have that there?
It looks like they can kind of just run by the side of it.
RTS
It looks like it's slowing them down a little bit.
Yeah,
there's a little turn there, so
that's-
I would say that's
not efficient, right?
Maybe a hex or two
RTS
off.
games are weird because like sometimes you want to have a building like by the thing you're mining from because it'll actually force the pathing to be straight. But I feel like that's
I think the
not good.
pathing of newer games is so good that you're seeing less and less of that.
yeah.
Okay, so it is going to be dogs from top. Getting that biolab now, and I guess he's going tier 2. Yep. You see that tier 2 coming online. And same, basically mirrored builds here coming out from both players. So it is going to be dogs to begin with. And we'll have to see what the transition is. I don't think you can like kill each other's workers as easily on this map. Because you only have basically one front to defend. But if you do have the dog advantage, then, you know, you can just win the game with that. You know, with the map control, taking more creeps, etc.
Well, it looks like this is going to be one of our rare long Jagged Maw games.
Yeah,
That it's not 2 minutes, but
Yeah, no one wanted to switch over to Celestials for a quick little morph core rush here.
yeah.
Look,
Yeah.
They're playing the game wrong. They don't get it.
Yeah.
So
You fly that arc ship over and suddenly dogs are in your base, man. You want to deal with that.
So one thing on this map that makes it unique besides the shape where you're both close by air is that there are these creeps you can kill that give you a siege weapon that you don't control.
Right.
Which is interesting. It's very Heroes of the Storm-esque, but you know, a lot of RTS games are basically won with a push from a siege weapon, right? Where you stay out of their range and they can't rely on their static defense to protect them, and so over time you can whittle them down and come in and kill.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to see that too much because the Skull Squisher would kill like 1,000 of these dogs.
I guess that's true. This unit comp can't get the objective that easily. But I'm just saying, if we get a long game, we should watch for that. It'd also be interesting if they gave you a creep that you did control. You know what I mean? It's interesting that you have a thing that automatically pushes, which makes for a certain type of strategy. But
yeah, imagine that. You just farm catapults all game.
Yeah.
You have all these little
you get a catapult,
ships.
you just set it back to defend your base.
Yeah. You just park them, hold position. There you go.
All right, the dogs are going to start to attack each other here over on top side of the map with Nightmare maybe not having the units that he thought, is going to be running back home to reinforce with the other ones here as well. I mean, the supplies are almost dead even here as well. So, I mean, both players are playing super close with each other, very similar. It's going to be up to the tech transitions now because obviously the dogs are not really able to find the damage that they would normally. So now what kind of stuff are they going to transition it into? Are we going to get Lancers? Are we going to get Exos? Is someone going to go straight up to Hornets? What's the play here? I'm curious.
Yeah, for a while it's kind of dog chicken, right? Like, are you going to keep making dogs? Am I going to keep making dogs? Because if you stop and I don't, like, it's going to be scary for you for a while. We do see a third base coming down from top now, so looking to get ahead economically before he looks for any different tech. So I think he can't do anything but make dogs for a minute here.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he might just get overrun, and then we're going to have to see what Nightmare's going for. As he is just still making dogs, and now, okay, going to take his own third base as well. So still pretty mirrored build here going into the kind of mid-game.
Yeah, and both sides are going to just keep expanding to the left due to the way this map is shaped.
Unless someone wants to risk taking those center bases.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That you know.
Dude, that would be so scary, though, against, like, Atlases or Hornets. But if you got it, it would be so good.
If you got it, you basically win. I mean,
oh, boy.
Dude. Dude, oh, he can't get in the turret!
Dude, the Lancer was right there, man.
Yeah.
Oh, he saw them coming. He just, too much bravado there.
Oh, he doesn't actually kill it. Okay, there, it does finally kill that one.
What did you just say? Bravado?
Bravado?
Yeah, bravado, man.
That's like with Josh's Vegas.
You got me, dog.
Oh, my God. All right.
Is this thing going to live?
No way.
No,
I think Nightmare is too much here. Oh, that Lancer not being able to get in the turret is so painful
brutal
for Top.
Yeah. He had that set up perfect for that, too.
If that Lancer gets in that turret,
brutal.
the game looks completely different.
Yeah, he would not have broken that for sure.
I mean, Nightmare was the one that, you know, kind of called the bluff, I guess, and then just went for the more dogs there when Top was trying to go for the transition a little bit earlier, the third CP a little bit earlier. And we just have so many dogs here from Nightmare. He's going to be able to run these down with the speed camp boost as well. Makes it so so good.
Yeah, Top
Look at that.
went for this mech bay here with the transition, and Nightmare hit a pretty perfect timing, to be honest. Before that third eco go online, and he's just ravaging everything here. Bobs, dogs, whatever's coming. Oh, there is a Vulcan.
Okay.
But wedged nicely in the middle.
Has he not done enough damage to Top that this doesn't matter?
Like, so many Bobs have gone down.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe he lives technically because of the Vulcan, but yeah, the Bob count is so low now.
Dude, if that Lancer got in the turret and he survives an extra minute to get a Vulcan out.
Oh my God, yeah.
Yeah.
Or 2 or 3.
Completely different looking game.
Yeah.
That's really unfortunate for Kiwi, man.
Oh my God, there's dogs up here too.
Oh, they're waiting. They're on stay.
Roll over.
Play dead. Or actually die, though.
Okay, everything going down here. Top's got basically a Vulcan and a Dream right now. GG is good.
It's a dog-eat-dog world, guys. Am I doing it right?
It truly is. Wow,
Am I one of the guys?
Dude, these jokes don't stop.
They don't stop, man.
I hope there's a
We got to get this out before the next Stormgate tournament.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we're just going to keep doing them then, aren't we?
How many dog jokes can we make?
I don't know.
Well, that was an interesting game. I mean, really a game that came down to, like, just having too much harass to deal with, right? You can't catch up. The Vulcan comes out. Obviously, the Vulcan will beat dogs, but it doesn't matter if you've already lost all your workers.
If he had been a little bit quicker and gotten his Lancer into the sentry post, because he lost a ton of Bobs there, he lost the Lancer, the sentry post, and he brought his dogs up because he tried to hold, right? If he brings his dogs up and there's a Lancer in there, those dogs turn around and he gets his Vulcan, and the whole game looks different. And maybe he has a big advantage because of such commitment into the dogs. So that's kind of a painful one. If I'm Top, I'm a little bit salty.
For sure. It's a bit unfortunate, but I mean, Nightmare winning is kind of interesting as well. I mean, he was also kind of one of these slight dark horses of the tournament, I feel like. To have him continue to go on to another round here is pretty cool.
He's improved a lot, right?
Yeah. I mean,
I think he's like
he only started
really
playing
good
like
now.
the last phase too much. I feel like he wasn't really playing in the earlier phases, I think.
Yeah, that was a really impressive set by him, and he didn't just show like one strat as well. I know there's a lot of dogs, but he showed like a ton of different strategies and stuff. So we are gonna call him over for an interview here. Hello, congratulations, Nightmare.
Thank you.
Yeah, how are you feeling? A little bit closer to your mouth.
Not bad.
Not bad.
Not bad?
Okay. We have any questions, guys?
Okay, so I mean, there was a lot of dogs. A lot of dogs there. Do you think that dogs are like the best strategy for Vanguard versus Vanguard?
Dogs are strong.
No.
Dogs are strong.
Dogs are strong.
They're definitely strong.
Any other? Who's his next opponent going to be? Can we get the bracket for a second? We'll put us on the spot here. Theory. Thank you. You're going to fight Theory next. Do you think you can beat Theory?
I don't know, but I hope I hope win.
You hope you win?
Yeah.
All right, well, we're wishing you the best of luck. Do you have anything you want to say to the people at home? Your fans? You can say it in Korean if you want to.
Korean?
Yeah.
일단 제가 종족을 잘못 골라가지고 좀 힘든데 좀 더 잘해서 올라가 보도록 하겠습니다.
All right, well, guys, we're going to go to a quick break. Thank you so much for doing the interview, Nightmare. Check out our merch, not just these shirts. Here, hold one of these Artosis. We got this shirt. We got mugs, hoodies. We got a bunch of designs on there.
Do you have this as a face mask, Tasteless?
Yes.
Because I would wear this for Halloween, but it would scare my children.
Just wear it when you're sleeping. Guys, we're going to go to a break. We'll be back continuing on here with the TastelessTV StormGate show match in just a little bit. Bye-bye.
as well as Probe. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a really fun series that you guys played just then. I feel like the Vanguard games have been maybe the best so far this tournament. Not just the Vanguard mirrors, but also Vanguard. I guess any matchup without Celestial so far has been such a blast.
I think Vanguard actually is just like very well designed.
It does
it's
feel
a more
that way.
complete package than the other races. It feels like a full race with like a lot of stuff going on and a lot of different options for defense, attack, all those things. So yeah, I've been enjoying Vanguard games a lot. And of course, Vanguard players, the tallest, handsomest, smartest players for sure.
No bias at all.
Oh.
Well, we're going to be going into Clem versus Elazer in a moment. Clem, of course, playing Celestials. Elazer, he's been mostly playing Infernals, but I wonder how much Celestials he's going to bring out over the course of this best-of-5 series, because I know that he... Was it Elazer that dipped into his bag of tricks and brought out Celestials earlier on in this tournament?
For Jagged Maw specifically.
For Jagged Maw.
Yeah, because that map is like, everyone thinks that's unwinnable, basically, against Celestials.
I mean, the area distance is so close.
Through our practice yesterday, we went to a PC bung after the tournament finished up. And yeah, we concluded Jagged Maw is pretty impossible, so I think he'll bring out Celestials there. But for the other maps, he has a really good plan against Celestials, and I think it's going to be a really tough series for Clem.
Yeah, I think this is actually going to be a great series. You have any thoughts on it, Kiwian?
I have no idea.
No idea.
What's going on? Yeah.
All right. Our expert commentary. We'll be getting started in this game in just a moment, guys. While we wait for that, why don't you make sure you follow Tasteless's channel. He needs your follows, your subscriptions. Check out his merch and all that. A lot of work has gone into this tournament. He's flown a lot of people out here, and
you know Australia's far away.
Australia's far away.
That's a long. You could fly somebody to the moon quicker than I get here.
I know that's a crazy thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
I worked with Maynard and Pig for many years. The horror stories are many. But yeah, here we go. And actually, Clem, holy crap.
Hold on a minute.
God. So Clem was a Vanguard. We need Clem bug.
Picked the wrong race.
Well,
I don't think so, but
sorry guys. I was getting excited there.
Yeah, I was also getting excited there for a moment.
I still think he'll be Vanguard though.
You believe
I don't think that's the bug.
You don't think that's the bug?
No,
it's a different bug?
No.
Okay. Well, he might choose Vanguard. He
He has played the most Vanguard.
Yes.
He was really good Vanguard player in all the other betas.
Yeah.
Just imagining Clem like spawning in, like, wait, none of my buildings are flying. Something's wrong with the game. We have to go for a restart here. I do hope he plays Vanguard. I feel like that would be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I love watching the Vanguard Infernal games, right? Like, how do you think about that matchup? Do you think it's balanced both ways?
That's much better than versus Celestial.
Yeah. Of course.
Yeah. So, well, we can play late game because we can hold every orange, but in against the Celestial, really hard to hold that.
Ah, gotcha. So yeah, we'll be getting into that as we fix the bugs. And any predictions, guys? If Clem, let's say that they play these races throughout, probably Jagged Maw will be Celestial, and then every other matchup will be the Infernal against Vanguard. What do you guys think? How does that go? Is Elazer going to be better? Is Clem going to be better?
Just based on the amount of time that they've had to practice, I think you would go with Elazer.
Okay.
But I think Exos are really powerful, and I know Elazer was struggling against them. And you think Clem's micro, going in and out, just focus firing down Hellborns, Magmadons. Clem can do that really well. So maybe 3-2 to Elazer.
Oh, okay.
Really, even if he plays Vanguard, you think it's going to be as close as 3-2?
I think Vanguard Inferno is a very interesting matchup, and we don't actually know who's stronger in it yet.
Yeah, I guess I just don't know how good Clem is going to be with Vanguard in the current build of the game, because you could tell when he was playing Celestials that he generally had a game plan, but there wasn't too much depth into it. It was more about him relying on RTS fundamentals. It was him focusing very heavily on the macro and unit movements, not so much building up in the tech tree. And so I'm worried about him going up against Elazer, who is one of the brainiest players that we have here at this tournament, because his builds are going to be better. His understanding of the game is going to be a little bit better. And yeah, Clem does have that mechanical edge. He's got really good micro, and Vanguard, especially with the Exos, they shine with micro. But I don't know if he's actually going to be able to get that much out of his economy or his build if he doesn't have too much economy behind it.
I think there's something to be said for Clem's approach. Like, I agree with your overall assessment, but it's so early in the game. The fact that Clem is keeping his approach super basic where it's like, I don't even know what the tier 3 is. I don't know the tech tree, right? But he's making really good units, and Exos are not that far up the tech tree, right? And that's going to be his, that's the Clem unit. He's known from StarCraft 2 for microing bio very well. Microing Marines and medevacs and things like that. So, yeah, maybe it'll help him in a way. I just want to throw out. What do you think there, Top?
Well, I think Clem is really good micro. He has a really good micro, so definitely he will use EXO really well. And Erasure is, when I play against him, he is really good in late games. So if Erasure hold Clem's EXO Rush, well, Erasure could win. Yeah.
All right.
I think.
Excellent. Well, we are getting into that game now. Looks like we have everything fixed. And, yeah, it looks like it is a Lancer opener here, made at that ramp, so he has a little bit of a choke he could block off. The Hexen actually staying at home here for a laser.
Yeah, Laser believes you can't move out on the map with the Hexen. Just in case dogs show up, he gets around, forces a recall. So he finds that there's no real point going out, keeps it home.
Well, I'm curious exactly what Clem's build is going to be with this one. I like the Lancer opening coming in, applying a little bit of pressure here on this early shrine from Laser. Hexen going to waddle down, see if he can get some damage done, at least delay the inevitable attack that's going to be coming in. That dog actually looking to get some body blocking in. Not quite able to connect, and now just kind of chilling here on the ramp for a moment. So I guess Clem was trying to micro these workers to actually plant down the command post.
Yeah, and still a little bit of harassment going down.
Oh.
I think it's kind of cool. Yeah, so he does turn that into a Fiend, and the Lancer will have to turn around now. But I do like just putting a bit of pressure on.
Do you reckon Clem knows what the skull actually does on the Hexen?
It's like, well, that's weird. How did you get a Fiend out of that?
Oh, look at this body blocking coming in from a Laser. He's trying to slow down this Lancer as much as he can so that the Gaunts and the Hexen can get some more damage done. Even pulling the creeps to try and aggro here, but with two Lancers, that Hexen's got to watch out.
Yeah, that second Lancer came up out of nowhere, and you know, the Laser just kind of caught off guard here. Some good micro on both sides, like really good micro. Clem pulling away, does not want to lose this and provide yet another Fiend, and yeah, the skull does wear off.
Oh, that Lancer barely escaping with 22 HP. I think this one should be able to get out safely. There's a lot of range units chasing it down, but luckily Lancer very quick on its feet, going to be able to retreat back to safety.
I really like this opening. I think Lancer pressure in general in previous phases has been really powerful.
Yeah.
And then it just like keeps your opponent honest. Make sure they're not too greedy.
Actually, Kiwi, and I want to ask you about that because I really enjoyed in an earlier beta when you made like that Lancer with the Lancer upgrade build against like the heavy Gaunt.
Yeah.
Is stuff like that still useful, you think?
Right now?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't work anymore. So.
Oh, look at this nice move coming in by Clem. He's able to catch a Laser going in for the health camp, and this is a really big win for the Vanguard player. A lot of damage being done here to these Gaunts. Now, does he actually have enough sustain with a fourth Lancer coming in to join the fight? Maybe he can, but it seems like a Laser's barely going to be able to get that health camp up. Clem did make it very hard for him, though. I thought for a moment he was going to be able to completely steal that camp.
Yeah, that was some very nice pressure going down over there. Another Conclave going to be going up.
Going to upgrade as well, coming along. And when that comes out on the field, it actually turns the tide, really.
I don't know how much more he's going to be able to do with these Lancers out here. Like, I appreciate that he's actually gotten some magic done just rallying one at a time, but it does feel like he's going to have to probably tech up a little bit from here.
He's still making Lancers for now. I wonder when that Bionic Connection Lab is going to come in.
Yeah, he's making it right now.
Okay.
So the amount of Lancers, like I guess it's just consistent production. But if you have this many Lancers, can't you just get the Lancer upgrade and pretend you're Kiwian from 6 months ago?
I mean, I think he just might. He has so much.
He played like 6 months ago. Me.
He was watching old VODs last night.
Yeah. It's like, oh, that looks pretty good, actually. You can really kill Gaunts with this.
It almost felt like watching Clem play yesterday when even like be in these losing situations, you would just stick in the game long enough to try and like figure out exactly what is actually happening.
Yeah.
That was, I mean, he's a busy guy. He's been playing a lot of different tournaments lately, also getting ready for the StarCraft 2 tournament coming around here. But You can see really Clem starting to develop over the course of even just this tournament, really absorbing a lot of the information from watching Parting play, watching a lot of the other Celestial players play, and now even adapting some Vanguard builds coming in here against a Laser.
Well, really, I mean, this lineup of players at this tournament is a bunch of, like, the smartest, most talented early game players, you know? Like, Kiwi and Parting, Theory have all been at the top of the ladder since the very beginning. Probe has been really high up there, you know? And then we got some other guys that have joined a little bit more recently to the top, like a Laser and Clem, who are so well known in StarCraft 2. So, yeah, we're really seeing huge evolutions during this tournament. And, I mean, you're going to see stuff used in this tournament on the ladder for the next days as the game evolves more.
Yeah, I was playing a little bit after the cast yesterday, and I played a couple of Celestial Mirrors. It looked like I was going up against Parting with worse micro.
Oh, man, yeah.
It's already hitting the ladder. It's been fun, though. I feel like the most exciting time in any RTS, and certainly for StarCraft 2 as well, being a StarCraft 2 player, I'm very nostalgic for. It's the very early stages. And actually, hold that thought. Clem really going to commit here. For a moment, I thought he might back off, but with these Lancers actually providing the front line for the first couple of Exos, he's able to get some good damage in on these retreating Gaunts.
Dude, they can tank a lot, the Lancers. It's kind of crazy just how much health and how much stability they have in these situations. Backs up, wants to take this health camp over.
He's able to decap it at the very least. Now a Laser of these Gaunts going to try and get an arc over on this angle. There's enough Exos here that I feel like the range trades aren't even that good here for a Laser. He's going to commit regardless, but is this an overextension?
To me, it looks like these Exos just deal so much damage. And without the speed upgrade, well, does he have a speed upgrade on the Gaunts? No, right?
It doesn't look like it yet.
Yeah, like the Exos just kite forever then.
Yeah.
All right, well,
now we have it,
forward.
I think, right?
I think it might have just finished up.
Okay. Why had he brought those 4 imps over there, by the way? Were those actually to help fight?
I think he does like going Flaming Imp. So I don't know if
was he trying to scare him out? Because he never turned it on. Like,
if
he turns it on, he they'll hit.
Yeah.
So, like, maybe it's just you're trying to fake him out.
He's researching Flaming Imp now, so it wasn't done.
I wonder if maybe he forgot that upgrade or thought he had it already researched.
Yeah, he might have thought it was already done, or, could have forgotten it. It is actually very good. Like, if you can actually get them to connect. I feel like you got to sneak around the map with them, though. You got to, like, come in for flanks, because if you see him coming, you can still kind of kite.
Well, Laser coming in, able to pick off at least one Bob. Clem on the run, trying to hunt down these guns. They are so quick once that movement speed upgrade comes in.
Yeah, they really are.
Oh, hold that thought, though. Actually, a Laser.
Oh, a
he
bit of a
lollygagged for a moment. Yeah.
Ooh, and the Exo upgrade just hit as well, so now he's going to be able to chase them down. Cool little trick to aggro the camp. But now, you know, he just takes it.
Yeah, may as well. Some really good back and forth between these two.
Oh, here comes the Flaming Imp timing. Let's see if we get huge connections.
Yeah, about 8 Imps coming in on the top side. Are they going to flame up? Yes, they will. Coming in on those Lancers. Big connections. Actually getting a lot of splash damage. Also on the Exos. Man, what a route here for a Laser. Just completely demolishing the position of Clem.
Yeah, and at the same time, he got the speed camp, which actually made it so much easier to get good connections.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But this game was looking so good for Clem.
Yeah.
It just turned around in one moment.
Yeah, Clem really doesn't have anything left here. Kiwi, and if you're in a position like this, like, do you have to switch tech, or you just keep trying to make Exos work?
Actually, Clem needed to make Atlas, and yeah, that was that dropship. Evac, yes. Yeah.
Wow, this game turned on its head in a hurry.
It sure did. It sure did.
GG is called.
A Laser, as he hit his upgrades, really started to punish there.
Yeah, that was insane. Clem was looking to be in a pretty good position for a long time, but then those connections with the Flaming Imps were so good. As soon as that Lancer front line got completely evaporated, those Exos were just so exposed, and with so many Fiends, so many Gaunts coming in, nowhere to run. I got to say, though, Clem looked very good playing Vanguard there in that game number 1. I am impressed considering that he mostly has been playing Celestials up until this point. That was a pretty clean Vanguard game against one of the best Infernal players in the world.
Yeah, I really kind of wonder about this. There's a few things going through my mind about this because, you know, Laser is bringing some new anti-Celestial tech here today, and we saw a little bit of against Parting, and he said that was his worst stuff. I mean, not against Parting, I'm sorry, against Miggy. And he said that was his worst, like, weakest stuff. Now, let's not forget they're on the same team, right? Is there a world in which Clem is playing nice, he's not using Celestial, and so a laser can kind of save this in case he plays Celestial later?
I don't
is
know
that crazy?
Nice.
Is that crazy?
I don't think any pro gamer is that kind, or you wouldn't become a pro gamer, man.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. My wife could beg me to hold back strats against her, and I wouldn't do it.
It is interesting, though. I really want to ask Clem the reasoning behind his switch up here coming in with Vanguard, because I know that a laser, he did have a couple of anti-Celestial builds cooked up coming into today. He was very almost excited to bust them out in his matches up against Celestial in these matches. But I don't know if that's the reason why Clem is switching from Celestial into Vanguard, or if there's something else going on.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like maybe he's lost confidence in Celestial. Maybe he'll go back to Celestial now.
No? Vanguard again.
Vanguard.
Well, once Jagged Mod comes out, I'm sure we'll see some Celestial shenanigans.
It might actually be both of them. That could be funny.
Huh. Well, here we go again.
Yeah.
Them on the Vanguard. Now, I wonder what adjustments he's going to make coming in on this larger map from game number 1, because I don't think the Lancer opening is going to be quite as good.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Maybe we'll see some more dog play. Maybe we'll see some faster exos coming in from Clem.
Top, what would you do on this map against Laser?
Well, Laser?
No, yeah, against the Laser. If you're playing Vanguard versus him?
Yeah. Maybe I think only time pressure is not that good.
Yeah.
Because it's very different. Right now, meta is we had to take Sword base early and then make Atlas and E-Back early. That is best way, but Clem play like very aggressive style. This is a very risk play, I think. But his micro is good, so well, it's not bad. But he needed to switch. His what's that? Armies early, I think. Yeah, needed to that.
So you think it's better if he goes for, say, like a fast third base and plays defensive a little bit and then tries to get on the map?
Yeah. Because Vanguard player hard to attack right now. This meta is,
Yeah, it feels like Vanguard, they don't really catch their stride versus Infernals, or especially against Celestials, until kind of deep into the mid-game. It takes a lot of build-up in terms of getting that bio ball before they can actually have some presence on the map.
I guess that's... When most of your army is like more ranged units, like that's just kind of a natural thing that will happen in RTS, where you're more timing oriented as you hit your critical masses, right?
The thing I don't understand with this Lancer opening is what is it actually achieving at the moment? Like, surely you can go command center first and then do Lancer pressure, maybe off 2 racks. Hits a bit later, you have a few more Lancers and you can attack the natural, which is building at the moment. There's no imps there. So, like, where are we actually hitting? What's the pressure point?
Could it be a hedge against, like, some sort of Infernal cheese?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. It could also be that, I mean, Clem being as good as he is with unit control, and especially in the early game, this is something that he's finding success with on the ladder, but now going up against a player as collected and as skilled as a Laser, he's just not really able to get the same value.
That's a good point.
You know, his experience playing Vanguard.
Yeah.
And a couple of days since the game has released has really given him.
Sometimes you're so good that whatever you do kind of works. And like that, it could be something like that, right? You need like weaker players to look at it and be like, yeah, this is not doing anything for me.
It's like, I guarantee you, Clem, most games on the ladder, he does this against pretty much any other Infernal player, and he's probably getting a lot of value out of these early Lancers, but a Laser has been so on point with his micro, he's navigated his build order really well, even this Hexen able to get so much damage done, just losing a bit of white health, getting off the skull, getting a couple extra hits in on that Lancer, and then pulls back. So I wouldn't mind if Clem did something a little bit more what Top was saying, just kind of pulled back on the pressure a little bit, spent a little bit more of his resources on just building up his economy, and then played more for the mid-game. And it seems like we only have... Okay, never mind. I thought it was just those 2 Lancers, and then he cut, but we actually have 3 more of them joining here as he goes for the health camp on the Laser side of the map.
That's fine. I think you don't want any more than this. Take the resource camps around the map. On this map, obviously your natural is 2 Luminite mines, so we are just naturally going to be more economically focused. And then, yeah, quicker exos, I think. And the big changer from last game, we actually saw it in the last fight against the Flame Imps. Clem sort of did the SC2 micro of splitting Marines, whereas I think in this game you just want to kite back.
Yes.
Splitting is actually the mistake.
Yes,
So
I completely agree with that assessment.
yeah, I hope he goes exos maybe a bit quicker and then focuses just on that micro.
It's funny, these things that could give you an advantage will actually play against you later on, right? Like, where he's so good at something like that, and maybe that is okay. But yeah, I think it's mostly about just kiting the entire group back in this game.
So I have a question a little bit about the Vanguard macro, because Vanguard, I haven't really played them too much since, actually hold that thought in a moment, as Laser going to push him back here with these Gons. He does have the speed camp, so he might try to chase these down. Surprised, actually, Clem was maneuvering towards the Laser's main base instead of immediately retreating there. These Gons are really scary. If that speed upgrade also is able to complete anytime soon, won't be any escape here for these Lancers, but instead Clem actually just going to commit. This fight's going better for Clem than I thought it would.
Yeah, the Lancers are just so tanky right here, but very good micro there from a Laser. Like, he is grinding it down over time. His Hexen did a great job tanking a bunch of that in the front. Gaunt stealing that extra damage, and ends up getting one and backing off.
So the question that I had is, how does the double Luminite mine factor in for Vanguard? How Therium heavy does your economy actually need to be to get up a good mass of like exos in the mid game?
Well, I got the guy to ask right
here. Yeah, Kiwi, and that's I'm looking at you when I asked this.
I'm like, well, I don't know, State.
Well, what was the question?
Do you really need the fast third base to get Therium? Or as Vanguard, can you just focus on the double Luminite mine?
Double Luminite is much better, I think.
Yeah. So you can kind of delay the third on this map, you think?
Yeah.
I see. Yeah, it's very interesting how this game, as opposed to most other RTSs, the way that the resources are split at different bases, where sometimes you'll get double Luminites like this one, sometimes it'll be... Like, what is that big 4-player map where the center's just like all Therium?
Yeah, Therium Star, I call it.
Therium Star, yeah, I like that. It mixes things up a little bit in terms of the macro build.
For sure. I hope we keep it going forward. Like, we should try to balance around a wide variety of maps.
Yes.
Just from the get-go.
100%.
Instead of limiting into like a standard map time.
Don't change the maps to fix the balance. People have this weird thought because Brood War uses maps for balance that that's the goal. It's not. Have the maps be interesting and balance the game. I don't know why people have this crazy thought that Brood War did it right.
So it's possible that Jagged Maw isn't like the worst map in the world. You know, maybe close by.
No, that's not possible. That's not possible. No, that's where you're wrong. Dude, that's a lot of Gaunts.
That is a lot of Gaunts. Oh, they got speed upgrade now, too. Those are some speedy Gaunts. These Lancers, they won't be lucky to get any connections, so in fact, the Bob's going to get pulled here. Are they even overcharged?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
It's like overcharge is get noped in this version.
Yeah, it's much weaker.
Yeah, so it's not a good choice by Clem, I think.
I guess maybe he just needed to buy a little bit of time.
Well, I thought he was going to die there, and he didn't. Yeah. So it worked out for him.
Hey, yeah, maybe they did their job.
So that was a win.
Yeah. Small wins, small victories.
Small victories.
Well, it's scary when you have a group of Lancers like that and basically no range damage to back them up against speed Gaunts who can kite you for days. I'm hoping for Clem's sake that he has some Exos in the pipeline, otherwise he's going to have a lot of trouble. And yeah, first Exos joining the army just now.
Yeah, and the Flame Imp time is coming in again, and that pretty much just invalidates all of the Lancers. So losing some here is probably going to be a good idea, because they're all just going to be blown up.
That's a lot of Flaming Imps coming across the map.
He learned from parting here for sure.
Yeah.
Just the flame on timing. Let's go.
Oh, he's going to get surrounded.
Yeah, those Flaming Imps will be coming here in just a moment. All right.
Uh-oh.
They pop. Going to try to find the connections on the Lancers. Actually, Clem just immediately running away. The connection's not quite as good as last game, but still with no front line, these Exos going to try their best to run away from the Fiends. A Laser on the hunt. Is he going to be able to snowball this one the same way he did in game number 1?
Yeah, it really looks that way. Like, he needs to get away with the Exos, but I mean, they're not speeded up yet. So he's having a very hard time. This is a great surround coming up.
Wow.
Great usage of those Fiends. Backing up, he's going through these little chokes, trying to make something happen, throws on the overcharge, and a Laser very kindly backs up. Honestly, I think he could have stood and fought that.
Yeah, he's just going to play nice and cool. I wonder if we're going to see him even just pull a couple more, what are they called, the Flaming Imps? Oh, no, he's just going straight to the main base here with the Gaunts. Oh, these Bobs are going to pop so quick.
Scary timing.
Yeah.
Laser's been practicing this all weekend, I think.
Yeah, it really looks like it. No, that was great. GG. Really, really well played from a Laser. Like, you know, Clem is making that good, strong early group of Lancers, and he's insta-punishing. Like, maybe he needs to switch into the Exos quicker? What do you think, Top?
I think his Lancer aggressive style is not that good.
Yeah.
So Clem has to go CC first, and then maybe accept Lancer, then just go Exo right away, and then if we make Atlas, well, much better, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, the early game Lancers really aren't getting too much done for him in this series.
No. It may be, like, if he wants to stay on them, maybe you have to trade them more aggressively. Because when they haven't done, like, they let you have some back and forth, and it looks pretty even for the early game, then Flame On finishes, and they're garbage, and your tanking's gone. So I feel like if you're going to use that, you'll probably have to forcefully trade them. Whether you're diving on imps, whether you're forcing an engagement because you're attacking a building, something like that. Because if you just keep them alive and they haven't traded out, they die so quickly.
And then turn into
yeah, they turn into fiends.
They help your opponent.
Which then surround your Exos.
Yeah, exactly.
It's bad.
Maybe if he wants to do the same kind of pressure build with Lancers, then he needs to go into the Exos more quickly, because the issue with trying to trade out those Lancers is at some point the Infernals are going to have Gaunt speed, and then the Lancers will literally never connect with the Gaunts. They have no range backline to really dish out damage as you get kited.
Yes, yes.
But
I like the idea of the Atlases too.
Yeah, I think the Kiwian's got it. And all right, actually, we're going to Jag and
dude.
Moss, so they're everything out the window. It's going to be Celestials.
What I came for.
What?
All right.
I do want to mention that I am on record saying this is the worst map ever made. The day that it came out on the ladder during 2 betas.
Oh no, Clem's building a prism. Well, Clem just loses if he lets his prism finish.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's going for the Prism. Do both players have a second arc ship underway? What actually did they spend the first core on?
Yeah, I think so.
A second arc ship for a laser.
Oh.
Clem doesn't have it.
I don't think that's correct.
Yeah, he needs to build like a creation chamber in his main base, I feel like, almost
Yeah, he needs
now.
to turn around and do that.
This is a
like, just moving forward here is getting me really, really nervous for him.
Yeah, it feels
because
like
the second one's going to
but-
finish and then make morph cores, and then he's going to get chased back, man.
Oh, this is scary. If this is a feint, it's a very ambitious one here for Clem.
Guys. Yeah. One of them has 2 arc ships and one of them has 1 arc ship. So this is the main thing that we're looking at right now.
Okay, this actually could work from Clem if he did build a creation chamber at home while doing this.
Well, he's got 300 Luminite.
Yeah,
I don't think he has a creation chamber. He's not making anything.
But imagine if he did. Like, because you have the M-core advantage. Obviously, the first one builds the arc ship.
Yep.
So you're 2 versus 1. You can push your opponent back, build a creation chamber at home.
But then
defend.
it's 2 at a time, right? And
Yeah,
How is Clem winning this with 1 arc ship? I actually do not understand. He's getting the better trades.
I don't believe that he actually is.
But up until this point, it was pretty good, right? Am I colorblind?
He just had better
micro? He started off slightly better, but like 2 more are going to pop against 1 more, right? So it's just, look.
And he's still floating 300.
So
what if he just transitions?
I feel like he should have started that a while ago, right? There's no way this 1 arc ship's going to be able to produce it fast enough. He's not even making any kind of... what's the turret called? It's like the link...
You need the creation
link
chamber
node?
for it,
Link node, yeah. Oh, you need the creation chamber.
Yeah,
okay, well, it's one more reason to get that building started at home.
Dude,
how is he doing this? He has 1 arc ship. I do not understand.
Yeah, this doesn't make too much sense to me either.
I genuinely do not get this. Didn't he also make a prism?
No, it must
Am I
be
mistaken?
a visual glitch, maybe.
Wow.
Okay, transitioning
to another arc ship.
And he built that one manually without an M-core.
Yeah.
It seems like a laser's second arc ship is finally now kicking in, but
yeah, it took him a while to actually get it going.
Yeah, we're a couple minutes into this one, and up until this point, Clem with 1 arc ship and incredible micro has been able to fight against double arc ship. That is crazy to me. But now the issue is, you know, Clem's second arc ship, it's only just now about to finish, and a laser's been fully producing on 2 arc ships for a while, so I don't know if Clem is ever going to be able to claw his way back in terms of production.
That was scary. Really, overall. I actually think this might be the way to move away from it. Like, you don't need to go second arc ship then.
Just make the creation
Just pressure with
chamber
the
at home.
first two, win the 2 versus 1.
I honestly think if we just get 2 good players and have them play on Jagged Maw, trying specific things like 3 times in a row, this will be literally solved.
Yeah.
Like, we're sitting here a little bit confused right now, but this is one of the simplest builds I've ever seen, and this should be figured out very, very soon. I still think that a laser was supposed to have held it by now and taken the advantage, but I don't know.
Guys, I have no idea what's going on. I actually I never play Celestial, so I have no idea what this happened.
That's okay. Just memorize the build order, and next time you play this map, you choose Celestial and do this.
What you do is you click on your arc ship, and then you make the cores.
Is Clem winning again?
And then you attack with them. I guess he is. Did a laser section off too many of the morph cores to try and chase down Clem?
Clem has a no. It was 3 versus 3.
Okay.
Clem has a better economy. Look, they're spread now, so now he's getting 3 shots against 2. Wow, Clem.
Clem
with the morph core.
Dude, the micro here.
Yeah.
So good. The splits.
Clem is morph core king
Here's
now.
the problem. A laser's using morph cores, and Clem's using micro cores.
This is Terran player and Jog player.
Yeah.
It's true.
We really know who the better players are now. Yeah.
Jog player just F2 A move.
Yeah.
Done.
Oh, you can't F2 the morph cores, I don't think.
Yeah, they go on
The automatic
hotkey 1.
Yeah, the automatic control groups.
I learned this from theory. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why the Zerg player is struggling here, I think.
Yes. It's actually, like, I literally was sitting behind a laser in theory, and theory told him that, and it was like, what? Oh! Because he was actually concerned that he could not F2 it.
It's like he saw a ghost.
Yeah, no,
He's
this
like,
is
"Wait."
actually, you're saying it as a joke, but it's actually.
No, I know.
You were sitting there too, weren't you?
Yeah.
Probe was there. I'm not making this up. This literally happened.
Zerg players.
Well, I believe Clem is counter-attacking, so that's why he has less morph cores. Chasing
Yeah,
away
he
the
is.
prism.
Oh, damn!
And he made the collection array lift up as well.
Yeah, the prism. Dude, the prism's so fast.
So wait, the core cannot shoot the collection array if it lifts, correctly? Correct?
No, it should be able to.
It should be able to?
Yeah, it shoots air.
flying.
Okay.
It shoots air.
Oh. A laser's winning again.
I just want to shut up and let this thing play out, man. I feel like a fool trying to follow exactly how this is going. This is,
I wish the colors were a bit stronger here. This is actually a little bit hard to see because they both have so much gold and glowingness.
Part of it's also, we're casting from a TV that's like 3 meters away. But yeah, it is a little bit tough.
And look at this. He flanks with those 3. Oh, Clem.
But they're super weak. They're actually going to die.
Yeah, but look at him micro them out of range. Just perfect morph core versus morph core fighting.
This is what dreams are made of.
This is what happens when you
Dude,
get...
I love watching the arc ships just bump into everything here. That's a part of the micro is bumping with the arc ships.
It actually could be.
It is.
Yeah,
it actually is. Like, I'm watching it. I can see it. They are bumping each other and trying to move stuff out of the way.
Yeah, anytime you play this as Celestials, you always try to channel your inner boxer, like trying to hide the buildings with the floating, the floating structure, so your opponent can't right click on them.
He built a power bank. He transitioned.
This is the transition.
the big transition now.
The power bank
Yeah.
transition at what, 6 minutes?
Wow. Now, this is why Clem is such a great macro player.
That's what happens when you get the 2 most technologically. Why is it both in StarCraft 2 and in StormGate, the most lore-wise, technologically advanced civilizations when they actually play in a mirror matchup? It's just the most, like,
it's
clown
just absurd.
fiesta style fighting.
It's because they're so strong at killing things. Like, the aggression is so good that you can't do anything else.
Well, I think the laser is finally reaching the tipping point here.
And I don't know how we got here.
Yeah, it's a mystery.
Yeah, you got me.
Well, yeah.
All right. Very well done by a laser. Continues his loser bracket run. He's becoming a dark horse of this tournament right now.
Yeah, laser looking really good.
Yeah.
I got to say, though, I'm impressed that Clem was going to bring out the Vanguard and make some pretty good shows of it, both in Game 1 and Game 2.
Yeah,
His
no, I
early
enjoyed
game,
that.
Not that bad, but just the laser with some really crisp timings.
Yeah, we're going to bring over a laser for a little bit of an interview, too, and we can ask him about this excellent Morph Core play. That was That was truly something else.
I actually I agree with what you were saying, Pro. I feel like Clem, his opening in terms of Morph Core versus Morph Core, I'm kind of laughing as I say it.
It was better.
It's so silly. It did seem better overall, right? If he had done a Creation Chamber transition back at home, I think he actually could have played from that. Like, he could have gotten a couple Argents. He was
probably right. You're probably right.
He had like, what, 200 or 300 Luminite for quite a while there. He could have gotten some Argents out. He could have eventually pulled back. And at that point, I don't know how useful the cores actually are going to be if you have some Argents, you know, pretty high in energy back at home.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you have the setup right, I guess you might be able to hold. It's the times that we see the Argents not work is when the Morph Cores are in your base.
Yeah.
So the fact that he took like an aggressive advantage right at the beginning with the pure Morph Core, yeah, if he goes Argent behind, he has 3 or 4 of them when he comes back. I think you're probably right.
Because I know we're going to see this again. Like today.
No,
We're going to get a couple more iterations of this.
You look at him smile. He knows he's literally about to do it.
No, I'm playing on the map.
All right, we should have a laser here in just a second.
Yeah, I really want to hear his thoughts on it because I felt like Clem was just better off there in the beginning, and I kind of feel the energy coming in from a laser even a couple of rooms away.
Yeah.
The stress, that kind of situation where it's like, wait, I made a second arc ship, I'm making cores out of both my arc ships, and I'm losing versus one?
Yeah.
What is going on?
Well, it is that one advantage that you have, so you have to wait for the arc ship to finish, and then as it makes one, you're catching up, but they've already dealt extra damage to your first Morph Core that was made. Well, it would be your second Morph Core, right? So I think it takes like 3 Morph Cores for you to get the advantage back.
Yeah.
If you look at the damage output,
Yes.
I think that's the case.
And it's also, if you build the arc ship straight away, you don't have enough money to start your second M core.
Yeah, it slows you
like
down
straight
a
away.
little bit.
So a laser's first M core is going to be delayed as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, then, yeah, that really does make it go back. But, yeah, it's going to be something. It'll actually literally be completely figured out, like, by tomorrow.
We're going to solve this.
A laser. Infernals are the best at Morph Cores. Would you agree?
I think so. I mean, we got it, from the start. We're good at it.
Yeah. Congratulations. You're making quite the run. We were wondering, why do you think Clem went with Vanguard against you the first 2 games?
I mean, it's his main race since like a long time, right?
Yeah.
It just... And it probably fits him better. It just like he played Celestials for like 1 day before this tournament, so he figured maybe he's gonna switch it up.
That really make me sad. I lost to him in Celestial.
And then you see him play Vanguard, and you're like, I could have done better.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Well, we were really curious about that very last game on Jagged Maw because Clem went for just 1 arc ship. You went for the double arc ship. And despite that early on, it seemed like Clem actually had an advantage. Were you worried at all in the game? Because we were wondering if he had done like a Creation Chamber transition back at home, you might have not been able to close it out.
I think I would be, but like the thing is, like the arc ship doesn't give me anything, right? So I think his opening is just better at the start because he has more M cores for a little bit.
Yeah.
So at the start, in this case, well, it doesn't really matter what you do because you have the same amount of money. I'm thinking maybe like the best opening would be like get a Prism first to get like a little bit more mining. Something like that maybe is better, but because
he did open Prism right away.
He did Prism first?
Yeah, he made 1 Prism.
Okay, then maybe his opening is just maybe better than mine, actually, yeah. That sounds
like
correct.
it, yeah.
Yeah, you might want to watch that replay.
Because I don't have money to do constant production. So he has more M cores at the start, and later on when he gets his second big ship, then he gets more M cores in the end because he has Prism. He started with Prism, so he has more money.
Yeah.
So yeah, his opening is probably the way to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can imagine, yeah.
Solved.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
We're very close. We're very close.
Let's not reveal any of the secrets just yet. Prob's got to showcase some more.
Is parting awake yet?
Yeah, but I don't know if maybe he can, like if he plays this the way he played, maybe I can do something else, So it's
maybe we actually have a real game.
We're expanding the meta.
The meta is gonna evolve for sure, yeah.
Maybe that map isn't so bad after all.
Well, no, it's terrible. I guarantee you that map will always be bad. You just can't make maps that look like that, guys. Remember Scrap Station? No, thank you. Not again. Okay, yeah, anyways, looking back at the Vanguard versus Infernal games, what did you think about he was using like kind of the older style of the the pressure of Lancers, but your Flame on Imps just kind of crushed that. What do you think about the type of opener that he did?
Yeah, so I went Hutch. I went Citadel first, or whatever it's called.
Shrine.
Shrine.
Oh God! These pro gamers, man.
No, I just say I just call it hatchery, you know.
Yeah.
And I make a bunch of drones, but no, but okay, I went. This building first into Gaunt, so that's like the most greedy you can do because brutes are stronger and whatever. But when he went Lancer pressure first, that's supposedly be the best case scenario for him. But he still cannot really do much because my imps do decent damage.
Yeah.
I have 2 guns, I have Hexen. The Hexen, the skulls do a lot of damage. They do like 50 damage a hit. And I have, first 2 skulls I used to get a creep. To kill the dog from the speed camp, so I get a Fiend, so that's very good. On some maps I cannot do it because not all of them have like a speed camp next to my base.
Yeah.
But on the 2 maps we played, there was that, so it helped me a lot because I get a scouting fast. So maybe if he does that, it should be on a different map. Because here I just get a Fiend fast from the camp. I just scout, I see everything, and on top of that I have a Fiend that harasses him, it's annoying. So I think I got ahead from the opening, and after that he's probably, I got far ahead from the opening because he's playing a pressure build versus the most greedy build, and doesn't do anything, right?
Yeah.
And after that I just rush the Gaunt upgrades, because the moment I have the Gaunt speed, which is tier 2 upgrade, I basically can kite Lancers and I can even chase down Exos, even with the speed buff. So.
Yeah, it felt like the Exos came in pretty late for Clem too.
Yeah, exactly. So I think if he goes faster Exos, I'm in much more trouble, right? Because I need time to get this tier 2 upgrade for the Gaunts, and before that I'm kind of struggling. I have to build some towers. You could see that in the first game.
Yeah.
And the first game was still like not the best opening for Clem, I feel like. But I had to get a tower and defend a bit. But the moment I have Flame Imps and the Gaunts, I feel like he needs to transition to something else. I think. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
but
it definitely seemed that way. Any questions for him, guys?
No, I think that's it. Let's keep
more Celestials coming up?
I mean, if they,
so.
like, I'm not picking that map. They're picking that map.
Yeah, I know. Clem actually, I think was that the first or the second pick for Clem? Yeah, I was with them when they were drafting. Clem was just like, let's go Jagged Maw, man. I want to do it.
Yeah, I'm gonna research a bit. I'm gonna practice this. So if they pick it again, I'm gonna be like 1 step ahead in the meta.
Yeah.
Maybe double Prism opening or something.
It seems like Clem was onto
Prism.
something there. It felt like it.
Yeah, it was better for sure than what I did. Yeah.
All right, great. Well, thank you for the interview, Laser, and congratulations. Guys, we're going to go to a quick little commercial break, and when we come back, we'll continue on with the tournament. Hey guys, welcome back to the Tasteless TV Showdown, hosted by Artosis. I tell you, I'm going to do about 3 more in a row, and I'm going to take a baseball bat and just break this sign back here. Like, this is my show now, boys. All right, we got Sturgeon over here, Stade over here, E-Mini over there, and we have an excellent matchup coming up. Theory against Nightmare.
Yeah, got to be Vanguard versus Celestials. I'm excited for it. Should be really fun. You know, Nightmare's one of these
is
Vanguard
he playing
players.
Celestials?
Well, it's not. Oh, that's right. No, I forgot after Theory is
I
playing
mean,
against
I
Party.
wouldn't put it past
No, you're
him,
right.
but I mean,
Infernal.
he might,
Yeah.
right?
We don't know.
know. He might change between maps. Like, we don't know.
Yeah.
I'm getting ahead of myself now. I'm just assuming that everybody's going to be playing Celestials.
Well,
after
if
watching a laser
Jagged
switch
Maw.
on Jagged Maw and after watching Theory switch against Parting.
It's a funny thing where, like, you know, you have, like, the race that you play, right? It's like, oh, I'm an Infernal, oh, I'm a Vanguard. But for Infernal and Vanguard players, they're like, yeah, I play Infernal and Celestial. Like, we're in that. It's something I always say in, like, StarCraft 1. I'm like, actually, if you're below B rank, you don't know it, but your main race is Protoss. You know? It's like one of those things where it's like, yeah, I mean, on some of these maps, your Celestial's better than your main race, guys. That's just the way it is.
Yeah, Theory was saying the same thing out there. He's trying to explain it to somebody. He's like, no, like, I've played maybe 1,000 hours of Infernals over the course of all of the betas of Stormgate, but I still have a better record against Parting when I play Celestials. Yeah. Well,
That is insane. Have we seen a Vanguard versus Celestial yet?
yeah, we saw on day 1.
Yeah, Clem.
It was Kiwion versus Clem.
Right, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was 3-2, right? Close series?
3-1.
3-1?
I can't recall it. I'm terrible with scores.
Was it? No, it wasn't. It
Actually,
was
he got
it was
blasted
It was
3-0.
blasted 3-0.
Was
Yeah.
it a 3-0?
Oh, was it 3-0?
Yeah.
I don't know what you're remembering.
Neither do I,
Yeah,
apparently.
Vanguard just got absolutely dumpstered.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Poor
Right.
Kiwion.
I love Kiwion, but yeah.
He's like the best Vanguard player in the world for most
Yeah,
of the
yeah, yeah.
most of the phases, and like here we are, and he's just like,
He just
0-3-0-3, get out of
gets
here.
unfortunate against. Yeah, no, that's so sad.
Well, the Kree didn't exist back then.
Exactly. No, yeah. He didn't get the unlucky, he did get the unlucky matchup of unfortunately getting Celestials and Kree in the first series. So sad. We'll see if there's more Kree coming out in this one. I mean,
no, we will not see any Kree in this one.
Theory might go Celestial. We don't know.
He could do either,
Yeah.
but I hope.
I think he'll play Infernal here.
I hope for our sanity's sake he plays some Infernal.
I really like Infernal versus.
Yeah.
Hey guys, those are the T-shirts. They actually. Here's the thing. I've seen both the Showdown one and the non-Showdown one. This one's actually better because it covers most of his face. So definitely check out TastelessThreads.com, and you too can be a proud owner of a picture of Tasteless with Tasteless TV Showdown across it.
And I think it's not just shirts. He might even sell mugs with his face on them.
Yeah, you
got
can
a lot of
drink-
different
you can
merchandise.
drink some coffee out of
Yeah.
the mug with Tasteless's face. It's crazy.
That's a good idea. I might send that to my mom for Mother's Day. She's like, oh, is that Nick? I'm like, yeah, that's Nick. Why would you send me that?
I do love that you're wearing the shirt today, too.
Yeah.
You guys got
This
matching
shirt,
shirts.
when he first got this shirt made, he's like, can I use this? And I laughed so hard when I saw the picture because I'm like, it's like a caricature.
Yeah.
But nothing's really exaggerated. It's like basically what we look like. It's like we just kind of look like this shirt, and it's. I'm not proud of it.
It is what it is.
It's one of those things where the longer you look at it, the funnier it gets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I'm just like kind of looking at the Artosis face on there, and it's just like I'm just laughing so hard thinking of this thing.
Yeah,
so
it kind
sad.
of it reminds me this one time we were doing like a BlizzCon or something, and everyone kept being like, "Oh, they chose such a bad picture." And everyone kept telling me this. I'm like, "Guys, that's what I look like. It's a picture of me. Like the camera doesn't
That's
lie.
just my face.
Yeah.
How could you say that?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, nice.
There we
it
are.
is. Perfect.
You know, when I flex, I can make them kiss.
Oh my god.
It's the eyes that get me.
The eyes
man.
are so
the eyes
good.
get
Dude,
me.
yeah, no, Tasteless here is just like, he looks so tired, man.
The
He
face
looks
art.
so tired.
Your eyes are like looking.
Yeah,
in
my eyes
opposite
don't look. That's the
directions.
only thing that's not right, but that's actually me after I lost to ProxyGate.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
That's why I look like,
That's like after losing 7 games in a row to Protoss on stream and the rage subsides.
Yeah,
The fans aren't anymore. This is the face that's left over.
Yeah, the shell of a human that I am.
What Terran does to a guy.
So yeah, check out tastelessthreads.com if you want to wear our faces on your chest.
Yeah. I think I still have a couple of minutes as the players are getting ready for us to get into this one. I'm excited for some more Infernal versus Vanguard gameplay. I got to say, I was losing my mind a little bit with all the Celestial mirrors that we had going on there on day one.
I honestly don't mind watching Celestial versus Vanguard. Like the games we've had of that has been interesting. I'd like to see more of that too.
Yeah.
I especially like the way that Miggy was playing it, trying to go more into the macro side of Celestial. That's something that, when I was playing Celestial before this tournament got started in the first couple of days of release, that was what I was going for more, was the macro play, macro play here for Celestial. I told you I'm a good person. I'm not going to make
Well, you say that, but I remember when they nerfed the Adept, you just added a Forge to your build. So I don't know if that's completely true.
Yeah. Oh, those
that's
good
actually
times.
true. Yeah.
No, that is. No, that's genuinely true. Yeah.
Yeah, that was cool that you showed those macro builds, and he said like he wanted to show good games for the viewers, like not just these cheesy games.
Yeah.
Show a bit of variety.
Too.
He's an honorable Celestial, probably the only one here. Like,
besides me, the only one good enough to actually play in the tournament.
The only honorable Celestial player is a Vanguard player. Okay.
But I think that Celestial's late game, even though Miggy struggled a little bit in his late game with Celestial play, I feel like it's not that bad if you can get all the way up to the Archangel.
Oh, yeah.
Those Archangels are actually insane, given the current cheesy state of the game, which I think is partly being influenced by the likes of Parting that are, competing here on day one and just not mining any Ethereum and only making structures.
Yeah.
And power banks and M-cores and Argents.
Well, he's always been the very best at this type of play. Like, remember the Soul Train?
Oh, yeah,
He is better at lining up timing attacks and killing people than anyone in the history of StarCraft 2.
Yeah.
He is the best at that.
Yeah, I think maybe the only person that can compete with Parting in this style of Celestial play is like if Haas switched over.
Oh my God.
I think he would also do really
Haas
well.
would love this game right now, dude. That would be so funny.
If he's not playing it, somebody needs to tell him.
He's definitely playing it.
Yeah, dude.
He's definitely. There's not a question.
Haas would be thriving in this meta right now.
Yeah, he would have so many morph cores flying over your base.
He would also find a way to somehow also proxy a Dark Shrine in this game.
Yeah, he would figure it out.
All right, we are just waiting here for the players to get set up. Apparently, Nightmare has to delete the French language from his PC.
Oh, yeah.
Because of Clem.
Again. No, we had to do this yesterday, too, when we were doing the co-op thing before. I had to, figure out how to get French off of my PC.
Dude, that actually, for people that don't know, if you've never used, a French keyboard layout, you'd have an easier time deciphering an alien language.
That's insane.
Like, trying to type on a French keyboard is hell on earth.
Dude, I was so confused at first, because I'm, pressing, the M key to, type out Steam or whatever, and, it wouldn't, it was doing, a colon or whatever. I was like, what is What is wrong with
the
this
layout
keyboard?
is just fundamentally different.
I didn't realize it was the keyboard that was changed. I thought it was the actual language because the StormGate language was different, and I had to exit out of it or whatever. And I'm clicking the thing. I'm like, what is wrong with this keyboard? The M key is the this is insane.
I remember playing. I think it was in an MLG maybe more than a decade ago, and whoever had played on the PC that I was using before me was French and had switched the language, and I remember not being able to figure it out back then, and not knowing what it was, and I had to call in over different admins, and they had to bring the tech staff out, and it took us 5 or 10 minutes to figure out the actual language of the keyboard was in French.
Wow.
So
those Frenchies.
Do we have a French admin here, anywhere? Yeah. How do you do
Why don't we just get Clem back in there? He takes it off.
You caused this problem. You fix it.
Yeah. That's chaotic, though, changing the language and leaving, right?
Yeah,
right? Yeah, that is.
Yeah, man. It's true. This is all Clem's fault.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. We love Clem. We're kidding.
What a funny thing that is. You don't even really think about that, but yeah, having the keyboard layout different because a lot of languages just don't have it different, where you can just type normally on the keyboard.
You can add the Korean keyboard onto your Windows settings. It makes basically no difference.
You just switch between the languages, right? Not like it takes over the main language.
Yeah, but even say you accidentally have switched to the Korean keyboard and you're playing on it, you wouldn't even notice until you tried typing something out.
Sure.
All right, we have a look here at the bracket. as a laser advancing after that previous match. The lower bracket semifinals will be joined by the winner of this upcoming best of 5.
Hang on a minute.
Theory or Nightmare.
Kiwi and Clem was 3-2. I'm not crazy, you guys.
Oh my God, we're stupid.
Well, you guys made me feel like a fool.
We just gassed.
That's fine.
So
yeah,
hard.
I don't care.
You guys are like Sturgis.
guys,
I don't know what you were remembering. I don't know what game you watched. I was like,
you guys
am I crazy? I thought it was 3-2.
Yeah. Well, I mean, historically, my memory is so bad about these kind of things.
Yeah.
Like any time, it doesn't matter what tournament I'm casting. If somebody asks me about like what the series score was from even like a match earlier on in the day, I will have such a hard time recollecting it. So you guys just spoke with so much confidence. I was so
you guys are confident. I was like, I'm just gonna stay quiet.
Yeah. That's the special thing about gaslighting people, man. You just say it with utmost confidence. And
Tasteless has told me this is a problem for a long time. I just say everything with so much confidence, it's hard to argue against me.
It's like Ocean's 11 or something when they put the police uniform on. If they just look like they're the part, you know, no one guesses it.
That's a real life hack, guys.
Yeah.
Just always be sure you're correct.
Even when you're not.
Yeah. Hey, I had you guys fooled. You guys felt dumb. I didn't. And I still don't. How crazy is that?
I still feel dumb somehow. I don't know how that works.
I'm like, yeah, I'm playing circles around you, State. Oh, man.
Really funny part of this bracket for me is just all the Celestials in the upper bracket and everybody else in the lower bracket.
A laser, though, I was just talking to him. He's saving this tournament right now, man.
Yeah,
like, he's making a run.
Yeah.
And, like, actually, yeah, right? Because Probe and Parting are Celestial. But now Clem is gone, and he was playing Celestial. So we have a laser who's Infernal, and we have an Infernal versus Vanguard match. So it's actually, if Nightmare wins this, which actually I think Theory's definitely favored, but we would have the perfect balance.
Yeah.
Two
David
Celestial
Kim wins
Thank
again.
you, David
Kim.
Once again.
Celestials on top where they belong.
Yeah. All right. Well.
It takes a long time to get rid of the French language, apparently.
It's torturous.
Dude, they have.
I told you.
Don't they have? I know they do in like Quebec. They have like police to make sure you can't get rid of the French. Maybe one of them is here right now. Like, wait. French has to be the dominant language on this keyboard.
You just like start typing like in Google, like how do I remove this language, and then some SWAT team just like blows through your door.
You can't even type it though because you're in French.
They could just tell. They can feel the struggle of you trying to type on that keyboard. You're like, this isn't right. Hold up.
All right, guys, here we go. We have Theory in the top right, playing as Infernal, and down in the bottom left, it is the Vanguard from Nightmare.
And it is the Infernals from Theory, not the Celestials that we saw earlier. So he's played 2 races in this tournament, which is kind of insane.
He's playing Infernals against everybody else, and he's playing Celestials against Parting.
Yeah, it's specifically just against Parting. You know, when you're trying to specify your race, right, you might be like, oh, yeah, I play, you know, TVP, but PVT, right? Something like that. Like, I play Terran, but PVT. Here, it's like he plays Infernal, but he plays VVP.
I actually wonder how the
whatever
rule
it was
set.
CVP. Damn. Never mind. I'm going to be quiet for a little bit now.
I wonder how the rule sets are eventually going to evolve here in StormGate, because I know there was some period where in GSL they didn't allow changing race within series or even within maps. You had to basically declare your race at the start of the tournament and play it all the way through. That wasn't really an issue until Raynor tried race switching in his first ever GSL Code S debut.
Yeah, actually, I feel like StarCraft 2 got really bogged down with rules at one point, if that makes sense. And I would like to see like a little bit more flexibility with StormGate, where TOs are like, yeah, you want to play random? Okay, you want to switch your race in the middle of it? Fine. Like, you'll have to have like kind of some rule, like the order of race choosing, that type of thing.
Yeah, I feel like it has to be a blind pick if both players are going to choose their race before a map, right?
Yeah, that would make sense, a blind pick, yeah.
As long as the loser gets to counterpick their race, then I think it's fine, right?
Well, or if it's both blind pick, I think that's fine as well.
Oh, for the first game, it has to be blind pick, right?
I would just say blind pick all the way through.
Yeah, you could blind pick all the way through. Because if it's all counter picks going down, that would actually become kind of silly.
Even if it's losing, because then say one matchup for whatever reason during one patch is going to be super imbalanced, like Celestial versus Vanguard kind of seems to be here this early on in the current build. Then eventually, like, say somebody loses a map, then as soon as you go into the next one, the loser's just going to counter pick immediately, right? So it would just be this weird back and forth, I think, if you didn't go for blind picks.
But again, if you blind pick and the winner gets a race advantage by choosing a different race, that's also kind of weird.
It is, but at least it's fair. I mean, you're blind picking, right? There's no...
Yeah.
The only metagame that's happening is mental.
We don't
It's
need
not
to give
based
too much
on-
help to the guy losing.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're losing for a reason. They
Yeah.
probably deserve it. They should have practiced harder.
Yeah.
Chose a better race.
Just be better.
Yeah.
All right, anyway, we did see a Gaunt opening from Theory, and Nightmare went for that 1-Rax Lancer expand here. Theory getting his own base. These Lancers can put a bit of pressure onto the Infernal in the early game. They kite Fiends pretty well. If they get on top of Gaunts, they kind of shred them. So you have to be a little bit careful here, and the Vanguard will have map control for a little bit. And you used to be able to take a lot of camps with just a few Lancers, but in this current patch, the creeps are much stronger. So I'm not actually sure how many you need before you can start taking some of these resource camps here. We do see him going for gas now. He's up to 4 on gas. We'll have to see if he's going to go for Exos or if he has something else planned. I think that's like the current kind of meta build is Vanguard in versus Infernal. You get out a ton of Exos in the mid game, add in your med techs, and then you can choose whether or not to add tanks later on. But that seems like the ideal comp.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what Kiwin was saying on the casting desk earlier on today.
It just seems like the amount of micro ability you have with Exos is just so strong, and like their range is also pretty decent. It's just generally a good army comp to have, and then, like you said, having the Atlases afterwards just gives you that extra bit of splash damage too once the Infernal army starts to just get way too big.
Yeah, yeah. The amount of damage that Atlases can put out against like a mass of Gaunts is pretty crazy. They just melt.
It's insane. And you also need something to deal with the range of the Hellborn, right?
Yeah.
Because if you get like a ton of Hellborn and you only have Exos, like without Atlases to kind of keep them at bay, they can chip away at your army for free, basically. So we do see Theory took his Luminite camp and is now pressuring this Vision camp. He'd love to get a bit of map control here. I think Nightmare's taking his 3rd base down there at the 6 o'clock, right? Yeah. So setting up for a macro game here, 3 base play. Does have the Biolab on the way, so probably will see Exos here in a minute.
Yeah, I feel like the big mistake that Clem made in his games earlier on playing Vanguard versus Infernals was the slowness of his Exo transition. So Nightmare going a little bit faster here in the Exos. And also I think the 3rd base pretty quick here for Nightmare compared to the Vanguard versus Infernal matches that we've seen before. Now, Theory does have his greater...
Greater Shrine.
Yeah, Greater Shrine. I think you almost called it a hatchery. A laser's poisoning my mind for a moment there. The Greater Shrine coming in. So we will have some more upgrades coming through for these Gaunts, and potentially another timing could be in the cards here for Theory should he decide to go for the Flaming Imps.
Yeah, those on fire imps. Like if you have too many Lancers that are still sitting around, you got to be careful about that because it makes that timing so strong if you put a ton of money into that. But it feels like he hasn't put as much as we saw from Clem, right?
Yeah, I feel like the Lancer ball is a little bit more timid here for Nightmare. The Exo transition should help him.
Yeah, we do see the Reaper's Rush ability being upgraded here for the Gaunts, which gives them like insane movement speed. I forgot the percent, but it's a lot. So they will be zooming around, kind of kiting everything once they get that. And I know Theory really likes the Harbinger Gaunt drops, so we may see those from him at some point. I don't know if he wants to add like Magmadons or Hellborns in first, but that could be some harassment for him in the late game. And he also really likes Imp run-bys. Like he's really good at getting those in your mineral lines or bob lines. And doing some
run-bys or Imp?
Imps.
Oh, okay.
I seem to like flaming imp, like harassment and stuff.
I've seen people trying that. I haven't felt like when I've seen it, it's been that as effective as I thought it would be.
Yeah, it used to be better, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not sure how good it is on the current patch, but we'll see.
It also feels like the Gaunt drop stuff is not as common as before.
Well, the Harbinger's on the Shrine now, not the Shrine, the Spire now, right?
Oh,
whereas it used to
so
be just on the Conclave.
That's right.
So you get it much later than before.
It's still good, though. I still think it's good.
Yeah.
All right, well, he's going to try to attack into the 3rd base here with his giant Gaunt army. Tries to go, kills off the turret, the Lancer Exo army is doing a pretty decent job because these Lancers aren't really dying. A couple of Fiends coming from the back end, though, to start distracting the Exos, but
and here are those imps.
Barely not enough, but then a couple more Gaunts coming from the top here, but then promoting some of those Exos, giving them a couple of bit of extra damage and other stats here, but there's so many Gaunts out of nowhere now.
Dude, there's so many imps waiting on the side, too. I think he's just dead from this timing here.
Doesn't even need the imps.
Kind of similar to what we saw from a laser.
I think he had to overcharge here and use the bobs as well, but it was a really sick imp.
Those imps are just standing there so ominously right now.
He's just standing there menacingly.
GG.
Wow. Oh, man. The fact that Theory was able to make that push work without even tapping into the Flaming Imps is kind of crazy to me.
That's scary.
Yeah, here is Nightmare. I mean, he made the extra transition come in faster, but maybe Kiwian was right about the faster Atlas being kind of a necessity to hold off against these timing pushes.
He was trying to sell us on that pretty hard.
Yeah.
I honestly wasn't really having it. I'm like, Exos are pretty good, Kiwian. I know you're better, but like,
Can you even get out an Atlas in that to deal with that timing? It feels too quick.
No, you could get it.
I think you could get it. Yeah.
But you'd have like.
But you wouldn't
nothing
have any
else,
units,
right?
I feel. Yeah.
Do you really need
what if you went
that
2-base mech bay?
Oh, 2-base.
Oh.
Yeah, and take your third as you're making your Atlas.
Oh, okay. If you get the tanks first, then yeah sure.
But then also at that point, can't you just scout that as the Infernal and just be like, okay, I'm just not going to attack?
Well, yeah, but that's at least then the Vanguard doesn't die to the attack.
Sure, but then you're also then kind of just giving up all your map control, I guess, as well, is the thing.
Yeah, so you're saying playing 2-base tank is better than playing like quick 3-base.
Yeah.
And dying.
Exos.
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah, at least you don't die. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean,
I still wonder if there's a more aggressive option. Like, I know I kind of talked about it too much in the previous one, but like Kiwian's old build of getting the Lancer upgrade and just like kind of going ham with them on the Gaunts, like dive before Flameon's done. And then like if the Gaunt amount is low enough, then you can probably get into the Exos and be okay. But I don't know. It's an idea.
Also, because you can get, if you go in for the super fast Lancers upgrade, then you're getting in before the Gaunt upgrade finishes for their speed as well.
Oh, if they don't have the speed upgrade,
yeah. So then you can, being able to
trashed.
actually dive onto the Gaunt lines is the big thing, I think.
Yeah, and they don't have the Harbinger drops anymore either. Like when you used to do the Lancer push,
that's
they would actually counter Harbinger drop and do damage to your eco back home. But you won't have to worry about that if you hit that Lancer time in the current patch.
Yeah. True. I actually hadn't even put that together, but you're completely right about that because that was. Yeah, that was when Artosis started playing a little bit less Stormgate. Harbinger, Doombringer, or whatever it was
I was
called.
playing Infernals back then. I started playing way more.
Oh, yeah. No, I know. So when I was
fun.
watching streams, I saw a lot of Infernal versus Infernal, man. That's for sure.
Yeah, well, we'll see if Nightmare decides to mix it up a little bit. Kiwian was also trying to sell us quite hard on the command post first opening here, coming from Vanguard, and so far I feel like we haven't really seen it that much in this matchup, but I would not mind Nightmare mixing it up.
I don't see why not.
Especially on a map like this. It's the biggest map in the pool.
Yeah. What's the Hexen gonna come get you? Oh, I'm so scared.
Yeah.
Oh,
the floating skull. Oh, it half damaged my bob.
50 damage. Oh, do you want to? Yeah, no, I'm gonna repair it.
Yeah, it used to be like a little bit scary against the Vault Conclave openers, but now most people are going like one build in Shrine, right?
Oh, does he have this mapped out where he can actually? Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he did it for the
double
fiend.
skull gets a fiend.
Ah.
Yeah. Laser was talking about that as well. If you have a speed camp nearby, you just double skull, get the fiend, go scout everything.
That's cool. That's cool.
Is this command post first actually coming in from Nightmare too?
It is indeed.
Good to see. Yeah. He gets to harass it lightly. Oh, look, he's bringing the Hexen.
Yeah.
Bobs are so tanky, man.
Yeah, that overcharge is actually so crazy. It's so good.
You need it, man. They don't throw fireballs like their opponents' workers, right?
Yeah, man.
They don't fly and literally kill the strongest race in the game by themselves. Okay? So, like, you got to do something with them.
Hey, the Prisms don't hurt anybody. The Prisms are cute,
true.
man. They're just hanging out. They're the only innocent Celestial unit.
Yeah.
You know who really impressed me with their Hexen use was Moon. I think he got like so much done with his.
Dude, I loved the mass venom traps.
Yeah, that was
so
really cool.
That was super cool. That actually made me want to play Infernal again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that until I saw one Lancer run through like 5.
Oh, really?
And just face tank them all, and I was like, oh, wait a minute.
That's true. That's true.
I didn't know the interaction was that beneficial to the
Lancers
Lancers.
are tanky, man, but
Yeah, dude.
it was a cool
Lancers
style.
Don't die.
I like the idea, though.
Yeah, the traps are cool. It's very War 3-esque. Reminds me of stasis traps all the way back in the day with the...
Just traps in general, you know?
Yeah, traps are fun.
Like any
I do
sort
like
of trap.
yes.
And like any RTS game, like
That's true,
Burrow
yeah.
Banelings, stasis traps,
Great
stasis
macro
wars.
player.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah. Indiana
Sick
Jones,
multitasking.
great movies.
So is he going to go into Exos, or is he going to go...
No, he's going to, yeah,
Three
Exos, I mean,
barracks.
sorry,
3
yeah.
barracks just
Yeah,
with
it's
no
3
biolab?
barracks.
No, he has to be making the bioconnect.
Does he have
Is
a
it in the
biolab?
main base? Where's the biolab? He doesn't have
He
one
doesn't
yet.
have a biolab. Is this going to be
Oh.
like Mass Lancer?
Mass Dog?
But you need the upgrade, right?
You need the bio.
Yeah, yeah,
If you're
yeah,
doing either of them, you need Biokinetic Slab.
Yeah.
He's getting the tier 2 upgrade for the command post right now. Wait, what?
Mass Med Tech.
We've broken the meta.
I guess he's going to add the biolab just as the tier 2
Sentry
upgrade
post?
finishes to get a tier 2 upgrade.
Does he just have this mapped out?
Is he
really
forgetting
nicely?
it? Or like, this is actually confusing me now. I don't actually know.
Yeah, I'm a little perplexed. What is he actually making out of the barracks?
Dude,
is
let's
it
just rush to
Lancers?
Ravens. Let's go.
Yeah, it is Lancers. Is this going to
Okay.
be
Yeah.
upgraded Lancers, maybe?
Dude, well,
But the
if you-
biolab, you're going to
If
need
you
it
went
soon.
Mass Lancer with their upgrade, man, maybe you can reduce the Gaunt count and be okay.
Yeah.
Like, I think Lancers are okay. There, he
Okay.
finally starts
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess he's
The
just
thing
got it
is,
mapped
tier
out
2
really
takes
nicely.
60 seconds now, right? So if you want to get a tier 2 upgrade, this is the timing to get the biolab,
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah.
If you want to go Exos instantly, you want it earlier. But if you want to get the Lancer upgrade, it makes sense to get it
Gotcha.
as you're teching up, I guess.
That makes sense. Yeah. So that's well mapped out. I like it, and I hope that that's what he goes for. I'd like to, like the Lancer is it feels
And
like
there
a
we go.
very solid early game unit.
Yeah, kinetic redirection, that's the Lancer upgrade.
There you go.
Very nice. So he's going 3 Rex Lancer. Slightly less economic than his build last game, where he got that early 3rd CC. So he's going to have a bit more pressure in the mid game here and maybe be able to push Theory back before he can do one of these strong timings.
Yeah, and the fact this is coming off of a command post first with a 4th barracks coming through.
Yeah.
It's
Dude,
going to be
this looks
so
great.
many Lancers.
His transition will be awesome too, right? Because I think what you do is you make Lancers until basically you have the upgrade and you get across the map, and then you can just start your Exo production and just like trade aggressively and go into Exos and a couple med techs. You're gonna be feeling great.
Yeah, this feels like a much better approach than what we've seen from both Nightmare and Clem in this matchup so far today.
I like
Because the
it.
early Lancers really haven't been getting that much done.
Yeah, the Gaunt movement speed upgrade on the way as well. So both of them going to have their kind of core upgrades here online shortly. I think the Gaunts can get away from the Lancers and should be able to kite. Well, the thing is, if you kite them, they'll actually get faster, right? And they might get
Yeah.
on top of you.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see
And the
how
thing
this
is, you
goes.
could turn and dive on imps or a building or something, and then they'll have to come up and attack you, and then you get your speed upgrade, and you can kind of just back and forth. Because they're so
Absolutely.
tanky, gauntlets actually take a really long time to kill them.
Yeah.
So they're going to give them a ton of speed up.
Yeah, this is actually quite a scary timing coming out here for Nightmare. He's kind of oohing and ahhing around here. Oh my god, is he going to catch the Gaunts?
He might.
Oh my god, they just happen upon each other in the middle here. Unfortunately for him, he's not quite diving onto the Gaunter. He got stuck by a couple of the Fiends, but will eventually start to get there. I'm actually kind of surprised. Oh yeah, he has to get damaged by it, right?
Yeah, he's doing a good job of actually not hitting the Lancers,
Yeah,
which
okay.
sounds weird, but
Yeah,
if you
this-
hit
yeah.
them, they'll speed up and
This
get
is like
on top
this is
of
like
you.
counterintuitive to how this should work normally, but we'll try to dive onto it now that his own speed upgrade is finished here. It's going to start to kite away from them, but you can just see that the Lancers are so beefy. They don't actually die, and the speed buff that they get is also still pretty good to be able to chase down these speed upgraded Gaunts.
Yeah, Veterancy also coming through on 3 of these Lancers. Is Nightmare pushing it a bit here into the natural expansion of Theory, but with that tower set up, he is going to back off here to the base of the ramp. Now Theory trying his best to get as much value as he can here with these Gaunts kiting back and forth. Man, these Lancers so tanky. So many of them on low HP. I think Nightmare is probably going to go back home. Actually, wow, look at this. Theory catching a couple of Lancers a little bit misrallied here to the front.
Dude, Theory played this very, very well. The
Yeah.
fact that he refused to shoot them and he just ate hits until he had his speed upgrade as well as his Fiends coming in to tank some damage. That was really, really, really well done.
Yeah, if he had panicked in that moment and fired a couple of shots off, it would have been so bad for him. But once again, these armies clashing here in the middle of the map. Those Lancers, although they're low on HP, doing a good job of standing up here. Flaming Imps, are they ready to pop just yet? Is the upgrade complete? Yes, it is coming in. Big connection on the Lancers on the bottom side. And that should be Theory eventually cleaning this one up.
Now, I think Theory did a great job here, obviously, but we actually have at least one sentry post at home, and we have, like, does he have a second? Oh, he does. Look at that. 2 Buzzsaw cannons. He's going to make a third. You're not breaking that. You're not breaking that. Like, this is, I really like how Nightmare's playing. Like, it hasn't worked, but he has a lot of really good ideas here. He's defending well. He's not just going to die to an instant counterattack.
Yeah, he should have time to get his Exo count up.
Yeah, I think so. He's gonna get a good, solid army. He's got plenty of defense. Like, yeah, in this type of situation, you know that your opponent has that strong timing. Have the triple sentry post ready, and he does, as well as the habitat shield.
So the problem here, though, is that his third is so late,
Right.
and when does he actually find an opportunity to take that third safely? There's also a Spire getting thrown down from Theory, I think. The fact that I'm assuming that's going to be for drops as well, right? So
I would imagine.
So we're going to start to get Gaunt drops in here now, too. I feel like it's going to be really hard for Nightmare to ever actually expand to a third at this point.
Yeah, if you want to go like Spriggans, for example, you need multiple Spires, right? So if there's just the one coming up, that's going to be for drops. Can we look at Nightmare's third base real quick? Like he...
Theories?
I was saying, I saw there was a unit down there, but it's actually a Fiend. I thought it might be Bob's, but no, so he's very far behind the longer this game goes on, right?
Well, he certainly needs that other base. But, like, you know, if he grows up to the critical mass he needs, he's going to get more cost efficient. And, you know, who needs more bases is based a lot off of army efficiency. So, like, maybe he's building into a situation where he'll be all right.
Well, Theory with this Magmadon can be able to break through the tree's posture a little bit here and then peel back, forcing a response out of Nightmare. Now, look at this tower. Nightmare should be able to catch wind of this movement a little bit here. I am concerned if Theory decides to just completely dive on the natural expansion. He might be able to take out at least one of these towers before Nightmare can get back into position, but it seems like that is not going to be the case.
A Hornet transition is very strange to me.
Yeah.
I've got to think that's for anti-drops.
That makes sense.
Right. Like, I don't think he's going to try and harass with the Hornets. He'd probably just make 1, maybe 2 to put around his bases. Just to stop that. Oh, it is rallied into these gaunts, though.
That is unlucky.
Oh, man.
Oh,
that's brutal. That's brutal.
Oh, and Theory actually taking the middle of the map now. He's going to have access to all this gas, and Nightmare stuck on 2 bases still is going to have to do something here. Like, you can't just sit back against the 3 base, you know, Infernal forever, right? You gotta try and make something happen here, like Kite with Exos or something. He is moving out. Theory's on the high ground here, loading up the drop. Is that another Exo or was that a scan? Sorry, is that a Hornet or a scan? Yeah, so scan goes across, maybe a little bit in the dark. Not sure what he's up against here. But the drop's going to go to the main, I guess.
Oh, he's got Magmadon in there, too.
Oh, man.
He's going to do some stompy
workers.
drums.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is potentially really
hold on
good,
a second. Actually, the Fiends luring the Exos here into the Harbinger. Now, they're going to be able to get some damage done. It's down to 100 HP. 1 or 2 more hits, and it will go down.
Oh, my God, he didn't let anything get out.
Doesn't even unload.
So sick. That quick draw hustle, letting the Exos get on top of the Harbinger there. It's a big pickoff for Nightmare.
Wow, that was a Magmadon and, like, what, like 6 Gaunts or something?
4 Gaunts or something,
yeah. 4 Gaunts? Jeez, that was pretty good. I mean, that'll definitely help him get back into this a little bit, give him some breathing room, but take a third base and maybe...
He's still down a lot of supply. I am getting a little bit nervous because Theory, like, there hasn't been any pressure on Theory since the initial push of the Lancers, right? And taking the center there, I don't know what he wants to buy with this stuff, but it's anything.
Whatever you want, right?
Yeah. Like we could see Mass Hellborns coming out. We could see, you know, he could go Spriggan, I guess. Like, honestly, even if you made a big group of Spriggans, you could fly it around the side and just counterattack as your opponent tries to move. And how is he ever going to get enough to deal with all that?
Well, he just spends a ton of money, so I wonder what Theory's macro actually is going to be producing here at this point.
Look at that 150 to 99 supply. Hellborns.
Yeah, a lot of Hellborns.
Yeah, I mean, I like Hellborns in this matchup. I think they're very, very good. Yeah, they give you some sort of answer against the Exos.
The range is just so hard to deal with unless you have later tech from the Vanguard, I feel like. Or at least you just have such a giant exo ball that you just like blast through the front line and then can get back behind them. Or if you can actually get a flank. I feel like the Hellborns, once you actually get around them, are also just super weak.
Oh, yeah.
So if you get a nice flank off and then you have a bunch of exos coming in from the back, then you can just start to snipe the Hellborns and it gets super good.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Nightmare still doesn't have any splash damage, right? It's just almost pure exo with
Yes.
one med tech and a couple of Lancers. This is looking really scary. He does not have a lot on the map.
The one thing he does have going for him, he's already tier 3 with a tier 3 Lancer upgrade. So they will be super tanky. And he's added in med techs now. I guess he'll be going for the master training at some point. But Theory's already taken a 4th base here. Yeah, there's the first med tech upgrade, which allows them to use the Nano Swarm, right? So we're gonna have to see what he wants to go into here, because I feel like you have to add something at some point. Medtech Lancer Exo is actually a really good army, but eventually some Alices are nice. But the real problem here is this big army with the Flayed Dragon coming out as well. This is so much Inferno, and he even drops the Effigy to get that white health route. Ooh.
Just stands and eats that, so got to be very, very careful. Backs up quite a bit. You can see, dude, those the Lancers with the shields is just like, nope, we are not going to die. Sorry about that, not happening.
Oh my god,
backs
so
up.
tanky.
Doing a reasonable job here as far as the defense go. Does have the double tower here, no shields for them, unfortunately, so they're going to be picked off in a matter of seconds. Tries to repair for a second there.
Oh, he has Miasma, right? The tier 3 Hexen ability?
Yeah.
Oh, sick. I don't think I've seen that yet in this patch.
Oh my god.
Well, somehow Nightmare is barely holding on here in the bottom right, but with a lot of bombs falling on the left. And now finally the Fiends connecting on top of the Medtechs and the Exos. I think this might be the breaking point. Theory finally busting through.
Dude, the snowball is crazy once the Fiend Infest starts to actually start going. Like
they just explode.
It like looks like for a second, like the fight's like, oh my god, he's kind of holding on. This is crazy. But then the Fiends just start popping. It's like, oh my god, it's an insane snowball.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. The snowball of those Fiends standing on top. It's like it's too many targets for him to deal with. You know, you're playing with the Exos. You really, it's like you need to be gaining value with all their shots. And if Fiends just start spawning everywhere and getting in your way, it's like, that's it.
Yeah, indeed. I think Theory played that really well, recognizing that Nightmare was staying on 2 bases. So instead of like committing to imp timings, he did kind of go for it, but then he saw he was just on 2 base. He backed off, he took a 3rd, he took a 4th, he teched up. He said, okay, you want to stay on 2 bases? That's fine, I'll just macro up, right? Get my Dragon, get my Magmadons, Hellborns, everything that you need. Even the Master upgrade for the Hexens coming out for the Miasma. Really sick macro game by Theory.
Yeah. It seems like Theory really just kind of understands how Infernals work in later games. I mean, we saw it versus Miggy as well with the very late game stalled out, like just making sure that I definitely get my giant death ball kind of strat here as well. Just knows how to maneuver the late game stages to just have all the really good units, knows when his power spikes are, gets the dragon out, and then just goes, basically.
And he was able to navigate there so well, too. I mean, I don't think Nightmare could have had any more Lancers than he did when he hit with that timing attack.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, the upgrade timing was on point. It was after a command post first, so it's basically as much Luminite as you're possibly going to get there as Vanguard. And despite that fact, I mean, Theory showed some really great nerve under pressure. You know, he identified the situation. He knew if he engaged and allowed those Lancers to actually chase down, it would have been hugely problematic for him. He peeled back. He didn't take too much damage against anything and was able to basically survive from that point and then snowball with macro.
Yeah, it really seems like Theory knows everything about this position, basically. So I do want to see something a little bit different here coming up from Nightmare, whether that's quicker Exos or possibly getting into some other tech. And then backtracking into the Exos, that could be fine as well. But definitely not. Like, I was excited for that Lancer stuff. I'm like, yeah, this this in my head, the theory behind this looks very good, but Theory just played way too well against it. Just crossed his T's, dotted his I's, dominated.
You could say that the theory did look very good in that then.
Hey. In fact, I did.
As in Theory 1.
Yes, we get it.
Okay.
All right. Can you explain it a little bit more, Gemini?
What exactly did you mean?
That's fine.
Well, command post first here again for Nightmare. Hexen going to be wailing on one of these bombs. I get some damage done, and there is a Brute coming across now. He's actually not splitting that into Fiends, so he's waddling all the way over.
Kind of interesting. Theory wants to put a lot of pressure on this game, right? Putting down that Iron Vault a little bit lower, a little bit closer.
Yeah, this map, like, there's a huge ramp to get into the main, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's not so easy to defend both mineral lines. Sometimes the Infernals can just walk up into the main. Or they can, like, hit the natural mineral line if they've gone to whatever. So I'm curious what Theory's going to do here. He is going to take a natural here, I'm guessing.
Was that dog low HP? Did
Yeah,
Theory
yeah,
just
he
move?
stole it.
He just moved it to steal the HP heal from the Scout. That is a pretty sick move, actually, coming out from Theory, because now the dog cannot assist at all in Theory with this Brood, and the Hexen going to be able to start wailing away on these bombs. Excuse me.
Dude, yeah, Theory's like understanding what's going on.
Oh, sick. And the Lancer coming out soon, so Nightmare will be able to push this back. I don't think he's taking too much damage here. Nothing he can recover from, and he'll be able to start macroing up. Theory, of course, does have his own shrine, so not all in or anything. We'll be able to keep making workers. Another Brute coming in now, though. Yeah. And they're actually doing a decent amount of damage on this Lancer.
Yeah, Lancer already at half HP. It's taking a lot of damage.
I mean, the Hexen staying alive as well is pretty huge, though, for Theory. Nice micro from him to be able to keep that alive. Could potentially get another Skull out, and that would actually potentially even kill this Lancer. It's got really low HP. The second one does pop out, though, so that's going to really help him to defend against this. So he does need to still keep this alive, though, because otherwise things are going to snowball potentially. Just barely keeps alive with 6 HP.
Oh, no, he doesn't! The bomb betrayed him!
What?
The bomb betrayed him!
That was cute. I like that. So he sent his own Bob to kill that off so it wouldn't turn into a fiend.
I was like, what the? Yeah. I was like,
at first I'm like, does he know that that's not a mechanical unit?
You see it just wailing
Nightmare,
away.
you should know that you can't repair that, right? It's a reverse repair. Oh, man, one of his Bobs goes down.
Oh, the Hexen's going to fall, too.
Oh.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, he is picking up some units here, but he's losing a lot of mining time, even a Bob there. So this is doing a lot of indirect damage to his economy.
But his shrine at home is done.
Right, he's just macroing up.
I'm wondering actually who is ahead in this position.
Wow.
Oh, is Nightmare just going to take a third?
Yeah.
Wow. I like this decision quite a bit.
Wait, he only has 100
100%.
Luminite, though.
Oh, yeah, it's probably already queued up.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Hacker.
yeah, no, that is a really good idea.
I forgot about that.
No, that's a good idea, because I mean, you just know that your opponent just put so much effort into attacking you that they have to have this recoup period.
Yeah.
Right? They can't just keep going with like, you know, endless waves or whatever, unless they're just going to be totally all in or whatever. But yeah, going for the CP in the middle of that is a good play.
Real high-level decision, actually. When you think about it, like across any RTS that you look at, if you're in a spot like that where you hold this crazy situation, then you expand when it's done. That shows high-level understanding.
And with Vanguard too, you can make those CPs so fast with the power building. It's like it's like an instant boost. It's not even like you're like barely sacrificing anything because you can just start mining off of it so quickly.
Yeah, and this shrine starts basically as the third base is finishing for Nightmare. It's already finished, so I think this is probably one of the better positions he's been in throughout this set.
For absolutely.
Sure. Like, he's looking good here. He's got his tier 2 on the way. We'll have to see what he wants to go into. I'd love to see him just go into Exos now. Like, we've seen him try Lancers and stuff. I'd love to see him just go into, like, Exo Medtech, add in tanks, and just try to hold whatever Theory's going to throw him, whether it is an in-push or drops or whatever.
Do you think that he needs to actually go Atlas quickly this time? Because I'm looking at the way the economy is balanced between the two players, and I feel like he can actually just go heavy Exo with a few med techs and go.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
It's
There's definitely like a window in the game when like a lot of Exos is really strong.
Yeah.
And the Infernals don't have much to deal with them.
Yeah, I feel like if the Infernal is like ahead on the economy, then you might need to get those tanks a little bit quicker. But here it's like, no, I think you can actually. He's like basically even on economy with him. Like he's going to be able to just field a lot of Exos and utilize that ridiculous DPS.
Does Theory know that this base is down here yet? Is this going to be his first scout on it?
Does he still not know?
He still doesn't know. He's still not going to get dragged down there. Oh my god, he has no idea that base is there. Oh,
he's gonna
finally now going to come back.
I jinxed it. Caster curse.
There is a Lancer turret here, which is going to do some damage. Use the shields.
Where's the army
for
Nightmare? Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. How much does he have in the natural expansion actually deal with this?
It's not a lot yet. Not a lot.
I'm surprised actually that Theory is coming back away. Oh man, one of these Lancers is following the army here into the speed camp and falling. That hurts a lot.
Yeah, I think Theory can actually just dive that turret because it does. It's like double damage to biological units, right? The Lancer turret. So it will actually dish out a ton of DP. He's going to try, though. The bombs are being pulled for the repair.
Really
Very
good.
quick reaction there by Nightmare. And, oh, now I know why he was hiding. He was hiding these Lancers because he doesn't want to get caught here between the bases, right? If he just engages as he dives the turret, that's the perfect time for him. But if he gets caught out, he could actually lose those. So he's being super careful here and just trying to get out as many units as he can. This army's so fast, though, it's going to dive in.
Dude, it's so funny watching the war between trying to surround that and the Bobs trying to get up for their repairs. Now, he does turn around really quickly here and catches these Lancers, but, oh, God. Up come the Bobs to try to help fight, and he's got to back up.
This pressure is just so heavy coming in from Theory, and the fact that he's able to snowball here.
Oh, what
with even more fiends coming in. Yeah, where is he going? He's trying
What's
to get,
going on
here? What is this movement from Theory?
That had to be a misclick. I feel like he just definitely didn't want to go there in that way, but it might end up working out. I mean, a couple more Lancers from the left side are not going to make this a little bit awkward here.
I guess, yeah, barely.
Oh, he's just got so much. Now the Fiends start popping out as well. The Infest doing so good here. And I think this... Oh, is it actually swinging? I can't say.
I think there's just enough that once the Fiends start popping here on the Lancers...
The thing is,
be fine.
they still can't take the turret out there, right?
Yeah, that could have gone so much better for Theory there.
Yeah. It looked like he was going to break him for a second, and then it's like, okay, we just stabilized his Nightmare.
Yeah, he was
and the supply is actually pretty close. He's getting these Exos out here.
Yeah, Exos changed like the dynamic here completely because as Theory, you can't just walk up for free anymore. You are going to take those Exo hits, and with the quick draw hustle upgrade, you can actually chase down units, but we see a ton of imps coming over for the 1-2. Is he going to flank with those at the Nat? Or are they...
I think they're just pathing into the center here. The pathing a little bit weird on this map.
Right, you have to go around,
because it looks like you can go through the middle somehow, but you can't. You can only go around the edges now.
I guess he still has the choice, but probably would just join them up with his main army, right? That's less risky. Twilight Spire coming out as well for those... drops that he likes to do. He's got to join these imps up with his army, though. If they get caught out, that could be pretty bad.
Dude, the guns are just so fast right now. It's insane.
Yeah.
The fact that this tower is a speed tower up front as well is so good.
Uh-oh.
The Flame on imps coming in from the back end as well, going onto the Exos. We'll be able to get everything there. Getting onto the Lancers as well. Everything getting evaporated, but the front line of Lancers still doing a pretty decent job until this Magmadon comes in. Dude. A nice split off, actually, but Nightmare is actually ahead in supply after all of this.
Nightmare's control there was wonderful. The splits against the imps, and then he just split against the Magmadon as well.
That split was so fast.
That was
really well
insane.
done. Really good
That looked like a
engagement here from
microbot.
Nightmare.
Like, that was so fast.
Yeah.
It looked like he played that, you know, the Terran, was it Marine Baneling map?
Yeah, the Marine Split Challenge.
Yeah, it looks like he's played like that for 1,000 hours. Like.
Yeah, this is a Protoss player, by the way. Protoss players are always skilled at everything.
I take it back. That was a terrible
This is
split.
a Heroes of the Storm player that plays Protoss in his off time and mixed use.
Oh, man, the pre-setup there from Nightmare was so good, too, because even should those Flame on Imps have gotten a better connection there on the left side, it still was only about half the forces of Nightmare. He had half the army down at the third, half of it set up at the natural expansion, and that set him up for such a great arc once the actual engagement took place there with Theory that, you know, Nightmare was able to weather the storm that has been fatal to Vanguard versus Infernal in, I think, what, 4 or 5 games in a row here at the Tasteless Showdown. So Nightmare now actually hitting a really big power spike. He's able to put the pressure back onto Theory. And I don't know if Theory's actually going to be able to hold on. He might need to actually transform some of these imps into Flame-Ons if he wants to survive this one. Yeah. There is one Weaver out, actually 2 Weavers now entering the fray. Flame-On imps trying to push Nightmare back.
Okay, pretty decent split right there. The Medtech's doing a great job to help keep his line healthy a little bit longer. More units coming up. Oh, turns around with the stomp and actually does pull back.
Yeah, these trades are so good for Nightmare because he does have the Medtechs, he has the Exos, which can kite, and there's not like a ton of Magmadons or Hellborns to worry about here. And that's when the Exos really shine, right? When they can pick off units for free, like this. The Lancers are so tanky. As long as you don't get hit by these imps, yeah, you're taking excellent trades, doing bonus damage to the Magmadon with the Exos. And Nightmare is starting to cut through this Infernal army right here.
Feels like these Weavers aren't even doing anything in the back either. I'm curious like what the thought is behind putting them even in the composition at all, because I feel like having more Magmadons would honestly be pretty decent to just kind of continue stomping through.
I generally agree. I think the Weaver is cool, but I still don't get it.
Yeah,
like every time I see it in an army, I'm like, should that be there?
But it's good against like high value units, right? High HP units.
You're playing against Bio here.
Yeah, exactly. So that it doesn't make much sense, right? If you do the yoink, the yoink does 20% damage of the health pool. So like against the Exo or something, doesn't seem to make much sense. Yeah.
A really big hit there with the Imps, but still, Nightmare just has so many Exos.
Yeah, every Infernal player I talk to is like, oh, it's awesome. And I'm like, I don't know, man. I'm watching.
It does look really cool.
It's super cool looking.
I just feel like I never see it do anything.
You yoink a Lancer and it's like, well, thanks, I'm a melee unit.
Yeah, like, thanks, dude.
I wanted to be there.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, you yoinked me onto the Gaunts? Well, thank you. Like,
yeah, no problem, dude. All you.
Yeah, it's looking like Nightmare just has a little bit too much here.
Yeah, Nightmare is putting out an excellent game this game. Like,
I love how he played this one.
And I gotta say, like, watching a game like this, the games that look like this right now, these like closer macro games, are beautiful. Like, it gets me a little bit wiggly. It really makes me want to just go play.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy too, because he looked like pretty dead at one point with the push coming with all those gaunts,
yeah,
especially with the speed boosted tower as well. The fact that I think that the biggest play was on those saves on the turret.
Yeah,
the moves.
He would have lost if that turret got surrounded. He was dead.
Yeah, he was so quick with it both times to save it. It was like so critical.
It is so important. The Buzzsaw cannons, I think, are just such an integral part of this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. Doing that extra damage to biological units really helps against holding these pushes. And he dealt with the Imps
to be
well
biological.
No, I think we're good.
It's going to be how we stop the Kree with Vanguard right there.
Well, Theory slowly bleeding out here. I don't actually think there is a path forward for him, even with the best Flame connections on these Exos. I mean, there's just so much here for Nightmare. It really shows that, you know, if Vanguard can survive that first storm, the big timing push that Theory's been trying to go for both in Game 1 and Game 2, and I guess here in Game 3 he tried it again, but if it fails, the Exos, once they get going with these medtechs, it's so much damage. And the amount of kiting, I don't really know what Theory does.
This ball
with
gets
this
so efficient.
Well, you can't just fight it head on. You need like a Magmadon flank or something to get on top of the Exos. Otherwise, they just kite you for days.
And if it is any sort of head on, I think you need some Hellborns in there so that you actually have consistent damage.
Right.
But yeah, when it's like the army that he had, well, he was a bit behind at that point, right? Like he lost a lot of army. Like we had that one really fantastic engagement over between the natural and third base of Nightmare, and he kind of cleaned it up, and Theory never really came back from that.
Yeah, sometimes we forget that attacking with Flame Imps is actually hurting your economy.
Yeah, I was going to
say. That's not, that's not like, it looks free, but I guess it's not. It's pretty free, but if you blow up enough of them, it might hurt your economy a little bit. Let's say that.
Yeah, I mean, all these timing pushes, it's about 8+ imps that are coming out for these Infernal players. And if you go into a Game 3 like that one where economically you're even or maybe even at a disadvantage as Infernal's going up against the Vanguard who's been playing very greedy and surviving through it, then suddenly you don't really have the resources to get the Magmadons that you need for the flank to actually deal with the Exos or have enough units on the map just to even really withstand them pushing into your third base or your fourth base. And so I wonder if Theory is going to adjust from this one, because I think if you go for those timing attacks and you don't get the fatal blow, it's really hard to survive against the follow-up push with the Exos. I mean, the power spike hits so fast for Vanguard immediately after deflecting that push.
Definitely. He did try the slightly different opening that game, Theory. He did the Hexen Brute push, right? Whereas the previous game, he went for the Gaunt opening, so maybe we'll see him go back to that this game. I think that...
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You sounded like you wanted to.
I don't think you're right.
Actually,
but,
he's going to open Fiends.
I was actually just going to say it's going to be Celestial Maw coming up.
Well, that's a good point.
Oh, but no.
But they actually play their correct places.
Handshake agreement. They take off the headsets. They're like, I won't do it if you don't do it. Okay,
They literally just like look at each other like.
I had this feeling it was going to be the map and it was going to ruin all your guys' conversations. So I wanted to cut you guys off and ruin your day, but no, I guess we're going to actually. I don't know what this is going to look like right now.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised Theory didn't play Celestials, to be honest. Like,
I'm genuinely
in the
curious.
losers bracket,
this might actually just.
But Celestial is like there's more of a chance to stop it with Vanguard, anyways, right?
True, yeah.
Like,
Kiwian did a great job of it before.
He still died to it though.
He did, but I mean, if that Exo had gotten into the bunker and
it
actually
did get in the
survived,
bunker, but it was bugged,
yeah,
right?
I mean,
well, no, it didn't actually go in. Isn't that the thing? Kiwian like looked back at the replay.
It was like the game.
He was
tick.
like,
oh, he said bug, so I thought it was that bug.
No,
in the moment.
In the moment, but then he went back and looked at the replay, and then he's like,
it didn't actually
I didn't get in. Sorry.
The thing is, I think if it looks like it's going in, like the same game tick where it dies, the bunker is still going to go through the animation where it transforms, and so we all just kind of got duped.
Yeah. Well, he duped us. He said bugs.
Yeah, he did too, yeah. But even if he hadn't said bug, I mean, I was pretty sure the Exo had made it into the bunker just because of the animation.
It looks like it, right? Yeah.
I mean, even though it didn't make it, it seemed like Kiwian was able to pull it off.
Right.
You know, I mean, you're like a couple of game ticks away from making that defense actually work. There's Kiwian.
Definitely. And we see Theory going back into this Conclave Gorn opening here, getting the Ritual Chamber. So I think we'll see something more similar to the previous games, to the last game. I don't know if there's some kind of sick, like, siege camp push you can do now on this map, because the camp's really strong, right?
Yeah.
That was the old meta. The Infernals would take that camp really quickly. But now that camp hits hard. Like, you can't take that with just a few units
There's
anymore.
the old Noni build where he Shroudstone rushes the two turrets on one base and then uses all the fiends to kill them, and then you just have a huge fiend double siege tower push off one base.
Did Noni do that first? I remember doing that in the meta back a couple of days ago.
That was like the only thing Noni did on that patch.
That's also the only thing that he did.
Nice.
I feel like that's the only thing that a lot of players did. Yeah. Well, there was a period because we didn't have a map rotation back then, right? It was like a daily kind of rotation. So we would only play on Jagged Maw, and that was when Gaunt also started with Infest.
That actually, I stopped playing after one day because of that.
I started playing way more.
Yeah, no, it got gross, man. It's like, oh my god.
I looked at it.
Camps come in with all those fiends, and I'm like, what? So my turrets don't do anything, and yeah.
I feel like you literally could not defend with Vanguard a couple of days ago.
It was so strong. Because you're killing the camps and getting fiends from there, while your Shroudstone is killing one of the first siege camps, and then you just get the other one with the rest of them. It's like, okay. So
yeah, I feel like the best thing to do against that was just like Lance roll in or something.
Yeah.
But here we do see Nightmare going for that quick third base again, right? And I wonder if Theory's going to try another imp timing against it like we saw in game 1. Because that looked pretty hard to stop. He is creeping these camps. Even these health camps are strong now. They like the early camps used to be pretty easy to take out, but they like hit hard now.
I actually prefer it this way. I don't know about you guys, but
I do too.
Watching players before like send the first Lancer and start attacking a camp, I'm like, what is the point of this exactly? Why don't we just have the Lancer start with 20% less health, and then we'll automatically have the camp? Isn't that sick? Like, I like it being a little bit harder, and you have to actually put some thought into taking it.
I hesitate now, like to go for the camps at first in the beginning, because like I feel like I'm just gonna lose my whole first army, like if I don't actually have enough or whatever.
Yeah. Or even your Kree army.
What was it, the Skull Squisher?
Dude,
that thing is
like
so
10 plus Kree.
10 Kree go down.
There he is.
There's the big boy.
Legendary. How much damage does he actually do? Can we mouse over that?
2,000 HP.
2,000 HP, 30 damage. Oh, he's got double attack?
Range
that guy's crazy.
Well. Is that
his right hand and his left hand?
And then his butt.
Demolition fists.
And he's got these guns.
Yeah.
All right,
we got a fast third base out of Nightmare here.
Yeah, he's setting up that turret there as well.
Dude, if you can get away with stuff like this as Vanguard, Vanguard starts to feel really, really strong. You know, you get that third base up and you don't get screwed by it. It's like, yeah, man. Look at that. Buzzsaw Cannon instantly.
Nice.
Oh, but he actually... he gets the repair all the way. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, repair's busted,
Nightmare's
man.
on fire. Oh, God. Oh, my gosh.
Every RTS with repair, it's just always something crazy.
Dude. Yeah, man.
That's how you know there's justice in this world.
Does he have
repair
turrets?
exists. We don't just throw away broken things. We fix them. This is the ingenuity of the human race. Okay?
Be gone, consumerism.
This is what separates us from the apes.
Specifically the Protoss players.
For a moment, I was wondering whether Theory was going to try and go for this slightly more exposed buzzsaw turret here on the top side, but with Elantris coming in to assist, instead, Theory just going to hang back. I mean, he does have basically every single camp on the map right now, except for the one all the way on the left side.
It's some aggressive play here from Theory as he comes up. Like,
it is.
I think Nightmare's okay, though. Like, his buzzsaw turrets are well placed. He's got a good, solid army. He's got the 3 base. His production's going to get really big. And this is where Theory, I could see him messing up like he did in the previous game, where if this army goes down for Theory, Nightmare can run away with the game with Exo Medtech at that point.
Yeah, I really think he might. I mean, the fact that Theory is committing so many resources to this kind of low-tech army, if it doesn't get value sometime soon and Nightmare is able to hit his stride with the Exo transition in just a couple of minutes, we might have something very similar to what we saw in the last map.
And I love the double buzzsaw cannon setup there where the base is a little bit further from the barracks and everything. Everything about the way he's playing. Look at that. Yeah. Got the force field bunker thing. Like, let's go.
Yeah, Theory actually postured really aggressively there, but behind it, he's taken a 4th base. He's taken a shrine at the 2nd and 3rd gas. He got the Hexen Adept upgrade, and he's got a Spire on the way for drops. So he's like setting up for a very strong kind of mid-late game here. And he's going to be able to do some harassment with that drop with the close air distance. I really like his kind of choice of build here.
I wonder how much damage he's actually going to do, because obviously this map is pretty decent for drops since you're spawning so close to each other by air. So the Gaunt drops can be pretty good in this map. And I feel like also this game, he's hopefully not going to have it get sniped by a couple of Exos randomly finding the Harbinger either. So that will also be pretty good, I'm assuming. But, I mean, it's a lot of tech all coming out at exactly the same time. So Theory does have some time where before all this actually does kick in, where he could be in a bit of trouble if Nightmare decides to just kind of walk on the map. Because his army is getting pretty big, I feel like. His 3rd base is definitely kicked in by now.
Is that a Hexen drop?
Yeah, what's he doing?
Oh my god, he's going to Hexen drop?
What
does this even
Look at that Hexen.
Oh, is he going to like Miasma the Line, like Storm drops?
Either that, or can you Venom? Do you Venom trap them? Do the Bobs activate the Venom traps?
I imagine they do. I don't know how much damage it does.
I don't think that's it. Like,
this is strange.
Whatever it is, we're going to learn something new.
Yeah, let's see.
Yeah, this
Never
is weird.
Seen this
Dude,
before.
if this is Miasma drops, it's going to be so sick.
That is going to be crazy.
Oh
I think it is.
God.
It must be.
Let's see it.
Do it.
It is the Venom traps.
Oh, it is the Venom traps.
Oh,
You're right.
wow.
They're doing a little dance.
They're doing their Venom dance.
Oh,
This drop looks so
Does
funky.
that
I've
kill the
never
buff?
seen this
Looks
before.
so
Oh my god, they're at 10 HP!
Holy.
I think he did his math wrong there, guys.
Yeah. One more hit. Can you imagine all the fiends popping if he was able to make it happen?
God.
oh.
But now he can't go back to mine them right
Yeah,
now. He has
that's
to wait
true.
for some suicide units to just go and tank them.
I was getting so hyped.
That was
when
so
all
strange.
of
That
the
was
mobs
so
survived.
strange.
It's even funnier because they do their little ooga booga.
Yeah. It's just like we're all
It's
waiting.
not like an immediate thing, so it's just like, what's going on here?
I wonder if he had one more Hexen with it, if he was actually able to make it work. Those were
Yeah.
only the 3 Hexens, right?
Yeah,
Right.
Maybe
he
it's
actually
supposed to
had a
have 4.
4th that was behind the Harbinger that he
Yeah.
didn't. It looked like he clicked to pick it up, but clicked away too quick.
I think he might have meant to have 4 of them.
Yeah, I think so.
They're still there, though.
Everyone's done that before, man.
Like, they're still there, denying all that mine on the main base. I
Yeah,
mean,
it's
this
still
is the
good.
big fight here, which is the important thing. This Vanguard army is still pretty scary. The Magnodon's coming in with some big stomps on the Lancers, though.
It's a better Vanguard army here than
yeah. Again, the Weavers.
Well, I mean,
Would
yeah,
you
I'm
prefer
not
Hellborns?
a huge fan of them. Yeah, I would. I think having 3-4 Hellborns in the back here would be doing a lot more.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
It's not
I
like
mean,
they're complete trash or something. It
Right.
just doesn't feel like they're actually contributing for their cost.
to be fair, they're super beefy right now in this front line,
Right.
so they're
Yeah.
not actually dying, and so they were actually kind of shaving them off a little bit. They're doing their little, their sand people dance again, trying to kill off these mobs.
I love the little Hexen dance.
Oh, they're actually
So
so
funny.
tanky.
Maybe this is the real benefit of getting the Weavers, is they just have so much white health they can just absorb this damage for the Gaunts on the
Yeah,
front
Maybe,
line.
yeah.
Yeah.
They're heavy, right, the Weaver?
I don't know.
Biological
They
light.
look-
Oh,
they look-
light.
yeah, I
They're
was about
light.
to say the same thing.
Oh, so the
Light
Exos
unit.
don't do extra damage to them. That's interesting.
Even a lot of structures are light. That surprised me when I read the tags.
That's weird.
How is that
Wait,
unit
so
light?
what tag is the Weaver?
Biological light.
Yeah.
What?
That is
Really?
a light unit.
That's pretty shocking.
Guys,
What are we doing here? Well,
just
that's
look
not
at
light.
Is it full of hot air? Like
Maybe
what-
you have the bones of a
Does it have
bird.
hollow bones?
You
Yeah,
have the birds of a the bones of a bird.
it must. It must if it's light. Or what are we talking about?
Okay, now this army of theories is starting to look real scary. As he gets into more and more Magmadons, the Flame Imps as well. Spreading some Shroud with the effigies is taken out though. And yeah, these Weavers are tanking a lot of shots.
It's like
allowing the
150 white health.
Magmadons to get on top of the army. Even
my
dropping
God.
the Harbinger there. Sick engagement here, but the Bible's still pretty strong. Like, it still kites this army quite well.
Feels like he needs a little bit more in there. Like the battles are going quicker to Theory's side.
I want to see him do like a Magmadon drop flank on the Exo ball.
That would be sick.
I've seen someone try that before, like in like other patches or whatever, and it's actually the sickest thing. It looks so cool.
That would be awesome. I would love to see that.
Oh, nice abducts on the Exos right here to start things off. Big Infest coming in too. Magmadon's going to try and stomp on all this bio, but Nightmare able to kite away in time. Is going to retreat back to this resource camp.
I'm pretty sure I know the answer to this. You can't lash your own units, can you?
You can.
You can?
The
right?
Weaver?
Yeah.
Yeah, he heals them.
Yeah.
So, but you can
They're
drag
white
it
health.
to you?
Yeah,
you, like,
yeah.
you
pull
put
it
the
back
Weaver
to
on the front line and like harpoon the Magmadon.
That's what I was
yeah,
thinking
yeah. Dude, yeah, you like
You
throw
drop
them
the
forward,
Weaver
and then you're like,
behind
come back!
his army, and it tanks super hard, and then you just pull a Magmadon through.
Yeah.
He's getting healed while dancing.
Pulling them to the front line, you mean?
Dude, yeah. What if you?
Yeah, so the Magmadons are in the front, and you drop a Weaver behind, and then
Yeah,
through
dude.
the army.
Oh my god,
That
that
would be sick.
That
Somebody
would
go
be-
tell Theory to do this right now.
Yeah, dude.
Just slip him a note.
Yeah, dude.
A picture. Of
yeah, a diagram.
Little
Does anyone have a
being
pen and
pulled.
paper?
He can't read
Dude,
languages that
yeah,
quick.
with my drawing later on, it would come out. It's like, yeah, I don't know. You drew the weirdest picture and handed it to me.
I was a little
Give me a
offended,
picture of like
actually.
a dog. Like,
I don't know what he was trying. It was like, yeah.
There's a dinosaur. I don't know the
That
dinosaur.
dog with a very long tongue licking a rhinoceros. I thought it was inappropriate.
Here come the stomps from the Magmadons, cornering these Exos here between these buildings. I like this little Sim City area, though, as well. Making it quite
Honestly.
difficult for him to push through.
Honestly, the Weavers are actually getting so much done. It feels like once they reach this mass, they're so tanky. They just do not die.
Yeah.
And once you're able to abduct like a couple of Exos like this,
yeah, they're actually super useful as tanks here.
Yeah.
I wasn't seeing it in the beginning, but in the higher numbers, it actually starts to look really good. And Theory's supply getting out of control now. This army is huge, spreading the Shroud as much as he can, chasing down kind of the last remnants of his Bible.
Those Magmadons.
Yeah, he's got this big flank coming here with the Fiends as well, going to jump on all these Exos. They try to run to the natural, but these forces are just thinning out here for Nightmare.
GG.
GG is cool.
Excellent, excellent series.
Yeah, I really
This
enjoyed
was a
that.
very fun series to see.
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah, and that eliminates Nightmare, right? So that's our last
Yeah.
Vanguard player is going to be out, or am I completely crazy?
no, I think you're right. Just Celestials and
Yeah,
Infernals
that's
that
right.
sometimes
Yes.
play
Yeah.
Celestials left.
Two
Yeah,
Infernals
yeah.
in the bottom bracket and two Celestials in the top bracket.
Yep.
Everything is right in the world. We're clearly establishing a hierarchy
Yeah,
here.
dude.
All the Vanguard players are out. All the Celestials
yeah.
are in the upper bracket.
The
all
Vanguard players did win a
Infernals
couple
lower.
games in the tournament, though.
Yeah,
Yeah, that
man.
is true.
And one of those was against another Vanguard.
Yeah.
That was one of our best series, in fact.
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Oh,
that
yeah.
was actually like the most entertaining series of the whole tournament.
Yeah. I love watching people with foam swords fight each other. So we're going to bring Theory over here for a quick little interview. We'll talk to him a little bit about his different plays there. That was a great series, though. I really did enjoy that. Some very good timing attacks. You can see that where him and a laser line up and where they don't on what they want to do. These on-fire timing attacks against the heavier Lancer seem good. I really like the speed of the command posts that we're seeing out of Nightmare by the end.
Yeah.
I think that that's going to be really crucial, is knowing just how fast you can expand in Vanguard versus Infernal.
I felt like Nightmare was getting better as the series went on there
For
in
sure.
Game 3 and Game 4.
For sure.
Well, let's get the mic for you.
He's
You're ready to talk directly into the top of it?
Yeah, you're gonna get
You gotta make
with
sure
your
they
head
can
this
hear
time.
you. Yeah.
Nice.
Awesome.
Okay.
Do I sound good?
It's not on.
Wait, is this actually
right there?
Wait,
Do I
yeah.
sound good?
Boost the volume a little bit, maybe. He's talking into it. It's on.
Testing.
There we go.
There
Yeah, all right.
There he is.
Nice.
All right, congratulations. Very nice series, actually. It was really entertaining there. The last couple games, we felt like Nightmare was improving dramatically in the matchup. Would you agree?
Yeah, he's a really talented player. You could tell every game he got better and better.
Yeah.
He was doing some really cool movements and micro tricks that I hadn't really seen in StormGate yet. You can really see him bringing that StarCraft 2 skill into this game very quickly.
Yeah, actually, one of the greatest sequences that we liked a lot was we were actually talking before the game where he went for the Mass Lancer with Upgrade Rush. We were actually literally talking about maybe he should try this build against your Gaunts, and then he did it, and you were like, I'm not attacking those. And you just like right-clicked away. Yeah. Could you tell us about that moment? Because it felt like very intentional while you were waiting for your Fiends to get up here and you were waiting for your Gaunt speed, maybe?
Was that the Lost Hope game?
Yeah.
The 4-player map?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw a bunch of Lancers, and I was like, nope. I think my economy is good. I can just move around the map, maneuver, expand, take camps, and just play for a late game. I don't have to all in if I see a bad situation, even though that build is kind of all in on gas. But,
yeah, it felt that way in game number 3 where you went for the timing attack, but you actually weren't able to break him. And then momentum swung so heavily in Nightmare's favor with that counterattack. Do you think that when you pull those 8 or so flaming imps and you try and commit to that push, if it fails, is it basically just game over?
I think so. I think I was just playing nervous and maybe a little lazy. I should have like flanked with the imps, like just play the long game, get behind, try to surround. I was just getting nervous, I think, and tried to hit him head on, but he's too good of a player to die to that.
Yeah. Could you talk to us a little bit about the role of the Weaver in your army? Because originally I thought you were going to be looking for like the yoinks on high value units, but it actually seemed like you used them more as a tank. Like, how do you see the role of the Weaver in this matchup?
My idea was the map is really big, so it'll take him a long time to get a critical mass of exos to my base. So once they get there, I just pick them apart with Weavers. I have like 4 Weavers, 4 exos of his army, 4 exos of his army. And I don't know if you guys saw, I played super greedy. I took 5. As soon as I saw him bunker up, I took 2 bases.
Yeah.
So I was on 5 shrine. So I was just banking money, wait for him to attack, see what he has, then make my units. And I chose Weavers. Yeah,
I guess that's the benefit of Infernals, that you can maybe wait a little bit with the charges, I guess. So you don't necessarily have to make everything right away. So
busted.
So busted, dude. I'm actually curious about the you had the little Hexen drop as well in that last game. With the Venom traps doing the little Ooga Booga dances on the bob line. Is that something you do a lot in some games, or did you just kind of try experimenting with that?
It was really OP last phase because the cast time on the mine was like almost instant, so the workers would just disappear. But I thought, okay, he's like constantly kiting on the left side. He's not going to be watching his main, so that's why I did that. I don't know how many bobs it killed. I don't think
it killed any.
Like they got down to 10, but it denied mining for a really long time while that was all happening.
You only had 3 Hexens in the dropship, though. I thought you would have, if you had gone for 4, do you think you could have gotten the entire mineral line, more or less?
I didn't know the exact numbers. I hadn't really done this in this match.
I think it looked like 4 because it was like, what, 2 rounds, and they were all on 10 HP.
Yeah,
so I think one.
And you actually had a 4th Hexen that was following the Harbinger, and then it looked like you went to pick it up, and then you just flew away. So I don't know if that was a mistake or not.
It was definitely a mistake. So I use automated control groups to get like the unhotkeyed unit button. So I can unhotkey unit button, automated control groups. Hexens don't get automatically added. So I might have had a couple Hexens derping around. I was like looking for them, like, where are they?
Show yourselves.
So that's a bug,
Gotcha. All right. Well, I guess that does it for this one. How do you feel about your next match coming up against a Laser, Infernal versus Infernal?
That'll be interesting.
Or are you just going to go Celestial?
I think me and a Laser will probably play Infernal versus each other. Nice. I think we're tired of Celestials in this tournament. So
That would be nice.
I did have one more question. So what was the logic behind nobody playing Celestials on Jagged Maw there at the very end? Because Dan seemed like he was ready for you guys to bring out the Celestials there, but actually you just stuck with your main races. Was that a handshake agreement, or did you not feel confident in going for that push against Vanguard?
I don't know Nightmare well enough, but he was like, oh, I only Vanguard. But since I lost the previous game, I got to see his race first. So he picked Vanguard, and I was like, okay, I'll pick Infernal.
Makes sense.
Yeah, gentleman's game.
If he had chosen Celestial, would you have gone Celestial there?
Oh, 100%. I think I might be one of the people who like started this problem in this tournament. Like, oh, this build can beat parting. Oh, apparently it can beat anybody.
Yeah. No, I think you are part of the problem.
Yeah,
All right. I think that'll do it. Thank you very much, Theory. Good luck in your next match. But first, we're going to do the winners final. So it's going to be Parting versus Probe coming up. Guys, don't forget to check out TastelessThreads.com for all of your clothing needs. I know that he doesn't sell underwear yet.
Socks about to be on the way.
Socks about to be on the way.
Yeah.
You know, if he doesn't sell pants, a T-shirt upside down, you'll do fine. All right, we're going to go to a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we'll do that winners match finals.
I'm here with Kevin, or as I have always thought of him, as Monk, originally from TL. Monk is in charge of the 1v1 aspect of Stormgate over at Frost Giant Games. Could you tell us a little bit about yourself and about what your role at the company has been like?
Yeah, as you alluded to before, I used to work for Team Liquid TL. From then, I transitioned onto the StarCraft 2 team, working on both cooperative gameplay and the 1v1 balance. And now here I'm at Stormgate, where I am in charge of just PvP overall, player versus player in Stormgate, of course, where not only the 1v1 game mode, but a future 3v3 game mode as well.
Exciting. So you're like me in that StarCraft has been your whole life, right? You grew up playing it, watching it, and now you're even living it here by working at Frost Giant. Coming from StarCraft, whether it be 1 and 2, or 1 or 2, or both of them, what are the experiences you wanted to bring from StarCraft into Stormgate? And then what are the things that you experienced in StarCraft that you felt like Stormgate needed to go without?
Yeah, what I personally am attached to with RTS and why I've loved RTS all my life is the ability to kind of just optimize the game and learn the game and just figure out, oh, I lost to this strategy. What can I do better in the next strategy, in the next game to kind of overcome that? Or how can I make this a little bit more efficient? That kind of puzzle solving aspect of the RTS is really what I'm attached to and what I really want to make sure exists in Stormgate. On the other hand, some things that I think we can maybe go without or maybe lessen the impact of is one thing we tried to do in Stormgate was we tried to make the time to kill a little bit slightly longer than a traditional StarCraft game, so that players can actually micro, they can play the game without feeling that they didn't look at the screen for a single second and then maybe a disruptor shot or hits your entire army and you just instantly lose the game. So we have purposely slightly increased the time to kill, not that much from a traditional StarCraft game, but it makes sure that players are able to breathe in the moments while we still want to retain like the big explosive moments in the game. Like there'll still be abilities that do a ton of damage, for instance, and there'll still be certain units that are tailored to maybe more of a damage role rather than a tanky role.
One of the things I noticed, only after somebody pointed it out to me, but after a couple days of playing the game, I realized, oh, there's no like 1-1, 2-2, or 3-3 upgrades, which is funny because I felt like, and when I talked to other people that were playing the game early on, they hadn't quite noticed that wasn't there either, which is interesting because it means like I didn't miss it, but I guess I wasn't looking for it right away either. What was the rationale in eliminating these sort of incremental, at times almost universal damage upgrades on all fronts, or armor upgrades on all fronts?
Yeah, that's actually one of my favorite topics to talk about, so I'm glad that you brought that up. We had a lot of back and forth with regards to whether we included these upgrades or whether we didn't include these upgrades. In fact, the very first version of the game, the from over a year ago, did indeed have those upgrades. So how we think about these upgrades, or just upgrades in general, is that we feel that the best upgrades fall into one of two categories. They either change the relationships between units, and the best example you can see is like if you get the Zergling speed upgrade, they counter Marines, but the Marines can get the stim upgrade and they counter Zerglings. But then like you get the combat shields upgrade, and that changes relationships as well. Or maybe it doesn't change relationships, and that alludes to the second kind of upgrades, which are upgrades that allow you to that are in service of the unit and make the unit balanced. So for example, maybe Marines can't have combat shields in the beginning of the game because that would be too OP, that would be too powerful, and that would completely change the balance of the game. So the best upgrades in our minds are either number one, to make the unit really cool, or number two, to enable us to balance the unit such that the unit itself can shine. And that's a criteria for when designing these upgrades. The +1 armor and weapon and armor upgrades kind of don't fall into either of these two categories. And what we found is they often create a situation where, as for a new player, you don't know that these upgrades exist because they're not surfaceable to a player. You have to go in the unit info panel. You have to hover over a button in order to find out, oh, this unit actually does have a +1 upgrade. So a lot of times we found out that when players were playing the game, they suddenly just lost and they don't know why. And it was probably because their opponents were upgraded 3-3 versus 0-0. So that's from a new user perspective. That's also from like just an exciting moments perspective. No one is particularly excited about +1 upgrades. And then finally, we like the fact that I think in StormGate overall, you see a lot more tech switches. Oftentimes in a lot of Blizzard-style RTSs, such as Warcraft, such as StarCraft, you're really hard committed into a specific play style, or like you go heavy bio or heavy mech because you are locked into those upgrades. I think my favorite example is actually coming from Warcraft 3. The Huntress and Archer upgrades, you would get the tier 1 upgrades, and then you could never transition it to tier 2 or 3 because you were just locked into those units. And for StormGate, what we've found out that because we don't have we're not gated to these +1 upgrades, there are more free tech transitions. And we're still trying to figure out, like, is this, like, we're a pretty fluid game right now in terms of how well you can transition tech. All you really need is the tech buildings and the correct number of associated production structures. And we're kind of trying this out, and we've generally liked the idea so far. I think maybe we could have a few more upgrades added back into the game in order to more gate the tech transitions, because they are a little bit free right now. And we are also considering other types of universal upgrades. So, for example, maybe it's not a +1 attack upgrade. Maybe it's a +1 speed upgrade that affects all units overall.
So this next question, I don't know if this is your department exactly, but as a 1v1 guy, I mean, my favorite experience has always been laddering. I love the fact that there's like this beautiful meritocratic system that's blind, that will just, you know, if I'm really playing well, it will push me up. If I start to play worse, or maybe I get a little bit too experimental, it'll just organically push me back down. Can you talk a little bit about the laddering system in the game for the people that are, you know, kind of my background?
Yeah, of course. We actually a lot of our devs come from StarCraft. And we have a lot of experience with that ladder system. That being said, probably the biggest influence for our ladder system is actually a fan-made ladder system developed by the Warcraft 3 community. Warcraft 3, of course, has its own official ladder, but the community has developed their own kind of side ladder called War 3 Champions, or W3 Champions, that is really heralded as the premier ladder in the Warcraft 3 scene right now. And what they've done an excellent job of just taking feedback from the community. A lot of them are really good players themselves, so they know what works best in a ladder. And we've actually brought on a lot of those people, both as engineers and as consultants for our ladder system. And without going like too deep in the weeds, one of the things, some of the features we have is, for example, we have a global ladder system. We don't have any regions in the game, such that you living in Korea right now, you can play against anyone in North America. You'll get matched up against anyone in Europe, and our ladder system will actually intelligently find the best server for you across all the servers in the world, such that you get the best match server. So it'll no longer be, oh, you have to log on to NA to play a match between Europe and Korea. You'll no longer have to, and the game will essentially balance the server experience for you.
I think that's really good, because historically with StarCraft, we were always kind of in these silos, right? It's like, well, I know the Koreans are good, but I can't touch them, right? I'm in my NA server, or I'm in my EU server. And so that's really cool that you've kind of made it a truly global thing, where there's going to be crossover everywhere. And that's going to be cool to see how that that affects the meta, because so much of metas historically were also in their own weird silos, you know, where you'd have like all the Chinese players and they only played against other Chinese players, and then you kind of didn't know what was going to happen when one came to an international tournament or how they were going to play. Well, Monk, that's all the time we have. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me, and congratulations on StormGate finally being in early access. I am super excited to be casting your game and streaming it as well.
Thank you for having me, Nick.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for waiting. We're going to be going into a little campaign mission here.
Oh, yeah.
We're mixing it up.
Yeah.
And is this funny to you?
I don't know.
You guys know the campaign is serious.
I just like the way he was like, yeah.
Yes, the campaign.
I was thinking about these shirts that you can get at tastelessthreads.com. And
we designed it like this so that when Dan and me hug each other, the faces kiss. So.
I just had a really great idea. But I need the image just like spread a little bit more because I want to cut holes in their mouths so my nipples show. Wouldn't that be awesome?
That'd be great, yeah.
It's like a nipple and a little hair, a little curly hair coming out of Tasteless's
You
mouth.
could get a little cord up there so we get close to somebody, like Artosa spits on him. And
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I'm like, tell a funny joke, and milk comes out of his nose.
Oh my God! All right, so we're going into. I believe this is the third mission in the campaign.
Yeah.
The third mission?
Yes.
Mission
Spoiler
3.
alert!
No, wait,
Yeah.
what?
Spoilers, everybody.
Are
oh
you
no.
telling me that Darth Vader is Luke Skywalker's dad? No!
Dude, I haven't played yet. I watched the obviously the cinematics that they released.
Yeah.
And the one thing I know is that there are one-eyed bats, and I think they killed that dude. I don't know how they did. They like head-butted him they eye-butted him.
Yeah, you gotta wonder if we were a one-eyed bat. Yeah, if you get something in your
most of your
eye, you
body
would
is the
literally
eye.
fall out of the sky.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Those things are
But
shadow
imagine-
flyers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they're called one-eyed bats.
Oh,
but I'm
okay.
sorry.
They're
sorry.
one-eyed bats.
We got
and,
one-eyed bats,
yeah.
and then we got the robot dogs.
Oh, you
as
mean
well.
the Cyclops bats? Yeah, those things.
Like, are you a bat or a minion?
Good question.
That is a good question.
All right, so we're going to go into the game. I believe they're rolling out the campaign in stages, right? So what the first 3 missions are free.
Dude, never play cards with cheetahs, and if they ain't cheetahs, then
Then
they
are
are
lying.
lying. Oh, ancient proverb.
Ancient.
I
The
like
ancient
that.
book of
That
dad
brings me
jokes
back
from
to
the
like
90s.
what was it in Warcraft 2 in the tips menu? Like it has like a couple of useful things, and
Yeah.
it's like never pet a burning dog. So, oh, sorry. It's like we're talking during a
Gravens.
movie.
Gravens, guys.
All right.
All right.
So this is going to be played by Ziggy.
Yes.
Ziggy is our buddy out here in Korea, and also our observer.
Yeah.
For parts of this
Oh,
event.
yeah,
So,
yeah. No, Ziggy does a lot of great things, actually. Does the translation for ASLs as well.
Yes, yes.
True.
There he is now.
There he is.
Looking
Oh, my God.
Yeah, focused.
Looking very handsome.
The most focused. He's having a real hard time, Mike.
Oh, my
He's
gosh.
sweating bullets right now.
Dude, this is stressful. By the way, I don't think he's going to win this. He's losing his units.
The campaign is literally telling him to click the ability, and he doesn't realize it.
It's Z for Ziggy. There he goes.
Z
okay,
for
got
Ziggy.
it.
Oh, he didn't, so that thing is supposed to infiltrate things as well. Like
So-
when you infiltrate it, it like takes it over or something. Okay, he's gonna die.
Oh, he's going to die. All right,
Oh,
we're
God.
going to get a reset
Oh
here.
my
Oh my
God.
GG!
Oh my God. What room is he in? I need to go talk to him right now. This is actually very bad.
All right, so we're going to go back into this.
All right, well, that was...
Back.
By the way, GM Terran.
Only plays Reapers, though.
Yeah.
That's
Oh, right. He goes mech and stuff. He doesn't know how to use bio units.
Unless they're Reapers, then yeah. He loves his proxy
So
Reaper,
you think
dude.
Reapers are mech units?
He-
well, they do have robot parts on them, but I guess all Terran do,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. All right, are we gonna listen to this whole thing again, or are we gonna click skip briefing?
Skip briefing.
He can't hear us.
He doesn't, dude. He didn't see the Z button glowing. He doesn't see skip briefing. Okay, you chose the wrong person to play the campaign here today, Tasteless.
All right, so we're going to go into this in a second here. Yeah, man. This campaign, by the way, speaking of campaigns, I just wrapped up the Warcraft 3 campaign, which Tim Campbell, I think, was in charge of.
Cool.
So fun.
Yeah.
I actually
Did you find the Dark Portal?
That was Warcraft 2.
Oh,
nice
okay.
try.
Sorry, I just wanted to be one of the guys.
But I gotta say, like Blizzard campaigns or Blizzard-esque campaigns, a lot of fun.
Yeah, no.
I was surprised at how hard the Warcraft 3 hard mode was.
Dude, you were on that mission for days, it felt like.
The final one.
Yeah.
It was actually.
People
was fun.
did tell me you were wretchedly bad at it.
I felt like by the time I finished all the missions for the respective race, I'm like, okay, I got it, but now I got to go switch to undead or whatever's next. But it's fun.
Cool.
So we got our mission loading up here, and I think we'll get into this next game.
The rematch. Ziggy versus single player.
Versus the
Yeah.
story.
No, I did play this as well, and it does tell you, it's actually deceiving, because like the thing tells you should like use the ability or whatever, but it like baits you, because you don't actually want to use it right away. You need to actually kill all the units first as well. So you can't actually, you have to actually kill everything before you start to, the ability takes over the building and makes it yours in the campaign.
Okay.
So like,
it's like a engineer in Command and Conquer.
Sure,
right?
yeah. So you actually need to like, you want to like micro and kill all the units first is the funny thing. But you can't. What you do want to do, you want to put one of them into the turret because then it makes the turret into yours, and that's extra DPS.
Damn. Look at you knowing everything about the single player.
Hey man, I played it this one time and I did lose in the exact same way that Ziggy did, so I have exactly the same experience.
I have not played the campaign yet. I was too busy trying to cram for what was Celestials were. If I had known all I had to do was just fly my building towards them and make of course I would have done this.
What is he doing?
All right, let's see if he
I
realizes.
think he's baiting him out.
Why the range on these is so low. It's incredible.
Oh, okay. So they're actually a melee unit, kind of.
Almost. They're like the shortest little pistols
They have to be
ever.
in sneeze range, basically.
Their pistols are empty. They're actually whipping them with them.
I feel like he needs to infiltrate one of that turret there. Like, that's actually so important.
Can you take?
There we go. Nice. There we go. And then you can put one of them inside of it, and it makes it cloaked and stuff.
Do you want to do that, though, right now?
He doesn't know that.
He doesn't know that, but it's very good, though. It makes it cloaked, and they shoot out these little globs.
Dude, if I was Ziggy right now, I'd be like, oh my god,
Dude,
the
this
whole
is the
world's watching
second
this.
time in a row.
I heard people saying this was too easy, but we have pro gamer Ziggy here. He can't do it.
Oh my god.
He can't do
This is
it.
what a lifetime of cheese
Wait,
does
can you
to
run by everything? And
No, there's stuff on the top, too. There's some other enemies up there.
Okay.
But, like, you have to... I love that giant
God.
infiltrate.
Medic explodes. By
Well,
the
they
way.
got it. This is where they start giving more and more
Yeah,
hits, right?
yeah.
Like if you die enough times, I found this out watching my kids. If you die enough time in Mario Brothers, they give you a mushroom that makes you invincible.
No way.
No way.
So you can do the stage.
That's so
the future
funny.
is dark.
Yeah. I actually told them when I saw them taking it, I'm like, don't do that.
Yeah.
If you're a real human, you're not taking that.
I'm like, guys, we're Stemkowskis. We don't do this. We only play the hardest race.
Stemkowski's never took the invincibility mushroom.
All right, so he did infiltrate the CP, but he actually did it with like one of the most high health
yeah.
infiltrators.
Well,
so now
he
he's
can kind
got
of loop around.
almost nothing
my
left.
God, this is intense.
Dude, you cannot kill 2 Lancers with those. That is not going to
I don't know
work
if you could stutter step this.
No!
He
saved it by infiltrating.
Can you make another lance? But what if you just
He has
make
no money,
buildings?
though. He doesn't. He can't.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude, he's taking his glasses off. He's getting serious.
It's very
oh my
serious
god.
now.
It's so funny.
I am so glad
He's
you
right
chose
over
Ziggy
there
for
too,
this.
so we can see him.
Oh,
over
he's
here.
right there?
Yeah, he's right there.
You didn't know that? Oh no, I thought he was
When
in
Dave
some
was like,
back
I
room.
wonder where
he's
Ziggy is right now. I was
literally
like,
right there.
that's weird. Yeah, he's right there.
Well, actually, I was thinking about going and fucking teasing him, but he's right there. So, and he actually then hears all that you're saying.
Yeah,
Why are you
yeah,
giving
yeah.
him tips? Like, no, Ziggy, they're your friends. Don't worry.
I'm trying to make it so he doesn't die on the campaign 3 times
so
in a row.
We're down. Campaign for
0-2.
Siggy 0-2 right
This
now.
is a best of 5, right?
Yeah.
It's a best of 5 reset.
The reset bracket. All right.
That's right.
Oh my gosh.
All right.
This has been
So
pretty
the
fun.
idea is you want to run in and steal.
You need the turret.
Is it sentry post? Is that what that's
Sentry
called?
post,
Okay.
yes,
I
yes,
keep
yes.
wanting to call it a bunker. Sentry post, and
Yeah.
then
you steal it, and then you put one of your guys in it, so that way it
All right.
starts shooting.
You hear
out
that?
the
So
things.
you got to put one guy inside of it.
Yeah.
Here come the monsters. We were camping. Leave us be.
Why are you even killing these? Why don't you just run past them?
That's actually a good point.
They
Yeah,
didn't
you
do-
might be able to just run past
He's
them.
one of these completionist guys. You have to
Yeah,
kill
yeah,
every
yeah.
unit in your campaign.
That's actually so crazy. It's actually so funny watching like speedrunners or whatever, because it makes me realize that you don't have to
Ziggy
play
has
like
beautiful
80%
eyes.
of the campaign.
Okay, so
He has beautiful eyes. Tasteless, those are the tears forming that are making them look beautiful.
okay, he's baited them all out.
Unfortunately, he lost the sentry post again, so that's a bit unfortunate.
Ooh. All right, decent kiting here. Decent
Yeah,
kiting.
this is going better though. He's definitely microed his units way better this time.
Yeah.
I think he realizes how low the range is now. Because I also, when I did this the first time, I was like over microing
Yeah.
so hard because I kept canceling the animation, thinking I
What
had
is
way
this
more
unit
range.
called? Infiltrator. Okay.
Yeah, in the campaign it's the infiltrator, but in the multiplayer it's the
Raven.
Raven, yeah.
That's right. Okay. Yeah, I was thinking it was something else. Okay. We're eventually going to be going into the pores of Ziggy's face.
We're gonna see
We're going to have to get in the magic school bus and just go inside of his mind.
Oh
like-
my gosh. Oh my gosh.
What's
like
the
that
teacher's name in that?
The teacher in the Magic. What is the teacher in the Magic?
Mrs. like.
Oh, Mrs. Frizzle.
Frizzle.
That's right.
I was thinking
Frizzle,
Friggy, but that's Ziggy. And
But if you look at the new one,
yeah.
it's like her niece or something. It's like a new one, yeah.
Oh, I see.
And they got rid of the girl that compares everything to her old school, so I have no frame of reference for how cool anything is. It's actually a real problem. Not a big fan of the new one.
Insufficient supply.
Okay, so now you've got a base. So this is actually a base building mission.
Yes, yes. Eventually you actually do get it, and then you get your hero, Amara, which is basically a better...
Are you spoilering this for us?
No, it says it right there. That's the unit he's controlling.
That's Amara?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Heading there now. Why wait?
All right, Amara getting shot in the side here.
Our forces are under attack.
So he's going to come out. Is he going to try to steal this building? Oh! Oh, I thought I got shot down for a second.
I also did that too. Oh, the Vulcans.
Oh, damn, Vulcans.
Jumping
He's
forward.
screwed.
Oh, my God.
Oh, no, the bunker tanks.
Oh,
or
damn.
the sentry post tanks.
Amara's guns have better bullets.
Yeah, really.
Construction complete.
You don't want to keep... You can infest those, Ziggy, or infiltrate them.
Infiltrate.
Ziggy, no, take those for yourself. Oh,
Dude,
he's got no
you're
more.
a worse backseat gamer than the Twitch.
He's
chat.
I'm stupid. He lost all his, he lost all of them. He can't infiltrate anymore.
I actually didn't realize that until you guys said that. I was like, no, he's right. He should take that.
Where's the action?
Sorry, just kill all the buildings.
We're going to end up going into a match after this and being confused about the units.
Oh,
now.
dude. I'm like, he should just use Amara. She does a lot of damage.
make more Amara.
Yeah, what are you doing? You think she would put up with these flying morph cores? You kidding me?
Okay, so steal that. Do we have an income yet?
Yeah, the other base on the left side is going. This is the second base that you have. So yeah, Amara's got a bunch of different abilities too, so you can do a bunch of stuff with her. She's got like a dash.
Those speedrunner boots.
It's a good bet there are prisoners inside.
Those boots don't fit on Ziggy's feet, man.
Where?
All right. We're almost at the point where we can see the game in his eyes. It would be kind of cool to just cast this off of one of Ziggy's eyes, right? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I hope if he does beat the mission and they zoom in on him again, he has sunglasses on.
Oh, that'd be sick.
Scans show a substantial ground force.
You know, one of the fun things about RTS games is, I mean, it really is just this like big sandbox with a bunch of objects. You can kind of make anything with it, right? So there's so many different kinds of missions you can have in a campaign, you know?
Yeah. So but what he has to do here is he's got these two different like attack points on the top and bottom. Those are the bonus objectives that you can go to rescue like other prisoners or something like that.
Does he know that in a mere 13 seconds the enemies are going to be alerted, or have we
that's right. Time until enemies are alerted.
He's like, I better start a barracks.
Yeah, no. There's actually a pretty decent defense here, so he can't even just go in with that one unit. He's going to try to micro his heart out, just like the little Terran player he is, but he's not going to really be able to kill that, unfortunately.
Those little Terran players. Dude, he's dragging everything back.
Oh, my God.
This is going to be kited all the way back into his base, and it's going to kill him.
Yeah.
Oh, what's up now?
I don't know about that move. Oh, look how dumb they are. Anchored all the way back
He's like, wait, you guys are supposed to fight with me.
Where are you going?
We're on the same team.
All right, he's going to be able to come up here. Should be able to clear this out, and then like you get the bottom one as well, and then you get like a bunch of just units like constantly spawning out of these two anchor points that you can then like attack the main fortress area or whatever. So you do want to actually kill these things.
Oh, what's up?
Mission.
Ooh.
She's up here now.
Oh my God!
Be careful, don't fall.
I want to go ahead and predict. I think he is going to lose Amara at some point, and we're going to have to try one more time.
No, it doesn't. If you lose it at this point, it doesn't reset. It's not like a Jim Raynor thing.
You can lose your hero and be okay.
It comes back. It's like a MOBA. It comes back. Yeah, it's not like the StarCraft 1 campaign or whatever, where like you lose Jim Raynor and then it's over.
It's a painful thing.
Every Warcraft 2 Beyond the Dark Portal mission.
Yeah,
it's like how you lose that. I literally take my hero and just put him in the very bottom right.
Yeah.
Make farms around him. Like,
I saw all your clips on YouTube of the shorts of like you somehow losing it to like the most random projectile ever.
Our forces are under attack.
Okay, so cleaning up this attack over here.
Under attack.
So does the hero level up?
I don't.
It does it, right?
I don't think they level up.
Allies are
I don't.
under
Yeah.
attack.
No, there looks like there's some bar in the middle when he clicks on it. I'm not sure if it might level up, but like it just gets.
That's inventory, man.
No, in the middle.
Sandrunner
See
boots.
rank
Was that
zero?
Bone Jabbar?
No, like down in the middle, rank 0, right? I think it does eventually level up and maybe get like bonus stats or something.
Oh, okay.
You have all the abilities from the start. It's not like Warcraft 3 where you upgrade or level up and get different abilities.
Oh no, that's better. I like having them from the start.
By the way, guys, this game is going to be available to everybody on August 13th. So check it right now. It's early access.
Very special day they're coming up.
And they're going to be doling out lots and lots of missions for the campaign as time passes. So it's cool, man. I mean, this is what is kind of cool about what StormGate's doing. They're really trying to do everything within the RTS sphere, right? I think for people that watch the stuff that we do, you think, okay, hardcore 1v1, right? But there's tons of different modes that you can play, and it's kind of nice that they're celebrating all those different ways that you can approach the game.
Yeah, Ziggy tried to run past all of the units and get the objective, and it failed miserably. So unfortunately, his hero is pretty low at health over here. Well, there's some actually things you can pick up around the map too. You can find these little hidden things to be able to. They're like the items that are in the top of the UI over there, and some of them are health things. So like you can heal up your hero if you end up picking them up.
Oh, nice.
But he keeps finding a bunch of bone jabbers.
Bone jabbers, man.
I don't know what those things do, actually. I have no idea.
That's from Dune. You know that?
Yeah.
Like is that what the thing's called?
It's the Gom Jabbar. It's a
oh, that's what that is.
So it's a bone Jabbar.
Oh, nice. I didn't even put those two together.
Yeah. We're bringing that cool millennial energy in here, man.
Yeah, we are.
We're
No, we just like it because we just saw the movie.
That's true.
That's me. I watched Dune 2 and I was like, okay, this is my personality now. I watched so many video essays on it after I watched it.
Yeah,
really?
Yeah, dude.
That's funny.
They just kept popping up on my YouTube. I was like, oh, another one? Okay, there we go.
So do you have to go to the next 3 red icons on the map?
Yeah, so that's the actual thing that he needs to be doing.
Be careful, Ziggy.
What are you doing?
Oh, God, Ziggy,
he's
no,
stuck.
Ziggy.
Oh,
Ziggy, run!
No! Dude.
You retreated into their base.
This is so sad.
I don't think he he's trying to use like the ultimate ability. I don't think he realizes what it does.
That was actually like a bad action movie where like the guy's chasing the building and instead of finding a door on that level to get out, he goes to the roof. I'm like, oh, okay. And I bet the roofs will be close enough you can jump. And that's what Ziggy thought. But they weren't.
It was like one of those Aeon Flux cartoons where the main character dies in 2 minutes.
Yeah. Yes. Every 2 minutes you got a new person that dies. And you're like, what is this? I'm sad.
Is there a story here?
That was the best time for MTV. After the music, but before the reality shows.
Okay, so,
Oh, big attack.
Oh, dogs, I know about this from earlier.
We can cast this, we know this.
Yeah, this
That's not enough, Ziggy. That's not enough. That isn't going to hold.
He's only got a couple of exos. I mean, his hero's still got almost 2 minutes.
Don't worry,
until
dogs
it
hate
spawns
water.
again.
Oh, no, wait.
These are electric dogs, though. Who knows?
Yeah.
True. Yeah, they might short circuit in there.
Not enough luminite.
Oh, microing the exo. Ow!
Dude, look at that pullback.
Oh my God!
It's synchronized
Slayer
swimming.
Ziggy over here.
Slayer Ziggy.
Slayer Ziggy. That's what you said.
Yeah, dude. Did you see that pullback? Dude, crazy.
Not enough luminite.
That's such an old throwback.
Yeah, man.
All right.
Oh my God, dude, we can see the reflection of the screen in his eyes a little bit. That's crazy.
Okay, so he held off that attack.
Our forces are under attack.
So there's going to be an engagement here in the middle. And then I guess he's going to try to go to one of these objectives. He's got to defend his base. Gotcha. Rescue the high security prisoner. Only 14 minutes. Oh, God, Ziggy.
Oh
no.
I didn't even see there was a countdown.
Yeah, I didn't know there was either, actually.
Where's the highest?
It's like in the, you have to kill the, I don't know if you have to kill all 3 of them, but after, no, it does say you have to kill all 3. Okay, so then you kill all 3 and then you go to the next thing, which is, it's not like an extra thing. It's just like, you go in and you
Do you know what he's trying to say right now?
Dude,
there's the 3 red castles. You kill them and then you win.
Okay.
So basically what I'm seeing right now here is that E-Mini is so excited that he has played the campaign.
Dude, I love
he can't
campaigns.
even speak straight right now.
I love campaigns.
He's falling over his words trying to tell us what's about to happen. He's just so excited, man. I've seen this before. When I watch Sonic the Hedgehog with my kids, they do that to me too. Like, yeah, I know, and now watch what Sonic's going to do. Ah, Daddy, watch this.
All right, so no, he can't capture these, right? Are these infiltrators?
No. They're all the infiltrators are dead.
They're Exos, right?
Yeah, yeah.
They only have one gun, Tasteless. If you're going to infiltrate, you have to have 2 guns.
I'm sorry, of course.
True.
Oh, Ziggy, nice kiting here. Slayer Ziggy at it again. Oh, she's back.
Hero's back.
Marine
Nice.
Ziggy Prime.
Is that Ziggy King Prime?
That's even better, yeah.
Oh, that's so good.
Oh, my God. There's so many.
How about this one? Zyun.
Oh, my God. Right, now that the hero's back,
How
we're doing
about
pretty good.
Zarding?
What?
Zarding.
Zarding. Zarding. Oh, my gosh. It's amazing.
Okay.
Oh, my God.
How about Zlem?
It's actually so stupid.
What about Zeril?
Oh, okay.
He's not a microbase player, and it sounds too close.
Yeah.
You ruined it. Oh,
Sorry.
my God.
I'll just shut up.
We're
I'll
having
keep
so
being,
much fun.
I'll keep being very excited
Okay,
about
I gotta
the
go,
campaign.
guys.
We got to start the campaign over now.
So tell us, like, is this a base you're supposed to go in?
Well, yes, Artosis, actually it is. If you do this, then you win the map.
Oh, sick.
Uh-oh, siege mode. Oh, but watch this. No problem for Slayer Ziggy.
Dude, I can't believe he dodged the shots. That's crazy.
Whoa. Oh, my God. She's getting kind of low. Oh, no.
Oh, my God.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he ranked up. He got some extra health there, I think.
Not enough luminite.
Dude, I'm getting stressed out watching
So
this.
if you see the red circle, Ziggy, that's where it's going to hit. He can hear me, by the way, guys. Just so you know. I'm not being mean to nobody. I'm being mean to somebody.
I'm crying. Oh, my God.
There he is, guys. Smile for the camera, Ziggy. Keep Mara alive, please. Keep her alive.
She's really
Don't
low.
run her too far ahead.
You don't want to lose her twice within the same 5 minutes here.
Oh, my God.
Oh,
She's
my
still at
God.
50, 44
Dude.
That Vulcan kind of came out of
Careful.
nowhere. It was like a jump scare.
I like how he goes past the buildings, making the unit that's killing him.
Oh,
He's gonna
no.
lose
Oh,
his whole
dude, this
base?
is actually... Oh, no.
Oh, my God.
Ziggy,
He's got
Ziggy,
nothing.
Ziggy, go home. Go home.
Under attack.
Oh, my God. Literally none of his units are here to ready for this. He lost.
Okay,
He's
he lost.
gonna lose
He's
all
gonna
his barracks.
At least 2, I
Oh,
think.
dude. So those are Bobs. They can repair.
Our base is under attack.
Oh, my God.
man.
Don't lose
Oh,
the
my
hero,
God.
please.
She's so low on HP. Oh, she's actually healing pretty fast.
Allies are under attack.
Okay, so can he save this last barracks?
Our forces
This is actually
are
intense
under
right now.
attack.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
God.
the
No, the
Bobs.
workers, the
Oh,
Bobs.
no.
Ziggy, your Bobs, run. Make
Keep your Bobs alive.
I'm running for it.
Oh, my God.
Wait, who said that?
I thought that was one of us.
Who said that?
I was like, who's really good at voices in here?
Yeah. I was like, damn, guys, I wish I had said that like that.
I was like, yeah, me too. But
It's one of the. I think it's the AI like companion guy in the top.
I'm running for it.
no, that's
That
pretty
was
good.
actually good. Yeah. That was on cue. Nice.
Definitely better than mine.
Let's hear yours.
I'm running for it.
That was okay, actually. That was better than I expected.
Yeah, it was
you.
pretty good.
Let's hear yours, Dylan.
I'm running for it.
Oh, no.
That's just how you normally sound.
Thank you, dude.
So why'd you use your normal voice?
That's
going
his
on
normal
with that?
voice. Normally Ziggy can. So funny. All right, the push is coming in.
All right, I think Ziggy has started to make some progress here.
Now the prisoner needs to be released in 9 minutes and 25 seconds.
Yeah.
I think he's actually going to make it.
Well, he has to kill 3 of these bases. The
Bobs are
one in the
coming back.
middle is also really heavily defended. It's really funny, too, because once you kill the top and the bottom, it does like a voice cue saying, like, oh, we need to attack the middle now. It's like really heavily defended by air units.
What's that white skull coming?
That's
Huh?
it's an attack wave.
Uh-oh. Oh, Ziggy, you got to get out in front of the white. Oh, no.
Oh, damn.
Oh, no.
Dude,
Oh,
that
I
is a
think-
lot of.
I don't know if we
that
can
is a
win
lot
this.
of Hornets. Don't
Oh.
kick the hive.
Does he have anything back at home to reinforce?
Oh
He's
my,
got like 40
oh my God,
supply.
things are melting.
He's got no units.
He's got to go. You got to bait him south, Ziggy.
Ziggy, go back to your turrets.
Oh wait, no, they run away.
Wait,
We're
what?
running
Thank
low
God,
on
thank
fuel.
God, thank God. All right, the white skull is retreating.
No, the white skull is moving.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Is it going towards your other base?
It's serpentining
Careful.
on the map.
Amara's low.
If you lose that thing again, we are all going to laugh at you.
Oh, Amara?
Dude,
Tank
she's a
for
killer.
Amara.
Dang.
She does so much damage. Can you repair her? Does she have enough cyborg parts?
Yeah, can we get a Bob to repair Amara?
I didn't even try that, actually. There's no way.
I don't know. Her
That
dad was a scientist. She might be part cyber.
Hey, man, that's true. Good point.
Like, I'm assuming that's her dad. I actually don't know yet.
No. Oh,
Don't spoil it for me.
I was about to say.
Oh my God! Another skull's on the map.
Oh no.
Uh-oh. Oh, can't really microverse these guys, huh?
Not enough luminite.
Okay, we're making some progress here.
We're making a little bit of progress, but we only have about 10 more supply than what we did just about 2 minutes ago. So, unfortunately, the amount of resources coming in.
Dude, he's got 7 minutes 30 seconds to
Yeah.
rescue the high security prisoner.
I'm running for it.
Wait, was that one of us?
No,
or was
that
that,
was-
No, that was me this time.
I'm running for it.
That was so similar, actually. It's so good.
Where? Our forces are under attack.
No, this is. I'll be honest. I think Ziggy's dead.
No,
No,
he's
don't give up. Are you kidding
He's
me?
got to kill 3 of the. Like the one in the middle is so heavily defended, actually.
So you just need to mass more exos, man. Just keep making exos. Can you make med techs in this mission?
Yeah, you can.
Make some med techs.
Yeah, Ziggy, you can make more than Exos.
You'll heal Amara up. It'll be so easy.
Oh, I've been ready.
So he's gonna go south now?
Not
I guess.
luminite.
We haven't finished killing the top one at the top, but I guess he's just closer to the southern one that he wants to try it out over here.
Heading there now. Why wait?
And Amara is carrying here.
Yeah, she is.
So is he gonna try
She's
to
the
make-
Artosis of this cast.
No place. Where?
I think actually Ziggy can win this. We got what? We only have 6 minutes 30 seconds to rescue the high security prisoner.
Our forces
Yeah.
are under attack.
He's about to lose his second base, though, to this attack wave, as he's got nothing back home.
Dude, that attack wave's coming for you, Ziggy. You see that white skull?
Oh, wait, it's going back to the main. Never mind, okay. That's actually better, because there's not as much at the main right now. It's only like 1 barracks.
Take it quick.
Oh, it's about to die,
Are we
though.
sacrificing it? Is that it?
Oh, does it burn down?
Don't worry, your med tech can stop those.
Our forces
Is it only
are
2
under
hedgehogs?
attack.
Is that it?
Is that really what the white skull was? Was 2
Wait,
hedgehogs?
what? Where's the rest of the units?
2. What?
The last one was like 5 hornets and like a bunch of exos and
Where's
stuff.
the action?
Okay.
That's
All
really
right,
weird.
Done and dusted.
Under
Nice.
God,
nice.
you'd think they'd be a little bit stronger there.
Making a beeline.
Maybe he like maybe he like killed some of the units earlier and like that were like getting ready to go across or something.
Oh, maybe.
Something
Maybe.
like that happened. All right.
Not
Just
enough
over
luminite.
5 minutes. He needs to kill all 3 of these red castle things on the map, and then he wins the game. And he has yet to kill one.
Not enough
We'll see if he's able to finally do it.
Do we know where the high security prisoner is?
Take it quick.
Yeah, like after you kill all 3, there's nowhere else to go. You go to the right, and then that's it.
Oh, so the real objective is you just gotta kill.
Yeah, you basically kill the things, and then it's like, okay, you're
It's
never
a
gonna
time
defeat
thing.
me, and then
Yeah.
you go to
Got
the
it,
right,
okay.
and then you kill the guy, and then it's
I
over.
thought maybe it was like in one
Dude,
randomly.
look how much better he's doing with med techs.
Yeah, no, it's actually crazy. They're so good.
Well, we're the best backseaters there is, guys. I mean. Uh-oh.
Oh, that's a lot of
Okay,
hornets.
careful.
Wait, where's Amara? Where's Amara?
Oh, she died!
Where's Amara?
No!
Not again!
Oh my god. It takes a
Why
while
does
for it to come
Ziggy
back,
hate
too.
the storyline, man? In Ziggy's storyline, she's been revived so many times. It's like, at that point, she's slurring her speech in the game.
All right, we've got 1 piece down. We have about 4.5 minutes left.
Yeah.
Probably increasing their defenses.
So yeah, we'll see if he can get through the second one here. This one, like I said, it was the most heavily defended when I played it, and it was like a bunch of
Allies are
atlases,
under attack.
so it was really hard to go into. And they baited me by saying it was a bunch of hornets, so I was like, oh cool, I can just run in here. And then like 50 atlas shots just killed up my entire exo army. I was like, oh my god.
Oh, you'll be fine. Those are called sentries or sentinels? I'm trying
Sentinels.
To remember. Sentinels.
Ziggy-
Haven't seen those made yet. This
Oh
turn.
my god.
I feel like after playing enough of StormGate, I just feel like I can never attack a building that has an EXO in it. Like, I just look at that, I'm like,
Yeah,
there's no
yeah,
one,
yeah.
can, there's one of those, and I'll never get in there with a max army.
sure.
Like,
Yeah. All right, we're getting thinned out pretty heavily here. Again, our hero is also 90 seconds out, which is pretty important, honestly. Like the amount of damage that the hero does, Amara is like actually so good. You kind of need the hero, I feel like, in these engages.
Well, Ziggy needs a hero.
Yeah, if this was Giant Grant Games playing, he would not need the hero at all.
He
would
wouldn't
just-
have lost a unit yet.
Yeah, yeah.
You can see the sweat coming down. It's cold in here, guys. So,
Yeah.
like, like I'm covered in a blanket while I'm casting.
Not enough luminite.
But the pressure is on right now for Ziggy, our friend.
Not enough luminite.
God, I'm crying.
Our base is under attack.
Oh my God, dude! This,
Oh, dude, he's
this
losing on
army's
base.
bigger than everything he has. Holy crap! How's he gonna defend this? Does he even have enough time to get back across the map and everything? The units are going so slow. He's only got 2 minutes.
That white skull was so much stronger.
Yeah, dude. What? The last one was
Yeah.
2 hedgehogs. This is like an entire army.
He's hemming and hawing, guys. If I were commentating this like a real game, it would be like, oh, you got to be decisive, Ziggy. This is how you're going to win. Can't be walking halfway back to your base while you lose and then turn around and attack. Gives your opponent plenty of time to macro up, Ziggy.
Oh my God.
Allies under attack.
Oh my God.
Okay.
All right, we
Let's
got
push
this.
the
We
bottom
got
base.
this,
All right,
guys.
Ziggy.
He has 2 minutes to clear these bases. He's fine.
Oh my God.
He's got his hero back.
Where is she? Is she in the fight? I think she's still
No,
she's
she's not
still
here
coming
yet.
down.
She's pretty quick though.
Yeah, yeah,
Pretty
no,
quick.
she can move faster. She also has a dash that she can use if you wanted to get him even faster down here, which she probably should try to do. Getting attacked again, though, some random lancers. Oh no, Ziggy. You're going to lose all your bobs here, man. You're going to go all in.
Okay, he's going to come in. He's got
Pull
what,
the
a minute-
bombs!
He's got a minute 30 seconds left. Oh, but there's lancers in there.
Yeah.
Our forces are
Okay.
under attack.
Dude, there's no way he wins. I'm sorry. I'm not believing.
I believe.
Okay.
I believe that he's going to win once he loses this and tries again.
Our forces are under attack.
Imagine that we
he's
don't
got
finish
this.
the tournament because
Yeah.
it has to be the summer first. Eventually, all the pro gamers are standing around and screaming what he should do. He's just like, "Yeah, guys, I'm really doing my best. Don't forget, I retired from professional RTS." Well, if you didn't retire, this single-player segment retired you.
Our forces are under attack.
God. Oh God, this is the funniest Artosis has ever been. Artosis, you were made to cast campaign missions.
Yeah, man.
Oh
You
my
chose the
God.
wrong thing to do with your life.
Oh my God.
My mom's been telling me that as well, man. Totally. My life is full of mistakes.
Oh my God.
Oh,
All right, dude.
He's
So
got 20
He's got 20 seconds.
He's got 23 seconds. He's fine. He's
What
fine.
building do you have to kill, or is it just all of them?
You have to kill the whole base.
Oh, he says that one.
He
Our
doesn't
base
know.
is under attack.
You better get up there and kill that one,
Oh.
bro. You got 7 seconds. Let's go. Let's go. Let's
All right,
go.
4.
Run!
3.
Run!
2.
Oh, my God.
All right, can we get a shot of Ziggy here?
He's devastated. Oh,
Dude,
He's
no.
going to blame his monitor like that commercial, man.
Allies
I
are
hope
under
that,
attack.
that Giant Grant Games isn't watching.
Oh,
If
my
so, he's
God.
like covered in vomit. He's like, oh. He's got a headache right now, a cold sweat. He's like, oh, my God. Oh. Oh.
Oh,
I can beat this without losing a unit. What's going on? It's like, oh, if you attack move, you can do better than that. What the hell am I looking at?
Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay,
Holy
I'm
crap.
like, covered in my own tears right now. It's so funny.
All right, guys, that's going to be our campaign segment.
Oh
We're going
my
to cut to
God.
a quick break, and we're going to go on with our tournament. We will be right back.
Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Under attack.
Welcome back, everybody. We are going to go into the winners match finals. This is Parting versus Probe. I got to say, it's kind of crazy that Probe's actually gotten this far. He was sort of, I don't know, maybe the underdog of the whole tournament, but he's here against Parting now, and I don't know, maybe we have an upset.
Yeah, it'd be pretty cool to see. I mean, I feel like him specifically against, Theory against Parting kind of showed a little bit of the maybe weakness in the Celestial versus Celestial matchup, and Probe, being Celestial as well, could potentially bring some really spicy stuff in here to throw Parting off as well.
Yeah, Parting did not seem invincible, which kind of comes as a surprise. I know that a lot of people have been following Parting from the very beginnings of the beta in Stormgate all the way now into the current build, and he's been kind of the top dog. Everyone was thinking as soon as this game comes out, he is going to be untouchable, he's going to be unbreakable, and now here he is. He nearly was defeated by Theory earlier on in the tournament.
Yeah.
And we've already seen over the course of the past couple of Celestial versus Celestial matches this mirror match kind of evolve. And so I wonder, with Pro being as brainy as he is and having seen as many of the CVCs as he has over the course of today and yesterday, is he going to learn from Theory? Is he going to learn from the way that Clem opened up against a laser on Jagged Maw? Is he actually going to be able to upset the favorite of the tournament?
You know, it's funny. Probe has shown a lot more, like, developed Celestial games.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of the Celestial games have just been, like, immediately the two buildings in the map start to fly at each other. And they're kind of cheesing each other out. Now, in theory, that you can't both be rushing each other. Or it should balance, especially in a mirror matchup, right? Like, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But just seeing the fact that Probe is able to tech up and develop, I'm very curious to see how this series is going to go.
Yeah, I wonder exactly how aggressive he's going to be, because there are some times in Celestial versus Celestial where it feels like it is easier to be the attacking player than the defending player by quite a bit, because as those turrets start to encroach on your territory, get closer to your power structures, get closer to your creation chambers, to your mining camps, suddenly things get very hard for you on defense. But we have seen players like Clem, when they play Celestial in this mirror matchup, there are some advantages to being on the defensive if you're smart about the way that you play. If you send those Argents in, special ways around the map, maybe 5 or 6 of them try and snipe the opponent, because there is no recall mechanic, even though it is kind of like Protoss Light a little bit, right? It's hard to come back and defend. If you send 5 or 6 Argents, an overcharge is not going to stop that. And we even talked about, I think with a laser, I don't know if that was here on the casting couch or if that was us watching before, but he had the idea of, why don't we see anybody just make one creation core in the mid game, or I guess the mid part of the early game in Celestial versus Celestial, just get that into the main base, because with the prime building functionality, it basically works like a teleport place. I mean, all of your creation chambers, you pop them into the main base of their spawn, suddenly you have like 5 or 6 Argents there. If you can bust them down, take out their mining camps, and suddenly you're just going to win the game straight out. So I would expect Probe to be more defensive here. Parting, I don't think he's going to let his foot off the gas pedal. It's just, how is Probe going to go with the defense?
Yeah. Let's throw the bracket up on screen for a second here and kind of show everybody where we're at. So we could see here we've got Parting versus Probe in the upper bracket finals. Definitely a match. I mean, obviously you always want to win every match in a tournament, but you're going to feel a lot safer and a lot more secure if you can just get by this and let the other players clean each other out here in the losers bracket. Again, Parting the favorite to take this, but look, I mean, Probe has really put the hours in. By the way, we should plug his YouTube. He's got some great educational videos. I know that the game is in various iterations, but I'm sure he'll put some more stuff up there. But it's actually a lot of the stuff I use to kind of understand the game as well.
Yeah.
So he might be, prepared enough that he could take this. Now, in the losers brackets here, for the semifinals, we do have a Laser versus Theory. And that player will then play the loser of the upper bracket finals up here. But a Laser Theory, again, another really tough one to call. Is that going to be our first Infernal versus Infernal match?
Yeah, it's the first Infernal versus Infernal.
Okay.
So we're going to be able to see a lot of the Fiend Wars in that one as well, so that'll be pretty fun. But, yeah, I mean, all the Vanguards have been eliminated, so it's just going to be the 2 Celestials, 2 Infernals here. But that will then mean we have an Infernal versus Celestial in the lower bracket final, assuming that the Infernal doesn't switch to Celestial.
Right, yeah.
Because the Infernals are so good at playing Celestial.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's the real skill.
It's kind of crazy, honestly, that players like Theory, who primarily play Infernals and have since, Infernal basically became a race here in the Stormgate beta a couple of months ago, I think, come in and against Parting be like, yeah, you know what? I actually have better odds just playing my off-range, playing Celestial.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Well, Celestial's so new, and I mean, we don't know if like this is actually a busted way to play the game, or if it's just everybody's kind of copying each other, and there's the solution's kind of hiding somewhere inside the game, but we haven't found it yet.
Yeah, I mean, at the start of every RTS, cheese is basically always the best strategy because it's easy to execute, and oftentimes it's hard to stop. It takes a little bit of meta development to actually figure out what is the correct response to stop this cheese. And I think that's one of the reasons why our Infernal players are kind of excelling in the off races, because Celestial versus Celestial, there isn't that much nuance, it seems, at this stage in the current metagame. It's very like ooga booga, I'm going to make Argents and throw them at your face.
How many floating circles can I get and throw them at you?
Yeah, I know. How many
donuts can I make and fly at you?
Like, has Parting mined any Therium so far in this tournament?
I think he has not done
No.
I don't think
this is the first Parting game that we're going to get today, right? This is the first time we're seeing him today? Yeah, so yesterday he had no Therium mine, so he's still at 0 Therium mine.
We told him that, too, backstage, and he was like, yeah.
Of course. Why would
like,
I do
did
that?
not mine Therium.
Why would I mine it?
Do you guys even play this game?
Yeah, I mean,
you know, it's funny because we're making fun of you when we came in before we even went live yesterday.
How
you
embarrassing!
Were saying,
How embarrassing was that?
You were telling us. You're like, yeah, man, I'm playing Celestials. I haven't really messed with the Therium units.
Yeah,
yet. I
was saying if we start making Therium units, I have to get up and leave because I won't know how to cast the game. But so far, so good.
Yeah, it's all you need.
Yeah,
I mean, Parting has pretty much proven that you can get to the upper bracket finals and potentially even the grand finals on just Luminite and Argents.
It's crazy. It does seem like there's like this way where, you can just ditch Therium and just do this kind of Luminite rush. But I guess if it's like Celestial versus Celestial, if you can just hold the rush and get a little bit of Therium, you're going to be so ahead, I think that the game would basically be over.
Yeah. I mean, we saw, I think Probe was also trying to do some interesting stuff, getting some faster Therium out and be able to, I think he went to Sites one of those games. Is that what's correct?
He went Sites. I remember. He went Sites one game, and then I believe in another match, he actually just mined 100 Therium to get the movement speed and energy regeneration upgrade on the Argents, which was pretty impactful because he was getting pushed, and as soon as he got that movement speed upgrade, he could push cross map and easily clean up the force of his opponent. And
I forgot we were starting on Jagged Maw.
Yeah, I actually forgot this too.
And one player sent their morph core the wrong way and used it incorrectly to make an expansion.
You know, we were talking about Clem, the way that he approached this on Jagged Maw, going with one arc ship and making a creation chamber, and how that might be the better way to approach this. And here we have Parting and Probe. Wait, are they just going to fly past each other? Hold on a second.
Arc ship high five just happened.
We have 3 link nodes up here for Party. He is completely foregoing the M core.
Oh my God, that's such an interesting idea with this.
What did he make to the left of his
creation chamber?
Creation chamber down there. Okay.
Yeah, so he's going to go Argent, and then he has just 3 link nodes already here. To eventually, I'm guessing, he's upgrading them all into Spark nodes as quickly as he possibly can here. Because you can't use the top bar ability on those because they don't kill buildings, as we know. So you can't use that as a defense. You have to just get them into Spark nodes as soon as possible. And he's going to have to just run away with the collection array.
What?
Oh, it's solo on HP, though.
Down to
118. I feel like Probe could just dive this completely. Oh, man, Parting with a rare fumble. Trying something new, and it is not working out.
I mean, now he's got no income.
There's no way to win, right?
He has what? One?
Is that it?
One prism? That's nothing.
Does he even have? Is that link node even in range to attack the collection right over there?
No, I think barely, but it can just fly away, right? I mean,
it can just go down to the left side. Yeah.
I don't think Probe is going to make the same mistake that Clem did and just forget that those buildings can fly.
And Probe's even going to make a second arc ship here just to continue to. Oh,
GG.
Never mind. That's it. Wow.
Wow.
Well, that idea just failed terribly.
Yeah, that was.
You know, maybe if he made them before the creation chamber, he would have had a chance. But actually, the build time to upgrade the link nodes is so long.
Wait, do you need a creation chamber to make a link node?
Oh yeah, obviously. What am I? Again, you can tell I don't really do this build very often.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I believe you do. Huh.
Well, that went suboptimally, I would say.
Still, though,
I mean, I get the idea, but yeah, it doesn't math out. You can't save the building.
I'm wondering if you can make the creation chamber immediately in the main base. You don't have the travel time on the core. Then maybe that gives you the extra 4 or 5 seconds you need to get the link nodes up. I mean, it is so close. It still might not math out.
I don't know, man. It's just
I don't know.
This is outside of my realm of expertise when it comes to
such a
RTS
weird-
gameplay in general.
Yeah.
I'm not a cheeser and I'm not a theory crafter. I'm just like I copy the best build. That's a
You just
macro
know how to
build,
wall.
and I do. Yeah, dude. I know how to wall off and make a couple screenshots about it, dude. That is my expertise for sure.
I mean, I guess the idea of what Party wanted to do was to just get enough defenses that he can just hold it, and then the game goes on from there, and it's probably pretty easy. But
it's an idea that I think would work on basically any other map, but not on Jagged Maw.
Yeah.
You need another 5 or maybe even 10 seconds to actually get those link nodes up and ready to defend your collection array. And here we go, one of the bigger maps in the pool. So we will actually have some expansions coming in on both sides. Can Probe do it again? Parting has really shown a lot of weakness in this mirror matchup so far.
Yeah. By the way, I mean, it's huge that Probe won Game 1.
Yeah. That's great.
I mean,
for
that's wild.
Yeah. I mean, it's gonna give him this nice little boost in the series, and if Parting slips up just a couple more times, he's right down in the losers bracket, and both of those Infernal players are going to be hating Probe for the rest of the weekend.
Well. They might not both be Infernal players if Party gets
That's
sent to the
also a good
losers
point,
bracket.
yes.
I think it's very likely we'll go from having, 2 Celestials and 2 Infernals to
4
3.
Celestials.
Yeah. Just Celestials left over. Oh, now look at this movement coming in from Party. He's actually setting his not his creation chamber, his arc ship all the way up here to the north. I don't think he dropped a scan. Or did he?
No.
Does he know that Probe isn't here on the top side? Is he trying to take a hidden base?
No, I don't think he scanned because he just overcharged his arc ship to get it to move faster. I don't think you have the power to both scan and boost your thing that fast. So,
but he's taking this
expansion.
expansion.
Wow, no, you're
he
right.
must know somehow. Maybe he did it at the very start.
Yeah, maybe he did. Okay, maybe I'm just actually an idiot. That's also very possible.
No, this is a smart move coming in from Parting because the way that the spawns work on this map is it's always top versus bottom. You cannot spawn horizontal.
Yeah,
It's got to be vertical or diagonal. So for Probe coming in here into the mid game, this hidden base here for Parting on the top left might just go unscouted by Probe the entire match.
Yeah, like that's such a random spot to just suddenly scout. And it's not like Celestials outside of the scan have a super easy time scouting like random spots or whatever.
That's a good that's actually a really good point because when you initially see any faction in an RTS that has a scan ability that's global like that, you go, oh, well, now you're going to be able to scout stuff. But actually, everything else is so slow that you get.
Yeah.
And I don't even think the vision cone for the Morph Core or the Prism is that good, right?
Yeah. It's just like, so you can't just risk being like, oh, well, I wonder if he's just expanded here randomly. Let me go scout. Boop, boop, and you just send the scan. It's like you don't, because then if he's not there, there's just a wasted scan. It's like so dumb. So you can't really just throw those around, especially since it's linked to power, which then requires you to then spend more money to get more power banks to replenish that power. So that thing's going to go unscouted for probably a while here. But, I mean, Parting's also going to be a bit aggressive with his forward creation chambers and link nodes over here. Expecting there to be an expansion, seeing that's not there, and then just cancels immediately and just decides to keep going on the high ground here. But there's Kree coming out from Probe, and I don't think he's even realized that this is coming into his own base here this early until just now.
Yeah, Probe going for a rollout rush here on the Kree, getting them very early, skipping the Argents entirely.
So
he's going to use the Kree to get the power supplies taken out, and now they're going to try and get these Argents. One of them, body block there on the ramp, is going to fall. The other one on the front line also shouldn't be able to kite away. The movement speed on these Kree is very high, and I think Probe might have just snowballed this in his favor. I don't know if Parting can recover from here.
Yeah,
Probe is so good. Sorry, go ahead.
No, the Creep's getting in on this too. Yeah, I mean, shutting down the power supplies like that, and, we talked about this before this match started, but when you get shut down in a rush, all your infrastructure's out here, right? So, I mean, I don't know. We're going to see if Parting can recover. If anybody could, it would be him, but this looks pretty bad.
Yeah, I know. There's so many Kree out here right now. None of these buildings are link nodes either, so they're not doing any extra damage versus anything. It's just these Kree. Getting a couple of Argents extra out now, though, is pretty good because they will have those little empowered shots with their energy. So still getting some decent damage on the back end of this fight. Probe will have to recoup with a few more Kree here before he can really dive back in again. So Parting is still kind of in this one for now.
There is one thing I'm wondering, though, because Parting has that third base setup mining. His economy actually is significantly better than Probe's in this moment, and he might be able to make just enough Argents to hang on, but actually, oh, look at the way he's trying to use the pathing right here, forcing the Kree into a choke point. That's going to benefit the range units here, the Argents, and Probe is just going to go for, what, a counterattack?
How do you counterattack a Celestial on a map this big?
Well, I mean,
where's their base?
You can force the array to lift at the very least.
Well, that would flatten the income, right? And so,
yeah, I mean,
maybe I don't know. I mean,
it's so far. Look at they're taking forever to get down there. It's like all of the units too. It's crazy.
But if he's able to do it, I mean, each collection array that he takes off is a third of the income here for Parting, and
true.
Eventually they will need to lift. Even if you overcharge this, the Kree damage output it is way too high. Yep, collection array immediately goes up. Parting now just mining from 2 bases. And Probe should be able to deny the natural expansion as well here for Parting.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is the collection array is so slow. Okay, he's going to find this one too. Dude, Probe, I think, is going to win this game.
He might.
Yeah, he's doing really good.
He just has to sandbag this push.
There's a lot of Argents still up here, though, and the power banks are still pretty close as well, so he's going to be able to continue to have energy for those supercharged attacks. I mean, Parting doing his best to keep his collection arrays actually mining, which is going to become a big problem here, because obviously the longer those are lifted, the worse it's going to get for him. Probe coming in now with the Kree, trying to get a shot off onto these Argents. Will just go for the towers instead, continue to push those back. I think that's a good play. You want to keep those from getting too close into your own base here. So they will be able to deny that for now, and then just goes back onto the Argents whenever they can find a free shot here. Actually going for a flank too.
Man, what a surround coming in from the Kree. Retreating back from Parting's
my
base,
God.
and that's going to be it. GG, Probe is up 2-0 in
Look
the
at Parting.
blink of an eye, and Parting looks shaken by these
He's
defeats.
pissed. This was not in the script.
He is sweating, and it's cold in there.
It's cold in there, that's right.
Probe's got a blanket on right now.
Yeah, man. Probe must be feeling so pumped after these wins.
Look at that keyboard.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's very nice.
It's a confident gamer right there.
Oh,
showing up
yeah.
with a hot pink keyboard.
Oh, yeah.
I say this wearing a pink shirt. As I was finishing him, and I'm like, uh-oh.
Man, Probe is playing this so well.
Yeah. No, well, I mean, this is – I knew it was possible, but Probe looks so completely competent in everything that he's doing. Like the call to just counterattack there.
Yeah, that was actually so good.
And he knew exactly where the next collection array was, too. I mean, maybe Parting comes back in 3 games in a row, but I don't know.
He looks totally thrown off by this. Like,
yeah.
Like, he has his things that he's trying to go for. I think the first one, the Jagged Maw is a little bit awkward because that was, like, his planned attempted response that just didn't work.
Right.
But then this second game, it's like his planned attack that didn't work. And it's like he has his thing that was, you know, in the previous series working so well for him.
Yeah.
And now it's, like, just suddenly not working at all. And Probe is able to also do his own thing as well, which is totally throwing him off because Parting isn't doing what he wants, and Probe's succeeding at his ideas.
Right.
So Parting's just getting like totally thrown off by this whole thing. It's because he's so used to being the one that's just always ahead in every situation.
Going back to that map on Jagged Maw, too, I feel like the response that Parting did is something that you would workshop with a teammate or with a practice partner before you actually show up in a tournament like this. But what he might have missed is that Clem earlier on today went for just the one arc ship rush that was more effective than a typical 2 arc ship, which has been the meta up until literally today on Jagged Maw maps. And it hits a little bit faster with a little bit faster M cores. As a result, Parting, I mean, he just got completely dumbfounded there. The Link nodes did not get up in time to defend that. And we've had a couple of games in a row now where Probe is basically coming with these almost new meta styles of Celestial versus Celestial, whereas Parting is sticking with the bread and butter from day one. And it feels like he is starting to fall behind in terms of the metagame.
This is going to be a dream come true if Probe can pull this off. Remember that he was defending in the last game? The roles have switched. This time it's going to be Probe rushing. Parting is playing, at least from what we can tell so far, a macro game. You can basically cheese on 2 bases still with Celestial. So.
But yeah, I mean, here come all the morph cores.
The march of the morph cores.
They're coming on out one at a time, trying to go over to the other side of the map here. It's a relatively small map, this one, so he can get over here pretty quickly. So it's a good map for this strategy. And I mean, look at this, it's just the line of them going across. they're like satellites in the sky or whatever, like going by. It's so funny looking.
Oh, he cancels the creation chamber?
He's
going to start it instead with the core to make it come out a little bit faster. All right, that makes sense. Is it going to be enough, though? I mean, the first couple of Argents, it's going to take a while for their numbers to get high enough to actually contest these cores. That collection array almost certainly is going to have to lift.
Yeah, is this Did Parting just not expect Probe to do this on this map? Because he seems so unprepared for this right now, I feel like.
It's hard to stop this if you're going for a fast expansion. But he's
Yeah.
going to go for Argents. He's building a second ARP ship to try and get some more cores out himself. And with this collection array, he's going to try to mine as much as possible before lifting. Is he even going to try and lift?
I think he knows it's not going to survive. Like, they're so slow. You can't actually escape with them. I think he just wanted to get as many resources as possible. He's got the other one at the top left as well still.
I
So
guess
he's still
that
getting
makes sense.
some
There's
income.
no easy way to get the Argent over here to defend this because the trees are in the way.
Yeah, that's also true, actually. No, you're right. Yeah, no, well, he's got the couple link nodes there, but even those are going to take forever to actually transform into the spark nodes. Actually, he does get it up in time though, so that's actually very good.
This is still so scary for Parting, though, because even if Probe... Oh, he's actually tanking with the Arc Ship. Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Smart.
Parting is going to retarget now onto the cores, but there are, in fact, so many cores.
I don't...
Can the link nodes even stop this?
I think the link nodes, excuse me, might not be able to stop this. We still have, like, what, 6 morph cores? And every link node that goes down is going to be that much less damage.
You can't even see them underneath the arc ships. They're so fat. It's like insane. There we go. Nice zoom in there. It's peeking between the little cracks in the morph cores here. Unfortunately, I mean, it seems like the first one did die.
Yeah, I think he might have.
I think he actually holds. It's going to be 2 left after this?
Yeah, there's an Argent on the ground, too.
Wow,
that was so close.
Oh, we no-scopes it at the last second.
Wow. Holy moly.
Okay, so now what? I mean, everything he's got is out here. He has 2 arc ships, which is just awkward. He goes for a creation chamber here. He's going to keep making morph cores. But he'll never... No, wait a minute. Is there a creation chamber for Parting?
Yeah, he does have
okay, that's still there.
So
it would math out that Parting would just always have more Argents than Probe can have, right? So I think Parting can close this out pretty easily.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Uh-oh.
Is that Probe? Oh, he's trying to get the extra Luminite, I think, from killing the camp so that he can catch up in terms of Argents.
Oh, that's so many Argents still for Parting. That's actually crazy. He's even using the overcharge ability here to be able to kill off some of these things here. But I mean, this is just like
the fact that the overcharge prioritizes the creeps is so funny.
Yeah, it does look kind of weird.
That is not an ability that you can retarget, to the best of my knowledge. I think it just kind of exists in its space.
I mean, what is Probe gonna have to go?
I just don't see a plan.
Yeah.
I mean, not that you're supposed to have one when the rush fails. I mean, it's like it's called an all-in for a reason, right?
Yeah. He's trying to hide a couple of random creation chambers in different spots. He's got one in his main base as well, just to hope that he can maybe bank up enough Argents somewhere on the map to then maybe do a counterattack or do something to catch Parting off guard, or just to be able to get enough to defend an inevitable counterattack as well.
Yeah, but the Argent number here for Parting is so high, I'm not really sure what you do from Probe's perspective. Of course, he's one map win away from going to the finals, so he is going to try and play this one out and do his best. But with the creation chambers back at home only just now coming online, I don't see him closing the gap anytime soon. It's going to be 5 or 6 Argent advantage here for Parting at the very least. Actually, wait, no, we have 3 out for Probe.
I feel like an Argent push is going to close this out.
Is there another creation chamber? Oh, yeah, we have that one in the center of the map. All right, so it's not quite as dire as it might have seemed.
Okay, so he's making a beeline here. He's going up to as fast as he can to try to push this. It's 4 to... Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was Probe's Argent. So, it's only 3 Argents right now.
Yeah,
with a 4th one just now meeting up.
6-4 in favor of Parting.
He does have the high ground advantage for a little bit here, so he could try to maybe poke up, but now that the arc ship comes over, negates that. We'll be able to just push on up here and then start to put his own power banks down. Tries to go for the engagement, is Probe, but there's just too many numbers. That's going to be a GG.
GG. First loss here for Probe on the board in a game where the rush was shut down.
I was actually pretty confident that we were going to have a 3-0 right there.
Yeah, it seemed like it for a moment, right? But those link nodes got up just in time at the second collection array. Oh, that was close.
Probe trying to figure out right now what exactly does he want to do, right, for the next game. It seems like every Celestial game you have to decide immediately, okay, am I going to send my arc ship out or not?
So decisive.
Yeah. Or do I make one prism and then send my arc ship out or not, depending on the map. But I don't know. I don't know if there was any obvious thing, at least to me, that I saw that was wrong with the rush. But it did seem to be a map-specific hold, too.
In what? Oh, in what way? What do you mean?
I mean, the way that he was able to keep the third base safe. Well, no, I guess actually
Because of the distance.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess, yeah. I mean, the fact that you can go up to the north side instead of taking your
I'm sorry,
your
not
natural.
third base, second base. What I meant. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. Like you take the third as your natural or whatever, so you don't have to because otherwise on the way over, then the morph cores can kill the collection array if it's at that second base. If you just go in the normal spot or whatever. So yeah, it's the fact that he kind of instantly set up those 3 link nodes on the left as well. You can kind of see the difference here between the Jagged Maw game, because Jagged Maw is obviously super close by air, so like it was just it was just barely not in time. But this time he was able to actually get the link nodes up.
You know what, too? Like you don't after you kill the main, you don't have to dive on the. You could force 3 or 4 link nodes and then just back off.
I think that might have been the
That's probably the play, actually.
Because also with the cores, you can just go after the creation chamber of parting. You can reset his production, and then each core is basically 100 Luminite, right? So you can make your own creation chambers on the cheap with them very quickly and start building your own Argent numbers up.
Maybe the play is you rush, and then when you kill that, you just take a morph core and immediately expand where they are.
Oh.
And
I would just, actually, I guess with the link nodes, that would make sense.
If you force link nodes. Once you see that, you go, all right.
Yeah. I think Probe just maybe thought, like, oh, like I could just drive it. Let me just try to dive it.
Well, also, he's up 2-0. Like, he wins that. He's in the actual grand final, so it can't be blamed. All right, the man has made his decision. Probe is on the move. Let's take a look at Parting here. Is he... He's running away.
Oh. He's hiding in the corner.
He's hiding.
Like a coward.
Wait, where is he taking the Arc ship, actually? That's interesting.
I think he's just going to
hang
out.
Oh,
okay. All right, I'm
sorry.
He's
going to go for Lumina, or Ethereum. Is this the first Ethereum he's ever mined?
Yeah.
Get
ready.
If he gets a Prism
Get the
out.
champagne bottles out.
I don't think he's going to go on to Ethereum that quickly. I think he's just positioning it here. I would be surprised if we saw him go for Ethereum. But.
So both sides take a base here. This is a really big map, by the way.
Yeah, it is.
Not all the maps in this game are the same size. So, you know, the bigger the map and the further away the spawns, generally the worse or the least effective, less effective, I should say, rushes are.
He is going to go
there
on
he
it.
is. He's doing it.
No, I can't
Everyone celebrate.
No. The first time in Tasteless TV Showdown history, Parting is mining Ethereum.
We're all going to get tattoos with this in mind. This is crazy.
There he
Parting's
is.
going to tech up. Look at that. Using the second resource in the game. A bold move.
A bold move indeed.
Parting's been giving people fits with only 1 resource. Imagine what he can do with 2 of them. Will anyone stop him now? He's been playing with 1 hand tied behind his back.
Oh, my God. I mean, what's the plan here then, though, with that? Is he going, like, is he going to go for Kree? Because he's got a creation chamber.
I think you have to go for Kree in this situation, right? You build a creation chamber, you have the core, you get the upgrade building out basically as fast as possible. I mean, nothing else really would make sense to me.
Do you get enough Kree out in time to be able to defend something like this?
Probe did it on a larger map. I'm not sure if Parting can do it here. I imagine it will be a little bit more
Lost
difficult.
Hope is a totally different beast, it feels like, when it comes to defending something like that. But this, it's a big map, but I don't think it's I don't know. I mean, we'll see. We will see.
He has enough to start rollout as soon as the Guardian Nexus is complete. But the Argents are already knocking on his door. Remember when Parting did his Argent attack against Probe actually had, what, 3 or 4 Kree by the time the Argents first did? In this case, rollout is not going to be done for maybe about another minute, maybe a little bit less than that.
So when you rush on this map, it's kind of weird because you can get in between the main and the expansion, which I guess in this matchup there's also a lot of variables with that too. You know, generally you don't have traffic between the two. But the point that he's going to be putting pressure on here is actually on the creation chamber. So he baits out. God, that thing has long range. He baits that out, but then you basically just want to have that energy wasted. You stay back and kind of wind up for another attack.
It's also forcing him into lower efficiency power here. He's got less available, so that's going to limit his production times here, which is extremely important when you're going on a defensive timing build like this because you're trying to get as much out as possible.
Oh my God!
Oh, that's sick. So sick. Baiting out the creep there to attack them. It's so sick.
That was crazy. So the creeps, I mean, I guess they're no longer a factor here. So he's in between the 2 spots, which, okay, now the creeps are going to come in. But he's going to send the Krees up. Does this mean he could try to, like...
he wants to take the capture point right here. He wants to get the healing, and he does, in fact, on the Kree. That's huge.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that until you pointed out. See, that's so smart. So he's going to try to just use this position to reinforce his attack. The problem is Krees don't have range, so they can roll in, but they're going to be pulled into, a position where they can start to take more damage.
Keep in mind, Kree's much more mobile here in the Argents, but that's not useful when they're forced into a corner like this one. Oh, even the Argents for the low ground can attack. There's so many Argents here, I feel like they can either one-shot or two-shot these Krees.
Oh my god, the injured Kree is still alive. By the way, yeah, I was about to say, he could just run down here and attack these. You could stop the source of the Krees by taking these buildings out. By the way, Argents kill buildings actually surprisingly fast. It does seem like Celestial buildings can die quickly if focus fired. Okay, the Krees are going to come up. He's doing a decent amount of damage, but the kiting is real here for Probe.
Yeah, Parting now migrating back to the Arc Chamber to try and get some healing off on these Krees. Keep in mind, Probe is attacking these buildings, also spending a lot of energy, so he's going to come back to these power supply buildings to try and recharge. Kree's going for the throat right now, actually getting some really good surface area on those Argents. Is it going to be enough, though? I feel like, man, the stutter step micro from Probe is so good.
The double overcharge on those power banks as well, doing a lot of damage to the Krees on the back end. Even a triple third one getting placed down here, making it so difficult for Parting to continue to attack onto the Argents here. Probe is doing so good with this engagement right now, and is making it very difficult for Parting. Even though he has the healing buff, he can't get an efficient engage.
And using the power supply buildings to create a choke point against the melee units, the Kree, and I feel like Probe has just now reached critical mass right here with these Argents.
I don't think that Parting can survive this.
This is incredible.
Probe is able to seesaw in the main, then back to the expansion, and it's weird when the Krees attack in, then they have to decide, okay, we're going to go back and be counter hit, or do we want to try to lead into the expansion? He's remade the creation core. Here come those Krees again. Oh my god, not enough damage.
Yeah, this little choke point that he's made with those power banks for him to just kind of nestle up into is so good for him, because obviously you need the surface area for the Kree to be efficient in any way whatsoever. And as he's trying to go in again, just goes right back to that little choke point, makes it impossible for multiple Kree to actually get on top of everything. It's so good.
You know, the fact that the Kree also, when they die, they take fatal damage, they become locked, and they only expire a couple seconds after that. Parting can't really move past that point when they die in the choke. It's like
it also does friendly fire.
Field almost. Yeah, it does friendly fire too. So I feel like Probe's basically got this one in the bag. Parting is on his last legs trying to defend. Unless Probe gets woefully out of position, I feel like he can just slowly creep towards Parting's base here with the power supplies.
He's got enough bulk. I think he can just start to push in here.
He's also got no power. He's on red power.
Is there still a base at the top? Is there an expansion still there?
I believe there still is.
I wouldn't mind just seeing. Okay, yeah, he can't quite get in there. It might be worth it to have one unit just go up there and attack.
I think there's a link node there though, so it might just barely be too much range for the Argent.
Yeah, there is a link. Yeah. Strike node now.
Strike node, nice.
So, you know, the problem for Parting is he's so up against the ropes, there's not even that much room to make stuff on the map.
Oh, man, the Archers can basically one-shot the Kree now, too.
Oh, my God. He's even just face tanking. Look at that. He just kind of walks into the splash damage there just to assert dominance a little bit.
I can't believe we're going to see Probe 3-1 Parting. This is the biggest upset of the entire tournament.
This is crazy.
The collection of
ranges
gets destroyed.
Two-shotted it. Jeez. I mean, Parting's dead. He's completely dead. There's no way he's going to come back in this.
Yeah, I think that blast flow is fatal, but there's just no way to cover. I think he'll probably tap out when these Krees get wiped. There's just not enough. Yeah, there's so many units here. There's no way the Krees can wipe this.
Yeah, Parting trying to mix it up, both in Game 1 and Game 3, but Probe, I mean, he has just played this so well all the way throughout this series, and that's going to be it. GG. Parting is falling to the lower bracket. Probe is going to go on to the grand finals. That is incredible. I mean, what an upset here.
Yeah, that is just really unexpected, I would say. I mean, I kind of thought that, of all people, Probe would kind of come in with these very interesting kind of strategies to abuse any weakness that Parting might show, but the fact that it was a 3-1 is pretty sick for Probe, man.
It's really impressive. You know, it seems like so much of the game is dictated by how you're able to handle the first minute or two of these rushes.
Yeah.
Especially in Celestial versus Celestial.
Yeah. We're going to have an interview with Probe in a second here, see how he's feeling. But, oh, he's here now.
Look at him.
Congratulations. Here, I'll pass this over to you. Oh, headset's better.
Oh,
yeah, good
yeah, that actually is a lot better.
Yeah, well,
yeah. Should have done that a while ago.
Yeah, nice.
Okay, so congratulations, man. We were saying earlier this is kind of the big upset of the tournament, right? Like, and no disrespect to you, of course.
No, I agree. I agree.
Yeah, Parting's been so successful in his Stormgate career so far. How are you feeling?
Shaking.
Yeah?
Got the jitters.
Feels good?
It's so good. Oh, it's amazing. I was so worried about this match. I'm like, Parting is so good. Every time I meet him in a tournament, he 3-0s me.
Yeah.
It's never good. And then I was just so calm, so relaxed before the game. Nothing could stop me.
So let's talk about, was it game 3 where the Rush almost won the game and then it kind of backfired there at the end? How would you have handled that differently to close that out or make the game go on?
I think I wasted a lot of time on the creation chamber with the morph cores, when really I just had to go straight to his other base. If you deny that, you win the game. Allowed him to get up 3 cannons, whatever we call them, link nodes, upgraded. And then I was like, oh, maybe I can out DPS it. I couldn't. I was pretty committed at that point. The other thing I was actually thinking about doing, I'm not going to say. So
keep it a secret, man.
Yeah, you might be facing him again in the grand finals.
Yeah. Oh, I don't have to play an Infernal. I am so happy.
Yeah.
He's already writing the Infernals off. I love it.
Yeah.
Man, your gameplay
Actually,
was
no,
just...
I don't. I think the Infernals have a really good shot, either Laser or Theory at beating Party. I really do, truly.
Yeah,
because the Laser still said Laser still says he has stuff cooked up for Parting, right? We haven't actually seen that yet, so.
Although the stuff that he's got cooked up, I'm pretty sure is him also playing Celestials.
Yeah, perhaps, true.
Yeah.
Well, before we let you go, do you have anything you want to say to everybody that's watching?
I just want to thank everybody. Usually I thank people for waking up at 4 a.m. to tune in. I don't have the time exactly, but it's perfect time zone for Australia, so thank you guys all for watching and supporting.
Definitely a great time for this region. Guys, here, grab some merch. Hold this up, guys. We are selling not just this Tasteless shirt, Showdown shirt here, but we got a bunch of stuff that you can get on our merch site. We got mugs, we got hoodies, lots of cool designs. If you want to support us, go to TastelessThreads.com, and we'll be back after this break. Bye-bye.
with Matt, a buddy of mine. I've known you for a long time. You are now in charge of esports at Frost Giant for Stormgate. This is being recorded, by the way, for everybody that is listening to this. This is being recorded basically right as early access is dropping. I don't even want to be here. I want to be playing the game right now. I've been so hyped.
Yeah, me too.
Can you tell us a little bit about, you know, what it's been like working at Frost Giant, what your role is, what it means, and yeah, a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, so I'm Matt. I guess for people that don't know, I ran StarCraft esports at ESL for a number of years. I started ESL Pro Tour with Apollo and with Adebisi. And I'm doing something kind of similar here right now. I got hired at Frost Giant to initially help Trevor with his esports plans, Torch. And then I started working a little bit on the production side. I was producing our UI team for a long time. And now I'm helping sort of figure out the exact esports plans and coordinate all the events. So for us, it's a lot of figuring out what exactly esports is for us, what are the purposes it serves, how can we interface with organizers in a way that is helpful for them and is good for us, how can we make sure to serve players, kind of figure out that stuff. It's always tricky with a new game. Kind of you're taking some stabs in the dark about what you want to plan, what people will find interesting. I mean, that's kind of what I'm helping to plan out, is try to find a way that we as Frost Giant, a relatively small company, indie, can make sure we can serve the community in that way.
It's a huge undertaking. You know, having any kind of esports that is going to be supported by the publisher is really tough to do because, I mean, it's one thing to make a game and then have a live service where, you know, it's people are competing and you have anti-hacks and all that stuff going on the whole time, but it's a whole other thing to have these live events going on all over the world and people trying to compete and make a living off of it. So, I mean, how does a company, especially with their first game, how does a company like Frost Giant try to manage that?
Yeah, I mean, it's very hard because just figuring out exactly what our goals are is a little bit, there is no one-size-fits-all approach for esports, and that's sort of the biggest problem is people think of it as this sort of monolith, but really it's highly individualized to every game and to every community. And so for us, I would say my primary goal is, like, as a company, our primary goal is to make a fun game. And then the near secondary thing is we want to support players. And it just so happens that because of the history of this kind of company, people want to compete. It's something we can't stop. Even if we didn't want them to, they would be doing it anyway. Like, literally, the first time the game got into the hands of non-Frost Giant employees, like, by the second day, people had organized a tournament. It's just what they wanted to do. So primarily, I would say our first goal is just answering the question of how can we support those people? How can we let them compete? How can we let people that want to set up competitions do that? And the way to answer that is, I mean, there's 1,000 different approaches. And so it'll be a little bit of feeling out, how can we do this in a way that works for us, that works for the community? One of the big things on my mind in general is that esports is highly community defined. You really want the community to kind of figure out how they want to compete, how they want to engage with it. And I don't want to direct that from my side. I don't want to tell people this is how you will. I'd rather they sort of experiment and figure out as a group, this is what we think feels right, and then we can support that. So that's sort of my main goal is we'd like to support players that want to do things, and we just want to see what they find most fun and then find a way we can empower them to do that. That's the main thing.
It does seem like, you know, we've seen a lot of different models from different publishers for various titles. We've seen stuff like with Riot Games where they're extremely hands-on in that whole process. We've seen, and that's been very successful. We've seen successful models like CSGO where Valve is extremely hands-off. Do you feel like you're somewhere in the middle of that?
Yeah, I'd say we're somewhere in the middle. I have pretty strong feelings from my time spending at DreamHack, my years at DreamHack, that esports is really the best done when it's sort of a community initiative, in the sense that I would like to make sure that we can establish, or we can help empower groups to run a business. So people like DreamHack or like the Tasteless events or like Take TV, we can make sure to set things up in a way where we are bringing value to them, and then they can actually create their own sustainable business. And I think from there, a lot of it, the pieces sort of fall in place if you can fit those puzzles together. And that's kind of where I'm at right now is we'd like to just establish relationships with people that we feel good can do things. And then in the sort of midterm future, next year, I'd like to sort of set up a structure by which people can plug into that in a more real way. I would say it's closer to CSGO than anything. Somewhere CSGO, there's a lot of learnings from StarCraft that I think we're going to end taking into account. So something like that. It's highly unique for every game, and so broad strokes, I don't plan on being particularly hands-on. But there's a lot of the minutia there. There's a lot in the details to kind of figure out what that looks like for us.
There's one thing I've liked a lot about Frost Giant is how open they've been. They've been talking to everybody in the community, not just even, pro gamers or casters or tournament organizers, but, people that are from the modding community, people that are very passionate about campaigns. But when it comes to esports and competitive stuff, that can be a lot of info to take in, especially from pro gamers. I mean, I've seen it firsthand with StarCraft 2. You get a lot of pro gamers lobbying for certain changes in their respective faction that they play in, or they perceive certain imbalances. How do you handle tackling that, or is it just going to be a difficult task no matter what?
I wouldn't say it's so much difficult, but there's a lot of info to sort through. Like, I don't know if you remember this, but back when Snoot was playing, after BlizzCon most years, he would make a write-up of how he felt the tournament circuit should be, and it was like a dozen pages. It was very detailed, really cool. But there's a lot of people that have pretty serious thoughts on things like that from the perspective of I'm a player, or I'm an organizer, or I'm a person that runs a team. And I think taking in those inputs is going to be tough no matter what. But I would say, having been around I've been doing this for 15, 16 years at this point. There's a lot of trends that you tend to see where people have, I'm looking to accomplish this goal, and this is how I think the developer can help me accomplish it. And in some cases, that's very easy to do. And in some cases, what they're asking for conflicts with our goals. I wish I had a good example. I'm just sort of talking generally. But in general, I think it's a lot of, I just want to be listening and taking in feedback. And I also want to give people the freedom to experiment, to kind of figure out, okay, we're going to try this thing that's maybe a little bit more speculative, and we're going to see if it's fun, see if it's interesting, stuff like that. So that's kind of my plan, is we'd like to take in a lot of information, and I would also like to build in the freedom to actually try some experiments over the next 6, 8, 10 months, so we can kind of see what do we think is right at this moment for this game, and answer the question that way.
Looking back at StarCraft 2, I mean, it's had this incredible run. It's been 13 years. And if you look at, StarCraft 1, that's about a quarter of a century now, which feels really weird to say, but it is true.
Insane, right? Crazy.
Yeah, and so, I mean, it's a real testament to, what great games both the StarCrafts are. And they both have had various different functional, some I guess more than others, tournament structures. Is there anything that you learned from StarCraft 1 or 2 that you want to try to avoid as far as esports goes going into, the future of StormGate?
I don't know about things I necessarily want to strictly avoid. I would say in general, one of the learnings I have is that variety is good in tournament circuits. So you don't want like a tournament once a month that is the exact same. Like if you think back to the mid 2000s of like the way the Caspus circuit was set up is you had 2 individual leagues and then a pro league, and the pro league changed formats once a year. It had sections where it changed the formats. And so in a given week, there was different kinds of competition, and at a given point of the year, there were different kinds of competition. And I think that's sort of where you want to be. You want some stuff that is more serious, like a more serious, this is a world championship, and what matters the most is naming the best player. And you also want some stuff that is, the trophy has a lot of prestige, but maybe it's also an entertaining show. Like the Tasteless Land, for example, is a really good example of, it's good to have both sides of that spectrum, or both ends of that. And I think in general, as a fan, I just want to see people compete in different kinds of things. Sometimes I want something serious, and sometimes I want something that's a little more fun. And striking that balance is a little bit tricky, but I think the big thing I want to avoid is falling into a trap of, okay, once a month, exactly these things happen on exactly these dates, and it's always the same. It becomes a little bit less interesting in that way. And at the end of the day, esports is a little bit fun. It's a little bit silly. Just the fact that we're taking something that is an inherently an enjoyable pastime and on purpose taking it super seriously, it's like sort of a beautiful thing that we're doing this thing that's meant to be fun and we're taking it super seriously. And I think that's good to keep in mind. It's just at the end of the day, this is meant to be fun. It's meant to be fun for players, meant to be fun for fans. And so that's kind of the approach I want to take in general, is just keeping in mind that while people will make their livelihood from this, we are creating entertainment. And so we need to balance those things appropriately.
Well, listen, man, it's good to connect with you, and I'm so excited for StormGate Early Access. I do feel like there's something really magical about right when an RTS comes out, and everybody's trying to, especially the competitive people, everybody's scrambling to figure out what's the the right way to play, or what's the OP unit, or the best cheese. So, congratulations on StormGate finally getting to early access, and I am super excited to be casting this event for you guys. So, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's great talking to you.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for waiting. We're here at the TastelessTV StormGate Showdown, and what an insane upset we just saw.
Yeah.
Probe is in the grand finals.
It's an incredible story for him, honestly. It's really cool because he's been such an advocate for the game and everything ever since the early days, and the fact that he is actually going this far in this, which is essentially the first, like LAN tournament basically of it, is pretty sick.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, Parting's not out, by the way.
Yeah.
He's not been eliminated. But coming up next, we're going to have an Infernal versus Infernal match. I think the first one we've had here for this tournament.
Yep. Absolutely, and I'm not too up to date on the current meta, so I'm really curious how this is going to look. In the past, it's been like a lot of fiends and a lot of memes.
Yeah. Fiends and memes.
Fiends and memes. So I don't know. I think both these guys are playing hot this weekend. Like, they're playing really good. So I think this is going to be a 6 set. We could even see some Celestial, depending on the map and the player. Like,
yeah,
they might gentlemen to Infernals.
They might have. I think we heard actually that they did give the little gentleman's agreement saying that yes, we will be playing Infernals, not Celestials.
All right, nice. So we got an actual mirror.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty good.
Yeah, I do feel like the Laser maybe was a little bit as godlike as he is at StarCraft 2, maybe a little bit overshadowed in the StormGate narrative compared to some of the other guys who are either making a ton of content or are winning everything like Parting. But I think a Laser, as we're starting to eliminate players more and more, you got to admit this guy is very tournament viable. He knows how to kind of concoct a plan and figure out a build and change and alter his strategies in ways where he can come ahead.
Well, yesterday we thought that Infernals couldn't deal with these Celestial rushes and pushes, right?
Yeah.
And he went home, or to the LAN cafe in this case, and was like, oh, actually, I figured this out, you guys. I can just do this. And now he's like beating every Celestial. So this guy is super smart. He's obviously figured out a lot. I don't know how much he's figured out in the mirror. That's a whole other issue. But, I mean, he's probably played a ton of it in past builds as well. So that will carry over. As is Theory, though. So I think both these guys are going to show us some good stuff and hopefully a few different strategies.
Yeah, I think also we were wondering as well if the mirror would look the same with the Mass Fiend stuff. Obviously now it's been changed so that way the gaunts don't start with Infest.
Right.
So that you can't just chain the creeps all the time with the Mass Fiends going everywhere. So that at least won't be coming into play super early, I'd imagine. So I think we'll see at least some more diversity in terms of how these early games look compared to what they might have looked like a while ago when it was just all those big Fiend wars and everything.
All right, we are off to the races here, guys. Theory in the top right and a Laser in the bottom left. I don't know this matchup specifically that well. I thought we'd see a little bit more of it, but we're kind of digging into it only just now.
Yeah.
How much can you actually rush an Infernal versus Infernal? Do we know?
It looks like it might be a little bit because the Laser's going for a vault right in the middle of the map here.
Yeah, I was messing with an all-in, like Conclave Iron Vault all-in. But, you know, that was pre-Hexen being in the game.
Yeah.
And by the way, this is about to get scouted.
Oh.
Very nice scout here
is it
for
Vision?
Theory.
Yeah,
he must see that, right? Yeah, he sees
Yeah.
it, so he's going to know there's some potential for aggression here in the for a Laser in the middle of the map here. We have an Imp wandering down here to make a base. I'm guessing, yeah, he's going to take this base down here. Is he going to make it there? No.
What?
He's going to make it in between the... Oh.
No, he is going to go.
Oh, that's... Okay.
Interesting. I guess that gives you the most optimal Ethereum later.
You still need a
slightly
shrine.
negatively affecting the Luminite mining.
This is like a new wrinkle just formed in my brain. Like when I saw that, because I was about to do my cash thing, I was like, yeah, it's misplaced. I'm like, oh, actually, that kind of makes perfect sense.
Yeah. Now the Hexen Wars are going to go off in the main bases here. Getting a Fiend each is nice. So the early Gaunt Infest isn't quite a thing, but the early Fiend with the skeletons there at least is giving you something, so that's good to get. Obviously, you want to always try to get that as an Infernal. But, I mean, a Laser going for this early push here. We're going to see if Theory is able to defend it while going for that Shrine first and then going into the Vault and the Conclave defensively. This is going to be a lot of Brutes coming in pretty quickly here.
Yeah, already 2 Brutes at the natural... Oh! Does he think he hasn't expanded because there's no base there?
Oh.
He actually took it to the third where
way.
the Therium is, but a Laser sees there's no base. He thinks, oh, you must be all in me or something crazy.
Way.
I'm going to turn around. But actually, if he knew there was a base at that third, he would surely push, right?
There's only a Hexen out right now.
Right. Like, if he pushes the main, how do you defend?
And look at that. Now Theory is also canceling his Shroud Stone. He's like, oh, he's not attacking me. Okay, that's
crazy.
Weird.
So sick kind of mind game by Theory, taking that second base at the third base location.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. I feel like, you know, some factions have, I guess, just more access to scouting than others.
Right.
And I feel like Infernal definitely don't have a problem with scouting. But yeah, this is a game where, kind of a misread on the situation is shooting it into a totally different trajectory.
Wow, look at it. He goes for the second check and be like, oh, and he's going to be like, oh my God, what the heck is he doing now?
But he has to assume now, okay, wait a minute.
I mean, I guess.
It's still quite early, right? It could be like some crazy one base thing, but he is going to take this camp here, the health camp. And then after that, you've got to imagine he sends a Fiend both to the third and the main to check what he's doing, because he needs information here. Okay, he does get that camp, going to heal up a little bit. That does give you that global health regeneration bonus as well, not only on units in there. And now the Skull, it just misses the army, but it will see that he's taken the camp, so he'll know a Laser was here. But a Laser's supply is huge. He actually has a huge army. He's not expanded, right? He's still just making units of one base. So this push is still going to hit very hard here, and we see 2 Brutes and a Hexen at the top. A third one comes out now.
There's no Dark Shrine, right? Or no
Dark Shrine.
Sorry, what is it called? What is the turret called?
Shroudstone.
Shroudstone, sorry.
It does kind of look like a Dark Shrine. I kind of see
guys, I promise by the end of the tournament, I'm going to know all the building names, okay?
Using the skull there to target the Hexen is kind of a good play. So that's got a lot of utility, obviously. If you can pick that off, that'd be pretty good. So weakening it in any way is nice here. The fact that a laser took so long to actually attack in here is kind of interesting because it did kind of, like you said, there's no Shroud Zone. It kind of baited Theory into thinking that there wasn't actually an attack coming. But there still is here. But, I mean, it seems like a laser doesn't actually feel confident going into that. There's a ton of gaunts that are out, and it's kind of difficult to get into that little choked up area to the back of the base where Theory was just kind of sitting there. So, yeah, he's just, a laser's just still sitting here on one base. He's not expanded yet.
Oh, he's going to see it now, finally sending these fiends over. Probably going to shake his head when he does see this, as he knows he will know he could have pushed earlier. These fiends are going to run in, take out this Shroud Stone instantly. The imps have to evacuate. Luckily, he is going to be able to save them. If he can keep the base, I think this will be good for Theory.
Yeah.
And a laser's going to move down the ramp
He
here.
might get sandwiched here. Who actually has more here? I think a laser might have a little bit more, but there's more gaunts in the mix here with this.
Oh, dude, a laser's in a sick position right now if he could cut off some units, but he's going to back up. And I feel like he's kind of missed his window here.
He's so non-committal with this. This is crazy, but he's not expanding. So he obviously wants to attack still.
He knows Theory's on 2 bases now, so he knows he has to do something, right, if he's not going to expand himself. But still posturing around here, using this health camp. Going to look for the perfect engagement, I guess.
Dude, I feel like we should throw the Fiends somewhere and like go from both sides on this high ground here or something like that. He's just gonna try to go into the army though. Actually, he's just gonna get the Nefest in the middle there. He's able to get on top of these gaunts, and then the Fiends on the right side will be able to go in for the surround here. And Theory, maybe stepping a little bit too far out, is getting completely killed at his second base.
Yeah, the gaunts are going to intercept the other gaunts just south of the screen over here, so he can't quite reinforce. So Elazer's going to pounce in this position at the expansion while actually denying anything from coming in here to help out. This actually just could be game.
Yeah, I mean, that was the entire army from Theory right there. All the gaunts dying. The natural base is also going to get killed off, and that's the GG. A laser with the never-ending one-base proxy vault all in eventually makes it work.
I'm shocked. I thought he would have to hit that like way earlier for it to work because the expansion was up for quite a while, right? You would think, oh, it's going to pay off and you're going to get more units. But he just had a bigger army for a very long time there. And eventually he catches him out of position at the natural, the third base, you know, where he took his second. And he's just able to jump on everything and take it out.
It's sort of the thing, right? Because like I was saying, like a laser is taking so long to actually attack that it then fakes Theory into thinking that he's expanding because he can't get a scout out to check if anything's coming across. It's a long map. The skull doesn't actually get that far from the Hexen to get all the way across, I believe. So he can't actually double check if there's an expansion. But if a laser never attacks, then he's like, oh, well, I can't over-defend because then I'm going to be behind if he expands.
Yeah.
But
you're going to go back into focusing on workers and tech, and then it's like, okay, well now it's a smart move. It's kind of misleading when you're watching it. You're like, does he not know he can attack, or can he not get in there? But he played it really nicely, and I love the fact that he was able to shut down the reinforcements that would have come in there. It seems like once Theory was trying to run in and defend his base, because of the weird position of that expansion, you end up getting stuck there.
Yeah.
If you don't have enough, if you don't have total control of that area, you can't get back out.
Yeah, it was a nice mind game at first to maybe initially trick a laser into not committing, but then once he did start to commit, then yeah, it was really difficult to actually go down and defend that.
I think we're going to be going into the game in a second here. See? God, I'm good.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to go into game 2. Theory versus a laser. A laser is up 1-0. And, yeah, let's see what happens this time around. It was kind of a basic game as far as how it wrapped up. It was one base destroying a guy who's expanding. So in that game, the aggression crushes the greed. But let's see what happens here in game 2.
Right, we are on Boneyard, which is a big map, so if you have a kind of macro or greedier build that you want to use, this would be the time, but again, we are seeing that...
It's a very obscure spot to put the Conclave.
Yeah.
Is that... Why would you make that there?
Surely it's to avoid the normal scout path, right?
Yeah, he wants to hide this, so he's going to double Conclave here.
So he's going to do the Conclave in the main to make it look like it's kind of normal-ish, and then having that second one in a really off spot to make it seem like... just to get it out of the way, basically.
Because Conclave expand is not weird.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, what a nice save there, saving that worker by turning it into a building.
Yeah,
that was sick.
If he got a fiend from that, it could suddenly snowball, so really nice save there. On the other side of the map, we do see a laser poking in as well. He's going to see what Theory is doing. Try to get his own fiend here. He actually gets one. You got to be careful. You don't want to lose another worker here, or you start to actually get behind. Don't forget, behind this, there is the double Gaunt kind of all in, I guess, coming, right? The proxy. So Theory is going to have a tough defense ahead of him. These Gaunts sneaking around the map now to join up with the other ones that come out of this conclave. How many do you think he's going to wait for before he goes here? Just right away, or?
I don't know. I mean, there's definitely a right number, right? I guess he's got to get up to 4 before he starts to move here.
Yeah, they are quite slow, right? So you can't wait too long. You will have to start getting across the map at some point.
The closer that building is, I guess, the longer you can wait, right? But yeah, they're actually, I think, some of the slowest units in the game, realistically, even though you can kite with them.
He's going to camp?
Interesting.
That is strange.
Yeah, Theory does have the Vault Conclave, so it's not like he won't have units. He hasn't, you know, expanded like on Shrine First or something crazy. But yeah, abusing this camp, which is melee only, is pretty smart here.
I'm having flashbacks to when I would try to do this in the first version of the game on stream, and then I'd lose all my gaunts and be like, well, the stream ends early today, chat.
Is he actually, like, he's not expanded yet still, right? Oh, he did lose a gaunt there. But a laser still hasn't expanded. So,
I mean, it shouldn't be the most shameful thing to lose a unit to a creep, but it is very tilty.
Yeah.
Oh, look at it now.
Oh, no.
That's the spot.
Oh, yeah, that's the sweet spot right now. You've driven me mad. Stop hurting me.
Yeah, we do see the expansion from Theory. So it's similar to Game 1 in the sense that we're going to have Theory going for the economic approach. And a laser taking this Luminite tower is going to have, you know, more resources and going to try to shove here at some point.
That's really interesting, yeah, because it is a Luminite tower, so that means you're essentially boosting your one base all in with extra resources that you normally wouldn't have. So I don't know how much that actually gives you, the tower, like if it's actually enough to like, there's no way it's the same as like a Luminite mine at all, right?
I tested it once, and like if you, this is on the last patch, but if you instantly crept it with a Lancer, you got like 320 Luminite or something over a few minutes.
Okay.
I don't remember the exact number, but it's like pretty decent income after a while, right?
I mean, it's nice to be able to bolster one base all in like this. That's like, you know, the whole point of a one base all in is that you're cutting economy to be able to do an aggressive attack, but then if you have this extra bit of it coming in as well, it's pretty sick here. So we're just going to have eventually just like a bunch of Gaunts coming out here, but it doesn't seem like a laser's actually committing to anything. He's just using this to take a bunch of creeps and is going to expand later anyways.
Interesting.
What?
So I guess the point of the double conclave is just to get that Luminite boost, like as soon as possible.
Maybe, or maybe you're looking for something that they can do where you can pull the trigger, right? Maybe it's like some kind of like, I can make this a macro game, but if I see something happening, it just hard counters that. Maybe it's a build like that. I don't know.
Right. You do get to get the other Luminite camp as well, though, with these Gaunts, which is super nice. Once you get the double Luminite camp, you have like get really rich, right?
Yeah.
You can take another base. You can add on more production, and start to get ahead a lot. Even though you made the 2 production buildings before your natural.
I mean, I guess this, like, since you can get all these towers, right? He cleared 4 towers. That's a lot of money that you're getting from actually killing the towers, too. Right. The creeps at the towers, I should say. So, does all of this together with the 2 Luminite mines as well, does that make it, or the 2 Luminite towers, does that make it so that way this, like, it makes up for the fact that you're expanding so late? Does that just make you even or ahead even?
I think it looks good, to be honest, because he's getting his own base as well. Like, granted, it's later. But those 2 mines, the 2 Therium creep camps, as they tick over and give you more and more money, I mean, you're going to be looking good, I think. We'll have to see here. His army is very scary. A lot of Gaunts. He doesn't want to push in on this base, so there are the Fell Hogs. He can spawn a Shroud Stone with the top bar ability and stuff as he gets tiered up here. Just sharking around, looking to see if there's anything he can do. Theory supply is kept up, though. He's not like behind in any way, as far as I can tell. And he also has that's the energy camp down there.
So maybe I'll try to get an engage down here. Now remember that Gaunts are not fast, so He's going to recapture this spot down here. Obviously, that'll give away his position.
That's kind of interesting. Like, why does he want to go for that? I guess only the Hexen has energy, right?
Yeah. There's really only one unit.
Now, can't he just split these brutes into fiends and get in front of this and corner it?
I think you're right. And there's a Magmadon out as well. If that Magmadon gets on top of these guns, it might not even matter. There's just so much here for Theory. This fight is going excellent. Catching those 2 gaunts so they come down the ramp as well.
Oh, he gets
Really
the last
nice
one,
trade.
spawns another fiend. It's crazy the kind of chain reaction. Like, it looks like, you know, whoever could win, it's not clear. It's kind of ambiguous. And then, bam, all the fiends pop out.
Yeah,
now,
I mean, he's just able to completely chase this down. I mean, I feel like going for these early gaunts hasn't really given as much of a benefit that a laser maybe hoped for. He couldn't really ever attack with them is the interesting thing. Because obviously if you're making all these units to take the creeps, that's cool. But it's like, Theory can just go ahead and make his own units as well. And he techs up to even better units with a Magmadon coming out. Like, you can't do anything against a Magmadon this early with such a low gaunt count.
Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder if he wanted to push with those gaunts initially, but like something made him change his mind, or...
Yeah.
It's very interesting. And I mean, it seems like just getting the base was actually better than getting the 2 Luminite camps.
Yeah.
Especially as he's able to fight for them once he gets his own army out.
Well, I'm not really surprised by that, but yeah, it's good to get the confirmation.
This angle's pretty good. I think a laser can push this back off. So that's about as far as Theory's going to get with that. What is the expansion setup like right now? It's still just 2 base versus 2 base, right? Yeah, nobody. Oh, no, never mind. We just saw a third. And again, that position over there, it's interesting. We kind of all started out with the Luminite shrine position always being like, 90 degrees. Yeah, perpendicular, yeah. But we're starting to see this shift where it's like always being planted in between the 2 resource locations.
Especially with Infernals, they don't have another production structure like a scrapyard to make, right?
Right.
So they have to use a shrine for both. You don't want to make 2, so... But here we go, big fight happening in Theory, jumping on top of these gaunts with the Magmadon, doing huge stomps. He's getting pushed back, though, actually. Suddenly a laser turning this fight around.
Yeah, he was able to use the defensive Shroud Stone there really effectively to help swing this a bit. And since his reinforcements are much closer to the fight, he's able to actually overwhelm this army and even get the Magmadon stuck in the middle here. And he's going to be able to swing this quite heavily, actually. I'm amazed at how much he was able to suddenly spike up in supply compared to his opponent here. This is now looking pretty good for a laser if he can continue this momentum somewhere. But the fact that the 3rd base is fully going to be fully set up here for Theory, Eliezer has a bit of a clock on him right now that he needs to actually make use of this this advantage.
Well, let's see how much further south he's going to go here. He's taking this one tower for now, but it looks like he's going to come in here with a push. And this would kind of be the sweet spot. If he could hit, I guess actually the defensive structures are going to be up just in time, but if he can kill this spot off and expand himself, he's going to be in good shape.
Yeah, this fight is going to decide the game, probably. If he can keep this 3rd base up, Theory's going to have a much better economy. But Laser's army is better right now if they were to fight. There's actually a Harbinger there. He's got to be very careful with that. He cannot rally that into the gaunts. What's inside that? Is that Magmadon?
Mag, yeah.
Oh my god, if he drops that on top of them.
That would be sick.
He's on the island like, haha, you guys can't hit me. Okay, finally a laser takes a base here as well, expanding towards his opponent, which is, I think that makes sense, right? Like if you're being aggressive, expanding towards your opponent means you only have to worry about one front, really. He's going to take more creep camps here and just keep macroing up. Both of them added in Magmadons. Do you think we'll see any... I think Magmadon Gaunt is kind of like what you want to go for here, right? And then add dragons in as you get the Animus.
Yeah, and then I honestly, I mean, back when I would play it, back when a couple phases ago or whatever, getting Hellborns in as well eventually is very good because then you have the sick range advantage as well, and you just can't if you target fire them as well onto the Gaunts in the back line, it's so sick they just melt them. So it's really good splash combo to go in with the Magmadons and then the Hellborns on the back, because then you can't like get onto the Hellborns because the only range that you have is more Hellborns yourself. So you can't actually get on top of them, which is, yeah, there we go. Get a couple of them from Theory coming out right now. So yeah, getting those as well to round out is really good here.
For sure. The only issue is if the Magmadon player can set up like a sick flank, right, and get on top of those Hellborns, but that got slowed down to the position. We see Theory's kind of signature move here, the Harbinger drops coming out, and Magmadon and Gaunts going to work on all these workers here. Has to pick up.
Ooh, pretty low.
Whoa. Oh my god, he drops it on the low ground.
Magmadon combat rolls out of that.
Watch this.
Oh my god, here we go. Magmadon's coming up here. Can he get in the way of this with the Fiends and the Brute? Yeah. It looks like he's microing the Gaunts pretty well too. Don't want to let that Magmadon get on top of that and do too much damage.
Yeah, he did manage to save the Harbinger there, so that's something, but yeah, that was not kind of the damage he was looking for, really.
Yeah, a bit of a waste, really. It was kind of unlucky that he landed on, like, a base that had, like, no imps on it, and they were all long-distance mining as well. So he didn't really get very good clump damage there, which was a bit unlucky for him. But, I mean, I don't know. I feel like a laser is still kind of keeping the momentum in his side overall when it comes to some of these engagements and just the overall tempo of this game. It's felt weird because it felt like he's been behind almost the whole time, but he's still doing totally fine.
Yeah.
The issue he has right now is he has no Therium. Look at a laser's resources.
Oh, wow.
He's got 1.8k and no Therium to spend to make anything with him. So, I mean, he needs to get another shrine go in, get some more Therium income in, and if he can spend all that, he's going to have a huge army here.
Getting the siege camp, though, is pretty good. This could really force Theory's hand here to get into a fight that maybe he doesn't want to.
Oh,
where does this thing push?
To the bottom.
Oh, he's going to hit the workers? Oh, it goes for the main base. The base there. Okay, that's lucky.
Yeah, I don't even know that he needs to actually dive in here. I think he should just stay back and let this siege weapon do its damage. But
he does have a lot of mags here. I feel like he could just go for a big stomp onto absolutely everything, and that's what he's going to do. Getting on top of those units in the back line here, forcing the Hellborn to get away as well. I mean, the army sizes are actually totally equal in the supplies on the bottom here, so it's kind of awkward because the units from Theory are not all quite here. Now finally coming in with the reinforcements to bring everything in and force a laser back. In Theory, I think with the Hellborns in the back, not able to get on top of those, he's got to be able to actually win out this fight because the siege thing is just attacking the shrine this whole time instead of the units.
Yeah, maybe an overextension there. We're going to have Theory now come up from the low ground onto the high ground. You know, it seems like a laser can just barely keep this going. Obviously, the siege weapon. Sorry, what is this called? A rocket launcher? Yeah, the rocket launcher is going to be able to push and keep doing a lot of damage here. Finally taken out.
He used a Shroud Stone placement to actually kill that off. That was actually really good.
That
and actually has a dragon out of nowhere here as well. The Magmadon gets a 6 stun on all those Gaunts, but there's nothing to follow it up. So the dragon now is the huge thing for Theory, as the laser has no answer for this whatsoever. Some imps randomly walking through the middle of the fight. Not where you guys want to be. You guys need to be running back home here, as they are not being rallied to the right place. And I mean, like I said, there's just nothing to deal with a dragon out for a laser right now. This is looking like the beginning of the end, Tasteless.
I think you are probably right. You know, Theory, from all the games that I've seen of him, he really is the master at kind of navigating the game up to where the dragon is and closing it out. He kind of plays I guess you'd say, like, proper Infernal, like, end game here.
Right, he has 15 on Therium there, but no shrine nearby, so they're not mining very efficiently. And he's just been out of Therium for like the last 5 minutes, basically. Theory pushing up here with this huge army. There's a lot of Shroud Stones up there, but the Hellborns will be able to chip away at them. Theory smells blood in the water here, going to push in, try to, I don't know, take a fight if he can find one, but there's a pretty narrow choke point here you'd have to push through. And against Magmadon, you don't want to do that. He is able to pick off one Shroud Stone on the high ground. And this dragon is kind of the game changer here. If Elazer can't get his own dragon at some point, it's going to become really rough when all those fiends spawn, you know?
Almost sniping the Harbinger there with the 2 Hellborns in. It would have been a pretty nice play from a laser, but thankfully Theory is able to land it and get them out safely just in time here. Oh my god, using them on the imps as well with the burn as well, getting massive damage over there, but then just tries to go onto the creep camp over here, and a laser backing off wisely, doesn't want to take this engage.
Yeah. Theory even has his own Shadow Flyers, right? In case Elazer gets his own dragon. He has all these Shadow Flyers ready to blow up a dragon if Elazer was able to make one. So it seems like he really has this kind of late game like mapped out, perhaps a little bit better than Elazer does at this point.
I do feel like, yeah, if you're going to learn how to play the game, like kind of in air quotes, like correctly, this is like the guy to watch. By the way, Theory streams on Twitch, so you should definitely check his stream out. But I learned a lot from just watching what he's doing. Okay, this is such a good angle for the dragon. Oh, my God. What an abusable spot over here. I guess that, yeah, the Luminite is kind of on this little peninsula out here. There's not really any way to protect it. So he can't mine from that for a long time.
Yeah, this is going to get really awkward now. I mean, it feels like a Laser's hand is going to get forced here eventually. He's going to have to just kind of try to dive bomb the army. And he might be trying to do that right now, getting on with all of the Magmadons stomping their way into the Gauntlet. It's actually sick, getting a huge stomp off on all of those Gaunts. But the Dragon continues to be uncontested over here. The Shadow Flyer's protecting it, but honestly, the ground army's getting kind of thinned out here from a Laser. I'm not quite sure if there's actually enough from Theory to kill all this on the ground.
Yeah, well, the Magmadons did their work, man. But the Dragon is still in the game, and when you start to chain those Infests together, I guess the question is how many Fiends can you get out? So Theory alive in the sky while a Laser dominates the ground.
What happened here?
That was
the Magmadons were just sick. They got a huge stomp on every single Gaunt. They got a second one as well on the same army, and everything on the ground died. The Dragon is the only thing left standing here.
That's so insane. I thought that, like, Theory's army looked huge, right?
Yeah.
And he had the Dragon, and he was getting Fiend spawning from the Breath ability and all that. It looked like he was in a really good position, but a Laser with a sick hold here suddenly finds himself in the lead. I mean, he needs something to do with his Dragon at some point, though, right? Like Shadow Flyers.
Yeah.
Like, Gaunts don't really cut it that well, right? I feel like at some point you need the Shadow Flyers, but we'll see what he's going to try and do. All these Imps moving up here. Oh, they're just long distance.
Sorry, a Laser's at like 300 Animus, right? There's no Dragon at all?
Well, he needs the money for that.
Yeah, 700, 700. So it's very expensive. If he could get one out, though, then that advantage the Theory does have would be negated, right?
Was the Dragon always, did it always cost money? Or
No,
it did, but they just increased it a lot.
Okay,
yeah,
because I feel like I remember it not costing as
right.
much in other games. Okay, that's
but it
what
was
I'm thinking.
300 Animus before. They reduced the Animus to 150, but they increased the cost to 700.
Okay, that's what it is. So, I mean, the Laser's going to just try to clean up as many creep camps as possible. We're going into like a super late game Infernal versus Infernal. This is really interesting. Fairly different tech routes for this. Where would the next place each side would organically expand? I guess we see the Laser taking this spot over here.
Yeah, it looks like a Laser's going to go to the left, and Theory just keeps going to the right. It's like mirroring in that way.
Yeah, we don't have that many more expansions left.
Correct.
I don't think we've really had a game where every base is taken, but this could be one of them. Although I do feel like, I don't know, maybe because the game's new, it's going to be hard for the players to get on the island.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, with the amount of stuff they're doing?
Yeah, you won't be used to doing that for sure, but I like a Laser's expansion pattern slightly better here because it's all in a line, right? Like, he can defend most of his bases just by pushing down this one lane. Although now, as those bases are all taken, he is forced to expand horizontally, so that will give Theory, like, some extra avenues to attack down or drop down.
Oh my god, that's so many imps!
So many imps, which become... Oh, they blew up!
Oh my god! Killing so many of those. That was actually a nice reaction by Theory to be able to flame them on and kill off what was initially going to be a massive loss for him.
Yeah, got one Magmadon with that, actually, which is kind of wild.
Yeah, and a lot of them are really low health, too.
He is gaming right now. In the zone is a Laser.
What do we think of that keyboard, by the way?
Yeah,
Can we get a shot of a Laser again for a second? I want to look at that keyboard. Look at this.
Yeah.
Can you play with one of those?
No, because I used the whole number.
Yeah, I used the whole number pad at the top. Don't you guys?
I can't.
Right, you only have like 6 hotkeys with
Yeah,
that. Unless
6.
you rebind them to what's next to the grid.
Yeah.
The letters.
But I don't know if you can do that in StormGate yet, but I don't know.
Some like keyboard app, you know.
Okay, well. Eventually, they're going to have the fully customizable hotkeys, as they have said, so that'll be there eventually. So he's, playing the long game for everything. But I mean, the Laser's army is looking pretty good now. He's got a good supply overall. He does have a Dragon himself as well, as it's floating around with a nice group of Shadow Flyers, just going around just like a whale shark with some random fish following it. It's kind of funny. But yeah, I mean, this is still looking pretty decent for a Laser, I would say. Since he's able to get a lot of these extra bases on the top now, originally he was. Originally, his economy was the big thing, right? He wasn't, because he was essentially essentially all in from the early stages. But now that he's actually able to get economy with a lot of extra bases on the top left side, he's looking pretty good to actually stay alive in this longer macro game.
Yeah, I think Theory is actually saving for another Dragon here. I haven't seen him spend any Ethereum in quite a while, and he does have the Animus available. So when he hits 700 here, there it is. Right as he hits 700, he instantly makes another Dragon. So he's going to have... What, 2 now, right?
Yep.
2 are Lasers, 1 Dragon, which is a big advantage. So many Magmadons here. Okay. Now it's all going to be down to the Dragon and Shadowfire Micro, avoiding the Magmadon stomps on the ground as a laser moves in here.
Theory's completely out of position. His army's all the way on the bottom for some reason. This base is definitely going to get killed off. And this is going to give him a nice little anchoring spot as well.
Oh, that was sick. Took that right out. Where's the laser going to go down? There's going to be a meeting in the middle of the map, it looks like. But I think a laser might have a better arc if he can pull the rest of his army back.
Going off on all the Magmadons. They're stomping each other. I like how a laser also coming from the side with all his gaunts to make sure they don't get hit by the Magmadons, keeping a lot of them alive. And everything is staying alive here for a laser as Theory's army is starting to get replenished. As more Magmadons also coming on the right side to get onto those Hellborns here as well. It's a massive fight here for a laser, and nothing seems to be dying.
This is insane. A laser is crushing. That might be the end of the game. There's going to be a 100 supply lead. The Dragon's staying in the fight right now. There it is, GG. That was a hell of a game. That was so sick.
Jeez. I can't believe that.
You can feel the tension in the room, by the way. That was
yeah, you could cut it with a knife. That is very tense. What a beautiful engagement by a laser in that last fight. The way he sent the gaunts, like you said, away from the Magmadons was huge. All the Magmadons stomp on each other, and then a laser's like, oh, actually, my gaunts are here. You didn't hit any of them with your AoE, and they have that movement speed, so they dash in and do huge damage to Theory's army.
I actually also like that a laser kind of set that up a long time ago because he cleared out that middle area of the trees maybe 3 or 4 minutes earlier, thinking that there might be a big attack happening in that area to give him the surface area to go for an engage like that and actually spread out that much was super good. The fact that also just earlier as well, he looked so dead when that initial dragon push was happening, but then he gets the crazy stomps with the Magmadons there too. I think that just the fights in general from a laser were so well executed.
I got to point this out. A laser up 2-0. Theory's going to get knocked out if he loses.
Yeah.
One of the next 3 games. And Theory was we had 2 possible players that were likely to get in the finals. One is Parting, who's, by the way, in the losers bracket now. Probes in the finals.
Not in the finals.
Right.
The other one was Theory.
Yeah.
We were considering these guys the 2 best players in our event, and now a laser is looking like he just has enough of a handle. He could take this away from Theory in the next game, possibly.
Yeah, Laser lost yesterday, his first set, and he was like, oh, I'm actually just going to play sick now. Like, I'm actually just going to play amazing for the rest of the tournament.
That's right. He was our first game, right? It was really short. And it was like, all right, well, goodbye, Laser.
He's just hustling everyone right now. He's just like...
Yeah. I mean, this is kind of crazy. Laser seems to have a very good handle on how to navigate the matchup.
He seems to be really good at adapting.
Yeah.
Is the interesting thing. The fact that he, like we said, he's just came back after losing so dominantly in the first series of the tournament, and now he's looking like better than anyone. Honestly.
Well, he's one of these guys. I guess out of all the players that we have in this pretty small tournament, we have 2 players that are basically making a living by dominating in StarCraft 2.
Yeah.
Right. They're constantly going to events all over the world competing. They make all their money from winning and obviously pro sponsorships. But you can kind of see that survival instinct here with a laser now. He really is able to adapt to the game, the map, his opponent, even with a very limited amount of time.
Yeah, his ability to adapt and how quickly he does it is insane. I was so impressed that game. Like I said, I thought he was dead like twice.
Yeah.
And the first time was the dragon fight, and then the second time Theory was just up so much in supply, but he just somehow gets some miracle engagement with the best stomps possible and manages to turn it around. I'm so impressed by his position in micro, honestly. And also the strategy, because we saw 2 different builds, right? We saw the brute push in game 1, and then that game we saw double conclave gone into taking the Luminite camps into expanding. He's just got a lot of different builds and tricks, and I'm curious to see what he's going to do in this 3rd game here.
And let's also remember that his opponent Theory has been all in on Stormgate since day 1.
Right. Yeah.
Some of us have, we don't do this full time. We've got other jobs or people are traveling or, they have other obligations. But, I had a period of time where I could focus on, 2 iterations of the beta ago and practice on that. And then I didn't have time to play in the last iteration, right? And for some of the StarCraft 2 pros, they've been so busy competing that they're like, okay, well, we're going to wait a little bit later on to focus on Stormgate. Theory and Partied have been there since the very beginning.
Right.
Day one, grinding, mapping it out. But it's kind of crazy to see someone like a Laser come in here and use that tournament survival skill set and look so good here.
Yeah.
That being said, I do think that Theory can come back here. I think that is possible.
It's also kind of funny because right now a Laser is like in the process of learning how to play Protoss in StarCraft 2 as well. So like he's like literally like learning. He's like going from playing Zerg to like playing Protoss at like a super high level, and then is also coming in here and just like learning how to destroy everyone within 2 days of in Stormgate as well.
Interestingly, a Laser. Like Artosis and I, we play when we're overseas at events, especially. We'll play chess where we have 24 hours to make a move. We don't wait 24 hours to make a move, but it's just anytime you're free, you can make a chess move. And we play with a couple different pro gamers sometimes. A Laser is by far the best chess player.
Oh, really?
He's so good. He's so good. I think I've beaten him like one time out of I don't know, 20 games or something.
Oh, wow. Smart guy.
Yeah, he's really good at whatever he's going to focus on. Are we going to be going into this game? I'm not sure. There's a delay here. We okay? All right, just want to see if we need to cut to commercial.
There's the sound.
There it is. There's a smoke. You know what? The smoke can only mean one thing. There's going to be a fire game.
Yeah, I got to say, this matchup is way more interesting now than it used to be.
Sorry, I thought I'm sorry, I thought the two. I forgot the Hexen was in the game, and I thought there was 2 imps running.
Yeah, Gemini literally, you guys can't see, he literally just jumped out his chair and pointed at the screen.
I was so excited. I thought we were going to have like a double proxy vault or something like that.
No, I've definitely done that where I see a unit leave, and I'm like, it's going to be crazy. And they just go and block the hatchery on this side of the map. I'm like, oh, yeah, you can do that too. Okay, we've got a high-speed Hexen chase going on here.
Looks like Theory is actually the one pursuing here. Got a little bit more damage onto a Laser's Hexen, who's actually going to teleport and take even more hits. The double skull comes in. Oh, sick. He saves it again by making the meat farm.
That was so good.
That was perfectly timed.
That's kind of like the drones making spore crawlers in StarCraft 2, right?
Yeah.
Like against
I feel like
oracles
it's
or something.
really hard here, too, because like you have to get it like I'm not sure, I haven't done it exactly.
It seems like it has to be frame perfect.
It has to be like when the thing starts to dive instead of beforehand, because then otherwise I feel like it wouldn't actually start diving down or whatever.
And you have to know which one he's going to target as well.
Yeah.
Which is not easy. Like, yeah, so sick plays there by Theory. We have a Brute come out here, kind of mirrored builds from these guys. Hexen Fiend from both. The second Brute showing up now for Theory, but the Hexen's taking a lot of damage here.
Oh!
And it actually goes down. On the other side, Theory might be able to take out the Laser's Hexen as well. Yep, it also goes down. And what do we end up with here? A Brute and 2 Fiends versus a Brute and 2 Fiends. So
it's a funny fight.
I was like counting. I was like, oh wait, it's just literally the same stuff.
It's 2 Fiends.
I think that Theory's winning this one though.
He does well. I mean,
the fact that the reinforcements are going to be really quick here for this forward vault from a Laser is meaning that he's going to swing it now. He should be able to split that up and get away, but also, he almost getting surrounded there by those Fiends would have been really, really bad for him because he could have gotten easily snowballed on there without any Hexen alive anymore to do any more infests for extra Fiends would be a little difficult to catch back there. But I mean, the fact that the vaults are also here for Theory is going to make it difficult for a Laser to fully push, I feel like. So I'm not sure. This is going to come down to a bit of a micro battle, and it feels like nothing else here because the production is very equal.
Yeah, they've literally done mirrored builds, right? Although we do see... No, it's pretty much exactly the same here. So like you said, it's just going to come down to execution, basically. They're going to fight in this lane for dominance. If Theory ever pushes a Laser back, that building is out on the map, right? So he'll be able to take out that vault. So a Laser can't let that happen. So he's kind of forced to... Oh, what a 6 around against the trees. Kind of Warcraft-esque there. Able to pick off that Brute, make it split into Fiends. And, nice pick off by a Laser here, sending some Fiends around to catch the Imp, which is trying to make the natural base for Theory. He does get it.
That's a good move. That's a very good move. It's also going to force Theory to come back here because he doesn't actually have any units ready to kill that except for that one slow Brute. But the Fiends can run away. I guess they're a little bit low health, and now that the Imps do have that little range attack now instead of just the melee swipes, they are able to deal with them pretty okay. So Theory is going to be able to continue putting pressure on this forward position of a Laser, but like you said, since that Vault is so far forward, he doesn't want to lose it yet. Still staying on one base here, the Laser as well, going into the Conclave here too. And now we're going to get a little bit of a fight with the extra Brutes coming out of Theory. But one more coming out from a Laser. Actually one spawning here as well, going to get a little surround here on them too. Splitting off into a bunch of different Fiends, and will one player come on top? I have no idea.
Keep in mind, if Blue wins this is over the Iron Vault, so you would be able to shut down the production here. He's reinforcing. God, Brutes are so slow. He's going to come up, and yeah, I think actually Theory's going to win this, which means the Laser's going to lose this foothold, lose the production. This is a big win here for Theory.
Yeah, the couple Gaunts coming out, though, is going to make it very difficult for him to actually push any forward. It's so deceiving when it's the Brute fights because they get to such low health. They're like, oh, they're going to die. But then they just split into 2 different units as well that are at full health.
I still don't have a handle on it.
It's
I keep
so
trying to
awkward.
be like, no, I know this. I can do this. And it's every time it'll turn on its head.
Okay, so it looks like a Laser has, what, 2 Volts in the Conclave? And Theory has, was it 1 Volt in Conclave? And
yeah.
going for the Ritual Chamber for an upgrade.
Is
right?
the Laser
oh,
going
there's a
for a
second
Ritual
Volt
Chamber?
there. Yeah, he was making a Ritual Chamber, so...
No, is the Laser going for one too?
Oh, a Laser, I'm not sure.
Oh, he does already have it. Okay, nice. So
Oh,
he's
already
just
got that
ahead in
upgrade on the
general
way.
in terms of the tech upgrades. So that should definitely favor Laser here. He's going to have a timing, I'm assuming, before Theory does. And should be able to also have enough units because he's gone for the Gaunts earlier as well. So he's going to have faster, or more Gaunts and the faster upgrade. So I feel like he should be able to find some sort of short timing if he's really crisp with it to get in before Theory is able to really get his full tech transition here.
Yeah, the Gaunt transition was a little bit smoother here for a Laser. And Theory is kind of a bit scared, it feels like, and he's staying home. And a Laser says, okay, great, I'll take these camps out on the map if you're going to be defensive. And, you know, he gets the Luminite for that, he gets the Vision. So just finding more ways to get ahead and actually going to go ahead and take his natural base here.
Can I point this out? That's the first expansion in this game.
Right.
We've been in this game for a long time. They've both been one basing.
This is how I remember this matchup.
Yeah, no, same. This I relate to. This was when I was active in the beta.
Especially because the Hexens both died too, so it's like really relatable. God, this is exactly what we did all the time, like 6 months ago.
Yeah, this is what all of our games looked like 6 months ago, yeah.
Dude, Theory's army is like a little bit out of position here. If a Laser runs in, it might get cut off. There's a Imp trying to make a base here. A Laser's surely going to pick that off.
Oh, that's so good, because Theory still is not expanded at this point.
Yeah, Theory needs to come home.
Yeah, he has no idea that... Oh, wait, what? He's still
He's
attacking
still up there
the
doing
breach.
the camp, yeah. A Laser does not want to commit into the main. He could get sandwiched if he does that, so he's got to be very careful.
Keep in mind that besides the Fiends, everything for Infernal is slow moving around. So this, I don't know if he's going to go down or not, but if he could just snipe that Iron Vault, I guess he's not going to.
The thing is that a Laser's already got the expansion lead. There's no reason for him to just try and suicide his army for something. He's gonna just always have that advantage regardless with the faster expansion. And he sees how late it is from Theory, even that he was trying to go for it in the first place. So he knows that his opponent is trying to match him in that. But Theory doesn't actually have the scout off to know that a Laser's already gone for the expansion way earlier. And so he really has to find something here because he's going to start to get overwhelmed really quickly with how a Laser's economy is going to develop.
Yeah, I feel like Laser showed kind of a lot of experience and good game sense there, picking off the nap but not actually pushing into the main.
Yeah.
Because that's one of the ways he could lose if his army's like overextended, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like what we would call a win more move. Like you don't actually have to win more, you just got to win, you know? Okay, so Theory's going to come up here. I don't know if this is safe. We've got one Shroud Stone up here.
Yeah, you cannot push into this, right? Like,
no way.
No,
this isn't going to work.
But he doesn't have a base. He's got to go here, and he's pushing in, fighting under the Shroud Stone. So much damage coming out by Laser's units, and he just has way more Brutes and Gaunts. Like, there's no other way to say it, guys. He just has more, and GG is called by Theory.
Wow.
Laser takes this series 3-0.
That's crazy. 3-0.
Good game.
Hey, man, the concave always beats the convex.
Dude, I think it was Confucius that first said that. Yeah. So, I mean, we're going to get a Laser on the couch here in a second. This is what we just saw was a very common sight at a tournament where the two players finally start to talk. Okay, so what did I do wrong back there? How do I beat this? Or
it's like when they finish a game of chess, they like go through all the moves,
put the pieces back. Yeah, exactly.
That's what that was like. Yeah.
So we're gonna have a laser on here and see how he's feeling. He's gonna go up against Parting, right? Yeah.
We're gonna get the matchup that we wanted to see because he called him out at the beginning of the day. He's like, I found something that can kill him. Let's see if it's
so
gonna
good.
work.
So that means coming up next, Infernal versus Celestial.
Yep.
Dude, that could have been the grand finals. That's like how good both these guys are. You know, the potential grand finalists here. But it's not the grand final. There's still Probe waiting in the winners bracket. So things are getting very interesting here.
It's kind of crazy. Like when I was doing the group draw for this, I did it on my stream. I had like a little popcorn bucket with like
you
the
did
stuff.
actually do that?
Yeah, and I remember I opened it up, and the first match was Parting versus Laser, and I was kind of like, no. You know what I mean? I should have rigged this tournament. I could have put these guys on opposite sides of the bracket.
They wouldn't have known. I could have just made it myself.
read
Why was I transparent? But you know, I looked at it. I was like, oh, that would have been a good match to have later on. But we're gonna get it anyways. Oh, come on over here, Laser. Actually, have a seat over there and put the headset on. That's gonna be better for us. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Oh, hold on. We got to get that headset turned on. Try again.
Okay. Thank you. Hello, guys. Yeah.
Hello.
How are you feeling, man?
Oh, good. That was stressful, this one.
Yeah.
Dude, that second game was sick, actually. I can't believe that one fight you got with the first dragon push with the Magmadons and that little choke point, and then you just killed everything except the dragon. Like, that was actually crazy.
Yeah, I was so far behind. I felt like when I saw he had that dragon, I was like, okay, yeah, I'm so far behind because I didn't tech. My whole game plan, I think, was bad. Like the farming,
yeah, we were so curious about what was up with that.
So I figured out that you can actually get this resource camp with just gowns, just by kiting it well, and I thought it's like a very good camp. You know, it gives you 200 gold, so it must be good. So my whole plan was to like rush it and then go for like mass gown, which is also good. But then I realized like it just takes so much time during a game. It's so risky. Thank God I got away with it, but like, even when I got away with it, it's like he just contests those camps, so it's just 200 gold. But I had to cut my economy to get it, so it's not even. In the end, it's even. But I took so much risk to do it. It was not great. But yeah, I mean,
got the win. That's all that matters.
That's what matters.
Yeah.
So you're going to be going up against Parting. This is a rematch from the very first best of 5 we had in the tournament, and you were knocked out 3-0, right, from Parting. But you said that you had come up with or labbed out some new ideas. So talk to us.
Back to the lab.
Back to the lab.
Yeah, I mean, it was bad. I really haven't had time to practice this game before this tournament. Like I played one day, so this was the first time I saw this rush, and I was not sure. But yeah, I went to the lab and
been cooking something up.
I cooked something. I think I'm looking forward to this match now.
I mean, your previous set against the other Celestial player was super impressive, like the meat farms, and it seems like you kind of improved in the matchup so much in just one day. Like, what did you do last night, dude?
I mean, I played just like a bunch of games, and I was thinking, and and I think I came up very quickly with a very, very strong game plan. And I also practiced some with Probe, so he knows my strategy. So I'm happy that he's in the final because now I can go full out already versus Parting. Otherwise, if this was Probe first, then I would be like, I kind of need to go all out versus Probe, but he knows what I'm doing. It would be So this is much better for me. Like I rather play like this.
Yeah, but he will be watching this set, I presume. So
yeah, but Probe already knows my strategy. That's the point.
Oh, he knows everything.
Yeah, kind of like the best stuff. Yeah. He knows what I want to play. Yeah.
Right.
All right. Well, congratulations again, Laser. Looking forward to seeing your match, guys. Check out the merch. We got shirts like this. We got all sorts of mugs, hoodies, mouse pads. We actually even have build order notebooks. Did you guys know that?
I did not know that.
They're just literally notebooks, though. But, and coming up next, we are going to... I should have not. That was a bad move for the camera. Wait, is it this camera? Coming up next. It's going to be a Laser versus Parting. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back. Terrible exit. And cut.
Hey guys, welcome back. We are the tasteless vice presidents of GSL. We're like the Prince Charleses or something. Hopefully he'll get so old one day one of us can actually take over. But until then, just, tasteless supporting cast here. How you doing, State?
I'm doing really good, man.
Yeah?
The games have been excellent. I was watching the last match. A Laser is looking really good.
Dude,
and
he's on fire, yeah.
This upcoming loser match final is pretty stupendous. I mean, we have Parting falling in one of the biggest upsets of the entire tournament, 3-1 against Probe.
Yeah.
And honestly, it felt like it could have been 3-0. It wasn't even
I
that
thought Probe
close.
was going to win. I went to the bathroom, I came back, and he had lost, and I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, it was pretty remarkable. And I feel like Parting coming down here after looking basically untouchable through the entire history of Stormgate's beta is all the way now into, leading up to the early access release with free-to-play. I'm not sure if he's actually going to be able to hold on against Elaser because Elaser has a lot of momentum behind him. He's looking really good in a variety of matchups.
Yes. And he says he has things prepped that are going to catch Parting off guard. And he seems confident. He seemed confident this morning. And he's been on fire ever since. Like, those games against Theory, absolutely amazing. I thought Theory was going to win some of those, man. And absolutely a Laser playing out of his mind.
Hey, you said that he came into today basically having this excitement of devised new builds, new ideas to take down Celestial players like Parting should he advance to these later stages of the tournament. And now we're here. He's probably not facing the opponent that he expected to.
It wasn't even that. It was the way he was speaking this morning was like with the confidence that not only can he beat Parting, but he will get to Parting. And I think he assumed Parting would be in the grand finals. So, I actually completely, I've been betting Parting for every match all throughout. Sorry, Parting. I'm going with a Laser for this. I think he's figured a bunch of stuff out. I think, it's so funny because the sentiment of what's going on can change so quickly. A lot of people have been feeling like Celestial's too strong or whatever. The thing is, a lot of their strats are a little bit easy, so it feels like they're really strong. But a Laser has figured some things out, and I think he's gonna go through.
Yeah, the meta has developed to the point over the past 24 hours.
Yeah,
that Parting, who looked really good in Celestial Mirrors, even going up against Probe, just seemed completely out of his depth. Like he had fallen behind over the course of literal matches.
Yes. Yes.
That's how fast the game is getting figured out. And so to come in here against Elaser in a best of 5, if Elaser really does have new ideas, the problem with a best of 5 from Parting's perspective as opposed to a best of 7, he doesn't really have a lot of time to adjust to these new concepts that Elaser is probably going to be throwing at him.
That's right, yeah. Elaser's put a lot of thought into how to defeat the way Parting's been playing. How does Parting then take that and then turn it around on a Elaser in such a short series, as you said?
It's not going to be easy, especially considering that Parting throughout this entire tournament and the entirety of the new build, basically he has been playing these very aggressive styles where the game is basically not getting to the mid game, it's not getting to the late game, it is over before he mines Therium against basically every other player in the world.
We did catch him trying to mine Therium there.
He tried, it didn't work.
What a coward.
The concern for me is if that is your playstyle up until this point and you really don't have a lot of practice in the mid and late game, what do you do if suddenly Elaser can parry these early builds and you do not have practice playing the mid game or playing the late game?
Now, Parting did say that he has good follow-ups for playing against Infernals. So I don't know. Maybe he was saying, oh, that was just my first jab, and he's dying to it. Is it true? We'll see.
Yeah, I don't know. Parting, you can't take everything that he says.
That's for sure. Yeah.
As the truth. He's a tricky guy.
Yeah. Let's just say it as he is. He's a liar.
I think during the drafts, I was hearing this from I can't remember who he was playing against, but he was playing against a non-Celestial player on. What's the close air map? It's
Jagged Maw.
Jagged Maw, and I think it was actually the draft against the Laser, and the Laser Parting really wanted to play against it, and the Laser's like, if you do it, I'm just going to pick Celestials, and I will M-Core rush you. Yeah. And that is the game that we will play. And Parting was trying to barter with him a little bit. He's like, actually, what if we play it, but I just promise not to do the M-Core rush, and we could play a normal game on Jagged Maw?
Funny.
And they're like, no. If we play on Jagged Maw, I am doing this build no matter what. So he's already trying to kind of wiggle his way out of some situations.
So that was happening just now?
I'm pretty sure.
That's amazing.
I think this actually happened when he was talking with Elaser even before this match happened.
Yeah,
It's like, Elaser, if you beat Theory and we play against each other, can we Can we go around this a little bit? So
That's Parting actually seems a little bit left behind on these. I think actually Clem mostly figured out what you're supposed to do, like with the constant core production, like the way that Probe did it in actually the game that he lost. It's funny because we're seeing people do the new thing that seems better and then lose with it just barely. But I think it is actually better. It's just like you have to get the execution down.
The funny thing about it is that while Clem was doing it, basically all of us casting decided this is better than the way people have been doing it anyway. But it didn't even seem like Clem had fully grasped why it was better because he ended up losing that game. But since then, I mean, I wonder whether Parting actually watched that match because the first couple of games Clem played in that series, he was playing Vanguard. Parting might have been looking at this like, okay, this doesn't interest me really, Infernals versus Vanguard. If he didn't tune into that game number 3, that was a game number 3, which, I mean, I'm pretty sure Probe was casting. He's looking at it, he's like, okay, I have an idea now when I go into that Celestial Mirror about how to play this matchup, and it's been working.
Yeah. I think if he hasn't been watching these, then he's just going to fall further behind on the meta because the meta is changing so quickly. You know, we have 8 of the very best players in the world here, all playing games against each other and kind of theory crafting in their own little groups. So, yeah, that meta is evolving super, super fast. And if you're not ready to take advantage of that, you're going to be left behind.
Well, the players are still getting ready to get started, so how about we take a look at the brackets and see exactly how things have gotten here at this point. As Probe, with the surprise upset of the entire tournament, was able to take Parting out in the upper bracket finals after Parting had a really close Celestial Mirror against Theory. And a Laser since falling to the lower bracket finals after getting 3-0'd by Parting in the first match of the tournament.
Yeah. And now a Laser looking for his revenge.
He hasn't dropped a map since then.
Yeah. No,
9 games in a way. And even against Theory in that previous series.
He's playing every matchup, too. Against Miggy, he played against Celestials. Against Clem, it was Vanguard mostly. Against Theory, it was Infernals. Like, a Laser is just becoming a sick boss here.
Yeah, he is looking really good. And he was even talking with, or I was talking with Probe while we were watching the last cast. And, I mean, a Laser, a lot of those games against Theory, his position wasn't that great, actually. He had to play from some really tough spots in a mirror that can be very snowbally just because of the way the infest mechanic works. And so the fact that he was able to come back from these positions against a player who a lot of us were thinking is top 2 in this tournament and is probably destined to meet Parting in the finals. To 3-0 Theory.
Well,
in that fashion was.
They might neither of them get to the finals. You know,
it's crazy.
It's kind of wild because we've had this kind of, you know, this set of players that has been at the very top since the beginning, which is, you know, mostly Parting in Theory here. And it's like, well, they might get 3rd and 4th. We don't know. Like, a Laser is on fire. Probe is playing completely different from all the other Celestials as well, kind of showing his own way to do things, and it's amazing. It feels really promising, the amount of variety that we're getting the further we get into this. Because seriously, at the beginning of yesterday, a lot of people were just thinking it was going to be insane morph core plays all the time.
I was also
and it's
thinking
going
that.
away from that. Yeah, and it's so promising, you know.
Yeah, we've even seen in the Celestial versus Celestial meta, although it is coming out sometimes the M-Core rushes, people are kind of figuring out how to deal with it. Even Parting, the game that he got M-Core rushed against Probe, he was able to hold on by keeping one of his collection arrays alive with the link nodes.
Yeah.
And that's, you know, concerning for Parting should he get to the grand finals. But before he gets there, he is going to have to get through a Laser who... I don't know how the map draft actually went. I don't know if Parting in the end eventually decided on picking Jagged Mod despite the threats from a Laser that they would play a Celestial Mirror, but...
If you don't, like, choose that as a Celestial player, it doesn't make sense, right? It's just too good, and the thing is, there's not a reason why a Laser should win a Celestial Mirror against Parting, right? There's not a true reason.
Yes, but at the same time, I feel kind of bad saying this, but the current state of Celestial Mirror on a map like Jagged Maw of all maps, it is kind of simple. If you're a pro gamer of the caliber of a Laser or Theory, you don't need a lot of games to practice. You just need to understand the concepts of play, the build order, and you can just go out and do it.
Yeah.
It's pretty simple to execute. So
no, I definitely totally agree with you on that, but there's not a reason why Parting should be, like, afraid of that, right? Like, if he can do it, Parting can do it. So maybe it's you're saying more that it's, like, too close to a coin flip.
Yeah, I think that's probably the issue there for Parting.
But if that's too close to a coin flip, then it's like he should either be confident and not choose it, or not confident and choose it, right? So it would come down to a confidence level of playing against Infernal on other maps. It's like, does he actually think because if he actually thinks that a laser might beat him, screw it, take the coin flip.
Yeah, that's smart, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really does come down to how he feels against a laser's Infernals.
Yeah.
Huh. Parting up until this point hasn't really been playing a lot of Infernal games, right? Hasn't most
Only a laser, yeah. He's played
Yeah.
Celestials and a laser.
It was just that opening match. I really am excited to get into this.
I just want to start it.
Did a laser talk to you at all about the ideas that he had at
He
play
won't
there
tell me what
against
they
Parting?
are.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Man, people are so secretive. Even Probe.
He said what he used against Miggy was his weakest.
Wow.
That was the weakest stuff he came up with last night. And he throwed Miggy, so
Yeah.
there you have it. There you have it.
Well, even the what's it called? The skull squisher was dealing with Miggy pretty well in that
That's
series.
true. He had some rough moments for sure.
Well, pretty soon here, I think we're going to be getting into this best of 5. Winner, of course, going to go on to play against Probe in the grand finals. And I don't know exactly what the format of the grand finals is. I know because it's upper and lower bracket, Probe will have 2 lives. I'm not sure if it's going to be best of 5, or best of 5, best of 3, the second live. But
I think I would hope it's best of 5, the second one. Like, we just got to keep that steady throughout. It's like, it's a best of 1. Screw it.
Yeah, you're probably right. That's
that
a
would
lot
be
of
best.
games.
By the way, I'm trying to remember back. Do you ever remember having like a tournament that was quite important with like international players being won by an Australian ever in RTS?
I don't know.
I don't
actually. We
think
had a
so.
lot of Australians get deep, like
Yeah.
Probe, like Igas, in a lot of different tournaments across a variety of
Moonglade.
RTS styles. Moonglade as
Moonglade,
well.
please.
Yeah, I can't even forget Moonglade. Oh God, man, that is a throwback. But yeah, I feel like this might be the
this
most
could be
major tournament won by an RTS player from Australia on the international
That I
stage.
can think of. Yeah, for international.
All right. Okay, a laser coming up here in the top right against Parting down in the bottom left. And we're already seeing some of the shenanigans. An Iron Vault thrown down immediately, as well as 2 workers pulled right from the get-go. Is this going to be a Shroudstone rush? Is it going to be the farms coming in on the collection array? I'm very curious.
Yeah, the meat farm, we actually talked to him about that as well because he did have an issue where the Fellhogs weren't attacking the array and it didn't end up dying. He said he'll make meat farms on top if he does that again. But yeah, sending 2 out, I don't know. Double meat farm, double Shroudstone.
Yeah.
I don't know what the plan is going to be. But look at this. Parting, he's not going to rush.
Yeah, I like this from Parting, coming in with something a little bit more defensive. I'm not sure exactly what he is building at this moment from the Arc ship. But in a second or two, he is going to see a laser coming out with these 2 workers, and it's actually going to be, oh man, Parting is playing with a lot of greed, and it's a meat farm.
He
He's
made it
not
on the
building
left
it
side again.
on top.
He said he was going to go to the other side, but I don't know. I guess we'll see. And look at that, a Shroudstone here going down. Dude, this is some serious business going on right now.
Yeah, now Parting, he cannot overcharge these buildings to deal with this because they do not attack structures.
That's right.
That is a very conscious design decision, and so as a result, Parting, he was playing very greedy, going for the extra worker, but now is going to have to kind of scramble and instead get a creation camp out as soon as possible. And actually, look at this. We already have some attacking units coming out. That's the power supply going down for Parting immediately here.
I love that he instantly makes the Fiends there and sends them down. Look at this, picking off buildings already. This rush doing some fantastic work here against Parting.
Oh, man. How
Dude,
the tables have turned.
Yeah.
Parting, the rushing player, getting rushed by a laser here in the first match. And a laser certainly did have some tricks up his sleeves. Wow.
Dude, that Shroudstone causing some real problems here as well. The meat farm, you know, getting these Fellhogs out.
Yeah,
the Fellhogs are
Fellhogs,
acting
though.
kind of stupid, though.
Yeah, they're not the smartest bunch, I must say. I'm surprised he's not building on the top side like you mentioned.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine just that Fellhog wailing on the collection array right now would really put a timer on Parting. Instead, these link nodes built very smartly by Parting in the back, trying to block those Fiends out so they can actually get up, will allow him to keep this collection array alive at the natural expansion. But for the main base, I think pretty soon here, that collection array is going to have to peace out and find its way elsewhere.
No, he's got to move that thing away now. Okay, he does finally lift it off. The Shroudstone pushing it away.
Now, the collection array harvests 300 Luminite per minute, and although it is going to survive, you have to keep in mind, this is going to be like maybe 60, 75 seconds that the collection array is just not mining at all. Parting's income effectively halved here for the foreseeable future.
And look at this, man. As he aggroes the camp, just everything kind of going wrong here for him. Like, this couldn't be that he wants to kill the camp, right? Like, this is just kind of getting aggro because he has to deal with the Fellhogs.
Yeah, I think the Link node's also kind of playing into this one.
I don't know. Maybe he does want to kill that off and get the heals or something.
Yeah, the hard part about this for parting is that the healing camp doesn't actually provide you with any resources. It is purely just healing. It is unique in that way among the camps where you do not get any res for actually killing the creeps there. And Laser, he's going to be clearing out his natural expansion now too, but I must say the rush to this point, it has already done its job.
Yeah, Laser's plan is like being very, very fruitful here. This is kind of wild because even Theory was thinking that this is not really a winnable matchup, and he has played a lot of this matchup against Parting as well. But now we're looking at it, and it's like a Laser is in charge. He's in control. This looks bad for Parting.
Yeah, I think some of it comes back into Parting's greed, going for, you know, not only the fast expansion, but also starting some workers very early there and having to cancel them to throw down the barracks building here for the Celestials. Is only just now is this collection array going to plant, but I mean, with some Fiends on the map, if a Laser sniffs this out, he knows that collection array has to go somewhere.
He'll find that eventually. He's got enough of them. I mean, he's split off Zergling so many times. He'll scout this map.
And the moment he finds it, again, you can't really get the kill on the collection array with these ground units until the Gaunts actually do find it, but it's still going to have to lift.
Yeah,
it will not be harvesting.
Forcing lift off, it's so worthless, right? And he's looking for it right now with these Fiends.
Yeah, a Laser really has a good timer in his head of exactly when this thing should be planted. I mean, what? It's been mining for 10 seconds at most, and did a Laser actually catch?
I think he shift-clicked it, so he might look. Oh, he wants to clear this out.
Yeah. He'll see it regardless now once that vision camp gets taken. Now with the Gaunts, I wonder if he could actually take this collection array down because it is very low on HP. Instead going to be going for this Morph Core, which...
You know what? I think he didn't get close enough. I don't think he got close enough. Like, he must not have seen it because he didn't go back for it.
Can we check the vision a little bit here? I feel like that barely clips the corner, right? I mean, I'm trying to draw a line here along the perimeter of the vision.
Well, how long is Fiend vision range exactly?
But not the Fiends. I'm thinking of even the tower here in the middle after clearing the camp. I feel like it should be in vision, no? It seems like it's barely on the edge.
Maybe you're right. Maybe.
Huh.
So he does go over here and starts attacking in a little bit to this high ground expand.
He's going to force another liftoff. And keep in mind, that Shroud Stone in the main base of Parting, it's still standing. He cannot mine here. The Fiends are actually guarding it.
Dude, watching Parting play this game, it reminds me of playing like StarCraft as a child and floating my burning command centers around, trying to not lose against the computer.
Yeah.
It feels like that's what I'm watching here because he's just having such a hard time. Now, is Argent's going to get surrounded as they try to go through these small trees? He's going to lose every single one of those.
Wow, a Laser's game plan working to perfection here in game number 1. And, you know, I wouldn't even be surprised at this point if Parting was very close to tapping out because nothing is going his way. He doesn't even really have access to Therium, again, because of the Shroud Stone in the main base. There's no Therium with the natural expansion.
Yeah. No, he's having a terrible time and hasn't actually gone back up there. So, yeah, I feel like you could have sent one Fiend, so there's no way that he has vision of it, right? Like, Laser wouldn't miss something like that forever.
It is still insane to me that he barely can glimpse this thing, although now he is going to be going and checking it out. Yeah. Although with only 240 hit points, I think the Gaunts might be able to get it if he can get vision on the high ground.
Yeah, if he keeps some on the left, some on the right, he should be able to just kill it off, I think. Let's see. Maybe there's a spot up there he can hide it. I don't think so, though. Yeah. Just gets picked, and everything continuing to go poorly here for Parting. A Laser has so much, man. 60 supply to 36.
Yeah, a Laser's basically playing whack-a-mole right now with these collection arrays all across the map.
Parting has to make some real magic flying around with that Arc Ship and those Argents. Like, he needs a Laser to be out of position. He needs to go up, maybe kill some workers or buildings or something. I'm not even sure what the win condition is here for Parting.
Yeah, the thing is, there's so many Fiends out for a Laser that I feel like if he is able to take a fight against these Argents, there is no way they're going to be able to run around and escape. I mean, the mobility of the army here for a Laser is so much higher than for Parting, and now we even have Magmadons coming in. So any kind of surround that takes place on those Argents by the Fiends, it's going to be even worse because that's just going to guarantee the Magmadon gets a huge stomp off.
Yeah, well, if you get one stomp off on that group of Argents, I think he's going to pretty much clean it up. But some nice micro here from Parting. The thing is, I think Parting does have to play like this. I think he has to play super aggressively and just try to out-micro if he can. And, of course, you know, the Argents aren't super fast, but Parting will probably micro them as well as they can be microed here.
All right, Parting moving forward. A laser, is he actually going to go for it, or is he going to wait for the upgrade to complete? It seems like he's going to chase these Argents down at least to the ramp. Will he continue to pursue? Oh, he wants to stomp this so bad. Parting trying to focus down the Magmadon. But the stomps right now connecting with the Argents. Some nice split-offs there by Parting, mitigating the damage, but a laser is pushing forward, and he is riding this momentum.
Man, that Magmadon stomp was fantastic. Parting trying to split off, and GG is called. Wow. A laser taking game number 1 and some initial revenge. That man right there is so used to victory right now in Stormgate. He's won everything. He's been the best. He's been the scariest. Top of the ladder, highest win percentage, multiple races, but a laser smashing him there in game 1.
Yeah, that looked really good. And Parting now has to make some serious adjustments coming into game number 2, because if a laser tries the same thing and Parting goes for the same greedy setup, I feel like even on a larger map, it's going to be so hard to defend.
Yeah, I think that Parting might have to play it like it's a normal RTS game, right?
Yeah,
not
imagine
super
that.
greedy, not super aggressive, but instead, I don't know, like expand and immediately make production, like that type of thing.
Yeah, I feel like that has to be the play, unless we go to one of the very large maps in the pool. I think you take the expansion and then you immediately get the Argents out, because otherwise, if you allow a laser to continue to kind of run circles around you, not only with the Fiends, but with the Gaunts chasing down collection arrays, things are not going to go your way.
No, but that's the thing. You can back up. It's like, yes, okay, so a laser may have solved this portion of this matchup. Maybe he didn't, too. Maybe there's something else that can be done. But you always can just fall back into playing a real game where it's like, okay, I'm not going to win at the beginning. Let's play a real game. We'll get a bunch of units and we'll fight. You know, that's an option. We haven't seen Parting go that road yet, though.
Yeah, and I feel like for a laser, playing with this kind of opening is really smart, because Parting can't really cheese this. Even if you want to go back into his bag of tricks and do the same kind of aggressive play that he did on day number 1, I don't think it really works with a laser immediately throwing 2 workers at him, because, you know, as Parting, you can't be 2 places at once. You cannot go for the forward base and also defend your collection arrays back at home. You kind of have to choose one or the other. So for Parting, here in game number 2, I'm imagining a little bit more conservative play, as you said, Hardy.
I think so. I think
playing a real RTS.
Yeah, he's going to run up and take one of these double Luminite mines. Now, does he actually go for units after this? We have the double Imp coming down with that Hexen, so definitely some pressure going to be started here from a laser.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty much the same idea as game number 1, but here on this second map, because it is a fair bit larger, I wonder if we are going to have any kind of deviation in terms of follow-up. A laser maintained the aggression for a long time there in game number 1, but here in game 2, because of that large distance, there's a chance we see him fall back on an expansion and play a little bit more of a macro game, but let's see if the game even gets there. Now, do we have any production coming up here for Parting, or is it just this power bank right now?
Yeah, I haven't seen anything else go up as of yet, so the power bank is going to be finishing up, and that was a meat farm, right?
That's a meat farm.
Meat farm on the way, okay.
Now, Parting was actually moving cross-map with the Arc ship. He might have not expected a laser to do this again on such a large map, but that means that, you know, the core coming in here, it is not in a very good position. it's not fighting off the Hexen. It is not getting any damage done on these structures that are being built. It's also not turning into a production building close to Parting's base that he can use to defend.
Yeah.
Only just now is the first Argent coming out on the map, but...
Well, at least he has gone for those Argents a little bit quicker, so he is going to be able to overcharge and kind of kill off some of these Felhogs and everything as they're there. But the Shroud Stone is coming up.
3/4 of the way done already. That Argent's racing down to try and dish some damage out on it, but it's getting chased already by the Hexen.
Yeah, the Argent taking a skull to the face right there, and here we go. It is done.
I love the target firing on the link node here, too, by a laser. Man, that does a lot of damage to buildings. Look, it's already getting taken out.
Dude. A laser's rush looking pretty strong. We came in thinking that Celestials were unbeatable for Infernal, and maybe it's turning around completely in the reverse.
Now we see Shroud Stones versus Strike Nodes. Well, it turns out the Shroud Stone wins this one by a mile. That's going to finish with like half its HP alive.
Yeah, the Argent number is building up a little bit, so that is something to note.
Yeah, I think Parting should be able to stabilize it. A Laser, it seems like he knows that he's making a lot of money. Probably going to be going for an expansion soon, I would think. Because although the Link node did fall here in the main base of Parting, he was at least able to get that Shroud Stone down to half HP. And those Argents with their bonus damage should be able to take it out. Is the Collection Ray going to survive, though? Oh, man, if I'm a Laser, if I'm a Laser, I'm just focusing that down.
I think so. Well, he has Fiends coming down, so he's trying to actually gain more value than I think he can actually gain. Okay, it is a liftoff on the Collection Ray, but I think it's going to fall.
Yeah, look at that. Man.
Dude.
This is looking so good for a Laser. I thought Parting was going to be able to clean that up, but
I thought he was going to save that for sure.
The Fiends being added into the mix, he just did not have enough time.
It's such a smart play, right? You need the Iron Vault anyways. Just turn them immediately into Fiends, get them across the map like instantaneously, compared to the Brute at least.
Oh, man. Parting basically halved his economy at this point now, and this Collection Array as well, 120 HP. At what point here as a Laser do you just try to dive this with something and either get a kill or force another liftoff? Because it's going to be a while before that heals back up to max HP. If a Laser can somehow get around Parting's army, if Parting's Argents are either clearing a creep camp or moving cross map, a Laser could basically come in with some gaunts later in the game and just sever the head of Parting's economy in one fell swoop.
Well, one thing to mention here is Parting actually has considerably more supply. That is actually a nice stack of Argents.
Yeah.
So even though a Laser got what we consider to be a good amount of damage, you know, Parting did not play this as greedily. You know, he started production a little bit earlier. He has a lot of Argents. And I could see him maybe getting something done with these Argents.
There is a chance, especially with this long-distance cross-map. It's a lot of time for them to gain up energy. We're going to have a lot of energy for those bonus attacks. And, oh, man, if he can catch a Laser actually going for this speed camp, this will be huge for Parting. And, yes, he will find it. Oh, those gaunts. A Laser has to peel back right now. He's got to retreat. No, instead he's going to go for the attack.
What?
Man, that's a lot of confidence, but it might be the right move. Those gaunts now with the speed bonus, they can chase down and actually target fire these Argents way better than they would otherwise. This is going so much better for a Laser than I thought it would.
Yeah, I think those additional Fiends really making a big difference, right? They're turning and trying to kill the Fiends off, and as those Fiends die, he runs off. Really, really good plays here from a Laser.
But was he able to thin down the Argent number enough? Because with more reinforcements coming in from Parting, it's still very close between these two armies.
Yeah, he's got to run out of here. The Argent's still very tanky, very beefy here against those early game gaunts, and forces him away.
Oh, now if you're a Laser here, you kind of want Parting to walk into this expansion because for Parting as the Celestials, it doesn't actually make that much sense to be attacking the structure with these Argents. It's kind of an awkward position because if you attack the structure, you're losing all of the energy on all of these units.
That's so true.
The army is going to become a lot weaker, and so a Laser right now, he should wait for at least a couple more volleys from these Argents. As soon as they're low on energy, yeah, now is the time to strike. Such a smart move by a Laser. Is it going to be enough, though? The Argent number is still very high here for Parting. He's able to one-shot a lot of these gaunts despite being low on energy.
Yeah, I think actually Parting just has enough to probably finish off these gaunts, but you know what? I love it. He pops those immediately and allows the Fiends to push everything back. But the Argent count is still really, really high, and it feels like he might be able to break through. Look at the amount of gaunts coming down, though, actually.
Yeah, I mean, you could tell the Argents, when they run out of energy, even those Fiends actually last a very long time against them. The DPS is basically halved.
Yeah, it really is. It's like literally halved. So.
Is it actually double damage?
Yeah, it's like
wow.
It goes from 10 to 20 if I'm remembering correctly, unless they changed it. But yeah, no, it's a huge, huge difference on that damage output.
Yeah, it's such a smart play by a Laser, basically waiting until that Shrine was down to 100 HP, and now he's attacking in. Oh, even trying to get the Collection Array. This might just be enough here for a Laser. GG is called.
Wow.
That was so smart and so close. I'm telling you, if a Laser had tried to defend that expansion 1 or 2 more volleys sooner.
Yes.
Parting might be winning that game, but because he waited until the last possible second and because Parting was so low on energy with those Argents, you can just see the damage drop off so hard for the Celestial Force.
Yeah.
And
I thought he was actually still going to clear the gaunts, but yeah, it turned quickly, and then suddenly so many more gaunts came down. So very, very well done by Laser. He obviously has prepped this extremely well, and Parting has to literally come up with something right now. You're right about that best of 5 thing. Like, a Laser already knew what Parting's been doing that hasn't been failing. He came in with a great plan. You can see Parting looks defeated. Okay?
I mean, Parting has lost, what, 5 of the last 6 games he's played in this tournament? This might be his worst stretch of StormGate over his entire StormGate career. On ladder, in tournaments, doesn't matter. This guy usually does not lose games.
When he was waiting for Probe in the winter bracket finals, he was cleanly shaven. Now he's got 5 o'clock shadow. He looks tired. His head is cocked to the side. You know, he's having a hard time.
This is one of the issues, again, with playing a style like Parting's that is so aggressive is if it works to that degree, you're not really learning much else about the game. You're getting very good at doing this one thing, and then once it gets solved, if it could get solved in a short period of time like this, suddenly you're in a lot of trouble. And it seems like Elaser, after getting 3-0'd by Parting literally yesterday, went home, thought about it, came back today, refreshed with new ideas, and they have been working so well here against Parting. And Elaser is looking almost unstoppable. I mean, Parting was a lot closer in that last game, but still the original idea for Elaser worked. He got the first collection array. That is half of Parting's economy.
Yeah, yeah. And Parting, you know, maybe he needs to do like a more centralized base too. Like, so your Argents get there immediately. You can start fighting against everything right away. That's what it feels like to me. And look, the same thing from Elaser here, immediately sending out a couple of them. And look, I think what we'll see from Parting is like just a more, look, okay, so he's made a Prism, he's taken the expansion, okay, but a more centralized defense, right? Like, let's start getting Argents right now. Let's just kind of build up our army, play kind of a defensive game, and just make this not work anymore.
I think he should throw down a creation chamber basically immediately.
Yes.
I mean,
100%.
I would be surprised if he didn't. In fact, I think he might just be saving for that now. In fact,
yeah, I think so.
Oh,
there's no reason not to get it here.
Throw down. Am I mistaken? Oh, he's queuing up a core. Excuse me. All right, more core here in production.
Okay, well, I mean that's going to make it super quick, anyways. So he can do that. It's kind of a flexible move that he's chosen, which definitely don't mind. So is that a power bank going down right there?
It is a power bank. So the morph core is probably going to be the structure that turns into the chamber, and there it is.
He's going to be able to get those Argents out pretty darn quickly. So the 2 structures going up right now, the meat farm on the right, and then over here we have that Shroud Stone.
Interesting from Parting, actually, harvesting 50 Therium here very early on. I wonder exactly what the logic is here.
Yeah, not entirely sure. We'll keep an eye on that and see what he wants to do. But that might have been like an original idea, and then it's like, okay, we got to change based on this rush occurring once again.
Well, that Shroud Stone nearly complete. Argent is going to start attacking into it. How fast are these link nodes transforming into turrets? Are they nearly done? It's hard to tell. We're going to click on them. 75%, and yeah, that's the cancel.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Okay.
A good cancel right there. Now, tell me if you disagree, but this looks like, I know that right now Elaser has more supply and everything, but right now it looks to me like Parting has held this very well.
Yeah,
and I feel like we're going to see him kind of slingshot ahead of Elaser, because don't forget, when Elaser's doing this, his expansion is going to be extremely late.
Yeah, as long as that second collection array can get down, Parting's going to be in a really good position. But still, there are enough Fiends on the map that Parting with that low HP array, he cannot afford to plant it down and let it take any more shots. He's got to wait until he has enough Argents to actually secure the natural expansion. And that's going to give Elaser potentially enough time to actually secure a base of his own.
Well, Laser is going to go ahead and expand, kind of chasing down this morph core right now. Going to have to turn that around a little bit. Does turn around to fight, brings these Argents up. Of course, the Fiends there are going to make sure that they can't just dive.
Yeah, I think Parting, once he gets his third Argent out, he should be trying to take that natural expansion out as quickly as he can.
Absolutely. It's interesting that he chose that location, by the way, to take the expand. Do you
mean
like
the
the
pocket,
spot he
the
took?
back
Yeah,
third?
the little back pocket one.
Yeah, I wonder. Maybe just because it's a longer walking distance for the builders coming in from a laser.
Yeah, I wonder if that was it. And then you fly away and you're instantly away from everything down there. So
yeah, generally when I'm playing, when I was playing a couple of days before we started the tournament, I would like to throw it down to the natural expansion just so you can kind of get some SimCity set up there. But the fact that a laser has been so aggressive both in Game 1 and in Game 2, I really like the decision by Parting to be like, you know what, I'm not going to care about natural expansion in SimCity because, frankly, I'm not going to be able to control my natural expansion until a couple minutes into the game. So
that's kind of a beautiful thing about Celestials as well. You actually have these choices, whereas if you were playing, Vanguard or Infernal, that would be kind of an insane move.
Yeah. Although it makes me wonder if Collection Array is even the correct decision here, because Parting, he did play this very safe. He went for the fast core to turn into a chamber. He built the power bank very early on and got the Argents to defend. He did a great job, but that was 350 resources that he spent or so on the Collection Array, whereas he could have just started the chamber immediately and maybe gotten some what do you call them, the prisms out quite soon, and then there would be no hiccup in the production. It's been, what, maybe a minute and a half, 2 minutes, where Parting had to float the Collection Array all the way down to the left side?
That's incredibly annoying, no doubt about that. But, he hasn't, lost anything, right? And that's an important thing to kind of keep in mind here, because in these previous games he has been losing things and still kind of fought back. So I feel like his mid-game is – I feel like he's going to recover a bit more than what it looks like right at this second.
Yeah, he actually already has a Legion haul outs. This is the furthest that we've seen Parting go in the tech tree by quite a bit. Very interesting setup here from Parting. And it's going to be Seraphims. Now, Seraphim, I don't even know if we have seen this unit yet so far in this tournament. This is a unit that I don't have a lot of experience using it against my opponent straight up in kind of like a PvP situation. By the way, nice catch here on this Imp. Very good game sense by Parting to just have this on his mind that Laser is going to be trying a trick like this. The Seraphim, its tooltip text says that it excels at taking down creep camps. It is very good at this. Actually, the attack even called Creep Bane Guard.
Oh, wow.
So very good at securing that map control part of the game. I'm not sure how good it is in straight up fights against the opponent. Even in my games, even though I try to play a bit more of a macro Celestial style, I don't really get to mess around with the Seraphim against something like Infernal, so I really don't know how these interactions would look against, say, Seraphim's trying to catch Gaunts in some numbers.
Yeah, I think very unlikely that they're going to fight well against Gaunts, but Gaunts are the only ground unit that really shoots up, so they can still be pretty darn annoying, right? He can fly them around, maybe take care of some creep camps, maybe do some harassment, that type of thing.
And they're really good at killing
creeps.
Look at that.
Damn. I would even trust those against a Skull Squisher.
Yeah. Can we actually take a look again at the attack damage text? I'm so curious about how much they do. So it's 14 normally, and then what is the attack against potentially creeps? 50% extra. Oh, that's damage reduction against the creeps. They seem to do even pretty well against the...
Yeah, they're killing them really quickly.
Yeah, this is insane, actually. Huh. I got to make more Seraphim. Well, I guess this is what Parting was talking about when he said if the opening strategies for him don't work in a tournament like this one, he does have a second punch
This looks kind of strong, right? Because you're going to have to mass up your Gaunts and kind of keep him together against the amount that he has. But he can, chase you back a little bit and then just turn around and take down a camp or something.
They do a lot of damage to Gaunts. Hold on a second. This is looking really good for Parting. I think this is probably even catching a laser off guard. I mean, now that the Gaunts have been able to rejoin with the reinforcements, this is going to go a laser's way. But Parting, I mean, these units, they're so nimble, he can just immediately back off.
I love the boost out of there. That's really great. Are these flying Kree?
It feels like it, yeah. All right, Collection Array does get overcharged there as a laser going for the run-by. Trying to catch some of these reinforcing Seraphim with the Gaunts. Now, can the Seraphim actually take this fight? It's almost even numbers. Can the Seraphim actually win this?
I think they actually do. It
You're
really looks that way to me right now. They're doing very well against these Gaunts. Look at the Gaunts get absolutely destroyed.
That was not close.
Oh, my gosh.
This is kind of
very
insane.
cool. This is very cool. Dude, he doesn't even really have ground units. Look at this. Going to take over that healing camp, boost him up a little bit. He's definitely got some control going on, but a laser's done a great job exploding his economy. He's still way ahead supply-wise here. He's got all these bases mining and everything. But look at this. Here we go. The Seraphim's coming in, pushing everything back.
Yeah, and a laser's Gaunt count just got completely reset. I mean, at what point does this just snowballed to the point where Laser doesn't have any Gaunt production that can match the Seraphim coming out here.
I'm going to tell you the secret to beating this strat. Did you know Shadow Flyers are good against flying units?
I did know that,
yeah. No, I learned that the very hard way. But maybe that's what you have to do here, man, because if you clear the skies, Parting is not going to have a good time. Like, this is pretty much what he has.
I wonder what the movement speed relationship is between the Seraphim and the Shadow Flyers there, because maybe if you split the Seraphim up, you won't take too much damage against the Shadow Flyers.
Maybe
I'm really
if you have
not
your
sure.
boost off cooldown, maybe you can do a quick split or something like that, because it really is that AoE that's very painful.
Yeah, that boost, I'm pretty sure it just starts automatically on autocast, and you can manually turn that off. So Parting being very smart about the way that he's using it.
So wait a minute, that boost starts on autocast?
I believe so. And then
I
we'll
would
just kind of
never have that on autocast. That's an amazing move. Like that is a great ability to have. And
yeah, but
I feel like you would want to micro that yourself.
I think it depends on the way you're using the unit, because when I was playing my ladder games and I was making a couple of these just to clear up creep camps, it makes sense to have it on autocast because they're going to be moving so nimbly all the time.
Oh, okay, yeah, you can kind of shift click it around.
Yeah, but if you have them actually fighting like this, then it does make really good sense. But hold that thought, actually. Parting going for kind of a base trading move here as a Laser, taking down his natural expansion, and Parting is just going to tap out. The God numbers got too high, and
wow.
I actually can't believe it. I thought Parting might have had a bit more of a fighting chance. The Seraphim were looking really good, but I guess the Laser's economy just way too big.
Yeah. Just counterattacking and killing his bases, or I mean, what are you going to do? He's so out of position at that point. That was really all he had was the Seraphims. It seemed like a very cool strat. It's actually, I'm intrigued by that. That makes me want to play Celestials a little bit and try that unit out. But yeah, that was very well done. A Laser with just the big counterattack. I mean, his economy exploded during that early game. Like after his attack was done, he just started expanding. Like there was no real counter pressure that Parting was able to put on.
I just felt like after the first couple of engagements with the Seraphim taking down the Gaunts that maybe we would reach a point where a Laser is not going to be able to reproduce Gaunts fast enough to actually deal with the growing numbers of Seraphim. But I guess it seems like a Laser's economy was just big enough that he didn't need to even go into Shadow Flyers. He had enough on the ground.
Yeah.
He can just move cross map and basically take Parting out in one fell swoop in kind of an anticlimactic fashion. The favorite for the tournament is knocked out in 2 very fast series today.
Yeah, 3rd place, and then Theory in 4th place. So, like, these are the 2 players that a lot of us thought were going to be in the finals. And, I mean, top 4 is still fantastic, obviously, but a Laser and Probe going to be battling it out to see who is the best Stormgate player in the world right now.
Yeah, a couple of underdogs coming in. I mean, we always knew that Laser and Probe, they're very smart players, very brainy players, but I guess in this kind of weekend format, when the game being so new, that really does help a ton. And actually, a Laser coming out here, congratulations, man. That was a fantastic series. It seems like your game plan against Parting absolutely went to perfection. Were you expecting a 3-0?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love the confidence.
I'm shocked because yesterday there was like a level of depression about the matchup, and then you came in this morning, and I was telling him as we were starting to cast that series that, like, not only did you tell me that you thought you could beat Parting, but the way you said it was like that you were confident you were going to get there, which he should. You know, we thought he would be in the grand final, so you'd have to like literally beat everyone else in the tournament to get there. So, like, what gave you that confidence? Like, did you play games last night, or did you just theory craft all of this?
No, I'm a pretty good player. Like, I believe in myself.
You're okay.
I know. Like, I don't know. I think I played very well. I'm actually getting kind of annoyed. Everybody talk like Parting is a god here. I'm just coming in like, what the hell?
This guy sucks. I just 3-0'd him.
Like, you know, he's very good, right? Yeah. Like, one of the best. But like, I'm coming here. I'm thinking I can win. You know, and everybody talk to him about him like he's a god. I was kind of surprised, you know.
Yeah, I mean, well, from the very first couple of beta tournaments in Stormgate, even the closed beta tournaments, Parting was always one of the favorites. And so for him to come in this weekend tournament, especially after his strong start there on day number 1, I mean, really, the smarts of you and Probe here in day 2 are absolutely shining. You guys have adapted so well over the course of this tournament as we've really seen the meta develop in real time, and I think no way that I've seen any RTS meta develop. I mean, this is
the fastest development
fast.
I've ever seen. It went from people thinking that Infernal can't beat Celestials, and now at least I think that Celestials can't beat Infernal.
No, but look, no, look.
It's
look,
always
no, look.
black or
I
white.
Don't want,
yes.
Okay, no, but it's he expanded first. That's what he did. And I'm going like pretty committed all in, right? If he doesn't expand, it's not so easy. Well, he kind of pushes me back, so I'm just. I was banking on it that he's gonna expand first every game, and he did, and thank God. But if he didn't expand first, then I think it gets more complicated. But if he expands first, then it's hard. I don't see any like simple way to do this.
So I know you were talking with Probe a little bit about your matchup against Parting before this happened, and now you're going to meet Probe in the grand finals. Are you expecting to have the same success with your early game build, or do you think that it's going to go more into a mid and late game?
No, I mean
type setup.
Probe is smart for sure. He knows he's not going to expand first.
Yeah.
So.
I think he's planning something in Probe's mind right now.
So
Probe is planning literally right now. I can feel it.
Yeah. So well, the thing is, this matchup is like this cheese is very good versus Celestial, but other cheeses, all the early game is great for Celestial, but then mid game, late game is good for Infernal. At least that's how we think about it currently. So I know he can survive this cheese, but can he like cheese me out before the mid game, late game? And that's kind of, I'm not sure. Yeah. Like I don't know what he cooks up there.
Maybe some Archangels. They're pretty good in the late
but
game,
Archangels
man.
is late game. It's late game. I'm confident. When we get there, it's fine.
You think so? I'm hoping we get a couple games to go all the way late.
I was first time ever I saw this flying unit, by the way. The first game.
Yeah, we were so surprised by it.
When I lost the fire, I was like, all right, well, like why is that not dying? Because what ability does it have? Like.
I don't know exactly what the energy is.
This yellow field, so he got energy, so I banned that energy made it like invincible or something. But I'm
not. Well, no, it's not the what is it? The scythe. It's not the other flying unit.
But this one has the same, right?
I was wondering if the energy, because I only made a couple of them in my ladder games. I mean, the game is so new that we don't have experience with all of the units and all these interactions.
Yeah, and I immediately realized he also has the energy camp, so I was like, okay.
Yeah, I mean,
energy is very important to him because that was the only camp he got. Yeah.
Well, part of it's for the active. I think it's the active ability where they kind of do this. I'm sure you noticed in
some
moments they zoom. Yeah. But it's just a couple seconds. It's like,
I thought they just gonna go like this, or maybe even go speed up even more. I was so scared. Like, what the hell?
I think that might have been it. But honestly, it's. I love the part of this game where we're just kind of figuring everything out in real time. I mean, we were also taken aback by the Seraphim transition, and we thought
when
that
he
it was
engaged the
snowball.
gaunts, we were like, wait, is he gonna win this against those gaunts?
At the end, I was getting the scourges. I don't know. Shadow flamers? No.
Yeah. Shadow flamers. You got it.
That's what we were talking about. Like maybe you should just go for those.
But yeah, I don't know.
Wow. All right.
Okay. Yeah. I think that's going to do it. We're going to let you go prep for your final match here. We're going to be going to that grand finals, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
What is up, everybody? We're back here at the TastelessTV StormGate Bonanza, guys.
Bonanza. You don't even know the name of your show. Oh, my God.
It's exciting times. We're going to be going to the finals. But first, we actually have Tim Morton, CEO of Frost Giant, on the phone.
That is most excellent. Tim, are you there?
I am. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you loud and clear.
We definitely can, yeah. Oh, my gosh. Great to hear from you, Tim. I'm so sorry. It's probably about 3 a.m. over there. Am I right?
You are right. But, you know, when good games are happening, it doesn't matter what time it is.
Yeah, no, that's definitely true, especially when so many of the good games are in Korea. You know, let's just do a little interview here. And, you know, Tim, there's like a lot of excitement right now, a lot of hype around Stormgate. And, you know, we've been talking a lot about how August 13th is going to be like completely free to play for everyone. But obviously, we have a bunch of people that are on the ladder. We have, you know, all these pros here playing right now. People are streaming the game, having a lot of fun. But that is early access. What is early access exactly compared to the, like, I guess, actual launch date of the game?
Yeah, early access is a new experience for us. I think we're coming from a place where we got to spend many, many years and a whole lot of money building before we share anything with players. And early access is a process that's available to independent studios like us who want to get the benefit of feedback from players along the way before a big release in the old way, like we used to do things at big publishers. So it's the beginning of when we feel like all of the fundamental modes are there. So we've got competitive, we've got cooperative, we've got campaign. But each of those modes is still in an early phase of development. And we believe they're all fun at this point. Obviously, part of the process is for us to get feedback. And so, yeah, we're getting a whole lot of feedback and trying to really process that feedback and respond to make the best game that we can.
So we're here in Seoul. We've got players from all over the world. You guys have been in the lab building, creating, making this game. And now we've got these guys here competing, trying to master it, trying to find the secrets inside the game and to bring out the best strategies. How do you feel having these pros playing your game now?
It's, first off, just such an honor to have some of these legendary players play Stormgate. So grateful to have them in the game. The level of skill is so much higher than anybody on our dev team, as much as folks like Kevin and AKA Monk are really good players. These pro players just take the game to new heights, and that is something that we learn from as a team, and something that we pay a lot of attention to as we think about what are the balance changes that need to be made for the game to make it even better.
So obviously the game is still in early access. It's going to be available to everybody on August 13th. So what is next here for Stormgate?
Yeah, early access is very much just a milestone along the way towards making the game better and better. So on August 13th, there'll be some just minor tweaks because it's been such a short amount of time between the preview and the free-to-play launch. But then as each month passes, we're going to add more and more polish, more and more features. We will obviously be tuning balance, and we're watching closely to see what comes out of all of these matches. But it's really just a continuous iteration and improvement cycle for us from here.
All right. I actually have kind of a sideball question for you here, Tim. You know, looking at the three different factions, you guys have done a great job making them very, very different from each other, which is really nice to see because a lot of RTSs don't focus on that so much. And you know, I'm looking at all three, and I'm really interested in them. But for me personally, I'm a Vanguard guy. Like, I'm really enjoying that faction. So I'm wondering for you, as someone who is on the ground floor helping design these races, design the fields. Which of the three factions do you think is like either the coolest or the most interesting or whatever it may be that you value within the game? Like which of these? And I don't want to be hearing you like them all the same, okay? Because I've met a lot of parents that say that about their kids, and it's not always true.
Yeah, no worries. Just looking at how we built this, we started out trying to even learn ourselves the process of building a new RTS in Unreal, but consciously what we were thinking about was approachability with the first faction. So it's meant to feel very familiar to people who Vanguard, who have played StarCraft. Coming into Infernals, we started to get more experimental, but Celestials then are the faction where I think we tried to really think outside the box. And yes, it's drawing on inspiration from other places, but it is really experimental, I would say. And I am the most excited about that because I think it gives the potential to shake the foundations of how to play an RTS. And it's not, at its endpoint yet. We're going to keep iterating and keep making sure that we get the balance right. But I'm the most excited about the potential for Celestials.
Awesome.
It's been wild trying to cast them, man.
Yeah, they're different.
We're trying to wrap our heads around them, but we've had some crazy games. Tim, thank you so much for joining us. Always a pleasure to talk to you. We're going to let you go, and we're going to get into the finals. So thank you for being with us.
Awesome. Thanks for putting on the show, you guys. This is really great to watch.
All right, well, you heard it there.
Awesome.
Tim Morton, guys. We're going to be going into the finals now, and what a crazy finals we have here.
Dude, this is like the best case scenario. We've had so many upsets.
Yeah.
It's not a mirror matchup, and it's two players that are playing their factions like very differently from everyone else who is playing.
It is, we thought it was going to be like a parting theory finals is the most likely possible outcome. Neither players managed to make it. Instead, we're going to have Elazer versus Probe. Now, Elazer, I'm not too shocked that he would get to the finals of this, right? This guy is an extremely accomplished, very active StarCraft 2 pro, right? I mean, he's still one of the best in that game.
Absolutely.
Probe is a bit of a shocker. He was more of the dark horse here for the tournament, kind of the tournament underdog in some ways.
This makes some real sense to me that Probe has made it because he's a very smart player. You can tell just the way, not just the way that he has played StarCraft 2 professionally, but just like from the content that he creates as well, that he's like a thinking player, right? Like he's someone, and I think that actually you kind of have to do that as an Australian because you're so far away from most of the world's talent.
Oh, yeah.
That
a lot of laggy games.
Yeah, and you have to kind of theorize. You can't just like brute mechanics your way through or something. Like your reactions literally will be slower than other people's because of the distance. So I think that having a thinking player, a thinking pro here that really has kind of a cognitive approach, I guess, to the game, it makes some sense to me. And he's playing Celestials way different from everyone else. Way different.
He's mining that second resource, Artosis.
Dude, the craziest thing I ever saw.
At least at the start of the tournament, our North Star for Celestial is basically partying, right?
Yeah.
I would look at what he's doing and think, okay, well, this is...
Well, now he's the Big Dipper.
he was the guy we'd look at and be like, okay, well, whatever he's doing is probably the best, so we should try to copy that, mirror that as much as we can. And it was really aggro. It was really about trying to get in there and close the game out before the opponent's side can develop in any way. And instead... with Probe, we've seen him. He can do the cheeses, he can do the all-ins, but he also does macro play. He's attacking. He's showing us more units than any of these other players have shown us. Now, I want to be clear. The way this bracket works is that if Probe wins the first best of 5, it's over.
Yes.
Okay? He came from the winner's bracket. He has not been defeated in a best of 5 yet. Whereas Elazer, who was knocked out right away by parting, we thought he was going to have a quiet exit. He's navigated his whole way through the loser's bracket. But because he's already been eliminated once, he has to win 2 best-of-5s in a row.
Yeah.
So if a laser wins this best-of-5, we do a bracket reset.
I actually really like that. That's like a very hype way. That comes from like the FGC.
That's the FGC, yeah.
And that can give you the best finals possible. Like if you have a very close like break and then you get into that final best of 5, suddenly the tempo is on the loser's side, and it's exciting, man. I'm glad that you chose this format.
Yeah, when we were building the show and kind of going over different ideas, I really wanted to go with just sort of the classic bracket format.
Yeah.
Group stages are fun, and they make for a lot of games, but I do think there's something kind of cool and simple about doing it this way. And then, when you do come up from that loser's match, if you really are worthy of doing this, and that was, in fact, a fluke in the winner's match, you can do it twice.
Yeah. And the simplicity of a bracket, like having that storyline go through, it's like a very direct, like, here is the exact path. We're not talking about, like, well, don't forget that actually he lost his 3rd best of 3 in the group stage, so he's not actually undefeated.
Yeah.
It's like, no, the guy who won the winter bracket's undefeated, okay? He's the best player so far. So I do prefer that in a way.
Yeah, no, it's fun. Let us know what you guys think as well. We're going to go into the finals. This is it. We are here. Probe versus Elaser.
Yeah. You guys can let Tasteless know what you think about that, because I already said what I think, and that's all that matters to me. Okay. So, yeah. Anyways, it's going to be Elaser versus Probe. Probe in the bottom left, or Laser in the top right.
And we're being joined now by Gemini and State.
Hello.
Up? This is the Quadcast.
Oh, yeah. Let's go. And Laser is coming right across the map immediately, but Probe watched that series, and look, he's made a creation chamber right away, and he's already going to be mining quite a bit as well. So this is going to be a very different looking game for Laser, and Laser was saying in that interview that State and I gave him that this type of play, like if you make that creation chamber right away, everything gets messy. Like he doesn't just get to kill you right off the bat.
Yeah, it's much more likely that Probe is going to be playing this one very slow economically. He's not going to be going for the collection matrix as early as Harding did in that series, and as a result, you see Elaser already making an adjustment. He didn't pull that many workers, only just the one. It's much less of a commitment, and things we can kind of expect from here are just going to normalize. I mean, this isn't much of an investment here for Elaser, and for Probe, he's not playing quite as gritty as he was intentionally planning on doing it, perhaps, before Laser busted out those strategies, and now actually coming cross-map with a core. I'm kind of curious if Probe's me going for some counter damage of his own. Yeah, look at that. Creation Chamber already cross-map.
All right. Yeah, double Creation Chamber, so very nice to see. He's going to be putting on some counter pressure here. And actually, an Argent falls pretty darn quickly here to a Laser. So Laser doing a great job. He's going to go for a counter attack here as well. Another Argent kind of going home to help defend.
I also kind of like how Probe, on his way across, actually made one Prism as well and then sent it to the island base. So it can't actually be killed right there in the middle here. So it's pretty cool that he's going to get a little bit of extra income from that while he was coming across to make it nice and efficient and also super safe.
It is really fun how the Celestials can kind of take advantage of islands and isolated locations in a way that the other factions just can't.
Yeah.
That is very cool, and I hope stuff like that stays in the game. Like, watching moves like that from Probe make me want to play some Celestial, to be honest.
Well, Elaser actually throwing out a lot of production buildings to try and deal with this pressure that Probe is bringing onto his front door. The first Brute is going to fall. Argent's now trying to target down the second one. Overcharge also forcing these units away here from Elaser. Probe putting on some really heavy counter pressure here to start things off. I think this is catching Elaser very much off guard.
So he's starting to just chip away over here at the Iron Vault.
I was about to say he should target those Shroud Stones. That's way more important right now than anything.
Scratching my head at that.
I was like, did he think it was about to finish? Or no. But I mean, unfortunately, isn't able to get it killed off just yet. And it seems like he's actually out of energy to be able to get the supercharged attack. So he needs that power bank started here.
Yeah, but right now the Shroud Stone really helping out. Does get rid of that immediately. Continues to try to push him back with some of these gaunts. And I gotta tell you, like this is definitely scrappy. This is back and forth right now. These two trying to pressure each other and deal some damage, and that's what I wanted to see.
I'm worried a little bit for a Laser's position, though, with the lasers.
The lasers coming out of those link nodes.
With the Argents getting set up here on these link nodes, this is just such a tough spot for a Laser to be in. I mean, this Shroud Stone, it's barely got any HP left. In fact, does get canceled there by a Laser, and with this link node set up, a Laser, he's going to be losing production facilities. It's going to be hard for him to establish himself on the left side of his map, and the pressure from here is only mounting.
Probe is doing a great job with these Argents.
The Iron Vault is still kind of this Achilles heel. It's like this exposed area that, you know, over time, it is, in fact, going to fall right now. So this doesn't give a lot of breathing room right now for a Laser. And in fact, Probe's going to dive in. And this means that if he can just go up a little bit, he can take out that Shroud Stone, and then the Shrine's going to be the target.
I tell you what, this is setting the tone for this series right now, and it's going to be hard for a Laser to answer if he loses this. Yeah, GG.
Wow.
So here's what my vision of this is right now, right? Like, a Laser has been opening with this early aggression, and that is kind of his counterplay to early aggression. Now, if you're going to play against something more withdrawn, like what Probe just did, where he has multiple prisms, right, and he's staying safe against this at the same time, by making like a creation chamber before an expansion, do you try like Shrine first? But if you do, your opponent attacking you and cheesing instead of like making some economy suddenly gets a win very quickly.
I feel like Shrine first is going to be really risky here.
Yeah.
The fact that Probe did that, Probe hasn't rushed that much. Celestial versus Celestial could be a little bit different, but that was just like a really solid takedown of a Laser. So I think that I don't know, looking at this, yeah, Laser maybe needs to be a little bit more aggro, maybe try to combat this like right away. Try to
It's interesting because like the mind games are going to get super weird here because like, yes, a Laser has been doing this to deny the initial aggression from the Celestials, but then, like you're saying, like it's going to get really awkward because then he could maybe try to be greedy at some point, and then his Probe going to be ending up being like trying to be too defensive and then isn't able to punish the greed and stuff like that. So when do you start pulling out the aggressive stuff, and when do you start realizing, no, I need to actually now bring back and come back to the macro stuff as well?
I think a Laser... Sorry, go ahead, Artie. No. I was going to say that I feel like a Laser can maybe open the same way, but he needs to be a little bit more on top of the scouting. If he doesn't see the Arc Ship, he needs to have those extra production buildings coming in almost immediately, because I feel like in that game, he was very much caught off guard. It seemed like he was maybe even saving up for an expansion. Okay. And so when the Argents started coming into his base, he was throwing down all these Shroud Stones. He was throwing down additional production facilities. Okay. He couldn't actually convert his economy into army fast enough to scale with Probe.
Got you.
But that only comes down to the scouting. If he was able to see or at least decipher that the strategy coming in from Probe was going to be that pressure, then I feel like if you preemptively add production in there as a Laser, you can make the adjustment on the fly and stabilize in the early game. But if it catches you off guard the way it did in game number 1, I think that there really isn't much of an opportunity for a Laser to come back defensively. He has to know it's coming.
Yeah. Yeah, I totally see what you're saying with that. Like, keep the early pressure build going, and then keep track of where the Arc Ship is going.
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You got to think from Probe's perspective, you're so hungry to close this out with 2 more wins, right?
Yeah.
Because I do think it is a very realistic thing that as adaptive as a Laser has been this whole tournament, that's not going away. Like, I could definitely see a Laser struggling in game 1 and 2, and then just starting to reverse sweep and crushing through by the time we get to the second best of 5.
It looks like he's being a bit more defensive this time. I mean, this map is huge, so it's definitely hard to kind of get these types of plays across the map as the Infernal. So, I mean, he was able to do it against Parting, I guess, still on this map last time, so that is still something, but this is a very forwardly placed creation chamber here out of Probe.
You know what?
I was attacking the creeps.
Yeah, that's so funny.
What? So this is just something funny in this iteration of the game?
Oh my god!
It's pissing everybody off. It's pissing everybody off.
The priority of this thing is hilarious. Yeah. But yeah, this is exactly what you were talking about, State, where he needs to keep track of that. So he had that come down, that Brute, and actually scout that this was here, and he has started all his production earlier. So we're going to see if that's going to be enough for him here. I feel like he needs multiple Shroud Stones, too. Like, this is... The Argents are a pain in the butt.
Yeah, the production needs to come online very quickly here for a Laser. I'm actually worried this might not be fast enough. All right, he does get the first Argent down. Actually, with these Fiends, okay, he closed the distance on that Argent, but of course, the Overcharge going to push him back. If you can get to work on that Link node, that will help a lot. And actually,
is he stuck?
No
in the
way.
main
He
base.
needs to make a War Prism and juggle him out. Oh, my God.
My God.
Oh, no.
That's funny.
Yeah, -1 Argent here, and Laser actually
Oh, no, it worked out in the end there.
Yeah, it was all defensive. This is Probe's plan all
this is part
along.
of the plan.
He predicted it.
You know, this actually might be part of his plan, to be honest with you. It's a low HP Argent already.
Oh, yeah, I mean, maybe he's just using the F2.
Yeah, I mean,
oh, that actually could
if it's
be.
going to be in the front regardless, does it really matter if it's F2?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You can just, yeah.
But look at this. I mean, a Laser, as you were saying, Artie, he started the production much faster this game, and as a result, Probe really doesn't have an angle of attack in.
Double Shroud Stone. It's, you know, some very, very good defense. 2 of those early on you really do not want to attack into.
I feel like even without the Shroud Stones, look at how many units a Laser actually has on the ground. There's only, what, 4 Argents here? He's getting pretty close to having enough army to deal with this.
The thing is, recharging the energy on the Argents and, like, kiting back over and over, I feel like eventually you do start to gain the army advantage. So I do feel like those 2 Shroud Stones are actually, like, incredibly important here for a Laser. Without those, I feel like there would be a very clear path here for Probe, whereas right now, it's like, okay, we can still keep making the Argents to still keep going forward, but as long as a Laser keeps track of what's going on and maybe adds a 3rd, maybe adds a 4th if he really needs to in a few minutes, then I think he's good.
Yeah, he's also got the, he's going into the Greater Shrine here as well to eventually get some higher tech units out. He did try to break out eventually with, what, Hellborns, I think, eventually win one of the series, so could be trying to go for that, but it's less towers this time. In that game it was like a tower contained more than anything, whereas this time it's mostly the Argents. So I wonder if going Hellborns is even like the right play here.
1 Hellborn, 2 Hellborns here. I really like that because the Argents just get punished if they come anywhere near.
The range is so long on the Hellborn that like you can't. I don't feel like there's counterplay. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was just thinking like you can maybe try to dive them because the Argents have some pretty high burst damage with their superpowered attacks or whatever. But I feel like they're like it is such a sick range.
Is he committing to this? I mean, we don't have other bases up, right? For
Probe is fully committing. I don't even think he's building any more additional economy buildings.
I think there's like an alternative route you could take as Probe and just like take a bunch of bases and make them try to break free, but by then they're already behind. We've all played games like that where we're like, oh, I got out, and it's like, oh, it's actually too late.
I think the issue here for Probe is that he's invested so many resources in building his main infrastructure in the base of a Laser that if he actually ever loses his position, the counterattack's just going to be devastating. He's going to lose production, he's going to lose power, and he just can't afford it. So his hand is almost forced, but the first Hellborn's already out.
You can't even pressure anymore as Probe. Like, you can't do it. The Hellborn, as long as he does not commit this too far forward, as long as it can retreat, he's so far ahead. Like, I can't imagine. How would you win this as Probe against Hellborns? Like, he's got the turtled position. He's got enough units that you can't dive on the Hellborns, and the Hellborns will, over time, just break through. Wait, why is he walking over here?
He is trying to dive it again, like I was saying, but it's just so risky to actually try and go in. The nice Shroud Stone placement as well from the top bar ability is going to really force Probe back here. And like you're saying, as long as that Hellborn stays alive, it will constantly be able to dish out damage, provided that a Laser actually does shoot with it, as he keeps canceling the attack as well. But it doesn't really necessarily need to attack. It just needs to be there as a threat to dissuade Probe from going any further.
He's going to scan here and just get an idea of what's going on. We do have a couple units that looped around, and I don't know that scan revealed that, but that was basically what he was looking for.
I think he saw the Magmadon leaving the base.
Oh my God, that's huge! He actually got it.
It was the only thing you can't let have die.
That was the only way to make this backfire.
Yeah. Honestly, I was surprised he made a Magmadon instead of saving up for a second one.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, if you just sit here and make Hellborns, and your opponent is this committed, eventually you're just going to smash everything. Like, I think the Hellborn is actually, like, underrated, and especially in a spot like this.
It looks like he's going to try to advance further up here. There's another Hellborn out here. I don't imagine he's going to lose this one, but let's see.
I got to be really careful here as Laser and cross-map that Magmadon starting to get to work on this wall. And if a Laser wants, he can just use the Magmadon to stomp his way through the trees into the main base here at Probe. Probe's got to keep that in his mind. He's moving forward again, trying to get the snipe off on the Hellborn. Able to get the white health down and the green HP down to, what, 217? So not quite the snipe he was looking for, but a little bit more damage. If he can catch a Laser sleeping maybe one more time on those Hellborns, there might just be enough Argents that he can push through and kill him.
Yeah, but like that's really the only thing that he has to make sure does not happen. Just sit back with these Hellborns. Look, he's actually picked off one of the towers now as well. So, well, 2 of the towers, really. Great stomp.
Oh, my God. It's absolutely huge. Does force him back completely, but he's not able to actually really kill many of the Argents is the problem here. So as long as Probe's economy is not getting disrupted, he's still going to be able to constantly pump those out for quite a while. Trying to use the stomps to get through the wall looks really funny because it's not actually really doing too much, but forces that back as well. I wonder if this is like, shouldn't this Magmadon just be brought home at this point? I feel like it's not really doing much on this counterattack. I guess it like, constantly like threatens that he needs to deal with that, but wouldn't it be so nice to just have that in the army?
Or something?
Like, yeah. I guess it does force the overcharges being used, which does make more power banks and whatnot.
Well, this is, I think, is the key to victory, is you continually build the Hellborns, and you just, like, poke. But, look, like, that's a little bit of an overcommitment. Maybe he gets them back just in time. Yeah, okay, there you go.
Nice.
That was, like, exactly how far you can go right now. And the thing is, he can build more coming out as well, right? Like,
God, that windup is insane. It really does give you enough time to actually run in and snipe it if you're not careful. I was, like, aware of that, but as I'm seeing this, I'm like, man, it's like almost the travel distance just to get up there.
You know, with the Guardian Nexus coming online, I wonder if there's a world where Probe is able to get the movement speed buff on those Argents and actually run down those Hellborns when they move too far forward, because...
Well, that would be very strong counterplay here, because a Laser is not actually being that careful with this.
Yeah.
Like,
it's
I
concerning.
really feel like all you have to do is break that position, right? So I feel like... yeah, this Magmadon is serious about
crazy.
this.
We finally got him to do some nice damage, and actually ends up forcing a lot of resources on that wall. That Hellborn getting dangerously close to getting killed off there, but only surviving with half.
I feel like you could literally push forward with Shroud Stones here a little bit. With like if you just made this dumbest BGH turtle position here, like, I mean, you have the siege units. Your opponent does not, so you win over time.
I think winning over time, too, by the way, for a Laser is going to happen no matter what with his extra base.
Yeah.
And the fact that this is not really... Now it's almost like Probe has to protect all this stuff he built out here.
Yeah.
And this is less of like a launching pad for attacks and more of like, I don't know, this kind of weird area he doesn't want to give up on entirely.
The Argents definitely need some speed if they're gonna get these snipes. It's just not working.
Yeah. Oh, he's getting the Kree upgrade. Oh, wait, no, it's not. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
They look kind of similar. They're both
They
circles.
do. They do. That's a movement speed upgrade here for the Argents.
So confused.
If a Laser continues to poke forward, he's actually splitting off a lot of Gons. Oh, this could be a little bit of an anti-timing here for a Laser if he's not careful, and those Argents are able to close the distance.
Yeah.
He has a lot of Argents. Like, he might be able to clean that base up very quickly. Oh, and
yeah,
now he sees some Kree.
Oh,
But
he
you know what?
already
The
has
two
the roll upgrade.
Magmadons, like, sitting in front of them, like, you try to charge in there and then the stomps happen, like, bad things could occur. But we only have, like, 1 Shroud Stone up there, don't we? Oh, 2. Okay, a little bit better.
Yeah, one at about half health.
Oh, I like that we're taking the healing camp, actually. Being able to just heal those up for free is pretty sick. And then the Hellborns, again, can just keep dishing out units as those Argents just eat it in the face. Unable to really do too much. There's the upgrade coming in here with the Argents as well.
Stomps get spent there by a Laser with the upgrade coming in for these Argents. Now, if a Laser moves a little bit too far forward with those Hellborns, he's got to be very careful.
4 of them. Look at that.
Oh, you go here as Probe. You try and get a snipe if you can. They're a lot faster than they used to be. 13% extra movement speed, but still a Laser able to zone them out. Just not enough here for Probe.
Yeah, so he's going to bring these Gaunts back along with the extra Magmadon. And, I mean, it seems like just over time, it's going to be very hard for a Celestial player to make anything work here. It's far too easy to fall back on your defenses at home, and you've got siege weapons here, which basically allow you to push, too.
We have 5 Hellborns now. He's approaching a full volleyball team. We are going to bring this position. And there he is. He's got the 6, man. He's going for it.
Oh, my God. We had an Archangel to spike it back down. But instead, I think a Laser's going to be taking this one to the bank as he pushes forward, reaching down this position. I mean, he is taking it slow. A Laser, he does not want to risk it all here in a game that he knows basically he has in the bag. 2 base against the 1 base here of Probe and more than doubling his supply. And for a Laser, a really nice adjustment here in game number 2. Playing a lot more conservatively, really respecting the potential counterattack coming in from Probe.
Yeah, just scouting that incoming like you called, State, was really, really important there for a Laser to get his defense up in time. And now, like, everything's being dunked upon. Probe is pretty dead. Yeah. He's pretty dead.
Oh, we got Seraphim coming out.
All
right.
Does he?
Well.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh.
Look at him go.
Yeah, he saw Parting make those. He's like, wait, what are those?
I can
try
do
these
that,
out.
maybe?
Okay, the push is going to come down here and hit this base. And, look, I don't know if there's going to be anything that can stop a Laser from just continuing to move down here and crush. We may see GG in a second.
You got to believe in the Seraphim's Tasteless. We got 2 of them.
Yeah. It's not that many Gaunts, right? GG is called, though.
It's that
too
many
much.
There's plenty of them.
All right. That was a cool game.
Yeah.
That was a cool game. We're having a nice finals here so far, tied up 1-1. You see Probe thinking.
Yeah,
trying to figure out, okay, how do we deal with this? How do we deal with this?
I wonder if he just kind of sits back in the next game and tries to play it out macro and see what happens.
I want to see that.
That's what I'm thinking. You know, he's shown that he's very, very comfortable, very competent in macro games. I feel like all of us, probably everybody watching, our default is to assume a rush.
Yeah.
Like it's almost novel when you're like, oh, you're going to like expand and take bases and make other units. But
so honorable.
The issue is that I think if he goes for macro play, Laser's so good at those types of tempo games. You know, he's a very scary player if like you're just kind of playing a standard RTS without a kind of rush that's hinged on closing the game early on. You know,
Probe has some good knowledge for later game Celestial as well. So, you know, I wouldn't fully underestimate him here. Like I think he could make a composition that could end up working out. I'm not sure what that will be exactly, because yeah, Laser like really knows how to mass up. Like watching what he did against Party in that one game where like he just suddenly had like 5 bases and unlimited imps and just the biggest economy. Yeah, hard to say, but I do think that Probe needs to cool it on that type of rush.
Yeah, well, I mean, how many rushes are you ever going to be able to use back-to-back to beat somebody as good as a Laser, right? A Laser was the first player to die in a best-of-5 here at this tournament, and I thought that's too bad because, you know, he's such a big name. And then he came back so strong today and has been so adaptive. So, yeah, I think if Probe wins this, he's probably going to have a pretty wide range of play.
Yeah, I would agree.
It's possible this turns into a little bit of a poker game with Probe being really greedy in some of these maps and really aggressive in some of the other ones, because a Laser's already kind of tempered the aggression a little bit. You see this compared to the way he played against Party. He's only bringing 1 imp as opposed to the 2. I feel like there might be some opportunities for Probe either later on in this series or potentially in the next series should a Laser be able to win the first best-of-5 set here in the Grand Finals and force that final set. For Probe to potentially go for a collection array first. I mean, that is the possibility if a Laser continues to temper this early game aggression.
Well, Argent is on the way here. So as this aggression comes down, we're going to see if he turns the imp around again. He did do that previously as well when he scouted what was going on. So, you know, he could try to do something with it, but I think that isn't going to likely go too well. So it sees that Argent immediately. And does he turn the imp around? Is he going to keep going? Okay, checks, no expansion.
So he's going to hide it back here, I think.
Oh, it's like a preemptive thing. It's like making it so that way he just can't take the double base.
Oh, that's really smart.
He needs, you know, he
needs it anyway.
anyways.
Yeah.
May as well.
Well, that's a great spot to put it. Because I remember when I played a couple games on this map, I'm like, oh, man, if I can't stop them from taking those bases, then I have to take that and match them, right? But this is a really easy, simple way to just make any kind of seizure of that really impossible.
He's going to try to go right over there with the first Morph Core. He's going to be so surprised when he sees the meat farm already finished there.
And think of how slow, you know, the Morph Core is. You want to have it go exactly to its destination. So, like, it's not just that the expansion, is denied. It's that now you have this long travel time to go to the next spot.
Absolutely.
The Argent's also not spotting it there because it's behind the Luminite mines. Makes this even more painful for Pro because as you walk all the way back after moving cross map with these Argents and just forego any opportunity for pressure just to clean that up, it does not feel good.
No.
I mean, that would be worth it for a laser, even losing a meat farm that early. To
Yeah.
deny any potential aggression.
100%. 100%.
He did see it, so he is moving the Morph Core away to a different location now. He's going to go to the right side base over here.
But what if there's a meat farm there as well?
Yes, we figured it out. Everywhere he
Meat farms
goes.
everywhere.
We talked about Morph Core madness, but what about meat farm madness? Oh my god!
Oh wait!
No!
Hold the thought, actually.
Oh my god!
Instead are going to do it.
Did
maybe.
he not see it?
I think it might have been barely out of vision.
Yeah.
That's so unlucky for a laser.
God, could you imagine that getting planted and the Fiends immediately hounding it?
Yeah.
Oh, that would be crazy.
Well, I guess he can just go to the main base one anyway, and that's still going to be some good damage here.
Should force a liftoff even with an overcharge, but he's not going to commit.
Well, he's going to bait out that shot there, but he might re-engage that in a second.
Oh,
no!
Hexen!
No! It's on right click!
Oh my god, that's a massive
Goodbye,
mistake. Of all the units to lose as well. That's really unfortunate for him.
So now he's going to just send these back. Total game changer, by the way, with the Hexen out of the picture. He's going to dive in again. Let's see if he can bait out another shot. Okay, he baits out one more, but this is basically just milking all the energy here and kind of forcing it to be used to defend when you could be doing other things on the map, like scanning, as an example.
What is the laser's economy looking like right now? Like, does he have that base actually finished? Okay.
Almost done.
Yeah, not quite. So, you know, he definitely slowed Probe a bit, but it's not like he's killing it economy-wise.
Yeah, it's almost one base versus one base, although keep in mind we do have the extra saturation coming in from Probe with all of those prisms on the main, and this collection array has, by now, come pretty close to paying for itself. It's, what, 350 cost, 300 Luminite per minute, and actually Probe now pushing into the main base. Ooh, able to get the Gaunt, too. Oh, this is looking pretty good. These Argents still have some energy left over. They're packing a punch.
Oh, man, just making the link
Dude,
nodes
he's
right in
all
his face.
right. Oh, this is kind of wild. He's come in here. That's going to get shut down, but he starts another. Meanwhile, there's so much extra damage being dished out here. The kiting is happening. The Fiend count is extremely low.
Dude, so that's his tanking so the Argents can deal the damage?
Oh
This is the craziest
I
thing
don't-
ever.
I don't think I've ever quite seen anything like this.
No.
Where the building tanks and the units do damage.
Yeah,
but
what? He's going to get one up, so now the overcharge gets thrown down, and that's going to be
Wow.
a GG out of nowhere. Probe
What?
just shoves it across the map. A laser with nothing to defend, and now all of a sudden Probe is one map away.
His name is Building Shield. I've never seen that before. He's just
was so
warping
smart.
stuff in, and it's like, oh yeah, I guess actually a couple more volleys, and that's enough to snowball it.
Yeah, but what does the laser do? Like, do you try to focus down the Argents, which are kiting away from you, and allow the link nodes to get up and then get overcharged?
Well, I guess you would. I mean, I don't know what the real answer is, but maybe you need just more defense.
Yeah, I think you just need more units.
Yeah.
Like, you can't let those link nodes get up, because then they just all get overcharged, and then it's so hard.
But you try to get more units, but at the same time, your opponent has 2 collection arrays, and you're basically on a one-base economy. So if you're building more units and Probe just doesn't attack, then
we're getting back to that area we were talking about before, where it's like, are you supposed to maybe try to go like Shrine first or something like that?
Yeah.
Right? Like, where are we ending? If he's sitting there making prisms and it's a big map, I think you could get away with that, right? Because you need the extra economy boost. Your opponent's like Probe's economy was great there.
Yeah, and if this does devolve into a little bit of a poker game here in terms of whether you go Shrine first, whether you go Collection Array first, whether you try to go for the all-in with the Argent very early on, then I feel like that's going to favor Probe a lot because, in a way, he has more lives to work with here.
Absolutely.
He's coming from the winner's bracket. He has one extra best of 5 to play with. He can gamble all of these games, and it's up to a laser to solve it.
Absolutely.
I got to say, that last game, it's very rare when you don't realize the game's about to end.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Like, most of an RTS game is trying to kind of, if you're casting, at least, like, tell the story and close it out when you finally get to that moment. But, yeah, I'm like, oh, actually, you're just going to kill him right here.
Yeah.
That's wild. By the way, this map, we have a lot of rushes. We did see a laser. Was it a laser that did this, or was it Theory? who sent the imp all the way around and made like Shroud Stone behind.
That was theory.
That was theory.
That was
okay.
theory, yes.
A Laser was talking with Theard before the series started, though, about potentially sending the imp this way to chop through the trees should there be a collection array of the natural expansion. There isn't, so instead he is just going to throw down the meat camp here.
This is actually smart because a lot of Celestials take that base.
Yeah.
And he walled himself in, so now it's like super awkward.
Yeah, this is actually really interesting. I do like the wall on the ramp there to prevent any counterattacks actually into the collection area. That's actually so good by Probe to be able to do that, as it's going to completely deny that from a Laser here, and then he can go right on the counteroffensive because, again, this map is so short. You can get in their face so quickly, and the meat farm on the left is also completely useless now too because he's not even expanding over there.
A Laser spotting this chamber in the middle is so important for him because that means he can start the Conclave right now and be ready. His bank was getting up really high as he was debating whether to take another expansion, whether to ramp up his production. Now he has the information that he needs, and that information is telling him to build an army and build it fast because Probe is getting so close to pushing into this natural expansion.
Yeah, he's coming for him right now. Here comes this arc ship ever so slowly.
This is, I mean, he's going to try to push in now. It's very apparent. You know, it's funny that this structure moves so slowly. It does give the other player time to, like, prepare. Most rushes, things happen extremely fast.
Yeah.
But here you got
Well,
time
actually,
to kind of think things through.
I think that's a bonus because it's so ominous.
It's intimidating.
Oh, it's coming
down!
Yeah. So he's going to stop it right outside here. Now, this is a map. The ramp is pretty big, but you can kind of make the defenses necessary to
Dude, I love the double
out.
Shroud Stone there. If he
Yeah.
gets those both up, this becomes so gross trying to go up the hill to make it hit, you know?
The other funny thing, though, is that Probe could just take these bases.
Yeah.
He can just take a Laser's third or second base right here and just still be fine economically. And a Laser doesn't actually have anything to come down here to kill it. And yeah, he's going to take the one at the third base here. Give a little bit of space to a Laser at the natural because he's not able to get quite up the ramp. But yeah, you can just take that base for free unless he gets a Harbinger to go over there to drop stuff over there. He's not going to be able to actually kill it unless, I guess, maybe he can run a bunch of Fiends by, but that's super risky.
It's a bit of a gamble, though, because keep in mind, a Laser, he is powering up on one base with a lot of production. If he leans really heavily into the tier 1 units he's supposed to taking up, he's going to spot the collection
that's
array.
actually really big.
This is huge for a Laser because now he knows if he can build enough army, he can actually move out on the map and deal with these Argents and deny that expansion from his opponent.
Yeah, I think he probably at this point is making the snap decision, saying, "Yep, I'm one base all inning. Like I can just go across and just see exactly how much damage I can do because that is so many resources to throw into getting more economy when he's look at it, he's only got 3 Argents right now. He's trying to make another one.
This is pretty greedy.
This
is pretty greedy from Probe. No, it has to be a one base all in now from.
Yeah, no, I think there's no way that you would try to.
He's taking your bases.
To play catch up here.
This is rude.
You can't let him get away with this.
I wonder.
How dare he?
You know, as a Laser,
does he not even respect a Laser as a gamer?
I feel kind of bad for a Laser going up into tier 2 because imagine if he had another Conclave right now thrown down. There is no way Probe can match his production.
Yeah,
even with an overcharge here on the power bank, I mean, there's only still 3 Argents. I imagine the 4th Argent is only just now in production. So a Laser, had he had enough to just move out in this moment, I really think he could breach the position here of Probe.
Yeah, I'm curious if this is actually Probe's response, knowing that Laser, upon getting contained, instantly goes into the Hellborns, which takes a long time to actually get set up and everything. Well, he finds this one as well. But I mean, I'm curious if Probe is trying to get this little timing in to get this extra eco while the Hellborn transition takes to going along, because it does take a long time. Oh,
is he actually going to go into Hellborn here? Yeah, he is.
Yeah,
there it is. There it is. Okay, so singular Hellborn.
But the thing is with, I don't know, is this going to drag the game out too long to where Probe's going to be in a really good spot?
Yes,
you know what I'm
exactly.
saying?
I think you're right. I think basically these calls have all been correct, where he's abusing the fact that he went into Hellborns.
Yeah, because the thing is, Probe can actually like hold on to this position until it's not stable and bail and
then
really
just
not
leave.
lose anything.
Yeah, exactly. He's not really actually holding anything here.
He's buying time. I mean, it's not like the Hellborn has to siege and unsiege, but it does have this wind-up, which sort of organically makes it punished if it isn't
And it's also only one by itself doesn't totally get rid of this by default. Like you need to get 2, 3, 4 of them to really force all the units out. So it's a lot of time to get all those resources off of just one base, while Probe is mining freely off of 3 Luminite mines right now.
I think a laser is identifying this, and I'm wondering if that's a shrine going down all the way to the 3 o'clock position. He might be expanding to a hidden base.
Oh, that's nice.
Okay.
So
You know
he
what?
isn't quite as much on a timer, and maybe if he can build a high-tech enough army here against Probe and kind of force Probe into this position where he's mostly on Argents, a laser can find an advantage, but it does feel like that window is starting to close.
Yeah, so I think you're right. Like, if he continually builds up the tech units and is very careful and doesn't lose any, I could see him getting into a macro game and slowly pushing the left side.
Yeah, Probe is probably still operating
I think this
on the
is too
assumption.
far. This is too far. I think.
Oh no.
Okay, he forces liftoff, which is nice, but the Argents, yeah, they're there.
Oh my God! Sniping both Hellborns here is super huge. Saving one is actually excellent though for a laser. Nice micro.
There's so many Argents, man. He can clear up so much of this.
I mean, the
I'm
Magmadon.
surprised he's turning around that much.
I feel like he could have leaned in a little bit more there, actually.
Yeah, I think he could have picked off all the Gaunts and then backed up.
Argents, I mean, they're expendable compared to like Magmadons and everything else.
I mean, all the white health is going to get replenished here for that Hellborn, so that's going to definitely help out for the next
Dude, he's
little
at 4
push.
health, man.
Oh my God.
A 4 health Hellborn.
Damn. Yeah, that is pretty rough.
Actually,
I guess he only does
it's
have
69 health. Artos is the
Oh!
white HP.
Nice. Everyone say
I
nice
push
in
up
the
my
chat.
glasses.
So he does. Probe does not know about a laser's base.
No.
So he might think he's way more ahead than he actually is.
He does not know. Look at this. He breaks through. Uses that Magmadon. Okay. Gonna creep a little bit. Wow, those are really smart creeps, man. I love how that dashed to the south. No, Magmadon, no!
Oh, no.
No, what are you
and
doing
the
down
scan,
there?
the scan comes in.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. It's going to get two-shotted.
Oh, my.
He's going to get down to 69 health.
Does kill it off.
I think Probe's about to win the tournament.
Oh my God, diving down onto the Hellborns as well, getting the Shroud Stone immediately as well. Look at these Argent numbers. It's absolutely overwhelming here from Probe. Lasers has nothing.
This is insane. I mean, we didn't think Probe was going to get this far. He's going to probably beat a laser here in this finals. Australia right now cheering upside down, of course. This is huge, man.
Yeah, they have to be careful not to jump with joy or they're flying to space. Dude, so this is like, Probe really showed his big brain here because we saw him thinking after that game where the Hellborn thing broke him.
Yeah.
So he made it look the same, then double expanded.
Yeah.
And it's just like, and then a laser figures it out too late where it's like, oh no, this isn't what I played against last game. And so, like, Probe, you know, just kind of outthinking him here. Now, Tasteless, this is your tournament. Can you just make them keep playing so the meta can continue?
We can change. So we got to change the rules real quick before this game ends.
And that's
GG.
Wow.
Whoa.
That's insane,
So
dude.
sick. So sick.
He did it.
Oh my God. Who thought the Probe was actually going to win this whole thing? Look at him popping off as well.
I was pretty
He's
sure of
so
it.
happy. Okay.
Oh, you didn't think he was going to win the tournament?
Guys, like, come on. I mean, look at him. Just to be clear, he's a Vanguard player that switched to Celestial for the tournament.
In the history books,
So,
this will
like-
go down as a Vanguard win.
Of course.
Yeah.
Wow. Probe played so smart today. I am very impressed. I mean, taking down Parting of all people in such a convincing fashion.
Yeah.
3-1, where it very well could have been a 4-0 because that loss honestly should have been a win
Yeah,
in
it should've.
retrospect if he had
Should've.
made some better moves. He beat the favorite coming into
We
the
got him.
tournament, and then
Yes!
he came in, took down
Yes!
Arthur, and he is your
touched me.
champion. My goodness, Probe, congratulations, man. That was fantastic. How are you feeling?
Oh my goodness. I was so worried about the parting series that he lost. Because I was like, I lost to this build every game last night. And I didn't try out going Prism first because I knew I might play a laser today. So we were sort of preparing for parting.
Yeah.
But then I bring out something new, something fresh, some good wall offs, learn on the fly. Oh my God, I'm so hyped.
Yeah. No, dude, congratulations. That is an insane victory. And I don't know about if you know the history of your country, but has there ever been an international tournament like this won by an Australian RTS player?
Australian RTS player?
I don't think so.
Maybe not.
I don't think so.
We had the greats from Australian RTS, Legionnaire, Moonglade, Pig.
Yeah, great players all.
Yes.
But,
Got very far.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
But they didn't beat Party!
No! When you were going into this finals, obviously you have like an edge in the way the bracket is set up because you had not lost a best of 5. You were in the winners. Did you think you would win in the first best of 5, or were you planning on maybe having to go into that second best of 5 and try to pull it off there?
So I was chatting with the Laser about whether or not we play Jagged more, because he was obviously going to play Celestials, and I thought I'd be kind, do all this sort of good stuff, not pick it in the first best of 5. So in the second best of 5, I would have picked it. First best of 5, I wanted to see how this new strategy went, try it out on a bunch of different maps, and I was pretty happy with how it did. So.
I actually have a question about that final game, because it seems to us what happened was like you lost to the Hellborn 1 base, and then we saw you literally, the camera's on you and you're sitting there thinking after that game. So it looked like you made it look the same, then double expanded because the Hellborns are too slow. Was that completely planned from the beginning?
Yeah, completely. Well, depending on his reaction.
Yeah.
If he starts turning on 1 base again, yeah, I'm just going to expand, tech up, get the Argent move speed. And then the issue on the 4-player map was that I was trapped.
Right.
If I was able to move away, then he can never move out on the map because otherwise I just jump on the Hellborn as well. So that was the issue I identified in that map.
Awesome.
Oh yeah, that was super crisp. Like, we were so confused at first when you were like going for 2 different bases. We're like, this seems so greedy, but then it makes so much sense when you realize that the Hellborns actually take so long to get enough to
and they're not that
effectively
strong.
push you out.
Right. They don't do that much.
No,
damage,
like they're good
right?
at breaking a contain, but then getting out onto the map, they attack too slow, so you can really just jump on top of them.
So I have a question. When you were playing, or when we saw Parting play against a Laser, it seemed like a Laser's early game was almost Infernal favored. He really had an answer for everything that Parting was trying. And then you came into this series, had you already mapped out your game plan against a Laser, or were you really expecting to try and workshop everything? Because it felt like from moment 1 of the grand finals, you knew exactly what to do. You were so confident in your maneuvers, and everything went extremely well.
What I was confident in was that going Collection Array first loses.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think you can hold it. So, like, that's what I learned yesterday. So I knew I had to come up with something new and fresh, and I had sort of been playing around, and I'd seen a few other people go Prism first. So I knew it's a possibility. And yeah, I was like, well, let's give it a go.
All right, man. Well, congratulations. That was pretty incredible.
Thank you so much for coming down to this event.
Thank you for inviting me.
It's been some amazing games. Do you have anything you want to say to your fans that are watching right now? Winning the first live Stormgate event like this ever?
I hope I showed good games for you guys. I hope you really enjoy Stormgate. I'm really enjoying it. I've spent over like 500 hours now on this game with a full-time job. So you guys can too. It's great. It's going to have a bright future, I think. It's really getting there. So just keep playing Stormgate and support it with me because I'm going to be streaming heaps.
Oh, yeah, man. Guys, any closing thoughts before we wrap it up?
Great job. Great tournament. It went way past my expectations, like the quality of this tournament. It really felt at the very beginning that it might just devolve into something gross. And then everyone kept figuring out awesome different shifts in the metagame and different little tweaks to their build orders. And I tell you, a lot of these games just made me feel good, you know, where you're like, oh, this is some real RTS being played. All right, let's go.
Watching the metagame develop literally by the hour,
it's
with the
insane
pro
how
gamers
quick it happened, right?
Was truly something incredible. And yeah, I'm in the same boat. This far exceeded my expectations. It was so much fun.
Yeah, it's just cool also just to get the wide variety of matchups as well. We didn't just kind of get stuck with we got a little bit of the Celestial mirror for quite a bit there, but like the fact that then the lower bracket ended up going out in the way that it did, where we could just get the nice wide range of everything, and then mixed with all the different strategies getting thrown in just by every single match or every single game, even like in this last series. No, it was just a treat. It was super cool to be able to just see everything develop in a much nicer way.
This was fun. We got to do another one of these. Shout outs to Core A, production team here. They did a great job. And thank you guys for coming down again to this event that we put on here. And shout outs to Frost Giant for making a great game. And I'm looking forward to the future of Stormgate. That's all the time we have, guys. Again, thank you for joining us. We love you. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.